Chapter 1 Old Chen, stop pretending. I already told you, he's my cousin. What's wrong with my cousin and I playing video games in the hotel?
Inside the chain hotel, Chen Fei woke up from a nightmare, his mind still replaying his ex-girlfriend's words from the previous day. While still in college, he spent his time buying bags and cell phones for his ex-girlfriend. Working day and night as a game trainer, helping customers rank up and earning a meager fee. But yesterday, while helping a customer rank up in the King of Glory game, he was unexpectedly matched with a familiar ID. That familiar ID showed Chen Fei's exceptional skills. During the game, she kept sending voice messages to flirt with Chen Fei, wanting him to add her as a friend and help her rank up. Hearing this voice, Chen Fei was finally certain.
This woman is his ex-girlfriend, Wang Lu.
Just as he was about to reveal his identity, a man's voice came from Wang Lu's end.
Honey, we're already at the hotel, why are you still playing games? Isn't it good to play with me?
Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fei froze instantly. Because today, Wang Lu clearly told him that she was going shopping with her best friend tonight and wouldn't have time to play with him.
But why is she at a hotel now? And there was a man with him?
Chen Fei turned on voice chat and questioned his ex-girlfriend in the game. What I got in return was a perfunctory reply from my ex-girlfriend. Disheartened, he lost interest in ranking up and proceeded to verbally abuse his ex-girlfriend in the game. Then he went to a bar and drank himself into a stupor late at night.
I discovered this after waking up.
He himself also appeared at the hotel. The woman's faint fragrance still lingered on the bed, along with a touch of crimson on the sheets. Chen Fei went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and tried to calm himself down. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Fei suddenly remembered.
Last night, I think I was at a bar when I met a beautiful woman. We both drank too much and ended up in bed together without any explanation.
Moreover, this was the first time for both of them. This whole thing seems absurd when you think about it. 3 years later, Chen Fei graduated from university smoothly.
Chen Fei, this is your graduation certificate. Congratulations on your graduation and may your future be bright.
Okay, thank you, teacher. Chen Fei received his graduation certificate and felt a sudden sense of realization. I can't believe that my 4 years of university life have come to an end so quickly. After completing the formalities, he would no longer be a college student, but a working adult about to enter the workforce.
As his roommates found their ideal jobs one by one, Chen Fei appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was extremely anxious. After receiving my graduation certificate, he worked through the night to create his resume and apply to every company on recruitment software. Old Chen, stop busy. Let's go have a drink, brothers. After this parting, who knows when we'll meet again. Sigh.
My biggest regret during my 4 years of university was never having a girlfriend, unlike you, Lao Chen, who at least had one. Hearing his roommates teasing, Chen Fei gave a helpless, bitter smile.
Although I've dated before, I've also been cheated on.
If I hadn't gone to a bar to drown my sorrows that night, I might still be a virgin.
Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Chen Fei's phone suddenly rang. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Fei?
The call connected, and a pleasant female voice came from the other end.
Chen Fei frowned and asked with some confusion, I am, but who are you? Hello, Mr. Chen.
I'm Xiao Wang from the Secretariat of Shengtang Group. We have received the resume you just submitted to our company, and we are very interested in you. We hope to meet with you this afternoon. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Chen Fei's expression changed. He never expected that he would be noticed by the Shengtang Group. You should know that Shengtang Group is one of the top 500 companies in China, and it's even ranked in the top 10.
I am just an ordinary college graduate.
Logically speaking, to pass the initial test of Shengtang Group, one should at least be a graduate of a key university such as a 985 or 211 university. When he was submitting his resume, he was just trying his luck and submitted all of them.
But unexpectedly,
other smaller companies rejected my resume.
Now, Shengtang Group has actually called him, saying they are very interested in him and want him to come over for a meeting? It feels like a dream. At that moment, Chen Fei's other roommates in the dormitory also heard the sound from his phone.
They all jumped out of bed and surrounded Chen Fei in disbelief.
Damn, old Chen, that's awesome. You actually managed to get an offer from Shengtang Group. You're going to be rich now. Old Chen, you weren't hiding your identity from us for 4 years of university, were you? Tell me honestly, are you a hidden rich kid, or maybe even from a wealthy family?
Otherwise, with our level of education, how could we possibly be noticed by Shang Tang Group?
Exactly. I always see you playing games all the time, saying you're a game booster, but it turns out it was all an act. Old Chen, that's not very nice of you. Seeing his roommate's reactions, Chen Fei felt a pang of bitterness and shook his head, saying, I wish I were a rich kid, but I really am not. Forget it, I'm not going to talk about this with you guys. This call might be from someone playing a prank on me.
Upon hearing this, the roommates quickly took out their phones, dialed the number Chen Fei had just called, and searched for it online. You wouldn't believe it until you searched it up. That call just now was actually from the official phone number of the chief secretariat of Shangtang Group. Now, his roommates were even more restless, and they all cast disdainful glances at Chen Fei.
Old Chen, are you still trying to argue with us? Now that's confirmed, let's see what you have to say for yourself. When others pass the interview, it's the HR who calls, but when it comes to you, it's the CEO's secretary who calls, and they even say you're not a hidden rich kid? Yeah, Old Chen, don't pretend with me. What I'm really envious of right now is Jill turning purple. How I hate it, why don't I have such a background? Chapter 2, the female CEO gave birth to 10 babies for me? Afternoon.
Under the envious gazes of her roommates, Chen Fei left the school and arrived at the Shangtang Group building. Looking at the magnificent building in front of me, which is hundreds of meters high and has a total of 88 floors, Chen Fei still found it hard to believe that he had really been noticed by the Shangtang Group. Moreover, it was the secretary who personally called to invite him.
Why is that? Filled with questions, Chen Fei walked into the company lobby and went to the elevator area. He encouraged himself, hoping to perform well later and be retained as a full-time employee. However, before the elevator arrived, gasps of surprise came from behind him. Chen Fei turned around curiously, and what he saw made his pupils dilate instantly. 10 high-end, custom-made luxury strollers were being pushed forward in an orderly fashion from the company gate. The scene was truly breathtaking. The little ones in the car were all exquisitely cute.
Fair skin, rosy cheeks, bright black eyes, and a cute mouth, constantly emitting sweet, childlike laughter. Chen Fei rubbed his eyes, feeling that all of this was unreal.
How could the renowned Shangtang Group suddenly have so many babies? And not just one, but 10. He thought he was just hallucinating because he was too nervous. Isn't it cute? These are all our chairman's children. A pretty little girl next to me couldn't help but smile like an ant as she watched 10 babies approaching. You mean, all 10 of them are? Chen Fei asked incredulously.
The 10 babies in front of me all looked to be about the same age.
No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a single person could be born at the same time.
The pretty young woman immediately saw through Chen Fei's doubts and patiently explained, that's right, they are all our chairman's children, exactly 5 boys and 5 girls.
Isn't that amazing? Our chairman of Shangtang Group is truly extraordinary. Not only is his business thriving, but he's also incredibly efficient at having children.
In just 1 year, we surpassed the KPIs of others that would take several years to achieve. After saying that, the young woman looked very proud, as if she was taking the chairman as her role model.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was utterly shocked. His lips twitched, and he forcibly suppressed his inner shock as he said, You're saying, these 10 babies were all born to your chairman? Judging from the appearance of these babies, they should all be the same size, right? Could they be decepts?
As Chen Fei spoke, even he found it somewhat unbelievable.
Yes, they were decepts. Aren't you surprised?
But with our chairman being so capable, it's not surprising that he can give birth to decepts. Moreover, with so many babies, it would be impossible for an average family to afford to raise them. But our chairman is worth trillions, raising these 10 babies is as easy as drinking water for him.
The only question is who the father of these children is.
Their genes are just too strong. The young woman spoke with a hopeful expression on her face, seemingly wanting to find that man and have him have triplets with her. After all, it allowed the chairman to have 10 children in one pregnancy.
This ability is not something that ordinary men possess.
Seeing the wicked smile on the pretty girl's face, Chen Fei suddenly felt a chill in his crotch for some reason.
Just then, 10 luxury strollers were pushed one after another towards the elevator lobby.
Inside the stroller, the 10 babies suddenly became restless upon seeing Chen Fei.
It's like a piglet that hasn't had milk in a long time seeing its mother.
Among them was an incredibly adorable little girl who stretched out her chubby little hand, her face beaming with an excited smile. She pointed at Chen Fei and called out in a childish voice.
Daddy, Daddy! He's Daddy. Mommy said I'd get to see Daddy today, and Tang Tang really got to see him. Auntie, Tang Tang wants to go to Daddy's arms. I want Daddy to hug me.
The 10 babies, upon seeing Chen Fei's appearance, all started racking their brains. Girls generally develop faster than boys. So the little girl named Tang Tang was the first to recognize Chen Fei and excitedly said to the nanny beside her. At this moment, the other 5 boys also realized what was happening.
No wonder. The man in front of me looks so familiar. Oh, he's my dad. He's quite handsome. However, compared to mine, it's still a tiny bit lacking. Its mouth looks a lot like a nest, and its eyes also look a lot like a nest, but he's a bad man. He even abandoned a beautiful woman like Mom. We absolutely cannot let him have Mom.
We must make him regret it. The 5 boys seem to have reached a consensus. That means we can't let this bad guy get Mom so easily.
At this time, Chen Fei felt like his head was about to split open.
10 babies were calling him Daddy in unison. Moreover, the 4 little girls, led by Bao Tang Tang, ran out of the stroller and surrounded her feet, chattering and asking for a hug. 5 baby boys sat in a stroller, pouting their smug little mouths and rolling their eyes at themselves. She seemed quite dissatisfied with him. Seeing this, Chen Fei was utterly bewildered.
Damn it! I just graduated from university. I was surrounded by 10 babies calling me Daddy. What's going on?
Just as he was completely baffled, a mechanical voice suddenly came to his mind.
Bite. The all-powerful baby system is currently being bound.
Since this is the host's first time having a child, please be patient in loving and raising your baby. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly came to his senses.
The system knows. But what exactly is this baby care system? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? You mean to say that all 10 dolls are my children?
Chen Fei asked himself the question that had been troubling him the most.
Soon, the system's voice came out. Yes, host. These 10 children are 99% related to you, they are your biological children.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei paused for a moment, somewhat puzzled.
4 years of university. He only ever dated one girlfriend, Wang Lu.
The 2 have never even kissed, so how could they possibly have a child? Moreover, after the breakup, Chen Fei kept himself pure and only kept his roommates by his side.
He didn't have a girlfriend or even any female friends. That makes it even less likely that I'll have a baby. Could it be? Is it that woman?
Suddenly, Chen Fei remembered the beautiful woman he met at the bar that night when he went there to drown his sorrows. 3 years ago, he discovered his girlfriend was cheating on him in the King of Glory game. Feeling disheartened, he went to a bar to drown his sorrows, only to unexpectedly encounter a beautiful woman who was also drinking alone. The 2 unexpectedly met and spent a wonderful night together. When Chen Fei woke up, she had disappeared. In other words, the woman he met that night was the mother of the Deceps.
Moreover, he's the chairman of Shangtang Group? Oh my god. This is outrageous. Chapter 3, you don't need it for the interview, but you do need it to get your certificate. Just as Chen Fei was reminiscing, several black Maybachs suddenly drove up in front of the company. The car door opened, and a group of sexy female bodyguards dressed in black leather jackets and boots stepped out first. They lined up in perfect unison, their imposing presence overwhelming. Immediately afterwards, a pair of long, slender, and fair legs stepped out of the lead Maybach. A tall, slender female CEO in a business suit, exuding an aloof aura, came into view. Whether it's body shape or appearance, they can all be considered goddess-level figures of unparalleled beauty and charm. Even the most popular actresses in China would pale in comparison when standing next to her. This person is none other than the chairman of Shangtang Group, Tang Qingyan. Upon seeing her appearance, the toddlers who had been surrounding Chen Fei became restless once again. Mommy! Daddy's here! The babies waved and shouted at the woman. Hearing how they addressed the woman, Chen Fei understood. The stunningly beautiful woman in front of me. She is the mother of the children, and also the mother of these Deceps. Bite. All-powerful baby system successfully bound. As this is your first time binding your account, you are now receiving a welcome gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have gained the 3D Data Eye function. Using this function, you can view various data about the other party, as well as their level of affection for you, making it easier for you to become an even more all-around super dad.
The system's voice had just finished speaking.
Chen Fei felt as if his eyes were suddenly covered by a transparent film. But he adapted quickly.
At this moment, Tang Qingyan walked towards Chen Fei with her long, slender legs.
Chen Fei subconsciously looked up. Immediately afterwards, a series of data appeared before Chen Fei's eyes. Name, Tang Qingyan. Appearance, 100-100. Favorability, 46%. Hobbies, working, running, reading. Personality, outwardly aloof, but kind-hearted, extremely meticulous at work, very patient with dolls. He was observing Tang Qingyan's various data.
Suddenly, a hostile gaze came from inside. He turned his head and saw a baby boy staring intently at him from inside the stroller, as if he was afraid that he would bully his mother.
Name, Xian Xian. Appearance, 100-100. Favorability, 10%. Hobbies, sleeping, playing with toy guns, drinking milk.
Personality, a sensitive, cautious, and quick-witted little pig who also loves to sleep in. Seeing that her son's affection level towards her was actually negative,
Chen Fei's lips twitched involuntarily a few times. System. How can the favorability rating be negative? Chen Fei couldn't help but silently ask the system in his mind. Return to host.
A negative favorability rating indicates that the other person is hostile towards you.
You need to use your kindness and patience to resolve the conflict between you and them.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's face immediately darkened. Next, he scanned the 5 girls and found out their level of affection towards him.
All are positive numbers. And it's over 60, even higher than Tang Qingyan's. Really? A daughter is always the most considerate. You can't have a son, no matter what you have.
When he grows up, I still have to buy him a house and save up for his dowry, and now he's even hostile to his own father.
Snort.
Don't worry, with the system, everyone will have to call me Dad from now on.
Chen Fei's face was full of confidence.
With the baby nurturing system, you'll be dealing with 10 babies, plus the CEO's mother.
Chen Fei felt much more confident.
Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this. After all, he had just graduated from university and hadn't even found a job yet, but he had to support 10 children.
Now it's all right.
With the system's help, this is no problem at all.
Chen Fei, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can we go upstairs together?
Just then, Tang Qingyan, wearing high heels, walked up to Chen Fei and spoke softly to him. Hearing this, Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that this domineering female CEO would ridicule him or scold him. But the result was beyond his expectations.
Tang Qingyan spoke to him gently, and there was no arrogant look on her face.
Instead, he spoke to Chen Fei in an inquiring tone.
Chen Fei had a very good impression of her.
After all, the beautiful woman in front of her is the chairwoman of Shangtang Group, a woman worth over $1 trillion.
And I am just a recent college graduate.
The difference in their social status is simply too great.
Upon receiving Tang Qingyan's invitation, Chen Fei readily agreed. He also wanted to talk to Tang Qingyan about the 10 babies, since they were his offspring, weren't they? The children were left in the care of a nanny. Tang Qingyan then led Chen Fei into the elevator and headed towards the top floor of the company building.
As they left, the entire lobby erupted in chaos.
Holy crap! This man is actually the father of the decaptors?
He's so handsome, and his nose is so straight.
No wonder President Tang took a liking to him. I'm so envious. Did you see that?
Mr. Tang, who never smiles, actually smiled at that handsome guy just now.
My God, is this the magic of love? I'm going to die. I missed out on hundreds of millions.
I was just chatting with him, I never imagined he was President Tang's man. The pretty young woman who was standing next to Chen Fei just now, also waiting for the elevator. Seeing Tang Qingyan leave with Chen Fei, she was filled with regret and her face turned pale. She stood there stamping her feet.
The top floor of the building. Inside the CEO's office.
Chen Fei had just sat down on the sofa when Tang Qingyan spoke to him.
Did you bring your household registration booklet? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was taken aback at first, then asked, do we have to bring our household registration booklet for every job interview now? Tang Qingyan smiled helplessly and explained, you don't need it for the interview, but you do need it to get your marriage certificate. Tang Qingyan uttered these words with unparalleled domineering power.
Chen Fei froze on the spot. The children are still young, they can't be without their father.
You wouldn't want your children to grow up in a single-parent family, would you?
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei remained silent for a long time.
Because he hadn't yet recovered from the shock he'd just experienced.
I received an offer from Shangtang Group right after graduation, and when I came for the interview, I found out that I had become a father.
Are you still getting married now? And the other party is the female president of Shangtang Group?
What happened today is a million times more convoluted and bizarre than Chen Fei's life over the past 20 years.
However, he hadn't really considered marriage.
Especially after being cheated on by his ex-girlfriend.
He felt inexplicably afraid of women and didn't know how to handle matters of the heart. Seeing Chen Fei standing there in a daze, Tang Qingyan was somewhat displeased. She leaned closer and said in a resentful tone, "What, don't you want to take responsibility for me?
I single-handedly and through great hardship gave birth to 10 children, and it was not easy."
Okay. Let's get married right now.
Before Tang Qingyan could finish speaking, Chen Fei interrupted her. This woman gave birth to decepts for her, and 3 years ago that night, it was both of their first time.
To have met such a wonderful woman. If he fails again, he'll be worse than a pig or a dog. Chapter 4, The Life of the Rich is Awesome.
However, there was one thing Chen Fei still wanted to clarify. Miss Tang, can you tell me why?
Call me Qingyan, or Yan Yan, it's fine either way, but you're not allowed to call me Miss Tang. Tang Qingyan interrupted Chen Fei.
Alright, Qingyan, can you tell me why you chose to give birth to the child after the unplanned pregnancy? After all, back then.
Chen Fei didn't make his point too clear.
After all, they ended up in bed together without really knowing what was going on. Logically speaking, it would be unwise to give birth to a child without even knowing who the father is. Therefore, he was still very curious about this matter and wanted to find out the details before getting the marriage certificate. 3 years ago, after I found out I was unexpectedly pregnant, I did consider having an abortion.
Because that night,
I wasn't drunk, but drugged.
I thought you were sent by our competitor to blackmail me.
But later, I sent someone to investigate your background and learned that you were just a college student and that night was just a beautiful accident, so I decided to have the baby.
Tang Qingyan spoke very frankly about what happened back then.
After hearing this, Chen Fei nodded, feeling somewhat guilty about Tang Qingyan's bravery. Actually, that night, it was because my girlfriend cheated on me. Tang Qingyan placed her hand on Chen Fei's mouth and comforted him, saying, "You don't need to be sad.
I know. Now you have me and 10 babies. You will definitely be happy in the future."
Chen Fei had long since let go of this matter. There was no reason for him to feel sad or upset. After all, it's not good for a man to be sad because of a woman who doesn't like him.
Isn't that just being a simp? Chen Fei will never be a simp again in his life.
Chen Fei looked at the incredibly beautiful and alluring female CEO in front of him and couldn't help but praise her. "Qingyan, you've had 10 children, but I can't believe your figure hasn't changed at all. You're still so sexy and charming." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan immediately recalled the intense scene from that night, and her face flushed red.
Bang bang bang. Just then, an untimely knock sounded on the door. Tang Qingyan was startled and quickly moved away from Chen Fei.
She then tidied herself up and opened the door.
There were 5 babies standing at the entrance.
They walked in, all staring at Chen Fei behind Tang Qingyan, and said in childish voices,
"Oomph, I knew it.
Locking the door means trouble."
"Mommy, don't be scared, we're here to save you." "Trying to seduce my mom? No way. That is. Disagree."
Seeing her 5 sons saying embarrassing things, Tang Qingyan was speechless.
Chen Fei didn't care.
Instead, he defiantly moved closer to Tang Qingyan, put his hand on her shoulder, and then, with a devilish smile, said to his 5 unruly sons, "Sons, stop fooling around.
Daddy is going to get his marriage certificate with Mommy. We'll take a family photo together then." "Ah. That bad man, he's taking advantage of Mommy."
One of the 5 babies suddenly screamed. He had barely finished shouting when Lu Bao covered his mouth. "You idiot, Lao Ba, you shouted so loudly, everyone outside heard you." But Bao, whose mouth had been covered, instantly understood. He obediently nodded, and Lu Bao then released his chubby little hand. Immediately afterwards, Lu Bao turned his gaze back to Chen Fei and said to him in a cute but fierce tone, "Let go of my mommy.
My mommy will not marry a bad guy like you. We don't want to take a family photo with you. Yes, I don't want this bad poop. Don't call him daddy, he's not our daddy." Having said the wrong thing, Bobeo quickly stretched out its 2 chubby little paws and covered its mouth tightly,
as if it wanted to swallow back what it had just said. Hearing the brothers' conversation, Chen Fei was almost amused by them. He couldn't help but laugh out loud and simply chose to ignore it. In his view, these rebellious sons were just not familiar with him yet. After a while, he would use his charm as an all-around dad to make them kneel down and call him dad. Our son is so cute. Xinyan, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. Chen Fei ignored the accusations of the 5 babies and spoke to Tang Qingyan in front of them. Tang Qingyan was actually a little unaccustomed to being so close to Chen Fei. However, she couldn't show it in front of her son. Otherwise, these brats will definitely seize this opportunity to express even greater dissatisfaction with Chen Fei. Therefore, she could only let Chen Fei put his arm around her, pick up the other 5 daughters, and then walk towards the underground parking lot. Shang Tang Group. Employee parking spaces and CEO parking spaces are separate. The first and second basement levels are employee parking lots, while the entire third basement level is Tang Qingyan's private parking lot. When Tang Qingyan comes to work, she brings 10 babies with her. Parking lots are crowded with people and vehicles. If you don't keep an eye on 1 out of 10 babies, an accident can easily happen. This is dangerous for the baby. Therefore, Tang Qingyan designated the entire third basement level as her private parking area. She went to great lengths to ensure the safety of her 10 babies. The parking area, spanning thousands of square meters, looks like an underground palace, exuding unparalleled luxury and prestige. And there's only 1 car parked inside. If it were anywhere else, it would definitely feel very empty and even a little scary. But you won't feel that way here. Apart from a few designated parking spaces, the entire parking area has been transformed into a children's playground. On the walls, there are various dolls and cartoon posters. The variety of amusement facilities is dazzling. The floor was also covered with pure wool carpets to prevent your baby from accidentally falling while playing. Rather than calling this a parking lot, it's more like a luxurious children's playground. Next, Chen Fei turned his gaze to the only car. Although the car logo confirms it's a Rolls-Royce. However, it is incredibly large and can easily hold 10 babies. To Chen Fei's knowledge, he had never seen this car model before. Could it be that Rolls-Royce specially made it for Tang Qingyan? This is a chauffeur-driven car that I had Rolls-Royce headquarters specially built for me. As you know, a regular nanny van simply can't fit all 10 babies. Seeing the confusion in Chen Fei's eyes, Tang Qingyan smiled and explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei couldn't help but sigh. The life of the rich is so great. It's incredible that Rolls-Royce headquarters would create a custom-made minivan just for them. Such an ability is probably only possessed by Tang Qingyan, right? Awesome. No wonder she's the mother of my child. Chapter 5. As expected of my own offspring, they are indeed powerful. Beep beep. Tang Qingyan took out her car keys and pressed the button for the Rolls-Royce. The behemoth in front of me started making noises, and then the doors on both sides slowly opened without me having to lift a finger. Indeed, luxury cars are amazing. Why is Lu Bao's toy car blocking the way? Move it right now, or the car won't be able to drive out. Just as Tang Qingyan was about to get into the car, she saw a small toy car blocking the way in front of the Rolls-Royce. As she spoke, she bent down to move the toy car away. Having raised her child alone for 2 years, she has become accustomed to doing many things. Just then, Chen Fei grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Let the men do this kind of rough work." As he spoke, he bent down and moved the toy car aside. Bite. Host has been detected interacting with Liu Bao's toy car. Would you like to activate your knowledge of automobiles? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. You can do that? Yes, the system's main function is to provide childcare assistance to the host. The system can help the host elevate any knowledge related to babies to the highest level in one go, providing comprehensive support to become an all-around super dad. Ha. The system is truly amazing. Chen Fei couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. I thought that including a 3D data I would be pretty good. Unexpectedly, this system actually has this function. Chen Fei immediately said to the system in his mind, "Activate it for me quickly." The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Fei felt a flood of knowledge about cars pouring into his mind, such as car structure, car repair, and car driving techniques. After learning all this knowledge, Chen Fei felt like he was now a complete racing god. They could easily participate in F1 racing. When he opened his eyes again, the toy car in front of him had instantly been disassembled into countless parts.
In his eyes, no car has any secrets. This car has a problem with its brakes.
Looking at the car in front of him, Chen Fei stroked his chin and said in a serious tone.
How did you know?
Lu Bao, who had been tense and afraid that Chen Fei would break his toy car, immediately stood up when he heard Chen Fei's words and looked at him with surprise.
I can tell at a glance.
Chen Fei said smugly, then looked at Tang Qingyan beside him and asked, Qingyan, do you have any tools here to repair toy cars?
You can fix cars? 2 days ago, Lu Bao broke his toy car.
She was just about to call someone to fix it today when Chen Fei unexpectedly said he could fix it.
Of course. Car repair is a piece of cake for me. If your car has any problems in the future, you can call me to fix it. Just now, the system not only upgraded his driving skills to the highest level. Even their car repair skills have been elevated to the highest level. Therefore, fixing this toy car is a piece of cake for Chen Fei. You really know how to fix cars? Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Qingyan was startled again. 3 years ago, after having a relationship with Chen Fei, she sent someone to investigate Chen Fei's background. According to the information, his major was financial management. Moreover, when I was in college, I didn't own a car at all. I usually rode shared bicycles when I went out. So, no matter how you look at it, Chen Fei has absolutely nothing to do with auto repair. Could it be that Chen Fei wanted to project a strong father image in front of these kids in order to build a good relationship with them? Is that why you're bragging like that? But that doesn't seem to make sense either. If he didn't know anything about auto repair, how did he figure out that the toy car's braking system was faulty? And if it can't be fixed later, wouldn't that be embarrassing for myself? He didn't need to do that at all.
With a sense of doubt, Tang Qingyan still went into the warehouse and handed Chen Fei some simple car repair equipment. I saw Chen Fei preparing to repair the car. 10 babies gathered around. 5 little boys gathered around to see if Chen Fei could really fix the toy car. The 5 little girls crowded around, eager to see their dad show off his skills. In their eyes, their dad was an omnipotent figure. They lined up, half squatting beside Chen Fei, their hands supporting their chins, waiting to watch their dad fix the car.
Daddy, you're so amazing. I never knew Daddy could fix cars. From now on, if my car breaks down, I'll ask Daddy to fix it.
The Bao Tang sidled up to Chen Fei and said in a childish voice. Of the 10 children, the eldest is the most sensible. After all, she is the eldest sister.
Sanba Guagua chimed in, Daddy is amazing. My little brother treated Daddy like that, and Daddy even helped them fix their car. Daddy is the gentlest man in the world.
Wu Bao Tian also stood up and chimed in, the brothers are all naughty, they only talk bad about Daddy.
Daddy is 100 times better than them. As she spoke, Wu Bao pouted, seemingly quite dissatisfied with them.
Of the 10 babies, the eldest, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th babies are all girls. The 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th treasures are all boys. Odd numbers are for girls, even numbers are for boys. This is how Chen Fei keeps track of these 10 little ones.
Oof.
It's not even fixed yet, how do we know if this scoundrel can fix it? Faced with his 2 older sisters' condemnation, Lu Bao couldn't take it anymore and mumbled something.
Lu Bao, call me Daddy. Daddy isn't a bad guy, Daddy's a good lecher. Sanba Guagua pointed at Lu Bao and corrected him in broken Mandarin. Snort.
Lu Bao snorted and stopped talking. Seeing his rebellious sons distrust him so much, Chen Fei sneered inwardly.
Once the car is fixed, you'll be calling me Daddy. Next, Chen Fei picked up his tools and began repairing Lu Bao's toy car. While he was repairing it, he explained the structure of the car to his son. After disassembling the toy car, it was discovered that the braking function was malfunctioning because the brake pads were worn out, causing the system to fail. At this point, all you need to do is replace the brake pads. Chen Fei found new brake pads, reinstalled them, and then put the tires back on. The toy car's braking function was immediately restored to normal. Seeing Chen Fei's skillful movements, he fixed the car in no time.
All 10 babies were dumbfounded, especially the 5 little girls, whose eyes were practically sparkling with excitement.
Did you all understand what I just said?
Looking at the 10 babies with blank stares, Chen Fei casually asked a question. He didn't expect these 2-year-olds to understand what he had just said, or the principles of car construction.
Although, this content is not profound. But it's still a bit hard for them to understand.
Unexpectedly, Lu Bao nodded and said to Chen Fei with a confident look on his face, "I've learned it all. Next time my car's brakes have a problem, I can change the brake pads too."
Bo Xianxian also hummed in agreement.
The other three sons also nodded, indicating that they had learned it.
This scene was unexpected for Chen Fei. Surprisingly, these rebellious sons have an amazing ability to understand. As expected of my own offspring, they are indeed powerful. Chapter 6. You said you're getting married too? On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Fei was driving the car from the driver's seat.
Tang Qingyan was originally supposed to sit in the back row to take care of the 10 babies. But her 5 rebellious sons suggested that she sit in the passenger seat because they wanted to whisper to each other. As for the 5 little girls, they were exhausted from playing all day and fell fast asleep on their seats as soon as they got on the bus. The 5 rebellious sons began to whisper among themselves. Babeo glanced at Chen Fei, who was driving, and then at her sleeping sisters. She lowered her voice and said, "I feel like this man is a bit biased. He's very good to his daughters, but very bad to us."
Lu Bao pouted and nodded vigorously. "I also think that this man definitely prefers daughters. We sons are like stepfathers."
Sure Bao, who wasn't usually talkative, couldn't help but speak up for Chen Fei. "I think daddy is really good to us too.
He even helped 6th brother fix his car just now."
No sooner had he finished speaking than Bao punched him hard with her little fist. "Don't call me daddy." He did that just now to show off his abilities in front of his daughter. In the end, he still loves his daughter. Bao clenched his fists and shouted, "That's right. We 5 brothers must work together to resist this man."
Babeo chimed in, "That's right, brothers united. Brothers united."
The 5 little ones stacked their chubby little hands together and then shouted slogans together.
They assumed that Chen Fei wouldn't hear them whispering behind their backs.
Little did they know, all of these words reached Chen Fei's ears.
He truly is his father's fine eldest son. They were secretly plotting behind my back to boycott Dad? Alright, when the time is right, Dad will teach you a lesson on how to be good sons and fathers. On the other side, inside a university dormitory,
several roommates huddled together, looking at the contents of their phones, and started discussing it amongst themselves.
Holy crap, that bitch Wang Lu actually married Zhao Junjie?
Showing off their marriage certificate is one thing, but posting it on WeChat moments to subtly mock Lao Chen is another.
What are you saying? Choosing the right person means you can be a bride every day. I'm so glad I didn't make the wrong choice 3 years ago.
If old Chen saw this, he'd be heartbroken. Wang Lu, that bitch, got together with Lao Chen just to seduce his buddy Zhao Junjie through him. This Zhao Junjie is something else, he even sleeps with his brother's woman.
Does he think he's so great just because he has money? He has no money at all. He squanders his family's money everywhere.
Unlike our old Chen, he's the man who got an offer from Shangtang Group. If he passes the interview today, $1 million annual salary is not a dream. When that time comes, Wang Lu can go find a place to cry.
By the way, I wonder how things are going with Lao Chen. Did he pass the interview or not? Make a phone call and ask. As they were talking, the roommates dialed Chen Fei's number.
Chen Fei, who was driving, suddenly heard his phone ring and wanted to take it out to check it. Just then, Tang Qingyan took out his phone and said softly, "Drive carefully, I'll connect it to Bluetooth for you." Seeing this, Chen Fei praised, "Wife, you're so thoughtful. Using your phone while driving is indeed dangerous, especially with 10 babies in the car."
You.
Tang Qingyan blushed slightly when she heard Chen Fei call her wife. For some reason, she felt a warm feeling in her heart, and even had a slight urge to have Chen Fei call her name again. She felt as if she had fallen in love.
She quickly bent down and helped Chen Fei connect his phone to the car's Bluetooth system.
After connecting, she clicked the connect button, and her roommates' voices immediately came through.
"Old Chen, how did your interview go? Did you pass?"
Chen Fei glanced at Tang Qingyan beside him and said with a smile, "Of course it's over.
I'm on my way to the Civil Affairs Bureau now." What? Are you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Could it be that you know about Wang Lu and Zhao Junjie getting their marriage certificate? Old Chen, don't be impulsive.
There's no need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to cause trouble for them. It's not worth getting yourself arrested for the sake of this adulterous couple.
That's right, Old Chen, there are plenty of fish in the sea.
Now that you're in Shangtang Group, you can't not find any woman you want.
Don't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Listen to me, come back right now. Tonight, we brothers will drink until we drop.
When they heard that Chen Fei was going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, his roommates were all extremely anxious. They thought Chen Fei knew that Wang Lu and Zhao Junjie had gotten their marriage certificate and was now going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to confront them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was taken aback for a moment. After a while, he realized that Wang Lu and Zhao Junjie were getting married today. It seems they really are destined to be together. 3 years ago, Wang Lu cheated on his wife with his best friend Zhao Junjie, which gave him the opportunity to meet Tang Qingyan. 3 years later, Wang Lu and Zhao Junjie got their marriage certificate, while he and Tang Qingyan were also going to get married with their 10 babies. This kind of fate is truly wonderful. Old Chen, why aren't you saying anything? I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless. Where are you now? We're coming to find you. Yes, impulsiveness is the devil, Lao Chen. Chen Fei snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, "Brothers, thank you for your concern, but I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau now, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Wang Lu. I'm going to get my marriage certificate with my wife." Upon hearing this, the roommates on the other end of the phone widened their eyes, looking somewhat confused. What? You said you're getting married too? You weren't so spurred on by Wang Lu getting her marriage certificate that you're just going to pick up any woman off the street and marry her, were you? Brother, listen to my advice, marriage is a serious matter and not something to be taken lightly. Faced with his roommate's dissuasion, Chen Fei smiled and explained, "Guys, to tell you the truth, my wife has given birth to 10 kids for me. For the sake of these kids, I have to go and get our marriage certificate now. And my wife wasn't just anyone, she's Tang Qingyan, the chairwoman of Shangtang Group." Chen Fei knew that his roommates genuinely cared about him. "So I didn't keep them in suspense and told them the whole story directly." After hearing his words, there was a full half-minute of silence on the other end of the phone. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Old Chen said his marriage partner is actually Tang Qingyan, the chairman of Shangtang Group? You heard me right, and Old Chen even said that Tang Qingyan gave birth to 10 children for him, so now they have no choice but to get their marriage certificate. My God! You were sent for an interview, and you just took the boss to get your marriage certificate? This is absolutely outrageous. Old Chen, then you can go ahead and get your marriage certificate. We won't bother you anymore. Remember to treat us to dinner tonight. Congratulations on your marriage to your wife, and may you have many children. No, you already have 10 kids, so maybe you shouldn't have any more yet. Goodbye, Lao Chen, hurry up and get your marriage certificate. After saying that, they hung up the phone, afraid of saying something wrong. Chapter 7: An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. After hanging up the phone, the 3 roommates immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Half a minute later, they looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. My God, Old Chen is amazing. If I remember correctly, the female president of Shangtang Group is only 26 years old this year, and she has never been involved in any scandals. Even if her competitors want to find dirt on her, they have no way to do so. When did she start dating Old Chen? None of you have grasped the key point. The key point is that Old Chen actually got Tang Qingyan to have 10 children for him? 10 children, what does that mean? Is Tang Qingyan really that fertile? Old Chen's genes are too strong. Wait, do you guys think it's possible that Lao Chen is lying to us? Maybe he didn't actually pass his interview today, and then when he found out that Wang Lu was going to get married, he couldn't handle the blow, so he exaggerated to fool us? Upon hearing this, the roommates all realized what was happening. Yes. How could a female CEO of a trillion-dollar conglomerate possibly go and get a marriage certificate with Lao Chen? And she even gave birth to 10 children for him. You can't even have as many children as the Calabash brothers, can you? What's more, Old Chen just graduated from university. For 4 years of university, they spent every day with Lao Chen. How could he have time to have a baby with that female CEO? Old Chen is definitely lying to us. That's right, he definitely wants to cause trouble for Wang Lu, so he made up this story to deceive us, afraid that we would stop him. Yes, stop talking now, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. If Lao Chen gets into a fight with Zhao Junjie and we're not around, I'm afraid Lao Chen will end up in the hospital. On the other side, Chen Fei drove Tang Qingyan and the 10 babies to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The event was accompanied by the appearance of 10 adorable children. In an instant, everyone in the Civil Affairs Bureau looked over. Because most of the people who come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificates are newlyweds. When they saw these 10 adorable little babies, their eyes lit up, and they wished they could take out a sack and just grab one to take home.
My god, am I seeing things? These are actually DSEPs? And they have 5 daughters and 5 sons, all of them so cute. I'm so envious. This makes me really want to have a baby with my husband. No way, I have to film a video and post it on my WeChat moments to show off. I'm so lucky today, I actually saw DSEPs. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. My good-for-nothing husband works tirelessly every day, but my belly hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy in 6 months. This handsome young man in front of me is really capable. Faced with the praise from everyone, the 10 treasures seemed to have long been used to it, so they remained unusually calm. Daddy, I'm thirsty, I want some water. Just then, Guogua came up to Chen Fei, grabbed his trouser leg, and said expectantly. Chen Fei patted her head and said with a smile, okay, Dad will go buy you some water right now. After saying that, he turned to Tang Qingyan and said, Wife, I've already gotten my number. Wait here for me for a bit, I'm going outside to buy some water for the kids. Tang Qingyan nodded obediently. Today, many people came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificates. It's estimated that it will take half an hour before it's Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan's turn. After explaining things to Tang Qingyan, Chen Fei then left the Civil Affairs Bureau and went to the Mayijia convenience store across the street. He walked to the freezer, took out 12 bottles of mineral water, lined them up, and placed them on the cashier's counter. Miss, how much is this water? Chen Fei looked at the young woman in front of him and asked with a smile. 2 yuan per bottle, totaling 24. The cashier couldn't take her eyes off Chen Fei because he was so handsome. She immediately started a conversation, asking, Handsome, why did you buy so much water? Oh, I bought it for my child. After Chen Fei finished speaking, he added, 10 children. With so many kids now, the cost of anything we buy is multiplied by 10, and our wallets can't withstand the strain. Fortunately, he has a rich wife. Given her assets, as long as she doesn't squander them, it would be difficult for her to spend them all in her lifetime. What? 10 children? Oh, I see, you're buying water for your relative's child, right? The receptionist thought Chen Fei was so handsome and looked like he had just graduated from university, so she figured he was unlikely to get married. If he gets married, wouldn't that mean I'm seducing a married man? No, they are all my children, they are DSEPs. Including my wife, that makes 12 people. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out his phone, scanned the code to pay, and then left the convenience store carrying 6 bottles of water in one hand. Only the receptionist remained, standing there alone with an expression of utter horror. 10 triplets? That's amazing. Watching Chen Fei's departing figure, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh. On the way back, Chen Fei was in a very good mood. He felt very happy to be able to marry Tang Qingyan and have 10 babies. He hadn't felt it before, but just now, after showing off in front of the convenience store clerk, he could clearly feel the pride of being a father. Chen Fei? What are you planning to do with so many water bottles? I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything reckless. I'm done with you a long time ago. Today is my big day with Junjie, don't cause me any trouble. The person speaking was Wang Lu, Chen Fei's ex-girlfriend. At that moment, Chen Fei, carrying bottled water, happened to pass by a restaurant next to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After Wang Lu and Zhao Junjie got their marriage certificate, they had a meal at this restaurant. Just as they came out of the restaurant, they saw Chen Fei carrying a water bottle, looking menacing. Upon seeing this, Wang Lu's heart tightened. Subconsciously, I thought that Chen Fei knew that I had registered my marriage with Zhao Junjie and was here to cause trouble. So she immediately warned Chen Fei. Seeing Wang Lu standing in front of Zhao Junjie, as if afraid that he would throw water at her man, Chen Fei immediately laughed. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, and said with utter disgust, Where did these bedbugs come from? They stink so badly. Chen Fei genuinely had no idea what Wang Lu was thinking. It's been 3 years, and she's still fantasizing that she can be her devoted lapdog. Knowing she was getting married, they even came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to cause trouble. Is my time really that worthless? Wouldn't it be better to spend more time with your own daughter instead? Besides, this bottle of mineral water costs 2 yuan a bottle. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to use it to smash this despicable couple? Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Wang Lu's expression changed, and she wanted to retaliate. But before she could speak, Chen Fei pushed her away, then picked up the bottled water and walked towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 8 You called me husband, what's the matter? Just as Chen Fei turned around,
Wang Lu discovered that he was still as handsome as he had been 3 years ago, and even had gained a more mature charm.
As for myself, after 3 years of indulgence, I have aged considerably.
She instinctively turned her head to look. A little dumpling came running out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, jumped into Chen Fei's arms, and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, I want some water." Wang Lu was stunned when she saw this. Her first reaction was that the baby was so cute, and she really wanted to have one just like it.
Then she realized that this little baby was calling Chen Fei daddy? Could it be? Is she Chen Fei's child?
While Wang Lu was still in a daze, Chen Fei unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and handed it to Guogua's little hand.
Guogua held the bottled water but didn't drink it.
Instead, she stared at Wang Lu behind Chen Fei with her big, bright eyes. She asked curiously, "Daddy, why does that cleaning lady keep staring at our door?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning.
A cleaning lady.
When a little toddler said that to her, Wang Lu instantly began to have serious doubts about her own appearance. Chen Fei never expected that his daughter would be so smart, and even help him attack that despicable couple.
Guogua pouted and continued looking at Wang Lu, saying, "Daddy, that cleaning lady seems a little unhappy. Did I say something wrong? But I was just praising her. After all, my housekeeper is dressed even prettier than her. Should I call her poop-scooping auntie? Will she be unhappy if I call her that?"
Hearing what the little dumpling said, Chen Fei smiled and said, "No, she's just an auntie who cleans up poop, and she has a more fancy name, public toilet."
Public places? What is that thing? Is it the kind of place that anyone can go to? Guogua asked with an innocent look on her face.
Right.
Chen Fei replied with a smile. Chen Fei.
Hearing their conversation, Wang Lu turned green with anger and shouted his name through gritted teeth.
This little girl looks like an actress.
Dressed so elegantly, with her hair styled and particularly voluminous, she definitely can't be Chen Fei's child. If he had money, he could raise his child so well. I wouldn't have cheated on him in the first place. Thinking of this, Wang Lu instantly felt confident, and her eyes were filled with disdain as she looked at Chen Fei.
A simp is a simp.
Even knowing he's married, he still goes to great lengths to find a minor actor to make him regret his decision.
Snort. I won't fall for that.
Just as Wang Lu was thinking this, a tall, elegant woman followed her out of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
This lady. Why are you calling my husband's name? Is there something you want?
Upon hearing that sweet yet domineering voice, Wang Lu subconsciously looked up. This aloof and beautiful woman was dressed in a business suit and black high heels. She was tall and sexy, and her every move exuded elegance. At this moment, he was looking down at her.
Hey cleaning lady, why are you calling my dad's name? Are you looking to come to our house to apply for a cleaning job? But you're too ugly, you don't match our family's style, we don't want you.
Just then, Tang Tang came out with her younger brother and sister.
10 little babies surrounded Chen Fei.
Then, with a look of curiosity, doubt, disdain, and disgust, he looked at Wang Lu, the cleaning auntie, in front of him. Wang Lu was utterly shocked by what she saw. I stood there, speechless. Standing next to her, Zhao Junjie immediately sensed something was amiss when he saw Tang Qingyan and the 10 little dumplings. He often went to business parties with his father and met many people from high society.
You can tell at a glance that those people are different from ordinary people.
The woman standing next to Chen Fei exuded an aura of authority, and it was clear at a glance that she was no ordinary person. In addition, there are 10 chubby babies who are well fed and dressed in expensive clothes.
Zhao Junjie panicked immediately.
His father had always taught him that it was okay to be arrogant and bully the poor, since they couldn't cause any trouble anyway. But remember this, when you meet someone richer than yourself, you must flatter them and never offend them.
Otherwise, their entire Zhao family is doomed. So when Wang Lu came knocking on his door, Zhao Junjie didn't consider Chen Fei's feelings at all.
I took her to a hotel that very day. I stayed with her in the hotel for 3 days and 3 nights before returning to school.
Anyway, Chen Fei is just a poor loser. What kind of trouble can he cause? But now, President Tang? Just as Zhao Junjie was pulling Wang Lu, preparing to leave this place of trouble,
suddenly, his father's voice came from behind him.
Just now, his family was having dinner at a restaurant.
He took Wang Lu to the parking lot to get the car, while his parents went to the front desk to pay the bill.
When they came out after paying the bill, this is what they saw.
Zhao's father hurriedly ran over, shamelessly approaching Tang Qingyan, bowing deeply without saying a word, and then speaking in an extremely obsequious manner. "Mr. Tang, I never expected to run into you here."
"It's our honor."
Seeing this, An Zhao also flattered her, saying, "President Tang, it's been a long time.
"You're still so beautiful and charming.
You don't look like a woman who has given birth to 10 children at all."
Seeing the two people's flattering expressions, Zhao Junjie froze instantly.
My parents were so respectful to her.
This means that
the woman next to Chen Fei, called President Tang, has a very high status and position.
And it was higher than he could have imagined.
Because he had never seen his parents fawn over others like that before.
Even if it's flattery, it's just polite business etiquette.
But now, they are speaking from the bottom of their hearts.
"He, you flatter me."
Tang Qingyan replied coldly. Zhao's parents didn't seem to notice anything amiss and continued chatting with Tang Qingyan. Then they saw Chen Fei standing next to Tang Qingyan.
"Mr. Tang, who is this handsome young man?"
Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei and said softly, "He is my husband." Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were stunned for a moment, then covered their mouths and said with exaggerated expressions, "My God, President Tang, your husband is so handsome. He's even better looking than those male celebrities."
Tang Qingyan ignored them.
Instead, she walked straight up to Wang Lu, who, in comparison, made Wang Lu look even more like an ugly duckling. Tang Qingyan glanced at Wang Lu, who was covered in dust and dirt, and said coldly, "Ms. Wang, I know you are Chen Fei's ex-girlfriend. However, now that you're married, and I'm about to register my marriage with Chen Fei, I hope you won't bother Chen Fei anymore, and you won't have any unrealistic ideas about him. Besides, a woman like you is not good enough for Chen Fei at all.
You'd better give up on that idea now." Chapter 9. What I'm asking you to get now is the divorce certificate.
After Tang Qingyan finished speaking, then, he took Chen Fei and 10 little ones and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Like eunuchs in ancient times, Zhao's parents watched Tang Qingyan's family leave with extremely reverent eyes. Until they completely disappear.
Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Zhao dare to stand up straight and breathe a sigh of relief.
Just then, Wang Lu walked over and asked a question she was extremely concerned about. "Mom, who exactly is this President Tang?"
Mr. and Mrs. Zhao glanced at her indifferently, not intending to pay any attention to her at all. The two stood there and began talking to each other.
"Aunt Zhao, I never imagined that President Tang's husband would be so handsome, and his genes are so strong that President Tang actually gave birth to 10 children for him." "Mr. Zhao, yes, luckily I reacted quickly and recognized President Tang in time." Zhao's mother, "Honey, did I do a good job just now?" Zhao's father, "Okay."
They saw the couple whispering amongst themselves, completely ignoring them.
Zhao Jinjie felt somewhat depressed.
At this moment, Wang Lu wished she could slap herself a few times. Now, even if she were stupid, she could tell that Tang Qingyan's identity was extraordinary. She had met Zhao Junjie's parents before, and they were very cold towards her. But just now, when they saw Tang Qingyan, they acted like dogs. The difference between the two made her feel disheartened. She felt like she and Tang Qingyan were from two different worlds. And this woman is now Chen Fei's wife. This is absolutely incredible. Just then, Zhao's father gave Wang Lu a cold glance and said to his son, "Xiao Jia, this is the Civil Affairs Bureau.
You and Wang Lu go in and get the paperwork done."
"Dad, Lulu and I have already registered our marriage."
Zhao Junjie reminded his father of something.
He thought Zhao's father didn't know that he and Wang Lu had already obtained their marriage certificate.
Mr. Zhao nodded and said, "I know. What I'm asking you to get now is the divorce certificate." "Why?" Zhao Junjie was dumbfounded. Even Wang Lu was dumbfounded. She immediately put on a pitiful expression and looked at Zhao's father, saying, "Dad, why?" Zhao's father, however, remained indifferent and said, "Don't call me Dad. I don't have a daughter-in-law like you." "Xiao Jia, what are you standing there for? This woman has offended President Tang. Do you want our family's business path to become increasingly narrow in the future? Go inside right now and get me the divorce certificate." Zhao Zhenjie was taken aback for a moment, then said somewhat unhappily, "Dad, isn't Chen Fei just a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman? Who knows, maybe one day, President Tang will dump him. You don't need to make me divorce Lulu because of this good-for-nothing, do you?" Smack! Zhao's father slapped Zhao Junjie across the face. Even Zhao's mother, who usually spoils her son, didn't protect Zhao Junjie this time. Standing to the side, he added fuel to the fire, saying, "Good job. If we hadn't hit him, this kid would still be dazed." Zhao Jinjie, you're saying that kid is a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman? Do you know who President Tang is?
She's the heiress of the Tang family, the chairwoman of Sheng Tang Group, a female CEO with a net worth of over $1 trillion. She's now married to Chen Fei because they had 10 children together.
Do you think she'd just dump him so easily? Stop spouting nonsense and get inside now to get the divorce certificate. Otherwise, I won't have you as my son. Zhao's father pointed angrily at Zhao Junjie's nose and said in a fit of rage. Right.
If you don't get a divorce, I'll sever all ties with your child.
Standing to the side, Aunt Zhao also loudly echoed.
After being slapped by his father, Zhao Jinjie finally realized what had happened.
He never expected that President Tang would have such a powerful background.
Not only is she the daughter of the Tang family, but she is also the chairman of the Sheng Tang Group.
Moreover, she and Chen Fei had 10 adorable babies.
If Chen Fei marries her, he will also own half of the shares in Sheng Tang Group. At that time, he can bankrupt the Zhao family with just a flick of his finger.
He and Chen Fei were originally brothers, but they became enemies because of Wang Lu.
Thinking about this, Zhao Junjie was filled with regret. He immediately turned his head and glared fiercely at Wang Lu, that seductive and shameless woman.
If it weren't for her flirting with me 3 years ago, none of this would have happened. Smack! Zhao Junjie went up and slapped Wang Lu.
Then he grabbed her forcefully and dragged her into the Civil Affairs Bureau, saying fiercely, "Come on, let's get the divorce certificate."
Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, marriage certificates and divorce certificates are processed in 2 different areas. Therefore, Chen Fei's side naturally wouldn't encounter Zhao Junjie and his group again.
Sitting in the chair, Chen Fei unscrewed the bottles of mineral water one by one and handed them to the other children.
Then he unscrewed another bottle and handed it to Tang Qingyan, praising, "Wife, you looked so cool just now."
Tang Qingyan smiled, her pretty face blushing slightly.
Seeing this, Chen Fei continued, "Honey, do you think they'll think I'm a kept man? After all, I don't own a car or a house, and I don't have much savings."
While drinking water, Chen Fei pretended to casually observe Tang Qingyan's expression. To be honest, Tang Qingyan's decision to get a marriage certificate with him was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment thing.
After all, it was 3 years ago. After they had sex, she even had someone investigate her. However, what puzzled Chen Fei was that since he knew he was just an ordinary person, then why choose him? Is it because I'm too handsome? Chen Fei didn't ask that question. He knew that time would tell, and he would eventually find out the answer after spending more time with the person. Faced with Chen Fei's question, Tang Qingyan took a sip of water and said seriously, "I don't think that you're marrying me because you're living off my wife. After all, you've never asked me for money. Furthermore, after we get married, my money is your money, that's the law. So, if anyone dares to say you're a kept man, I'll send them a lawyer's letter. Our Sheng Tang Group has the top legal department in the country, and I'll definitely make them pay the price." As she spoke the last sentence, Tang Qingyan radiated an aura of dominance. Chen Fei paused for a moment, then laughed. "Honey, you're so good to me." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan's gaze softened, and she radiated an aura of romance. Seeing this, the toddlers nearby all widened their eyes in surprise. "Wow! Mom and Dad are showing off their love. I finally got to eat Mommy's dog food, I'm so jealous." Dabao Tang Tang clapped her little hands and said in a teasing tone. "What's a dog's mother?" Guagua asked with some confusion. "Dog food is what dogs eat, but why is Sister Tang Tang eating dog food? Won't the dog go hungry?" Bobeo scratched his little head and asked, somewhat confused. "Idiot! Don't you understand? The dog food that the older sister is talking about is the 2 of them showing affection, that's why it's called spreading dog food." Lu Bao put on a grown-up act and explained in a serious tone. "Oh, I see. So that nest also needs to eat Daddy and Mommy's dog food, humph humph." Guagua pretended to be a little pig eating, which was extremely cute. She felt that if her parents were showing affection for each other, it meant that they had a good relationship and that they were happy. Chapter 10. Old Chen, you are my living godfather. After receiving the marriage certificate, Chen Fei went to the parking lot to get his car, intending to pick up his wife and children and take them home. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his roommate, Da Zhuang, calling. As soon as the call connected, Da Zhuang's voice came through. "Old Chen, something strange just happened. Zhao Junjie actually transferred some money to me, saying that you blocked him and asked me to transfer the money to you. Do you know how much money this is? A whopping 500,000. What exactly is that bastard Zhao Junjie trying to do?
He also said that he's going to throw a party at AK Bar this Sunday and invited you to attend. He's going to apologize to you at the party in front of all the classmates. And I also heard that he divorced Wang Lu not long after they got their marriage certificate.
The marriage certificate hadn't even been used yet. What kind of thing is this? Now I have to apologize to you again, it can't be. Dashwan suddenly realized something and said in surprise, Old Chen, you didn't actually go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and beat up Zhao Junjie, did you? Chen Fei hadn't expected Zhao Junjie's expression to change so quickly.
He divorced Wang Lu the moment he learned he was going to marry Tang Qingyan, fearing she would cause him trouble. However, for someone like Zhao Junjie who turns his back on people so easily,
Chen Fei naturally ignored him.
If it were in the past, he might have tried every means to get revenge on that despicable couple. But now, he and Tang Qingyan have registered their marriage and have 10 adorable little kids. He feels no hatred towards the two adulterers, on the contrary, he is grateful to them.
If it weren't for them, how could Chen Fei have had the chance to meet Tang Qingyan?
Without that encounter that night, he wouldn't be where he is today. In short, Chen Fei is very happy now. He not only married a beautiful wife, but also has 5 daughters and 5 sons.
He is definitely a winner in life.
Instead of wasting time with them, it's better to focus on raising your child. So he said to Dazhuang on the other end of the phone, this has nothing to do with me, I didn't beat him up.
However, since he's giving you the money, you should just accept it. Consider it a dinner treat from your sister-in-law and me. I won't be going back tonight.
What? Upon hearing this, Dazhuang's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in utter shock, 500,000 to treat us to dinner?
Did I hear that right? This isn't 50 yuan, nor is it 500 yuan. It's a whopping 500,000.
They usually spend no more than 200 yuan when they go out for a meal.
Now Old Chen is actually going to use 500,000 yuan to treat them to a meal? That's way too extravagant. I must have misheard.
Old Chen's words probably meant that he wanted him to keep the money for now, and that he would use it to treat the 3 of them to a meal another day.
He'll definitely take the rest back. Oh, right. Chen Fei then said, I'm not going to that party, it's not fun. To Chen Fei, Zhao Junjie is nothing now.
Even if he wants to apologize to himself, we should see if he has the right to do so. He didn't want to waste his time on such scum. Upon hearing this, Dazhuang immediately chimed in, indeed, there's no need to go to that party.
But Lao Chen, you just said, you're going to use that 500,000 to treat us to dinner, is that what you mean?
Out of caution, Dazhuang still asked the question.
After all, that's 500,000.
You could buy a house in Jiangcheng with just a down payment.
Yes, you can keep the money.
Eat whatever you want tonight, play whatever you want, don't be shy with me. I have 10 kids to take care of, so I won't go with you guys.
Chen Fei said calmly. He has 3 roommates, Dazhuang, Lao Wang, and Haozi, who are all very nice to him. During the time he was heartbroken.
It was only with the support of the 3 that he was able to get through this.
Giving them this 500,000 yuan is a token of his goodwill.
Now that he has the system at his fingertips, making money is a piece of cake for him.
Dashwan, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now.
I still need to pick up my wife and kids and bring them home. After saying that, Chen Fei hung up the phone.
Dazhuang was completely dumbfounded. Dazhuang, how's it going?
Have you asked clearly? Old Wang came over and asked anxiously. The 3 of them had already arrived at the school gate and were about to take a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau to support Chen Fei.
But to my utter surprise, I couldn't get a taxi, and then this happened.
All 3 of them were a bit confused, which is why they called Chen Fei to ask him what was going on. Dazhuang told Lao Wang and Haozi exactly what Chen Fei had just said.
After listening,
the 3 of them stood there, stunned, in silence for a full 2 minutes. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them pulled out cigarettes in unison, lit them with trembling hands, and took a deep drag.
Call.
The 3 of them exhaled a cloud of white smoke, then looked at each other.
I guess. The 3 of them spoke in unison.
Old Chen told us before that his wife is the chairman of Shangtang Group, and it might be true. Old Chen said that Tang Qingyan gave birth to 10 children for him, and that's true. It's true that Lao Chen didn't want to accept Zhao Junjie's 500,000 yuan, so he gave the money to us and told us to spend it however we wanted. As soon as the 3 finished speaking, they jumped up and down on the spot, then roared with ecstatic joy.
I'm not going to say anymore, Old Chen is my living godfather. Our room 404 has finally produced a talent. I knew it. Old Chen must be a hidden rich kid, the kind with an unfathomable family background. Look at him, not only did he marry Tang Qingyan, the dream goddess of countless people, but he also spent 500,000 yuan without batting an eye. If this isn't a rich kid, then what is it? I'm so envious I'm practically twisted in anger. I'm so envious, Jill's got a hard-on. Chapter 11 Master Level Photography Techniques. On the other side. Chen Fei arrived at the parking lot and had just gotten into his car when his phone rang. It's a WeChat message. He clicked on it and saw it was a friend request. Seeing that familiar profile picture and ID, Chen Fei smiled contemptuously and chose to refuse outright. Then, in a flash, he blocked that WeChat account. Just kidding, at this point, Wang Lu added him as a friend. Wasn't she just trying to find him to be her backup plan? He definitely won't agree. Meanwhile, Wang Lu saw a WeChat message saying that her friend request had been rejected. She was completely stunned. Chen Fei actually rejected my friend request? She never expected that her former sycophant would now reject her advances. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, that's true. Chen Fei is now married to a female CEO with a net worth of trillions, so how could he possibly still be interested in me? Ha ha ha. I'm such an unlucky guy. I thought that by hooking up with Zhao Junjie, I could marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. But, to my utter surprise? As she spoke, tears welled up in Wang Lu's eyes, and she began to sob quietly. Chen Fei actually managed to marry the chairman of Shang Tang Group, and she even gave birth to 10 children for him. Those 10 kids are so cute, they look just like Chen Fei. And me, I just showed off my marriage certificate on WeChat Moments, but less than half a day later, Zhao Junjie dumped me. I'm now a divorced woman, and I can forget about ever marrying into a wealthy family again. I regret it so much. Chen Fei was unaware of Wang Lu's remorseful feelings. At this moment, he picked up Tang Qingyan and 10 children, and took them to the photo studio that Tang Qingyan often went to, in preparation for taking a family photo. After all, children develop very quickly, and they grow up before you know it. Taking a family photo to commemorate the occasion is definitely worthwhile. Tang Qingyan also agreed with this idea. But those 5 rebellious sons started causing trouble again. They stood there, pouting, refusing to go into the photo studio, saying they didn't like taking pictures. Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry and said to Tang Qingyan, "Wife, let's take some photos of our daughter first." Good. Tang Qingyan nodded. Zhou Baokoko took out her little phone and said to Chen Fei in a sweet voice, "Daddy, this doll is so cute. Can you take a picture of me with it?" Of course. Chen Fei said something indulgently. Coco picked up a doll from the photo studio and struck a pose for Chen Fei. Chen Fei took his daughter's small phone, turned on the camera, and prepared to take a picture of her. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Byte. Host detected taking photos of their daughter. Reward, master level photography skills, photo editing skills upgraded to the highest level. The system's voice had just finished speaking. A wealth of knowledge about photography and post-processing techniques flooded Chen Fei's mind. Now, he is a complete photography master. Chen Fei opened his eyes, and the whole world seemed different to him. He knew without being prompted. What position and angle make for the best-looking photo? It was as if he was born with the ability. He picked up his phone, chose the right angle, quickly composed the shot, and took a picture of Coco. After taking the photos, Chen Fei continued, "Coco, don't move yet, I'll take a video of you." Okay. Chen Fei gripped the camera with one hand, clicked to record video, and then began recording with unwavering composure. "Coco, let's change our spot to take the picture." Coco nodded, then hugged the doll, moved to a different spot, and posed cutely for Chen Fei. Chen Fei seized the opportunity and took a few more photos of Coco. After changing positions a few times, the other older girls also huddled around Chen Fei, peeking out their little heads and curiously looking at the screen in Chen Fei's hand. "Daddy, what are you doing here?" "Dad is editing the photo." Chen Fei explained with a smile, "I just took some photos and recorded some videos of Coco. Dad is going to adjust the colors." Wow! Daddy can even edit photos? That's amazing. The 4 little ones immediately widened their eyes and looked at Chen Fei with admiration. Although they are still young, as girls, the desire to be beautiful is innate. They were naturally very happy to see that their dad could also edit photos. Every time I ask my mom, brother, and younger brother to take pictures, the photos always turn out terrible.
Either the lighting is bad, or the focus is off, and I'm never satisfied with them. They all know that if they want to take nice photos, they should go to the photo studio and find Aunt Tongtong. So this time, they were all very happy to know they were going to a photo studio.
All done, Coco, come and take a look.
After editing the photos, Chen Fei also processed the video. His own daughter was already very beautiful, and with his superb photo editing skills, Coco looked even more beautiful and charming in the photos.
Chen Fei returned the phone to Kiki, and the other 4 older sisters gathered around from all sides. The 5 little dumplings looked at the phone together and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, this photo is so beautiful. It's 100 times better than the photos taken by the auntie at the photo studio. Daddy, I want to take pictures too. There's still a nest, we need to film the nest too. Coco, let's watch the video. I'm really looking forward to it.
Hearing her sisters' voices, Coco stretched out her chubby little hands and awkwardly swiped on the screen.
She was a little slow and couldn't get it done no matter what she tried. The sisters got anxious watching this, snatched the phone, found the video, and opened it themselves. The video is finally out.
The 4 older sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stared intently at their phone screens.
Hold your breath, concentrate. His eyes were wide open, like saucers.
After watching the entire video, they all looked excited, as if they had discovered something incredible.
Ah! Daddy, I want to make a video like this too. It's so good and so interesting. Guogwei was the first to react, and ran happily to Chen Fei.
She gripped his trouser leg tightly and acted coquettishly towards him. The other 3 little cuties also came to their senses and scurried over on their short legs, hugging Chen Fei's legs and asking him to take photos and videos of them. Seeing her several precious daughters clinging to her body,
Chen Fei smiled helplessly. He really did look like a gourd vine now.
However, since his daughter had already spoken, he certainly couldn't refuse.
The 5 rebellious sons standing to the side, seeing their sisters pestering Chen Fei to take photos and videos, couldn't help but say sourly, "Are those photos taken by that guy really that good? I estimated might be slightly better than what we filmed."
Babeo touched her nose and offered a different opinion. "I guess the photos must be pretty good, otherwise, the sisters wouldn't have asked that guy to take pictures.
We've never seen them act like this when we took pictures of them before."
"Humph, impossible." Lu Bao pouted, looking like he didn't believe her.
"How about we go check it out and see how well that guy did in the filming?"
Babeo suggested in a low voice.
Chapter 12. What's this called? Even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. I'm not going. In response to Babeo's suggestion,
the rebellious sons refused in unison.
"Guys, look at the photos Daddy took, they're really beautiful." Coco picked up her phone, trotted over excitedly, and said proudly, "I want them to see the photos my dad took of me."
The 4 little brats looked disgusted, turned their heads away, and refused to look at it no matter what.
Only Babeo took the phone and looked at it with great interest. Then, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Wow, it's really well taken." An idea was vaguely emerging in his mind. That is, he also wants to take such beautiful photos. However, he wants to shoot something cool and stylish. As a guy, I sometimes want to look good and naturally want to take some nice photos. But as boys, they can't be as vain as girls. However, compared to his other brothers, Babeo is simpler. He will show what he is thinking on his face. Seeing that Babeo seemed interested, Coco continued to persuade him, "Guagua, why don't you go over there too? Let Daddy take a picture of you, it'll definitely turn out really good." Faced with Coco's persuasion, Babeo finally couldn't resist agreeing. But before he nodded, he glanced at his brothers not far away. The 4 brothers stood at the entrance of the photography studio, looking serious. "Are you really not going to film?" Babeo asked tentatively again. "I won't film. We don't like taking pictures." "Yeah, the photos that guy took weren't very good either. We're quite happy here."
The 4 brothers refused again without hesitation.
Seeing that none of his brothers wanted to go, Babeo shook his head helplessly and whispered, "Fine, if you guys don't go, I'll go by myself." "We can't go." The 4 boys all looked at Babeo. Babeo was a little annoyed. She twisted her little body, pouted, and said, "I want to go." "Sibao, if you do this, we won't be united." "Lu Bao, forget it, let him go. It's just taking a picture anyway."
At this moment, Sherbao raised her chubby little hand and weakly interjected, "How about
I go take pictures too?" "Babeo, go alone, don't let that guy trick you later, I'll keep an eye on things."
As soon as Bao finished speaking, Bao slapped his hand away.
Need not. He can go by himself.
It makes no difference whether one of these two brothers goes or both go.
Don't let them both end up being lured away by that cheap old man.
I just messaged Aunt Tongtong and told her to come over quickly. Aunt Tongtong takes the best photos, all the sisters love them.
Once Aunt Tongtong arrives, that guy won't have a chance. Bao stroked his chin, looking shrewd and calculating.
The other kids also gave him a thumbs up.
That's right. Second brother, that was a brilliant move. What do you call this? Even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. Ha, that's right.
However, what these little brats didn't know was that Chen Fei's photography skills, with the system's support, had already reached the pinnacle of the world. Even renowned photography masters would have to admit defeat in his presence.
So, 10 minutes later,
when Su Tong arrived at the photo studio, these little rascals were waiting to see Chen Fei make a fool of himself. However, Su Tong saw the photos Chen Fei had taken of Coco. She, who had been somewhat reserved, instantly transformed into a devoted fan, ran up to Chen Fei, hugged him tightly, and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, you're amazing."
The Aunt Su Tong that the baby mentioned. Both her looks and figure are top-notch.
She was wearing a tank top that revealed her sexy collarbone, and denim shorts that showed off her long, fair legs.
She looks incredibly youthful and energetic.
Being hugged like that by her, Chen Fei had only one feeling, and that was, it was so hot.
Auntie Tongtong, please don't try to take advantage of my dad.
Kei used her small arms to tightly hug Su Tong's thigh, trying to pull her away.
However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. Your dad?
Upon hearing this, Su Tong immediately released Chen Fei and looked at Kiki with a face full of surprise.
Yes. He's my dad, Aunt Tongtong, you can't do that. Men and women, uncles aren't close. Coco thought for a long time before she remembered the idiom, and said it with a non-standard accent. Su Tong was amused by Coco's silly antics.
Chen Fei smiled and patted his daughter's head, then said to Su Tong, "Hello, I am Coco's father and Qing Yan's husband." Upon hearing this, Su Tong's face showed a surprised expression. But soon, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she looked Chen Fei up and down, saying, "So, you're the man who got Qing Yan pregnant with 10 babies in one pregnancy?"
Just as I thought. As expected, what? Chen Fei asked curiously. That's awesome, ha ha ha. Su Tong laughed loudly, then said to Chen Fei in a very familiar tone, "Master, can you tell me who taught you your photography skills? The composition, the lighting, and the color grading and post-processing are absolutely amazing. Most people couldn't do that. You must be a professional photographer, right?"
"Ha, I'm not a professional photographer.
I taught myself all of this," Chen Fei explained with a smile. Really? Hearing this, Su Tong was even more shocked, staring intently at Chen Fei and saying, "You taught yourself all this? Where did Qing Yan find such a treasure of a husband? He's amazing."
"Even a photographer like me who studied photography professionally and went abroad for several years of advanced training can't compare to you, Tang Tang, my husband."
You're just too awesome. Tang Tang's husband. This title sounds a bit strange.
It's as if she deliberately calls herself husband. Especially now, her fox-like eyes radiate an alluring light.
She has such a charming and graceful appearance. Chen Fei hadn't expected Tang Qingyan's friend to be so unrestrained. Aunt Tongtong. My dad's name is Chen Fei, not Tang Tang's husband.
Just then, perhaps hearing her own name called, Tang Tang came over and corrected Su Tong.
Auntie knows. Your dad's name is Chen Fei? That's quite a unique name. Then, Su Tong looked at Chen Fei and asked expectantly, "Master Chen Fei, are you still taking on apprentices? What do you think of me?" Seeing this scene,
the faces of the rebellious sons standing outside immediately turned green. Especially the second child, the expression on his face was one of indescribable embarrassment. He called Su Tong over so that she could give Chen Fei a good beating in front of his sisters.
I need to keep my cheap dad from getting too arrogant.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Tong entered the room, she lowered herself and showered Chen Fei with praise.
Now he's still pestering Chen Fei, saying he wants to be his apprentice? That's so discouraging.
You should know that Su Tong is the president of the Jiangcheng Photography Association.
Moreover, her works have won international awards.
She can sell any portrait photo for tens of millions of dollars, and is hailed as the world's most influential young female photographer.
But now, she actually wants to become Chen Fei's apprentice? Is my adoptive father really that powerful? The little brats exchanged glances and lowered their heads, not daring to look at the scene before them. Chapter 13. What exactly does the sister-in-law want? Faced with Su Tong's request to become his apprentice, without a second thought, Chen Fei decisively refused. His photography skills were all acquired systematically, so how could he possibly teach others? Moreover, he had no intention of taking on apprentices. Despite Chen Fei's rejection, Su Tong was not discouraged and kept serving him tea and water, trying to win his favor. Just then, Tang Qingyan, who was making a phone call outside, returned. Seeing his quirky and unruly cousin Su Tong fawning over Chen Fei, calling him master repeatedly, he was struck by her charm. She was stunned. What's wrong with my cousin? She, who has always been arrogant and demanding, would actually be so humble and subservient to Chen Fei? Sister Qingyan, you're here. Let me tell you, my cousin's husband is really amazing. Not only is he incredible in bed, with genes that are beyond the average person, but he's also an amazing photographer. Can you help me persuade him to take me in too? I promise I will serve him well as his master and will never disgrace him. As she spoke, Su Tong grabbed Tang Qingyan's arm and started shaking it, pleading, Sister, please help me. Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback. She never expected that Chen Fei would not only be good at repairing cars and driving, but also so skilled at photography. As Su Tong's cousin, she was certainly aware of Su Tong's talent in photography. In the entire Jiangcheng photography circle, if Su Tong claims to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Moreover, her photography skills are among the best in the country. But now, she's actually begging Chen Fei to take her as his apprentice. Does that mean Chen Fei's photography skills are better than Su Tong's? She had just seen her daughter ask Chen Fei to take a picture for her, and without thinking much of it, she answered a phone call and went out. I thought he was just good at taking pictures. But now it seems that Chen Fei is truly a low-key gem. His photography skills are very likely to be the best in the world. Even so, he did not include this ability in his resume. He's so incredibly low-key. Thinking about this, she developed a strong interest in the boy in front of her, who was 4 years younger than her. At first, she thought Chen Fei was just an ordinary college student, but she didn't expect that after only half a day of getting to know him. I discovered so many of his shining qualities. This time, she really struck gold. Tang Qingyan was in a great mood. She slapped Su Tong's hand away and said calmly, If you want your brother-in-law to take you as his apprentice, you'll have to earn it yourself. I knew you'd say that. Su Tong pouted and said reproachfully, But I've already made up my mind. I'll move in with you tomorrow. I'm going to really work on my brother-in-law and get him to take me as his apprentice. Otherwise, I'll make sure you two can't have any time alone together. Whatever. Tang Qingyan shrugged, not afraid of Su Tong's threats. Anyway, with 10 little ones at home, they can't really enjoy time alone together. At most, it will just change from a world of 12 people to a world of 13 people. Su Tong is here, she can even help take care of the baby. Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan readily handed the camera to Su Tong and said to him, Come on, take a family photo for us. It'll be a good opportunity for you to show off in front of your brother-in-law. Hee, no problem. Su Tong took the camera, a sly smile on her face. Second brother, fourth brother, sixth brother, eighth brother, come in quickly for a family photo. Su Tong shouted loudly towards the door. These little brats are hiding outside the door, refusing to come in and take pictures. Seeing this, Su Tong ran out and dragged the little brats inside, leaving them no choice but to agree. How dare you interfere with your mother's performance in front of your brother-in-law? Bang bang, that's 2 punches. Under Su Tong's threat of force, these rebellious sons had no choice but to obediently come in and cooperate with the photo shoot. However, they refused to smile when taking photos. Su Tong's face immediately turned cold. Second brother, I have your open crotch pants in my hands. Bao broke out in a cold sweat, but immediately put on a smile. Fourth brother, when you were 1 year old. Upon hearing this, Bao immediately forced a smile. Seeing this, the other 3 little ones, without Su Tong saying anything more, immediately turned their flat mouths into hooks. Although I'm still a little reluctant, it's much better than before. Su Tong didn't ask them to do anything more, and started taking pictures with her camera. Great, that's it. Here's another heart shape with my hands. Love you. Su Tong stretched out her little hand and made a heart shape with her fingers towards Tang Qingyan's family, setting an example for them. However, when she said I love you, her eyes were fixed on Chen Fei, who was standing in the center. Chen Fei smiled and responded to her.
But in his heart, he was wondering what his sister-in-law was up to.
5 minutes later. The family photo is finished.
Su Tong wanted Chen Fei to take a picture of her too, but Chen Fei refused without hesitation.
The reason is that it's almost lunchtime.
The children have been out for so long, they must be very hungry. So he used the excuse of having a meal to escape from the photo studio. As the family arrived at the door and were about to get into the car, Chen Fei's phone rang. He took out his phone, looking somewhat troubled.
What's wrong? Tang Qingyan couldn't help but ask.
It was a WeChat message from my mom.
I was thinking, since getting our marriage certificate today is such a big event, should I tell them about it?
Actually, Chen Fei had wanted to talk to them about this in the morning.
However, he thought about how the elderly couple didn't have very good heart health. If you can't handle it and get sick from the fright, that would be bad.
After all, suddenly you have a daughter-in-law who's a trillionaire, and 10 grandchildren.
Ordinary people, who could withstand this?
Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback, and also felt that this matter was somewhat troublesome. After all, marriage is not just a matter between two people, but between two families.
However, she immediately made a decision.
Chen Fei, call mom and dad, I'll send someone to pick them up, and we can have a nice family meal together.
I'll go pick it up. Chen Fei thought for a moment and then said.
I remember when Tang Qingyan first appeared, she was surrounded by female bodyguards in black, and they were all driving Maybachs.
If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some kind of mafia boss.
It would be bad if his parents misunderstood and thought he was doing something bad outside.
All right. Then let's go pick them up this afternoon.
Tang Qingyan paused for a moment, then continued, perfect timing. The children haven't met their grandparents yet, so let's take them with us this time.
Forehead. Chen Fei had originally planned to go back by himself first.
Explain things properly to the elderly couple, and let them meet Tang Qingyan and the 10 children after they are mentally prepared.
However, now that Tang Qingyan has said that, he felt awkward refusing, so he could only nod and say, all right, let's go back together then. Chen Fei is not a man who dawdles. Moreover, he thought that his parents' ability to cope shouldn't be that low, right? Who knows, they might be overjoyed to find out they have 10 grandchildren. Chapter 14. Returning to my hometown to see my parents. After making the decision,
Chen Fei took his whole family to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Then, Chen Fei drove the Rolls-Royce, with his wife and children in tow, onto the highway.
Jiangcheng City is not far from Chen Fei's hometown. It's only a 2-hour drive away.
Unexpectedly, just as I was about to exit the highway, I encountered a traffic police checkpoint. Please show me your vehicle registration certificate and driver's license.
The traffic policeman knocked on the car window and spoke to Chen Fei in the driver's seat.
Chen Fei parked the car, then took out his 2 certificates and handed them to the traffic police officer outside the car window. After looking at Chen Fei's driver's license, the traffic policeman immediately looked up and said coldly, "Kid, you've only had your license for half a month, and you dare to drive on the highway? You've got some nerve. Do you know that what you're doing is a traffic violation?" "Officer, I've been driving for 4 years. I'm sitting in the passenger seat watching him drive."
"I don't think that's against the law, do I?"
As Tang Qingyan spoke, she handed her driver's license to the traffic police officer. The traffic policeman took the driver's license, glanced at it, nodded, and said with a smile, "That's not a violation. But kid, you just got your license, I suggest you practice more and don't drive on the highway, it's too dangerous."
Chen Fei smiled and agreed.
Without the system, he certainly wouldn't dare to drive on the highway right after getting his driver's license. After all, his wife and children were still in the car. But now, with the system's support, his driving skills have reached a level of perfection that he could even win the F1 championship.
Driving on the highway is a piece of cake for him.
Even after the traffic police let her go, Tang Qingyan's heart remained unsettled for a long time.
Chen Fei got his driver's license less than half a month ago?
However, judging from Chen Fei's skillful driving and knowledge of cars, he doesn't seem like a novice driver at all.
Chen Fei, you're really making me more and more interested. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei and said. Oh? What makes you interested?
Chen Fei grinned, turned his head, and looked at Tang Qingyan. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating Chen Fei's chiseled face, making him appear incredibly handsome and charming.
Tang Qingyan's long dormant heart began to beat again. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look Chen Fei in the eye. Looking at her blushing face, Chen Fei teased, "Were you scared by my superb driving skills?" Well, you'll have to get used to it eventually, because there are many more things that will shock you. Chen Fei wasn't showing off when he said this, but because he had now activated the system. As long as he touched anything related to babies, the system would help him upgrade his skills to the highest level. For example, car repair skills, driving skills, photography skills, post-production photo editing, etc. So from now on, there will definitely be many more things that will shock Tang Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan trembled and looked at Chen Fei with some surprise. She knew Chen Fei was definitely bragging. After all, for most people, reaching the top in a field is already an incredibly difficult task. Chen Fei has now reached the pinnacle in both fields. He is a rare genius. Therefore, when Chen Fei says that there will be more things that will shock her in the future, she naturally doesn't take it seriously. After all, how can a man be called a man if he doesn't brag? She didn't call him out on it. Instead, she just hummed in agreement. Leave the highway. We drove for another half hour. The car then slowly drove from the city into the countryside. Chen Fei's hometown is not in the city, but in the suburbs of a third-tier city. Although not from the city, Chen Fei's family wasn't exactly poor. At least, Chen Fei didn't feel like he had suffered much hardship. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Chen Fei took out his phone and called his parents. Hey, son, where are you? Chen's father's voice came from the other end of the phone. Before leaving, Chen Fei sent a WeChat message to his parents, saying that he would be back today. As for Tang Qingyan and the child, he didn't mention it on WeChat. He plans to talk to his parents face to face after they meet. Even if you say it on WeChat, they won't believe you. After all, Chen Fei had just graduated from university when he married a female CEO worth trillions and had her give birth to 10 children for him. No matter who you tell this to, no one will believe you. Therefore, it's better to wait until you meet them before telling them about it. Dad, I've arrived at the village entrance. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Is Mom home? Your mom went to town to buy groceries. Tonight she'll make your favorite braised pork, spicy chicken, chopped chili fish head, beer duck, lots of delicious food. I guarantee you'll eat your fill. Mr. Chen's cheerful voice came through the phone. He knew that his son didn't eat well at school and didn't have the money to go out for special meals. The parents knew their son was coming home. Naturally, the hope is to provide the best food for the son. Hearing his father start reciting familiar dish names again, Chen Fei smiled happily. Okay, Dad. Then tell Mom to buy more, enough for 12 people. Chen Fei gave instructions over the phone. Did you bring your classmates back? That's great. I'll call your mom right now and tell her to cook more food. I'm so happy, said Mr. Chen. They're not classmates. Never mind, you'll find out when I get back. Chen Fei was about to explain, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything. If it's not a classmate, then who is it? And 12 people at that. Son, explain yourself to your father. Who did you bring back? When Chen Fei said that he wasn't bringing a classmate home, Chen's father panicked immediately. And there are so many people here, does that mean his son has gone into crime? No wonder. My son is a senior in college and just finished his graduation ceremony. Logically, they should stay in school and prepare to look for a job. Why did you suddenly come back? Could it be that my son made some bad friends during his 4 years of university? Now that he's graduated from university, he doesn't look for a job anymore. Instead, he brings his friends over to freeload at his house. Thinking of this, Mr. Chen frowned and immediately said sternly, "You brat, explain yourself clearly right now, what exactly is going on?" Chen Fei knew that his father was definitely thinking the wrong thing again. It seems I should tell him the truth first. Otherwise, when he gets home, he won't be greeted with a sumptuous dinner, but rather with interrogation by the entire Qinjia village, which would be quite embarrassing. Dad, don't think so much. I got married and brought my wife and kids back to see you. It's that simple. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'm still driving. Bye-bye. After saying that, Chen Fei hung up the phone. Chapter 15. Old Wang, do you still have a pig slaughtering knife? Beep beep. I heard a busy tone on the phone. Mr. Chen was completely stunned, his eyes glazed over. Get married? Are you bringing your wife and kids back to see us? It took a full half-minute for Mr. Chen to come to his senses. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Call. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Force yourself to calm down and composed.
In the end, he couldn't resist and took out his phone to call the child's mother.
Old woman, I have something to tell you. Please don't get agitated. You don't have a knife in your hand, do you? I asked cautiously. Mr. Chen asked. There's nothing I can do, it's something my own son caused. As the father, of course he has to take responsibility. That brat. He got someone pregnant right after graduating from college, and only told me after the baby was born. It's all his fault as the father, he didn't raise his child well. I didn't teach him that kind of knowledge, or tell him the lesson that if you don't drive safely, you'll be a stay-at-home dad next year. Now, we can only swallow our pride and bear it. No, what's wrong? Spit it out, don't keep me from buying groceries. That's what Chen Ma said, sounding annoyed. It's good that he didn't have a knife. He was afraid that if Chen's mother heard the news, she would be unable to resist taking a knife to attack her son. Here's what happened. My son came home today, and he just called me to say he's almost at the village entrance. Almost there? Why didn't you tell me? That's not the point. The point is, he brought his daughter-in-law back. What? You brought your daughter-in-law home? That's great news. My son graduated from university and has a girlfriend. Isn't that normal? I thought it was something big. You're making such a fuss. I'm hanging up now. Wait, it's not my girlfriend, it's... What is it? Mr. Chen was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, that brat, he got married without telling us, and even got someone pregnant. Now he's pregnant. He came back today with his wife and children. On the other end of the phone, Chen's mother didn't speak. All that could be heard was her footsteps and her conversation with the pork stall owner. Old Wan, do you still have a butcher knife? The smaller one is fine too. I'll take it home. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen panicked and quickly stopped her, saying, Old woman, don't do anything rash. Did you hear that? Your son brought a lot of people back. There are probably the woman's parents inside. They already have a child. What else do you want? Can we really just stuff them back in? Mr. Chen shouted urgently on the phone, then locked the door and ran out, trying to stop Mrs. Chen. After all, what's done is done, so all we can do is silently bear it, right? Moreover, what if you have a falling out with your in-laws right after meeting them? This isn't good for the son either. In short, we still have to accept this situation. After Mr. Chen left. Not long after, Chen Fei returned home with his wife and children. He hadn't expected his parents to be so intolerant. When he got home, there was no one there. I called out a few times to the surrounding area, but there was no response. He guessed that his dad probably knew he had brought his wife and kids home and gone grocery shopping with his mom. Fortunately, the spare key to the house was still kept by the window. He took out the key and opened the iron gate. Chen Fei's hometown is a self-built house with a yard, the kind in the south, where cars can drive right into the yard. After parking the car, the two got out and carried the 10 babies out. As soon as the babies were born, they were so excited to see this rural environment they had never seen before that they started shouting loudly. Chick! What an adorable little chick! Coco's eyes lit up when she saw the chicks on the lawn. She scurried over on her short legs, wanting to catch the little yellow chicks to play with. The other babies were also attracted by these cute little chicks and ran over excitedly. Even those few rebellious sons couldn't control themselves at this moment. When they first heard that we were going to Dad's house, they all had long faces. But now, upon seeing the adorable chicks, they've completely lost their cool, baby-like demeanor and have all joined the chicken-catching frenzy. 10 mischievous kids ran around, making a complete mess of the yard. Seeing this, Chen Fei smiled. At first, he was worried that these children, who were used to living in the city, would not like the countryside. But now it seems I was overthinking it. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei's house with a somewhat surprised expression. Because in her mind, houses in the countryside are generally dirty and messy. However, Chen Fei's hometown was very clean. Even though there were some livestock in the yard, there was no unpleasant smell, and the air was extremely fresh. The yard is filled with flowers, making it look like a villa. It not only has a parking lot, but also a small pond, as well as a variety of flowers, plants, and trees. Living in this environment is even more comfortable than living in a villa in the city. Is this really the countryside? Tang Qingyan was somewhat shocked. Are you thirsty? Would you like to come in? I'll get you a glass of water. Chen Fei looked at the babies playing happily in the yard and said to Tang Qingyan. Okay, but it's a bit sunny now, let's take the babies back inside. Tang Qingyan said with some concern. Fine. Chen Fei smiled and said, let them get some sun.
The air conditioning was on in the car the whole time, and the cold air got into their bodies. It's evening now, the sun isn't so strong, let them bask in the sun and ward off the chill. Chen Fei doesn't plan to spoil his children, he thinks it's good for them to have more contact with nature. Tang Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right.
Then, Chen Fei led Tang Qingyan into the house. Chen Fei's home is simply decorated, not luxurious, but it is very clean and tidy at first glance. Even the most neglected corners were spotless.
This gave Tang Qingyan a new understanding of Chen Fei's parents.
Maintaining such a large and tidy home requires careful daily care. Many people live in big houses, but their homes are incredibly messy. Therefore, seeing how tidy Chen Fei's house was, and how clean his yard was quite surprising.
Tang Qingyan then understood why Chen Fei was so sunny and handsome. She's even quite skilled at soothing children. Because family environment has a very significant impact on a person.
Thinking about this, Tang Qingyan also had high expectations for her future married life. Chen Fei poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Tang Qingyan and keeping the other for himself.
The two of them, each holding a water glass, sat down at the doorway.
While drinking water, I watched 10 toddlers playing wildly.
Time passed peacefully and serenely. Sudden. A burst of noise followed. They were speaking Chen Fei's local dialect, which is quite different from standard Mandarin. So Tang Qingyan couldn't understand, but Chen Fei truly heard it. Chapter 16, a series of surprises. Sister-in-law, look, your yard gate is open. Xiao Fei must have brought people back. If you ask me, don't get so angry. When we were Xiao Fei's age, didn't we also get married and have kids? Exactly.
Look at old Wang next door, his son is 18 and already having a second child.
What's there to be angry about? Yes, it's so hard to get a wife these days. It's great that they can get married on their own without you having to give them a dowry. Sister-in-law, put the knife down right away, don't frighten the pregnant woman. Let's talk this out. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, Chen Fei's lips twitched. My mom actually grabbed a knife? That's incredible.
Chen Fei quickly stood up from his chair and said to Tang Qingyan, Qingyan, someone's here outside.
I'll go check it out.
He had to explain things to his mother before she came in.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we scared Tang Qingyan.
It seems that Mom probably thought the child was still in Tang Qingyan's belly.
That's why she was so angry and wanted to chop herself up. Tang Qingyan also heard the sounds outside.
However, she couldn't understand the local dialect and didn't know that Chen Fei's mother had returned.
However, judging from the expression on Chen Fei's face, she knew something must have happened outside. However, Chen Fei didn't ask her to leave, so she obediently sat in the chair. Chen Fei strode outside. Because the wall around his yard is 2 meters high, he can't see anything outside at all. Chen Fei had just run out when he saw the scene before him and was completely stunned. Led by his mother, followed closely by more than a dozen aunts, uncles, and other female relatives. The key point is that her mother was also holding a pig slaughtering knife. His father was pulling his mother aside to persuade her, and his aunts and other female relatives were also trying to reason with him. You brat! When Chen Ma saw Chen Fei, her face darkened and she roared angrily. He also brandished the butcher knife in his hand. However, just as she was preparing to give Chen Fei a severe scolding, suddenly, a cute little girl with a chubby face peeked out from behind Chen Fei. She had big, bright eyes, and her cheeks were still damp with sweat from catching the chicks. Her little face was rosy and she was very adorable. Daddy, what is that grandma holding in her hand? Dabao Tang Tang blinked, looking curiously at Chen Ma and the others. In her hands, she was also holding a chick that she had finally managed to catch. Originally, she wanted to come and share her joy with Chen Fei. To my surprise, I saw a group of grandmothers. With Tong Tong's arrival, the entire courtyard entrance instantly fell silent. There was a full half-minute of silence. Wow, whose daughter is that? She's so cute. It's unclear who shouted it first. Immediately afterwards, all the distant relatives and friends started talking about it. Her chubby little face is so cute. When did our village get such an adorable little girl? Didn't you hear? She just called out Xiaofei's dad. My god, could this be Xiaofei's daughter? She's so adorable. Our Chen family has actually produced such a cute baby girl. What a source of pride for our ancestors.
When Chen's mother saw the adorable little dumpling behind Chen Fei, her expression froze.
She quickly hid the butcher knife behind her back. Oh my god.
This little bundle of milk is just too cute.
Is this my own granddaughter?
Although the little granddaughter was all dirty and holding a chick, it couldn't hide her cuteness. Upon seeing the little girl, Chen's mother completely softened. Although she was still a little angry with her son for not telling her about such a big event as his wedding. But at this moment, seeing her granddaughter, all she wanted to do was be a kind and loving grandmother. All grudges and hatreds were thrown to the back of their minds.
However, I need to find a way to hide the knife so as not to frighten my granddaughter. She came up with a solution. Then, Daddy, what are you doing here? Another little baby peeked out from the yard. Twin? Chen Fei's second aunt exclaimed in surprise.
Seeing this, Shenma could no longer hide her smile.
Good heavens! My own son is great. They actually let their daughter-in-law give birth to twins? Okay, considering how promising my son is, I'll let go of my anger towards him.
There's no way to resist, these two little babies are just too adorable. As a grandmother, her heart was melting.
She was about to speak. Sudden. Daddy, Sister Tang Tang, Sister Guagua, what are you doing here? Coco wants to come and see too. Another little baby has appeared. Chen Fei's aunt gasped in shock and exclaimed, "They're triplets? My god, triplets! This breaks our village's record. Sister-in-law, your Xiaofei is amazing. He actually gave birth to triplets, and they're all so cute. I'm so envious. Our Chen family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. We are so blessed." The Chen family relatives exclaimed in surprise, all of them overjoyed. Triplets! And they're all girls. Ha ha ha. There's something to look forward to in the days to come.
Chen's mother was about to go over and give her granddaughter a good pat on the head.
Sudden. Hey, why are you all running to the entrance? Is there anything fun there? I want to play too.
At this moment, Wu Bao Tian also ran out curiously. She thought her sisters were hiding something from her, and were playing some even more fun games. She came running over, looking quite silly.
Holy crap, am I dreaming? 4 identical little dumplings. Quadruplets? My eyesight isn't presbyopia, so why am I seeing double? I just had presbyopia surgery. You read that right, they are quadruplets, and they look exactly alike. Sister-in-law, your Xiaofei is amazing. He actually gave birth to quadruplets. No, we have to hold a banquet right away and invite the whole village. This is incredibly joyous news.
Upon hearing this, Shenma felt like jumping up and down on the spot.
He kept slapping his head with both hands, laughing loudly. What are you doing here?
Seeing this, the 5 rebellious sons also curiously came out of the courtyard.
Just as she was about to go and tell all the aunties in the village, she saw the scene and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, her eldest aunt next to her caught her. My god, what's going on? Can anyone tell me? I actually saw 9 identical babies. Could they be quintuplets? 4 daughters and 5 sons?
Just as Auntie was shocked, Chibo Mimi ran out of the house, clutching a chicken covered in sweat.
Daddy, I finally caught some chicks. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned and speechless. Chapter 17, The Genuine Decepts. My god, these are D-cubs. There shouldn't be any more, right?
After a long while, everyone finally came to their senses from the shock. Chen's father, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but quietly pull out a Hontishan cigarette, light it, and take 2 deep drags. His throat felt as if it were being choked, and he couldn't speak.
Xiaofei quickly explained to everyone. What exactly is going on? After finishing his cigarette, Chen's father spoke to Chen Fei. Dad, Mom, eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt, younger brother's wife.
Chen Fei called out to each of his relatives in front of him.
Before Chen Fei could finish shouting, his aunt interrupted him. Hey, what time is it? What are you still shouting for? Hurry up and explain to us. Yeah, hurry up and tell us, what's the story behind these 10 cuties? Yes, are these all your children? Was it born to one mother, or several mothers?
Chen Fei's aunt is relatively young, just over 30, so she has a more open mind. The 10 dolls look very similar, but upon closer inspection, you can still see the differences. In addition, they had never heard of anyone giving birth to 10 babies in one pregnancy. After all, giving birth to just one child is incredibly painful. What if I were pregnant with 10 babies? This is simply unbelievable. Therefore, she boldly guessed that these 10 children must have been born to several different mothers. As soon as the aunt-in-law said those words, everyone's expression changed immediately.
Chen Fei quickly waved his hand, stopping them from continuing to speculate, otherwise something bad would definitely happen.
These 10 children were all born to my wife.
Genuine decaptors. Chen Fei explained calmly. This shocked everyone. My God, they really are decepts? This is unbelievable.
Your wife must have had such a hard time when she was pregnant. Enough said, Xiaofei, your aunt is going home now to catch a few old hens to give your wife a good nourishing meal. After saying that, Chen Fei's aunt ran and jumped towards her own chicken coop. Auntie was as excited as if her own child had given birth. Xiaofei, Auntie has an old sow at home. Tomorrow I'll prepare a pig slaughtering feast for you to celebrate. The aunt patted her chest and laughed heartily. You little rascal, now you're going to be famous throughout the village.
Our Chen family has never had decubs before. Let alone the Chen family, I doubt anyone in all of China is this powerful. Your aunt will go back now and tell your uncle. Let him be happy too.
Before long, all the relatives and friends excitedly dispersed, leaving only Mr. and Mrs. Chen.
At this moment, Tang Qingyan also came out.
She came out because she saw the children running to the door and was worried that something had happened. Fortunately, when she came out, all the relatives had left. Otherwise, I would definitely hold her hand and chat with her for a long time. However, it seems there's no doubt that my parents are the ones in charge.
Mom and Dad, this is my wife, Tang Qingyan. Honey, these are my parents.
Chen Fei introduced himself to them in a very open and generous manner.
Mr. and Mrs. Chen were overjoyed as they looked at their daughter-in-law.
She's so beautiful. Especially Chen Ma, who held Tang Qingyan's hand tightly and said excitedly, Daughter, you've really worked hard. At this point, Chen Ma's eyes welled up with tears, but they were mostly tears of happiness. Because she was a mother. So now you know just how hard it is for a woman to be pregnant. What's more, she was pregnant with 10 at once.
That brat.
The child is already so big, and you're only now bringing him back.
I'll teach him a lesson after dinner tonight. Huh, what's this?
Guogua pointed to the pig slaughtering knife that Chen Ma had tucked into her waistband behind her back and asked curiously.
This gave everyone quite a shock.
Chen Fei quickly ran over, blocking the pig slaughtering knife, and explained to his daughter, Guogua, Grandma brought this back specifically for slaughtering pigs. We can have a pig slaughtering feast tomorrow.
Oh, Guogua understands. Guogua didn't think much of it and obediently nodded. Come on, let's go inside and talk, let's go inside and talk.
When Chen Ma saw that her granddaughter had discovered the pig slaughtering knife she had hidden at her waist, she looked a little embarrassed.
He quickly changed the subject and led everyone into the house. We went inside. Chen's mother immediately gave Chen's father a wink. Chen's father immediately understood, took the butcher knife from her hand, ran into the kitchen, and hid the knife. Then he put away all the sharp objects in the room. Place it where the children can't reach it. Children of this age are full of curiosity about the world and want to play with anything they haven't seen before. Therefore, it is still very necessary to take safety precautions. In the living room, Chen Ma sat on the sofa, talking to Tang Qingyan. Although Tang Qingyan usually appears aloof and is the female president of Shangtang Group. But when she meets her mother-in-law, she instantly turns into a little girl. However, Chen Ma was very outgoing and talked to herself. Tang Qingyan only needed to nod in agreement. Tang, Xian Xian. You all stand in a line and let Grandma have a good look at you. Tang Qingyan spoke to her eldest daughter and eldest son. The children listened to their mother and immediately lined up neatly in front of Tang Qingyan and Chen Ma. Chen Fei and his father sat on the other side of the sofa. Mr. Chen seemed a little nervous, his body stiff. Chen Fei put his arm on his father's shoulder, patted him on the back, and said with a smile, Dad, don't be so nervous. We're all family. Relax. Chen's father didn't say anything, but rolled his eyes at Chen Fei, as if to say, You brat, stop trying to fool your dad. I need to maintain a fatherly image in front of my daughter-in-law and grandson. Chen Fei smiled and ignored him. Instead, he lay comfortably on the sofa, watching with great enjoyment as Tang Qingyan introduced the children to her parents. Mom and Dad, this is Dabo Tang Tang, this is Erbo Xian Xian, this is Sanbo Guagua, this is Sibo Yang Yang, this is Wubo Tian Tian, this is Lubo Nyen Nyen, this is Chibo Mimi, this is Babo Kai Kai, this is Jiobao Kiki, this is Shirbao Wunwun. Okay. After listening to Tang Qingyan's introduction,
Chen Ma said good 3 times in a row, but her mind was completely blank.
Having too many grandchildren isn't necessarily a good thing.
Right now, she only remembers Dabo Tang Tang and Bao Xian Xian. As for everything else, she's completely confused.
Looks like I'll have to find my partner later. Write it down in a notebook, that way it will be easier to remember.
After introducing them, Tang Qingyan said to the children, "Babies, these are your grandparents, greet them quickly." Although his 5 sons usually disliked Chen Fei and never actually called him dad. But at this moment, none of the 5 of them threw a tantrum. The 10 little ones all looked at Mr. and Mrs. Chen and shouted in unison,
"Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." Chapter 18, A Troublesome Name, $1 Million Deposit. Seeing this scene, Mr. and Mrs. Chen's eyes immediately reddened, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. "Hey! They are all good children,"
Mr. and Mrs. Chen responded loudly. The 2 secretly wiped away their tears, stood up and said to Chen Fei, "Xiao Fei, your dad and I are going to buy groceries. You stay home and take good care of Qingyan and the babies.
If you're hungry, have some fruit to tide you over.
I just heard my son bring his wife home from the market." Before she had even finished buying the groceries, Chen Ma rushed back. "Now, I need to hurry up and buy some more groceries to prepare a proper feast. After all, the daughter-in-law has worked so hard, giving birth to 10 children for her son and raising them so well.
Qingyan, what do you like to eat? And my darlings, what are some of your favorite foods?" Then, Chen Ma looked at Tang Qingyan and the 10 babies, and asked considerately.
Tang Qingyan originally planned to visit Chen Fei's house for a while, and then pick up her parents-in-law to go to Jiangcheng.
"I didn't plan to stay for dinner."
But now, seeing how enthusiastic Mr. and Mrs. Chen are, she knows that this dinner tonight is a done deal. She replied, "I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky about food. At home, a Michelin chef comes to cook for you every day.
No matter what dish you make, it will always taste good."
Therefore, Tang Qingyan felt that she was not a picky eater. When the babies heard their grandma ask them what they liked to eat, they all eagerly chimed in.
"Meat, I want to eat meat. And there are prawns. Grandma, I want to eat crayfish. Daddy promised us he'd make crayfish for us tonight."
"Yes, Daddy said when we came that he would take us to catch crayfish and cook them for us tonight." The 10 little babies were talking amongst themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Chen nodded and smiled. All right, then after the sun goes down, I'll have this rascal take you to catch crayfish. In the countryside, crayfish are everywhere.
Especially in the fields and streams, they are lively and vibrant."
Seeing that neither the babies nor her daughter-in-law were picky eaters, Chen's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Because even one picky eater can be a headache, but 10 picky eaters can be absolutely mind-blowing. After giving their instructions, Mr. and Mrs. Chen went out.
On the way to the farmer's market, Mrs. Chen scratched the back of her head and asked Mr. Chen, "Old man, did you remember all the names of your grandchildren?"
As she spoke, Chen's mother took out her phone. "I'm going to compile a list of all my grandchildren's names and write them down." She didn't want to ask her daughter-in-law again.
"That's really not good. Didn't you remember?" Mr. Chen asked a question in return. Chen's mother rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "What do you care if I remember them or not?
Hurry up and tell me the names you know so I can make a note of them, otherwise I'm afraid I'll forget them." Chen Ma opened the memo app, placed her hands on the keyboard, and looked ready to go.
"Big Bao Tang Tang, second Bao Xian Xian, what's the third Bao's name again?"
"For treasures, 5 treasures. No, Sibo is called Yang Yang, and Babeo is called Kai Kai." As Chen's father spoke, he himself became a little confused.
"Are you sure you can handle it?" Chen's mother gave Chen's father a look of utter disdain. "I can't do it. If I can't do it, then you do it? How can I possibly remember all these names at once?" "Never mind, I'll just ask my son later." Chen's mother nodded helplessly. "That's all we can do.
But we'll still try our best to remember their names, otherwise our daughter-in-law will think we don't like these 10 babies and can't even remember their names." As Chen Ma was speaking, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Wait a minute, I just remembered something."
"What's up?"
I asked curiously. Mr. Chen asked. "We can have our son fill in the names, but all 10 kids look almost the same, I can't match them up."
My head is starting to hurt.
I can't tell which one is the second baby, which one is the fourth baby, which one is the third baby, which one is the fifth baby. I only know that odd numbers mean girls and even numbers mean boys. The more Chen's mother thought about names for her babies, the more troubled she became.
What should we do? Old man, do you have a solution?
Mr. Chen shook his head and said helplessly, even you can't match the names, so I, who have face blindness, am even less likely to be able to match them. Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes at Mr. Chen, sighed, and said, forget it, there's nothing we can rely on you for anyway.
Let's calculate how much money we have in our bank account. Why are you calculating the money?
As Mr. Chen took out his phone, he asked in confusion.
Hearing this question, Chen's mother rolled her eyes again and said irritably, why are you calculating the money? Does raising a child not cost money? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child?
Just the milk powder, diapers, and all kinds of toys alone are a huge expense.
What's more, there are 10 of us. I didn't know you had 10 grandchildren before, so it was fine. But now that I know, shouldn't I help you out?
My son has graduated from university, but he definitely hasn't found a job yet. My daughter-in-law has been busy giving birth and taking care of the baby these past few years, so she definitely can't work.
I really don't know how they managed to raise such a big kid. I bet she got a lot of money from her family.
10 children, and the daughter-in-law alone definitely can't manage.
The young people also have to rent a place in the city.
No matter how frugal they are, it will cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen gasped.
This expense is enormous. At least 20,000 to 30,000 a month?
Mr. and Mrs. Chen immediately opened their mobile banking app, calculated their savings, and found that they still had nearly 1 million yuan. Chen's mother immediately made a decision. After we finish buying groceries, we'll go to town to open a bank account, transfer 500,000 yuan into it, and then give the card to our daughter-in-law so she won't have to worry about money.
From now on, let's both work harder and earn more money.
Now that prices have gone up, pork prices have also increased, and crayfish are selling very well. If we raise more, earning several 100,000 yuan a year won't be a problem. My daughter-in-law has worked so hard, giving birth to 10 babies for our Chen family.
We can't let her suffer.
Mr. Chen nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly, and said, yes, no matter how hard things are, we can't let our daughter-in-law suffer.
This card must be given to our daughter-in-law, not to your son.
As a man, he certainly knew what men were thinking.
Chen Fei has just graduated from university. If he is given this much money, he will inevitably squander it.
If Chen Fei had overheard his parents' conversation at that moment, he would have been stunned. Because he had no idea that his family was so rich.
The savings have actually reached over 1 million? Although 1 million in savings is not much for urban families.
But this is a rural area, so having this much money is already quite good.
Previously, his parents had always told him that the family didn't have much money.
Sending him to university had already emptied our family's savings. That's why he worked as a trainee while in college, trying to earn money to support himself.
As for the Rolls-Royce that Tang Qingyan parked in the yard, Mr. and Mrs. Chen did not know them.
In their minds, only Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were considered good cars. Therefore, I mistakenly believed
that Rolls-Royce was just a larger van. In addition, they also believed that the car should have been rented by Chen Fei. With so many children, it's easy for them to get lost if they take a car back. It's safer to drive yourself. In short, in their view,
my son and daughter-in-law are definitely not living a very comfortable life right now, and they need our help.
Chapter 19. Sleeping in the same room as Chen Fei?
On the other side, the children remained in the yard,
playing with the little yellow chicks and the newly weaned puppy.
The little mongrel was released by Chen Fei from the doghouse.
It is a yellow Chinese rural dog. It's chubby and waddles when it walks, which is very cute. In addition, there were several little dumplings following behind. The scene looked exceptionally heartwarming.
Tang Qingyan hadn't seen the babies so happy in a long time, and her expression softened considerably.
Then let's have dinner tonight before going back. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei and said, I don't think we can go back.
Chen Fei lay back in the old chair and said lazily, if we go back, my parents might be angry. After we finish eating, I'll take you to town to buy some things.
Think about what you want to buy. Staying here tonight? Tang Qingyan said with some surprise.
Yes, it's not easy for the kids to come all this way. If they just leave after eating, my parents definitely won't agree.
And it takes quite a bit of time to go back and forth. Don't tire the children out. But.
Tang Qingyan hesitated for a moment, her pretty face blushing slightly.
If she stayed here, wouldn't she have to share a room with Chen Fei?
Chen Fei turned his head and looked at his wife.
Seeing her rosy cheeks, like a red apple, one couldn't help but want to take a bite. It looks incredibly tempting. He chuckled and said jokingly, but what? But.
Tang Qingyan paused, then continued, but I didn't bring any clothes, and.
It's okay, didn't I just say I'd take you shopping? No need to buy. She doesn't like wearing clothes sold outside.
All of the clothes she's wearing were custom made by top designers from around the world. Moreover, the materials were all very suitable for her skin type. The clothes sold outside are harmful to her delicate skin.
So you want to wear my clothes?
Chen Fei squinted and looked at Tang Qingyan's ample bosom, then said with a smile, I just don't know if my clothes will feel a bit tight in the front.
You. Tang Qingyan felt a little embarrassed by Chen Fei's gaze.
She quickly covered her chest with her hand, bit her lip, and said coquettishly, Who said I wanted to wear your clothes?
Then why aren't you wearing it? Chen Fei laughed heartily. You're not going to wear it.
After being teased by Chen Fei, Tang Qingyan blushed so deeply that her face almost bled, and even the roots of her ears turned red. Seeing her like this, Chen Fei became even more expectant.
Will things take any real progress between the two of them tonight?
After all, 3 years ago that night, the two of them were both drunk and ended up having sex without really understanding what was going on.
They didn't enjoy the pleasure of creating a child at all. Chen Fei smiled and then joked, What are you thinking about?
What I mean is, if you don't want to wear my clothes, you can wear my mom's.
Chen Fei looked at Tang Qingyan with a light smile. You. Tang Qingyan was so angry she almost vomited blood.
She knew Chen Fei was a man who never had a kind word to say. She rolled her eyes, glared at Chen Fei fiercely, and her expression was extremely charming and alluring. She looks just like a little girl who's angry with her boyfriend.
I'm not going to share a room with you anyway. But. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. If you laugh again, I'll hit you. I'm laughing at you. We're already married. If we don't live together, are we going to sleep in separate rooms? Can you take care of so many babies all by yourself? Chen Fei grabbed Tang Qingyan's small hand and teased her palm. Tang Qingyan immediately pulled her hand away.
Her pretty face flushed red, and she turned her head away, biting her lip as she said, I can.
Really?
Chen Fei didn't believe that Tang Qingyan, a girl, could take care of 10 babies at the same time at night. Because he knew that Tang Qingyan was too busy with work to take care of the baby. Therefore, Tang Qingyan hired 10 nannies to take care of them.
Of course it's true, it's not like I haven't taken care of them before. Anyway, no matter what, I can't live in the same room as Chen Fei.
Because she wasn't ready to sleep with Chen Fei, nor was she ready to do that.
Although she decided to get a marriage certificate with Chen Fei.
But mainly because of the baby, she doesn't want them to grow up in a world without a father.
That's why she chose to marry Chen Fei.
As for other things, we'll talk about them later. Although at this point, her previously made plans had changed somewhat.
For example, she originally thought that after marrying Chen Fei, the two of them would still live separately and not live together.
But now, she's willing to try living with Chen Fei and see if they can develop feelings for each other.
But we haven't reached the point where we need to live together yet.
Thanks for your hard work. Seeing that Tang Qingyan had made a decision,
Chen Fei didn't continue to persuade him, but instead uttered these 3 words.
This statement came from his heart. He did not intend to mock Tang Qingyan.
Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan's delicate body trembled. He turned around and looked at Chen Fei.
At this moment, Chen Fei had already sat up from his chair, patted Tang Qingyan's shoulder, and pulled her into his arms.
He possessively wrapped her in his arms. Honey, I won't let you work so hard anymore. No matter what happens in the future, I will face it together with you. So don't worry, I won't do anything to you if you're not ready yet, and don't overthink it.
I just want to take care of the children with you. After all, we are now husband and wife, and we have 10 children to raise.
If we sleep in separate rooms, how will my parents view us? And how will they view you?
And the children will think we're not loving. Those 5 rebellious sons were already hostile towards me. What you're doing will only make them have a worse impression of me.
The daughters also feel uneasy.
When they see us sleeping in separate rooms, they worry that their parents might be getting a divorce or something.
You should never underestimate children's ability to fill in the blanks.
Sometimes, they think more than we adults do.
So, we're not just going to stay together tonight.
From now on, we will live together every day, not for our sake, but for the sake of the children.
After hearing these words, Tang Qingyan couldn't find a single reason to refute them. I even think it makes a lot of sense. Yes. She can't be so selfish. She ignored the children's feelings simply because she didn't want to live with Chen Fei. So she nodded and said, then, I'll give it a try. Chapter 20. A Real Man.
Daddy, there are grapes here, but I can't reach them.
I want to eat grapes. Just then, Tang Tang ran towards Chen Fei from a distance.
As she ran, she pointed to several bunches of purple grapes hanging on the wall.
Just now, the little ones were busy chasing chickens and teasing dogs.
So they didn't notice that there were several grapevines planted in the yard, which were already full of grapes. Because the grapevines bear fruit too high for them to reach.
I can only turn to my dad for help. Chen Fei picked Tang Tang up and said to Tang Qingyan, wife, go to the kitchen and get a basin. Let's pick grapes.
The sun was shining brightly this year, and the grapes grew very large and had a beautiful color.
Judging by its appearance, it must taste good. Oh, grape picking, grape picking.
Tang Tang raised her little hand and started cheering excitedly. His rosy cheeks were covered not only in sweat but also in mud. Chen Fei helped her wipe off the mud and pinched her chubby little face.
And you know what?
A child's face is incredibly smooth and tender, just like a freshly peeled egg.
Little glutton, Daddy will lift you up high.
Why don't you go pick the grapes yourself?
Upon hearing this, Tang Tang's eyes widened immediately. Clapping her dirty little hands, she exclaimed excitedly, okay. I want to pick grapes myself. I want to pick grapes myself. Okay, Tang Tang can pick it herself.
Since becoming a father, Chen Fei feels a great sense of accomplishment.
Even the smallest gesture can elicit a huge response from the children. At this moment, the other 4 daughters also ran over upon hearing the noise. Daddy, I want some too. Even if it's just a nest, it needs to be held high. Even if it's just a nest, it needs to pick.
I want to ride a big horse, I want to pick grapes, and I want to eat 10 grapes.
The daughters surrounded Chen Fei's feet, chattering away.
The other 5 cubs looked at this side with much gentler eyes, no longer as hostile as they had been at the beginning.
However, out of politeness, they did not come over. He could only stand aside and mutter to himself. Bo whispered, I don't want to be lifted up high.
I'm a man, I want to grow up quickly so I can pick them myself.
Bao agreed, saying, yes, a real man doesn't need anyone's help.
Lu Bao's eyes darted around, and he looked at a loquat tree next to him, saying, we can climb up here and pick them ourselves. Loquat trees were planted next to grapevines, and some grapevines were even twining around the trunks, also laden with grapes.
If you can climb this loquat tree, you can also pick grapes.
Bao excitedly said, that's right, 6th brother is so smart. He just does what he says, I'll go first.
Seeing this, Bao hurriedly said, 2nd brother, no. If your diaper gets stuck in the tree, you'll be hanging up there. Bao's face darkened upon hearing this.
The other 3 little ones covered their faces. As the eldest son, Bao, for the sake of his pride, immediately made up his mind, I'm going to find mom and take off my diaper.
A real man doesn't wear diapers. I'm going too. I want to be a real man. Bao also stood up and shouted with great excitement.
As soon as he shouted these words, he immediately attracted the attention of his 5 older sisters.
Being stared at like that by them.
A sense of pride welled up in Bao's heart. He straightened his chest and said in a very manly way, let's go find mommy, I want to pick grapes.
After saying that, Bao ran off happily in the direction of Tang Qingyan. Lu Bao was stunned for a moment and said, 4th brother, has he changed his ways?
Bao, yeah, he used to react the most strongly when we told him not to wear diapers.
Sure Bao, maybe, he's grown up. Bao, let's go find mommy.
The 5 little rascals ran off to find Tang Qingyan, wanting to take off their diapers and become real men.
Chen Fei saw his 5 rebellious sons and wondered what they were plotting. They didn't bother with them.
Instead, he took his daughter to the grapevines, lifted Tang Tang high, and let her pick grapes first. The little dumpling picked a grape and instinctively reached for his mouth.
You can't eat it.
Tang Qingyan saw this from a distance and hurriedly shouted, it needs to be washed before eating.
Tang Tang was so startled that she froze, staring blankly at Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled at Tang Qingyan and said, it's okay.
Fruit trees in the countryside are never sprayed with pesticides, so you can eat them freely. His children are not to be spoiled. Seeing this, Tang Qingyan wanted to say something more, but hesitated for a moment and then remained silent. She handed the fruit basket to Chen Fei and said, "I'm going to change Erbao's diapers.
You keep an eye on the girls. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Guagua, you're in charge of carrying the basket. When your sister picks the grapes, you'll lift the basket and catch them. Can you do that?"
Chen Fei looked at Guagua and asked.
Guagua nodded vigorously and replied loudly, "Yes. Daddy, can I be in charge of eating?" At this moment, Coco licked her lips and asked curiously.
Mimi also poked her little head out, raised her little hand and said, I also have to eat. I promise I can complete Daddy's task perfectly."
Ha ha ha. Okay, then you all wait a bit and take turns eating.
Faced with his food-loving daughters, Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. Then, he looked at Tang Qingyan beside him and gave her a reassuring look, indicating that he was fine.
Tang Qingyan nodded.
At Sheng Tang Group, she was a domineering female CEO. But when she's with Chen Fei, she becomes a doting wife, listening to whatever her husband says. Furthermore, this is also an opportunity for Chen Fei to showcase his abilities and strengthen his bond with the children.
Therefore, Tang Qingyan left very quickly. After Tang Qingyan left,
only then did Tang Tang dare to put the grapes in her hand into her mouth and start chewing.
The next second, her eyes narrowed into slits.
So sweet, so delicious. These are seedless grapes, so Tang Tang chewed them a couple of times and swallowed them directly. Seeing this, the girls below started drooling.
"I want mine too. I want mine too.
These grapes are so delicious, I want some too.
Sister Tang Tang, give me one quickly, I can't wait." Alright, I'll pick some grapes for you right away. You wait down here." As the eldest sister, how could Tang Tang possibly eat alone?
So, after eating 5 grapes in a row, she was finally satisfied and prepared to throw the grape she had picked to her younger sisters below.
"I'm going to throw this place away, so catch it."
Looking at the grapes in her hand, which were about to leave her, Tang Tang felt a little reluctant.
"Okay, hurry up and throw it."
"We can catch it, sister, hurry." The 4 little babies swallowed hard and called out to Tang Tang. Even if grapes are thrown down, they can catch them with their mouths instead of using a basket.
The next second, Tang Tang let go of her little hand.
The grapes fell down, and Guagua grabbed the basket and caught them with perfect accuracy. A bunch of plump grapes looked incredibly tempting. They all turned to look at Chen Fei.
Seeing his daughter's eager expressions, Chen Fei smiled and said, "Eat up. Each of you can only have 5. Eating too many isn't good."
After all, the grapes hadn't been washed, and the children were on an empty stomach. He worried that eating too much would be bad for the children's stomachs.
Aha!
Sister Tang Tang has already finished her portion.
Tang Tang. Who's been so talkative? Do you still want me to pick grapes for you?
Seeing her sisters report her, Tang Tang, sitting on Chen Fei's shoulders, looked utterly speechless.
Chapter 21 rewards God-level rock climbing skills. On the other side, Tang Qingyan changed her son's diapers.
"I washed their little bottoms and then let them roam freely."
At first, the little ones weren't quite used to not wearing diapers.
Without anything to cushion it, it always feels chilly. But once they got into the courtyard, that feeling suddenly disappeared, because they saw the older and younger sisters eating grapes.
A sour feeling welled up from the bottom of their hearts. Obeo licked her lips and said enviously, "Such big grapes, I really want to eat them too." "Sibao, come on, let's go pick grapes too." Erbo, self-reliance leads to abundance.
"We don't need that guy's help." The 5 little ones, like a doll army, marched proudly towards the grapevines. He saw 5 rebellious sons rushing towards him.
Chen Fei smiled and ignored him.
However, when he saw these 5 unfilial sons, after their diapers were changed, they actually wanted to climb a tree. He immediately rushed over and stood in front of the loquat tree. They were stopped from climbing the tree.
When Erbo Xianxian, who was leading the group, saw Chen Fei blocking their way, his eyes immediately turned fierce. Chen Fei chuckled and said, "Want to climb a tree?
Sure, but you'll have to change out of your open crotch pants. You can't climb in these. Although this loquat tree is not tall, it is infested with ants and insects.
If you wear open crotch pants, you are more likely to get bitten by insects. This is a matter of lifelong happiness for these little brats, so it can't be taken lightly. I won't change it." Bao Xianxian said, sticking out his neck. Chen Fei ignored them and instead said to Tang Qingyan, who was not far away, "Wife, Bao and the others want to climb trees. Can you help them change their open crotch pants? Otherwise, their little birds will get scratched, which is a matter of lifelong sexual happiness." Bao's face immediately turned bright red. That's so embarrassing. I used to think that once I stopped wearing diapers, I would become a real man. I never expected that open crotch pants still existed. The other kids also stopped in their tracks when they heard Chen Fei's words. He looked down at his open crotch pants. I think Chen Fei's words make a lot of sense. Ah, great. Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "The van is very spacious and can hold a lot of things, mostly the children's daily necessities. Of course, there are also some clothes and such. Children like to play everywhere and easily get themselves dirty. Therefore, it is essential to keep a few sets of clothes in the nanny van." After changing the children's open crotch pants, these little rascals went back to the loquat tree. But this time, they weren't as excited as before. Instead, they stood under the tree, idly playing with their fingers. "Are we still climbing?" Babeo asked cautiously. Bao glanced at his older sister and younger sister, whose mouths were full of grape juice, and couldn't help but swallow hard. He said firmly, "Climb, we have to climb." He absolutely wouldn't give up until he got some grapes today. Sibao, Lubao, and Shibao remained silent, but the eager expressions on their faces spoke volumes. However, Sibao felt that if they went there now, that man would definitely still try to stop them. So he interjected, "We'll go after that guy leaves." The other four little ones nodded in agreement. On Chen Fei's side, they picked a whole basket full of grapes. The 5 babies were all satisfied with their meal, and Chen Fei took them to play something else. However, just as they were about to leave the grapevines, they saw boys preparing to climb the loquat tree not far away. "Daddy, are they going to climb the tree?" Bao Tang Tang asked curiously. "Climbing a tree?" Upon hearing these 2 words, Coco immediately became interested, waving her little hands and shouting, "I want to crawl too. Me too. Me too. I want to climb a tree too." One stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the little ones started chattering again. Bite. The babies are trying to climb trees. Rewarding the host with god-level rock climbing skills. Become a global rock climbing master from this moment on. As soon as the system finished speaking, a large amount of knowledge about rock climbing flooded Chen Fei's mind, including but not limited to rock climbing techniques, rock climbing equipment, rock climbing mindset, and so on. Moreover, the system not only instilled a large amount of knowledge in him. His body is also changing. To become a rock climbing master, theoretical knowledge alone is far from enough. At the same time, physical fitness must also keep up. A moment later, when Chen Fei opened his eyes again, he felt his whole body filled with power. Even her flat stomach started to become firmer. The whole world has become somewhat different. Looking at the loquat tree in front of him, he could quickly analyze where to start climbing to find the easiest spot to reach the top. Besides these, he also felt his clothes become tighter. He felt a tension. He originally bought this shirt yesterday to use when looking for a job. But now, it's noticeably smaller. "Daddy! Hurry up and take the nests to climb the tree." Coco shook Chen Fei's arm and said in a coquettish tone. Seeing Chen Fei standing there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time, they thought their dad didn't agree to them climbing the tree. That's why I clung to his arm and started acting cute. But after shaking him for a short while, she stared wide-eyed at Chen Fei in disbelief and said, "Daddy, I feel like you've become even more handsome." Hearing this, Wugwa's eyes lit up, and she chimed in, yeah, Daddy's even more handsome now, and he's become even taller and stronger." "Wow, what a hunk!" Wu Bao Tian exclaimed with her little mouth agape, "Daddy's clothes are about to burst." Wugwa called out to Tang Qingyan, "Mommy, Daddy's clothes are too small, he needs to change into bigger clothes." Daddy, just like us, has grown up and needs to change his clothes too. The little ones need new clothes every now and then because they are growing. They assumed that their dad had grown up, just like them. Hearing the baby's calls, Tang Qingyan subconsciously looked up and noticed that Chen Fei's shirt was indeed a bit too small. If Chen Fei was a handsome young man before, now, he's a wild and handsome guy full of masculine charm. Absolutely off the charts in terms of hormones. This made Chen Fei even more irresistible to her. She walked up to Chen Fei, her heart began to race, and a blush crept onto her pretty face. What exactly is going on? The perceptive Chen Fei also noticed Tang Qingyan's unusual behavior.
To ease the awkwardness, Tang Qingyan had no choice but to walk up to her daughters and take out wet wipes to wipe their mouths.
A gentle breeze blew, scattering strands of hair on Tang Qingyan's head.
She reached out and gently smoothed her temples, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Chen Fei stood there, stunned. If Chapter 22 were made into a video, it would definitely go viral on Douyin.
Daddy, can we climb trees now?
The older brothers are about to start climbing.
Coco stared longingly at the loquat tree, while the 5 little ones were already eager to try. Come on, Daddy will take you to climb a tree. With godlike rock climbing skills, Chen Fei can now easily climb even cliffs tens of meters high. What's so special about a mere loquat tree?
He carried his 2 daughters in one arm and had another sitting on his head as he walked straight toward the loquat tree.
Tang Qingyan was stunned when she saw this. Chen Fei, can you carry him? Tang Qingyan asked with some concern.
After all, my daughters are now over 2 years old, and each one weighs 30 pounds. 5 of them together, that's 150 pounds.
This power is just too outrageous. Chen Fei thoroughly enjoyed Tang Qingyan's surprised expression.
He smiled and said, "It's all right, one more is no problem."
Do you want to give it a try? Tang Qingyan subconsciously took a step back.
She felt that Chen Fei in front of her was like a ferocious beast that had traveled from ancient times.
Its power is astonishing.
For some unknown reason, her pretty face flushed red again.
Daddy is amazing. Tang, sitting on Chen Fei's head, clapped her hands and shouted. Mommy, come on over.
Yes, Mom, don't be shy, Daddy's pinching is super intense. Let's all get hugs from Daddy, and ride the train together.
Faced with her daughter's enthusiastic invitation, Tang Qingyan frowned, then made an excuse and said, Mom has something to do, I have to go now.
After saying that, Tang Qingyan, wearing high heels and with her long, beautiful legs, left without looking back. Upon seeing this, Chen Fei burst into laughter. Hearing Chen Fei's laughter, Tang Qingyan stumbled and almost twisted her leg.
She stopped walking once she was inside the house.
Leaning against the corner, he secretly watched the tall and imposing Chen Fei in the courtyard.
Her face felt a little hot.
The thought of having to share a room with Chen Fei tonight made her feel a little complicated.
It seems tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. On Chen Fei's side.
When he carried his 5 daughters to the loquat tree, Erbo had already climbed up the grape trellis through the loquat tree and was eating grapes there, looking like he was surveying the world.
The 4 little ones below also looked eager to try. Seeing this scene, Chen Fei smiled. As expected of his own son.
Even climbing trees is so impressive, but compared to myself, I'm still a little bit lacking. I saw Chen Fei carrying his 5 daughters as he walked over.
The 5 mischievous children were instantly stunned by the scene. Bobeo, my god, this guy is amazing. Sure Bao, he can carry 5 people all by himself. He's even more amazing than Ultraman. I want to be like him in the future. Lu Bao, what's so great about that? I can do that when I grow up. Bao, looks like I need to start training hard.
I'm determined to be stronger than this guy in the future.
The mischievous kids started thinking to themselves. Daddy, do we want to climb this tree too? Upon arriving at their destination, the little ones slid off Chen Fei's shoulders and looked at the loquat tree in front of them, asking questions. Chen Fei smiled and pointed to another, even bigger tree next to him, saying, No, let's climb this one. There are 2 grapevines here. One is a loquat tree, and the other is a bayberry tree. This bayberry tree was planted here when Chen Fei was born.
It is more than 10 times larger than a loquat tree.
It would take 2 or 3 adults to encircle the tree trunk alone.
It is the season when bayberries ripen, and the tree is covered with countless bright red bayberries.
Climb this tree?
The daughters were stunned upon hearing this. Even the 5 rebellious sons who had already climbed up the grape trellis sat there blankly.
This bayberry tree is at least 20 meters tall.
To climb up, you not only need good physical strength, but also to know climbing techniques.
Sibao stretched his neck and shouted down, bragging. Yes, he's definitely bragging. This bayberry tree is so tall, how could he possibly climb it? I don't believe it, he's definitely bragging. Lu Bao loudly echoed. Bao crossed his arms and said dismissively, What's so surprising about that?
This tree may be big, but it has many branches.
It's easy to climb up.
Bao thought that Chen Fei probably only climbed to the fork of the first tree trunk. It's only 1.5 meters above the ground. Compared to them, I'm still a bit behind. It's not difficult at all. Lu Bao suddenly realized and said, that's right, climbing up isn't difficult at all. But Bao muttered to herself, I have a feeling that guy could climb to the top of the tree.
Bao nodded in agreement, adding, yes, I think so too.
Suddenly, the two of them were met with death stares from their three older brothers. The two brothers immediately covered their mouths, pretending that they hadn't said anything.
On Chen Fei's side, he put the 5 little dumplings down one by one.
Looking at the bayberry tree in front of him, he said to his daughters, Daddy will climb up first to see if there are any dangers.
After I'm sure it's safe, I'll take you up. Chen Fei affectionately patted his daughters' heads. Yes, Daddy is the best. Go, Daddy. We're waiting for you down here. Daddy, I want to eat some bayberries, can you pick a few? I want some too.
I love bayberries the most, they're so sweet and sour. The girls were talking when they started eyeing the bayberries again.
Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. Okay, Dad will climb up and see if these bayberries are ripe or not.
After saying that, he kicked off with all his might. He hung his hands on the tree trunk and then used the reaction force of his body to climb directly to the fork in the trunk.
He started. 5 rebellious sons sitting on the grape trellis.
While eating grapes, she kept her eyes glued to Chen Fei. Bao and Bao secretly hoped that Chen Fei would be able to climb to the top of the tree, because they have begun to slowly acknowledge Chen Fei as their father. However, because of his older brothers, he pretended to be hostile to Chen Fei.
In just a few seconds,
Chen Fei had already climbed up the tree trunk to the middle of the tree, about 10 meters above the ground. Upon seeing this, the 5 daughters clapped their hands.
The 5 rebellious sons were dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a whole egg.
They stared in disbelief. That guy who's already climbed 10 meters high.
Chen Fei.
Because they had climbed so high, they could only look up and squint at the view.
Si Bao, is this true? Lu Bao, that guy, he looks like Batman. Bao, he must have cheated. He climbed to the middle of the tree in just a few seconds? That's impossible. They had to exert a tremendous amount of effort to climb this loquat tree. Moreover, the postures used to climb up are all bizarre and have absolutely no aesthetic value.
But at this moment, Chen Fei used all sorts of climbing techniques. It's like being able to scale walls and leap across rooftops.
Absolutely stunning.
If it were filmed as a video, it would definitely go viral on Douyin.
Chapter 23 Mr. Tang's Uncharacteristic Behavior. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Daddy is awesome. Daddy is the most handsome man in the universe.
The 5 little cuties were stunned for a full half-minute. They quickly came to their senses, stood hand in hand under the tree, and cheered for their dad.
Hearing his daughters' voices, Chen Fei smiled.
He climbed to the very center of the tree trunk, where there was just enough space for him to sit down. Before he reached the summit, he glanced once more at his rebellious sons sitting on the grape trellis. They were all sitting there blankly.
Data I. Chen Fei silently spoke to the system. Immediately afterwards, a series of data appeared before Chen Fei's eyes. Name, Kai Kai. Appearance, 98 points. Favorability, 55%. Hobbies, reading, sleeping, and exploring.
Personality, sunny and cheerful, like sweet food, a warm and caring guy.
After reviewing Babao's data, Chen Fei couldn't help but grin. Not bad.
Babao's favorability towards me has actually increased to 55%, which is a qualitative leap compared to the previous negative number. Then I looked at the data of the other rebellious sons. In addition to the fact that the favorability of Babao and Bao has increased to over 50%, the other 2 characters' favorability has also increased. The favorability ratings for the other rebellious sons also increased slightly. At the very least, everything has turned from negative to positive.
The lowest is 5%. The highest figure has reached 34%. That's a good sign.
And this is just the beginning. My darlings, from now on I'll show you what the ultimate dad is all about.
Ha ha. Chen Fei was in a very good mood and then climbed to the top of the tree.
The higher he climbed, the thinner the branches became, but with his godlike climbing skills, Chen Fei was like a monkey in the forest.
It took less than 2 minutes to climb to the very top of the bayberry tree.
At the very top, there is simply no place for a person to stand.
So he could only hang there halfway.
From this vantage point, one can see the entire village in the distance.
This feeling is fucking awesome.
The skill rewarded by the system is quite good, at least it helped him fulfill his childhood dream. That is to climb to the top of the bayberry tree and overlook the entire village. Under the bayberry tree, 5 adorable children imitated Sun Wukong by putting their hands over their eyes so they could see further.
Where's Daddy? Daddy is missing. Coco pouted, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke.
As the eldest sister, Tang Tang went over and explained to her, "Little sister, Daddy isn't missing.
He just climbed to the very top of the tree. Look up again. This bayberry tree is over 20 meters tall." The little ones were less than a meter tall, and even with their eyes squinted, they couldn't see Chen Fei hanging at the top of the big tree very clearly. Only a vague figure could be seen. "Wow, I see it. Daddy climbed to the top. That's amazing."
As she spoke, Coco jumped up, wiped away all her tears, and clapped her little hands incessantly. The 5 rebellious sons, who were eating grapes, were dumbfounded.
I was stunned for a full half-minute. Bao finally spoke up, saying, "That guy, is he Spider-Man in disguise? That's amazing."
Sibao chimed in, "That's right, he can climb even better than Sun Wukong."
Lu Bao, why do I feel so sour?
Bao smiled and said blankly, "That's because you still have grapes in your mouth, brother."
Sure Bao, I want to eat bayberries, grapes don't taste good. Inside the house.
Just as the 10 babies were all amazed by Chen Fei's climbing skills,
Tang Qingyan's phone suddenly rang.
She took out her phone and answered the call.
"Mr. Tang, the international conference is about to begin today, what do you think?" The female secretary's voice came from the other end of the phone. She had originally wanted to ask when Tang Qingyan could participate.
But thinking back, the chairman had never missed a meeting and was always punctual. But this time, it was almost 6 o'clock, and the chairman still hadn't joined the video conference. That's why she called to remind Tang Qingyan. On the other end of the phone, Tang Qingyan checked the time. There was still half a minute left before the video conference started.
But considering this meeting will last at least 2 hours. If Chen Fei's parents come back later and I'm still in a meeting, will that be inappropriate? Thinking of this, she simply said "oh," and then said, "Let's cancel the meeting and postpone it to 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow? Oh, okay. The female secretary didn't ask any further questions and readily agreed.
However, at this moment, a storm was raging in her heart.
Oh my God. Tang Qingyan is a well-known workaholic in the company.
Even during her pregnancy, she insisted on going to work, and she also insisted on working the day after giving birth.
He actually missed the meeting this time? This is truly earth-shattering news.
After hanging up the phone, the female secretary, wearing high heels, rushed to the secretariat to announce the news.
Sheng Tang Group has dozens of departments.
Therefore, Tang Qingyan has more than a dozen secretaries, all of whom are young, beautiful, and highly educated. They formed a secretariat. When they learned that Tang Qingyan had postponed the meeting, they were all utterly shocked.
My God, President Tang actually postponed the international conference? This meeting involves orders worth tens of billions of dollars, and they just postponed it like that? That's just too outrageous. What exactly happened to President Tang? Is she still the CEO Tang we know? I'm completely dumbfounded.
Mr. Tang, who has never missed a single meeting, has actually postponed it.
I've never seen anything like this before. I know why.
Because today, the man who made President Tang have 10 babies in one pregnancy has appeared. Of course, our President Tang has to put everything aside to spend time with that man.
What are orders worth hundreds of billions compared to that man? Holy crap, is that true? How come I didn't know that the legendary man came to the company? You're so out of touch. I told you to pay more attention to our company's internal employee group. Today, everyone in the group is going crazy. That guy is incredibly handsome. No wonder he managed to win over our billionaire CEO, Mr. Tang. Honestly, if he weren't President Tang's man, I'd be tempted to steal him away. This guy must be incredibly skilled in that area. If I could sleep with him, I could easily have quadruplets or something. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be. Are you asking for death? How dare you make a move on Mr. Tang's man?
You should know that no one who offends Mr. Tang ever ends up well.
Yeah, I wouldn't even dare to think about something like that.
Hearing their colleagues' reminders, the female secretaries who had been swooning over the guy all calmed down.
My back feels a little cold. Because President Tang is just too terrifying. Those business rivals who offended her are now either in jail or on their way to deliver food. Their fate was extremely tragic. Chapter 24 Quadruplets. At the same time, inside a high-end residential community in Jiangcheng, Su Tong was packing her things at home, preparing to go to Tang Xingyan's house to become Chen Fei's apprentice. I don't know why, but I suddenly sneezed. Which idiot is this? How dare you talk bad about me behind my back? Su Tong muttered to herself as she packed her things. Tong Tong, are you really going to move to your cousin's house? Can we please not go? Besides Su Tong, Su's mother asked with a worried expression. Mom, don't worry. I'm just going to become an apprentice, that's all. Su Tong said with a smile as she folded the clothes. At this moment, her thoughts had already drifted to Tang Xingyan's house. I can already picture myself returning home after completing my studies. Su's mother sighed and looked at the crib in the living room, where 4 babies were sleeping soundly. 2 boys and 2 girls, very cute. That's right, these 4 children are Su Tong's kids. 2 years ago, when she saw her cousin Tang Xingyan give birth to Deceps, she was filled with nothing but envy. So they found someone who sold sperm and underwent in vitro fertilization. Unexpectedly, she was not much less capable than Tang Xingyan and gave birth to quadruplets. This allowed the proud Su Tong to regain some of her self-esteem. But if you go to live over there, what will happen to the children? This matter will be exposed sooner or later. Those 2 boys look so much like him, they're practically identical. I'm worried, said Su Ma. But when she saw the babies in the crib, she smiled again. Because these babies are just so adorable. Although only 9 months old, she is very beautiful, like a porcelain doll. They lay there, sucking their fingers. She was like a little angel, she practically melted her heart. Su Tong picked up her suitcase and looked at her mother, saying, Mom, the children definitely have to come with me. I need to breastfeed them tonight. Besides, I feel uneasy if I don't see them for a day. As for Erbao and Sibao, they look like that man, you don't need to worry about that. There are plenty of people in this world who look alike. Does that mean they are all related? Besides, the babies haven't fully developed yet. Maybe they won't look like that when they grow up. Upon hearing this, Suma immediately stood up. You're taking the child with you? Before Su Tong could speak, Su's mother waved her hand and said, No. Absolutely not. Not to mention whether bringing it along might cause any misunderstandings. She can't leave these 4 children now. She'd go crazy if she didn't see them for a day. Mom, why don't you and the baby come and live with me? Xingyan's house is very big, with more than a dozen rooms. It can easily accommodate our whole family. Su Tong suggested. No. Aunt Su immediately shook her head and said coldly, What kind of nonsense is it for us to move in there? And you're not allowed to go either, he's married to Xingyan. Upon hearing this, Su Tong said helplessly, I know, I won't ruin Xingyan's happiness. I'm just going to learn photography from him. What are you thinking? Besides, I will never get married in my life. Back then, if you hadn't insisted on forcing me to get married, saying that being a photographer had no future and that I would have been better off marrying into a good family, I never would have thought of that. Now that you've had your grandchildren, you don't need to envy Qingyan's 10 kids anymore. I'm going to start pursuing my career now. Chen Fei's photography skills are truly amazing. I can't find a photographer like him anywhere in the world. And he's so young. His future achievements will definitely far surpass mine. I've hit a bottleneck. If I want to reach the next level, I need to find a teacher who is far superior to me to learn from, and Chen Fei is the perfect candidate. So Mom, please don't stop me. Don't worry, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who will know whose child this baby is? Even Dad doesn't know. Only the 2 of us in the whole world, and the person who sold our sperm, no. But I've already spent 20 million to get that person to immigrate to the United States, so you don't have to worry. After hearing this, Suma hesitated for a moment, and finally said awkwardly, Oh, no, I'm already this old, it would be too awkward for me to go and live with you young people. Besides that, she was also worried that things would be leaked. Just thinking about the scene makes her toes want to pop out. Besides, she's not an actress, nor is she as clever as Su Tong. It was only a matter of time before she leaked the information. In that case, you can stay at home. I'm definitely going there, and I'll bring my babies with me too, they're still breastfeeding. As Su Tong spoke, she dragged her suitcase to the crib in the living room.
She bent down and reached out to pinch the little guy's cheek. The baby, fast asleep, had a slight upturn of his lips, revealing a sweet smile. Seeing this, Su Tong felt the whole world warm up, and her maternal instincts overwhelmed her as she exclaimed, "My darlings, Mommy loves you all so much."
Chapter 25. Can you stay home full-time to take care of your child? On the other side, Chen Fei and the children harvested 2 large baskets full of bayberries.
When Chen Fei jumped down from the tree, the children were already exhausted and slumped on the ground. Although they were covered in dirt and sweat, their little faces were beaming with happy smiles.
Even the usually aloof Erbo Xianxian couldn't help but smile. The 5 adorable daughters, seeing Chen Fei come down, stood up again and ran to his side, chattering excitedly, "Daddy, Daddy, can we eat bayberries now? With so many bayberries, how long will it take to eat them all? It's bright red and looks delicious, my mouth is watering."
Chen Fei bent down, wiped the drool from his daughters' faces, and said with a smile, "Daddy will wash you up, and you can eat bayberries soon." After saying that, Chen Fei patted the dust off his clothes, looked at his 5 daughters and 5 sons, and praised them generously. "You all did a great job today, and you were very united.
Daddy is very pleased. Let's go wash some bayberries and eat them." Hearing their father's praise, the daughters' smiles became even brighter.
He followed closely behind Chen Fei, ready to eat bayberries. The 5 rebellious sons also quietly followed, though at a distance.
Bobeo whispered, "He just praised us." "Yes, yes, I'm so happy." Sherbao nodded vigorously, his face beaming with joy.
This was the first time he had ever been praised by his dad. However, the 3 older brothers behind him looked listless.
Therefore, they didn't dare to show their excitement too obviously.
Seeing this, Erbao said sternly, "Look at you guys, so easily flattered. You got a few compliments from that guy and you're already getting carried away.
If he gives you any more benefits, you'll be calling him daddy right now." Sibao chimed in, "That's right. Don't fall for his tricks.
Think about how hard mom worked to raise us all by herself.
Where was he when she was? How can you forgive her so easily?" Lu Bao nodded and said, "Yes, we can't forgive him, we must fight to the end." Bobeo pouted, looking a little aggrieved, and said, "But what if he didn't abandon mommy, but didn't know where mommy was, or even that we existed?" Sherbao chimed in, "Yeah, so, we can't blame him."
Upon hearing what Bobeo and Sherbao said, the 3 older brothers immediately rolled their eyes.
"No matter what, we absolutely cannot give in easily, otherwise he'll really think he can become our father so easily." That's fine, although I think he's not bad.
But we've only known each other for less than a day, so I absolutely will not call him daddy."
Sibao also said with great confidence.
Bobeo and Sherbao exchanged a glance but said nothing more. She quickened her pace, leaving her 3 older brothers behind, and caught up with her sisters. Seeing this, the 3 brothers were immediately filled with sorrow.
Erbao shook his head and sighed helplessly. "It seems our invincible 5-man team is going to become a 3-man team now." Sibao exclaimed, "That guy is amazing. He managed to poach 2 of our teammates in just one day."
Lu Bao said, "Babao and Sherbao were born late and their minds are not mature yet, so it's normal for them to be deceived.
Just now, they couldn't help but want to follow.
Fortunately, they are the older brothers, and their willpower is stronger." Erbao glanced at Chen Fei's tall back and silently raised her little hand. The other 2 brothers also extended their hands in unison. 3 chubby little hands crossed and overlapped, then shouted in unison, "Go for it.
Fight to the end." After giving them a pep talk, the 3 brothers then ran happily towards Chen Fei.
"Even though I have to fight against Chen Fei, this great demon king, I still have to eat the bayberries."
Not far away, Tang Qingyan had just hung up the phone.
He happened to witness this scene and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As a mother, she knew how stubborn her son was and how difficult it would be to get them to accept Chen Fei as their father. She originally thought that her sons wouldn't pay any attention to Chen Fei for at least a year or 2.
Unexpectedly, it only took 1 day. Bobeo and Sherbao have already betrayed us.
This was completely unexpected and left her feeling somewhat incredulous.
How many secrets does this man in front of me still hold? Is it something you didn't know?
The longer she spent with Chen Fei, the more mysterious she found him to be. He is like a mountain full of treasures. As you climb it over time, you will gradually discover his preciousness.
Would you like something to eat?
Chen Fei placed the washed bayberries on the stone table in front of Tang Qingyan, then sat down beside her and carefully examined his beautiful wife.
Tang Qingyan picked up a bayberry, put it in her mouth, and chewed it twice. Is it tasty?
Chen Fei's eyes were sharp as he asked with a smile.
It's very sweet. Tang Qingyan nodded and turned to look at Chen Fei.
Soon, she saw the burning light in Chen Fei's eyes, her face flushed red, and she said reproachfully, Can you please stop looking at me like that?
So how do you want me to see you? Chen Fei said jokingly. Tang Qingyan lowered her head, not daring to look Chen Fei in the eye. She bit her red lips and changed the subject, saying, Don't you eat bayberries? Do you want to feed me? Chen Fei continued jokingly. Tang Qingyan's face turned so red it was almost bleeding.
Since Chen Fei had just climbed the tree, he exuded a strong masculine aura. In addition, the two were very close to each other at that moment. Tang Qingyan could even hear her own heartbeat, and she felt like she was melting into a puddle of water. Seeing Tang Qingyan's expression, Chen Fei picked up a bayberry, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile, Wife, you're so cute.
Are you like this at the company too? Of course not. Tang Qingyan quickly retorted.
Speaking of the company, she suddenly remembered something and looked up at Chen Fei. By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss with you.
What's up? Chen Fei asked curiously. It's the baby's business.
Tang Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then said, Before, I took the baby with me wherever I went, which was quite tiring for them. But I'm worried about leaving the child at home, so I was wondering if you could stay home full-time to take care of the child until they start kindergarten? At this point, fearing that Chen Fei might disagree, Tang Qingyan continued, In another 6 months, when the children are 3 years old, they can go to kindergarten.
When the time comes, whatever you want to do, I will support you.
Of course, if you don't want to stay home full-time to take care of the child, we can discuss other solutions.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei nodded without hesitation. I thought it was something serious. Of course, no problem. The system he's currently activating is related to children. Tang Qingyan is also a workaholic. Moreover, as the company president, she can't just abandon the company's business and stay at home taking care of the kids every day, can she? This is so inappropriate.
One of them will definitely have to make a sacrifice and stay by the child's side.
Give them a complete childhood.
Moreover, she had been taking care of the children for the past 2 years, and he had missed out on a lot.
So now, there's an opportunity for him to make amends. He certainly didn't want to miss out on the children's growth again. He agreed to Tang Qingyan's suggestion without the slightest hesitation.
Tang Qingyan was stunned. She hadn't expected Chen Fei to agree so readily. In most families, the husband is the breadwinner and the wife stays at home. Many men with a strong sense of male chauvinism do not want to be stay-at-home dads, feeling that it would hurt their male pride.
But Chen Fei didn't do that. Instead, he readily agreed.
He not only didn't mind at all, but also seemed to be looking forward to it, which made her like the man in front of her even more.
Ring ring.
Just as Tang Qingyan was in a daze, Chen Fei's phone rang.
Chapter 26 Class Reunion, Our Own Business. Chen Fei. I heard you're back?
A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. He was Lin Jiadao, Chen Fei's high school classmate, and also the first person in their class to get married.
Yes, I just got back today. Chen Fei replied casually.
Goodness, you came back without even telling us old classmates.
We heard you got married? And your wife gave you decepts, 5 sons and 5 daughters? Old Chen, you are so lucky.
On the other end of the phone, Lin Jiadao began to talk at length. Unlike me, my wife gave birth to a daughter and refuses to have any more children no matter what.
She's so spoiled. But there's nothing we can do about it.
Her family is rich, and she's been spoiled since she was little. When we got married, not only did we not have to give a bride price, but my father-in-law also insisted on giving me a red envelope of 2 million yuan, and bought me a small villa in the city, plus a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan. Sigh, this whole thing makes me look like I'm a kept man. My father-in-law says raising a child isn't easy, it costs money everywhere, and he wants me to work hard so my daughter won't suffer with me. This whole thing is putting me under a lot of pressure, it's so frustrating. You know what, raising a child these days is really expensive. My baby was just born, and in just a few months, we've already spent 200,000 yuan.
If this keeps up, I'll have to go work as a construction worker.
In addition, every month thereafter, it was a fixed 50,000 yuan. The formula had to be imported, the diapers had to be imported from Japan, and everything had to be the best. It really drove me crazy. But, you have 10 kids, you probably don't need to take such good care of them, and it shouldn't cost much money, right?
Lin Jiadao's tone was full of misery.
However, his words were full of superiority, and every word exuded an air of pretentiousness.
This is the most popular way to show off in an unconventional way right now. Playing the victim is just a facade, the real intention is to put on airs. Simply flaunting wealth can easily lead to being labeled as lacking substance and can easily provoke public outrage.
However, by playing the victim to achieve the effect of showing off, one can leave a lasting impression and be difficult to refute.
By the way, old Chen, I'm calling this time mainly to tell you something. Summer vacation is almost here, and our class 8 of Senior 3 is planning a reunion.
You're the only one in our class to get into a top university, and you even had DSEPs. You're also the most handsome guy in our class, so you absolutely can't miss it.
Remember to bring your wife and kids. The girls in our class are clamoring to meet you.
They want to see how you're doing now, and who your wife is, that she managed to win you over.
The gathering will be held at Yuanquan Villa.
The scenery there is beautiful and it's a great place for kids to play.
Be sure to come. A class reunion?
Upon hearing Lin Jiaodao's words, Chen Fei began to recall. After so many years apart, he really wanted to see his high school classmates. After all, some of them had pretty good relationships in high school. However, whether or not to bring his wife and children is something that needs to be discussed with Tang Qingyan. So, he looked at Tang Qingyan in front of him. Although his phone wasn't on speakerphone, Tang Qingyan was sitting very close to him, and Lin Jiaodao was speaking very loudly on the phone, so Tang Qingyan naturally heard him.
Before Chen Fei could speak, she nodded.
He indicated that he could go.
Chen Fei then said into the phone, "No problem, I'll bring my wife and kids."
Great, as expected of our class heartthrob, that's really straightforward.
The location is set at Yuanquan Villa, and the time is 10 a.m. tomorrow. I don't know who booked it there. This villa is very expensive, and the entertainment activities cost extra.
My spendthrift wife will definitely take my daughter everywhere to play, and I'm going to have to spend a fortune again, at least tens of thousands of yuan.
It's such a headache. With that, Lin Jiaodao hung up the phone.
Chen Fei didn't take his boasting to heart at all.
No matter how much you show off. Can I outdo him in showing off?
Compared to me, you're all nobodies.
Ha ha ha.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei looked at Tang Qingyan and said, "Honey, if you're not free tomorrow, I can take the kids over by myself."
"It's okay, I'm free."
Tang Qingyan smiled and said, "Besides, I also want to see your high school classmates and get to know you better." Chen Fei laughed and readily agreed, "Okay, then we'll take the kids on a family trip tomorrow. I'll look up where that Yuanquan Villa is."
"No need to check, I know."
Seeing Chen Fei open Baidu and prepare to search, Tang Qingyan hurriedly said,
"Have you been there?"
Tang Qingyan brushed a strand of hair from her temple and said softly, "No, but this Yuanquan Villa is also an industry under my company.
It is a resort that integrates leisure and entertainment."
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was speechless.
He never expected that Yuanquan Villa would be owned by Tang Qingyan's company.
Thinking of the overwhelming sense of superiority that Lin Jiaodao had exuded on the phone just now, Chen Fei found it somewhat amusing.
It's a place he's so proud of that he's reluctant to spend money there. This is actually our own territory? Wife, how much wealth do you actually have? Chen Fei couldn't help but ask.
Tang Qingyan thought for a moment and replied, "Not much, just barely breaking the trillion mark."
There are at least a dozen families like mine across the country.
Chen Fei was amused by his wife's words.
You're being way too modest.
Others may have a net worth of trillions, but that's all the assets of their entire family.
But you're a person, how can you compare? By the way, honey, I haven't told you about my family yet. You've seen my family situation. My parents are self-employed.
They contract fish ponds and farmland, and do some agricultural products and animal husbandry. Their annual income should be around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, but I don't know the exact amount.
Chen Fei scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. My family's situation is a bit complicated. It's hard to explain in a short time. Tonight, I'll give you a list of my assets. Now that we're married, what's mine is yours." Seeing Chen Fei reveal his family's wealth, Tang Qingyan also spoke up. "Ha, wife." Hearing Tang Qingyan's words, Chen Fei couldn't help but tease her, "You're so rich, aren't you afraid I'll divorce you and then run off with half of your money?" "You won't," Tang Qingyan said firmly.
Chen Fei was taken aback by her sudden trust, and then felt a little embarrassed.
He laughed and said, "It seems my wife knows me quite well. However, I don't know my wife very well at all." How about we get to know each other better tonight? You. Hearing this, Tang Qingyan blushed and glared at Chen Fei. Then, embarrassed, she turned her head away. Just then, a loud wail suddenly came from the other side of the courtyard. Wow, wow, wow. Sibo was sitting on the ground, crying very sadly. Chapter 27 Divine Medical Skills, The Shaking Four Treasures. Seeing this scene, Chen Fei was startled and hurriedly ran over. Waya. Sibao sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Upon seeing this, Chen Fei immediately used his data vision to begin examining the data. Sibao Yang cried loudly because he ate unwashed bayberries, which caused him stomach problems. It turns out it was because they ate unclean bayberries. But I clearly washed myself, so why is this happening? It must have been those little brats who sneaked into the basket and took it when I wasn't looking. Just then, the system's voice came again. Bite. Baby has diarrhea detected. Reward, God-level healing skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a flood of knowledge about acupuncture, pulse diagnosis, and prescriptions rushed into Chen Fei's mind. In just a few seconds, Chen Fei then felt that his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had reached an unprecedented level. It instantly made him a national master of traditional Chinese medicine. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed to have changed. Looking at the bayberries on the table, their properties immediately came to mind. Waxberry, it can quench thirst, aid digestion, astringe the intestines, relieve hangovers, and stop bleeding. It can be used to treat various ailments. Although bayberries have many health benefits. However, unwashed bayberries contain many worms and other unclean things. It's easy to get an upset stomach if you eat it. At this moment, Tang Qingyan also ran over and inquired about Sibao's situation. Chen Fei picked up Sibao and said to her, Sibao ate some unclean bayberries and got a stomachache. Take him to poop. I'll go to the kitchen and make him some herbal medicine. After giving Tang Qingyan his instructions, Chen Fei went to the kitchen alone. At this point, the situation was quite clear. Sibao's stomachache was caused by eating unclean bayberries, but it's not a serious problem. He has found a solution. After entering the kitchen, he opened the cabinet and took out some of the necessary Chinese medicinal herbs, including chuanxion, shandujian, xanthium, agastache, tangerine peel, and so on. Take 10 grams of each. Then find a clay pot, put the herbs in, and boil them over high heat. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer for 15 minutes. Pour out the broth. Add an appropriate amount of water, turn to medium heat and simmer for another 10 minutes. Pour out the final liquid. Carrying the brewed herbal medicine, Chen Fei entered the room. At this moment, Sibo had finished defecating and was lying weakly on the bed. Tang Qingyan sat on the edge of the bed, looking anxious. When she saw Chen Fei come in, she looked curiously at the things in his hands. What's this? Tang Qingyan looked puzzled. Sibao blinked, twitched its little nose, and looked at Chen Fei, asking, What's in the bowl? It's sweet soup. As Chen Fei walked over, he said with a smile, You just had diarrhea, you must be thirsty, right? Here, drink this bowl of soup to quench your thirst. Chen Fei sat down on the edge of the bed and gently blew on the medicine in the bowl. Seeing this, Tang Qingyan helped Sibao up. At that moment, outside the window, 9 little ones stood in a neat row, craning their necks and curiously looking at everything inside. Coco whispered, I really want to drink the sweet soup that Daddy made. Sweetie nodded and said, Yes, it looks delicious, even sweeter than grapes. Just then, Bobeo whispered, Will it really taste good? I peeked into the kitchen just now, and it seemed like Daddy put a lot of weird things in there. It smelled like medicine. The eldest sister, Tang, immediately glared at Bobeo and corrected her, There's no medicine smell at all, it clearly smells like sweet soup, I think it smells so good. Guagui nodded her little head vigorously, Bobeo turned his head and looked blankly at his 4 brothers beside him, as if he wanted to ask for their opinion. However, none of them had been to the kitchen, so how would they know what Chen Fei used to make this sweet soup? Therefore, it is natural that I cannot offer my own opinion. Inside the house, Chen Fei gently blew on the medicine in the bowl. Then I took out a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in my mouth to try it. So sweet. Chen Fei wore a satisfied expression. Seeing Chen Fei enjoying his food so much, Sibao also showed an eager expression on his face. In particular, when he heard his brothers and sisters smacking their lips outside, he wanted to drink even more. They acted as if they were afraid of having it stolen from them. Here, have a sip.
Chen Fei scooped up another spoonful of medicine and put it into Sibao's mouth. The spoon has just been put in.
Sibao couldn't wait to swallow it.
Soon, an indescribable taste spread through his mouth.
This is a sweet soup? Does he have some kind of misunderstanding about sweetness? But the smile on the face of his adoptive father was so heartwarming.
It seems that even the medicine tastes sweet. Outside the window, seeing Sibao swallow the sweet soup, the other children swallowed hard.
They really want to drink it too. Coco's mouth watered immediately, and she muttered softly, "Daddy is so good to Sibao, I really want to drink sweet soup too. Sibao looks like it tastes really good, what?" And so, under Chen Fei's scheme, the whole bowl of Chinese medicine was drunk up by Sibao.
Regardless of whether it's sweet or not, Sibao saw his brothers and sisters outside the window with their eyes gleaming green. He then began to drink it in large gulps.
I was terrified that they would snatch it away from me the next second.
Sitting on the bed, supporting Sibao, Tang Qingyan was deeply shocked by what she saw.
How could traditional Chinese medicine be sweet? Chen Fei is really good at exaggerating.
She sat next to me, and even without tasting it, I could smell a strong aroma of Chinese herbal medicine.
Surprisingly, Sibao obediently finished drinking it all. No crying or fussing. This is absolutely amazing. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei with eyes full of admiration and appreciation. Are you feeling better now? Chen Fei put down the soup bowl and asked Sibao. Sibao nodded, feeling that her stomach didn't hurt as much as before. Chen Fei affectionately patted his little head and said, "Get a good night's sleep, and you'll be lively and energetic again when you wake up." Sibao looked at Chen Fei in front of him and felt an indescribable sense of emotion. At this moment, his heart began to waver. Tang Qingyan put the 4 treasures down again and then covered him with the blanket.
After playing all day, Sibao was exhausted.
After drinking the Chinese medicine, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. We went outside. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei and asked, "Is the traditional Chinese medicine really effective? Should we take Yan Yan to see a doctor?" Need not. Sibao's illness isn't serious. It's just an upset stomach. I've prepared some traditional Chinese medicine to soothe his digestive system. He'll be back to his normal energy after he wakes up. Chen Fei waved his hand and said with a smile. You also know medicine? Tang Qingyan asked in surprise. Of course, I know a lot of things. Medical skills are only one aspect, Chen Fei said smugly. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Qingyan felt that he was probably bragging. After all, he knows so many things, including skills like traditional Chinese medicine that require time to accumulate. How could someone so young possibly master it? She thought to herself that Chen Fei might just happen to know of such a prescription that could treat diarrhea in children. Chapter 28, Trillions of Dollars in Assets, just like that? Daddy, the sun is about to set. Didn't we agree to go catch shrimp? Just then, Tang Tang ran over and tugged at Chen Fei's arm, acting coquettishly. In the afternoon. The girls kept talking about catching crayfish. Chen's mother also promised them that after the sun went down, Chen Fei would take them to the edge of her own field to catch them. Surprisingly, they still remembered it. Seeing how happy the children were and how much they wanted to go out and play, Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei, "You take the children out to play. I'll stay home and take care of Sibao. When Mom comes back from grocery shopping, I'll help her out." Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. After taking the Chinese medicine, Sibao is fine now. As long as I go and come back quickly, I should be able to get back before my parents return. So Chen Fei took the children out to catch crayfish. After Chen Fei left, Tang Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and glanced at it, noticing it was a call from her mother. Her brows furrowed slightly. However, she still answered the phone. Mom. After the call connected, Tang Qingyan said somewhat guiltily. Qingyan, tell Mom the truth, have you found the father of your child? And even let him see the child? Tang's mother went straight to the point and asked. We got our marriage certificate today. Tang Qingyan knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so she did not hide it. Moreover, she plans to take Chen Fei to meet her parents in a while. What? Upon hearing this, Tang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Then, as if afraid of being overheard, she lowered her voice and said, You and he got your marriage certificate? Or did you get it today? Yes, his name is Chen Fei. Tang Qingyan replied calmly. Sigh. How could you not tell your mother about such a big event as getting married? If your dad finds out about this, he'll be so angry he'll faint. You really are something. Tang's mother was extremely anxious. My daughter has always been very independent. He led his company into the Fortune Global 500 through his own abilities and never asked his family for a single penny. It can be said to be an outstanding representative of independent women in the new era.
But now, he doesn't even tell his family about something as important as getting married.
This is a bit too much independence. Mom, Chen Fei is a very good person. Tang Qingyan frowned slightly and spoke up for Chen Fei.
I know you must think he is a really good person, that's why you got the marriage certificate with him.
By the way, did you have your assets notarized before you got the marriage certificate?
As if suddenly remembering something, Tang's mother asked the question that she cared about most.
I did it.
Upon hearing this, Tang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. That's good.
At least, I won't be cheated out of money or sexually assaulted.
I transferred all my assets to Chen Fei. What's mine is now his.
Tang Qingyan said calmly. Ah? Tang's mother exclaimed in surprise and jumped up on the spot. She desperately wanted to rush to her daughter, crack open her head, and see what was going on in her mind. She actually transferred all her assets to Chen Fei? That's a fortune worth trillions. She just gave away the entire Shang Tang group like that? That's absolutely outrageous. Xingyan, how could you be so foolish? What happened 3 years ago was a conspiracy. Tang's mother said with exasperation, how could you just hand over the empire you worked so hard to build to someone else like that? Mom, Chen Fei isn't just anyone, he's my husband. Besides, what happened 3 years ago had nothing to do with Chen Fei, he was also a victim. Furthermore, I've already discussed it with Chen Fei. He'll stay home full-time to take care of the child until he's 3 years old. He's a grown man, and he's willing to give up his job to stay home and take care of the child. If I don't hand over the assets to him, he won't feel secure. Upon hearing Tang Qingyan's reason, for a moment, Tang's mother didn't know how to refute it. But what's the use of refuting it now?
The deed is done, and saying more won't change anything.
She shook her head and said with a hint of helplessness, so when do you plan to bring him back to meet us? Once I've finished dealing with things here, I'll take him back to see you. Tang Qingyan said. Good. An Tang nodded and instructed, however, don't tell your father yet that you've transferred all your assets to Chen Fei. I'm afraid his blood pressure will spike and he'll kick the bucket. Hearing this, Tang Qingyan was somewhat embarrassed. Given her personality, if her father really asked, she would definitely answer truthfully. But when she thought about her father's blood pressure, she hesitated again. Fine, think about it yourself. When you come back, follow your mother's instructions. I need to give your father a heads up and tell him about your marriage to Chen Fei so he can get used to it. Otherwise, if you suddenly bring a man back and say you've registered your marriage with him, I'm afraid your dad will be furious and kick Chen Fei out on the spot. Seeing that Tang Qingyan didn't speak, Tang's mother added. Good. Then I'll hang up now. Tang Qingyan agreed and hung up the phone immediately. On the other side, Chen Fei led the children to the riverbank in the fields. Every summer, many crayfish appear here. When he was a child, he liked to use squid as bait to catch crayfish. Chen Fei walked in front, followed by 9 babies, like a little train. Villagers are busy working in the fields. Seeing this, they all put down their hoes and greeted Chen Fei, saying, Xia Fei, are these all your kids? I heard you gave birth to Deceps, is that right? 5 girls, 5 boys, wait, why is there 1 boy missing? Chen Fei smiled and replied, there's another one who's not feeling well and is resting at home. Are you all right? The kind and simple villagers quickly asked with concern. Chen Fei waved his hand and laughed, it's nothing, just an upset stomach. I'm fine now after taking the medicine. It's good that you're all right. As Chen Fei walked, he greeted the elderly men and women. Soon, we arrived at the river where I used to fish for crayfish when I was a child. Daddy! When can we go crayfish fishing? Seeing that they had walked for so long and still hadn't reached their destination, Tang Tang said impatiently. Almost there, it's just ahead. Chen Fei replied to Tang Tang. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice came out. Bite. Host detected fishing for crayfish with baby reward, God-level fishing skill. The system's voice then sounded. A wealth of fishing knowledge flooded into Chen Fei's mind, making him a true fishing master. Chapter 29: An unexpected encounter with a high school classmate, the class beauty's choice. A moment later, Chen Fei opened his eyes again. He exuded an aura of mastery from the inside out. Just like the peerless heroes in martial arts movies, hiding in the fields and villages. A gentle breeze blew, and the rice seedlings in the paddy fields bowed low, gleaming golden in the setting sun. This further highlights Chen Fei's extraordinary nature at this moment. Babeo rubbed his eyes and looked at Chen Fei with some surprise, saying, "Why do I feel like he's become a master?" This time, Lu Bao didn't refute it. They looked at Chen Fei with equal surprise, a puzzled expression on their faces. Just a gust of wind blew by. How come my cheap dad seems to have changed? Chen Fei turned around, looked at his bewildered sons, and said, "Little guys, what are you standing there for?" The four little ones snapped back to their senses at once. She was somewhat afraid to meet Chen Fei's gaze. In front of Chen Fei, they were as if they were naked, completely exposed to him. This man is getting stronger and stronger. "Daddy, when are we going to start fishing?" As if by some strange twist of fate, Babeo suddenly uttered those words. After he shouted, the other three kids all turned to look at him. Bao and Lu Bao looked at each other with hostility. Bao's face was filled with longing, and there was even a hint of envy. She actually dared to call that guy daddy so brazenly in front of her brothers. "I'm so envious." He wouldn't dare do that. Because he was afraid of being beaten by his two older brothers. "Let's begin now. Come here, Daddy will teach you how to catch crayfish." Chen Fei patted Babeo's head and spoke to the other little ones. Babeo was the first to walk over. After calling him Daddy, he stopped hiding his feelings and openly displayed his affection for Chen Fei. The other little ones followed along. They all squatted down and surrounded Chen Fei and his fishing rod. As Chen Fei took out the bait, he said, "To catch crayfish, we need to understand their habits first, such as what they like to eat, when they eat dinner, and so on." "What do crayfish like to eat?" Babeo stared intently at Chen Fei and asked curiously. He only knew that he liked to eat crayfish, but he didn't really know what crayfish liked to eat. Crayfish like to eat their internal organs and such. As he spoke, Chen Fei took out the cut chicken intestines and chicken livers as bait. They were strung on fishing rods and cast into the river one by one. Then the fishing rods were handed to the children. "All right, just watch here. If the fishing rod moves, it means a crayfish has taken the bait. Just pull it up." After saying that, Chen Fei left the river and ran to the roadside to wash his hands. The little ones took the fishing rods and stared intently at the floats, their expressions extremely serious. Chen Fei stood by the roadside washing his hands. Seeing this, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "Hey, isn't that Chen Fei?" The long-legged beauty who had just gotten out of a BMW X5 saw Chen Fei not far away and said with some surprise. Immediately afterwards, a man got out of the driver's seat. He took off his sunglasses and followed the woman's gaze, his expression slightly surprised. "It really is him. I heard from Lin Jiatao that he went back to his hometown. I didn't expect it to be true. Those are Chen Fei's decepts?" Their gazes then turned to the row of kids standing next to Chen Fei. Each of them held a fishing rod, looking quite adorable. "Oh my god, it really is. However, these kids don't look young at all. Didn't Chen Fei just graduate from university? How come the child has grown so much? I thought it was one of those newborns." The man chuckled and said sarcastically, "Maybe it happened during college? High school forbids dating, but in college you can't resist and put all your energy into picking up girls." The long-legged beauty looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "No way, he's the top student in our class, and he was also the most handsome guy in our class back then. I never imagined he would fall so low. But shouldn't he be looking for a job right after graduating from university? Why is he taking his child back to his hometown?" The long-legged beauty exclaimed in surprise once again. The man chuckled again and said dismissively, "These days, do you think jobs are so easy to find? His family isn't very wealthy. If he can't find work and has 10 children to support, he definitely can't stay in the city. That's why he took his wife and kids back to the countryside, it's easier to support them." The long-legged beauty shook her head and sighed, "What a pity, he's so handsome and the top student in our class. I thought that once he went to university, he would make something of himself. I never expected that I would end up going back to the countryside." Back then, she even had a crush on Chen Fei. However, Chen Fei remained indifferent to her, so he never made a move. In the end, she chose the richest man in the class.
Right now, standing beside her is her husband, Li Chang. Li Chang's family owns a restaurant and several properties in the city, with assets worth tens of millions. Last year, she gave birth to a son for Li Chang. Therefore, thanks to her son, her in-laws bought her a BMW X5 and a large apartment in the city.
Now I own a car and a house, and my life is fulfilling.
Deep down, she still harbored a faint hope for Chen Fei. I fantasize about what it would have been like if I had been with Chen Fei back then.
Wouldn't they be happier?
But now, all those illusions have been shattered.
She was even glad that she hadn't been persistent and relentlessly pursued Chen Fei.
Fortunately, when faced with the choice between love and money, she chose the latter.
So it wasn't a bad choice. Walk. Let us go over and say hello to him. Li Chang pressed the car key, locked the car, and said with a smug expression.
He is now married to Sun Euro, the most beautiful girl in our class back then.
And she even gave birth to a big, healthy boy.
After giving birth, Sun Euro recovered her figure very quickly, and there was no sign that she had ever given birth. Every time Li Chang took her out, he felt incredibly proud. Now, she meets Chen Fei, the top student and class heartthrob from back then. Of course, he had to bring his wife along to show off.
However, Sun Euro shook her head and politely declined. Never mind. He is not one of us at all.
After all, they now own cars and houses, and can earn nearly $1,000,000 a year just from restaurant dividends without doing anything else.
Chen Fei was just a poor country boy.
Therefore, there is no need to associate with them.
They are unlikely to have any business dealings.
Upon hearing this, Li Chang laughed and said, "That's true. But he'll be at the class reunion tomorrow, so I'll have a good chat with him then and see how he managed to get someone pregnant while he was in college."
Ha ha ha.
As he spoke, Li Chang was amused by his own sense of humor. Sun Euro frowned slightly. He disliked this about Li Chang. He always spoke rudely, and when they did that, he didn't treat himself like a human being. Unlike Chen Fei, who has a refined appearance and seems like a warm-hearted man. However, she also understood that Chen Fei, despite being handsome and a graduate of a top university, was still a promising talent.
However, he has no money and now has to support 10 children.
I estimate that in a few years, he will become an old and ugly middle-aged man. Therefore, she does not regret her choice.
Chapter 30, My own parents actually have some assets? 7 p.m. It gradually got dark.
Summer nights come especially quickly, and in the blink of an eye, everything is completely shrouded in darkness. Chen Fei took his child and carried 2 buckets of crayfish home.
Possessing godlike fishing skills, yet wanting to catch nothing. It's practically impossible.
Chen Fei was in charge of carrying the crayfish, while the children carried fishing rods and nets. Their little faces were beaming with happiness, and they walked with a brisk pace. Along the way, they argued about who caught the most crayfish. They almost got into an argument. Actually, apart from De Bao and Air Bao who caught 2 crayfish, the other kids only managed to catch crayfish with Chen Fei's help.
There's absolutely no need to argue. Chen Fei watched them without interfering, a faint smile on his face.
This kind of stay-at-home dad life is so awesome.
I'm home.
Mr. and Mrs. Chen have already bought the groceries. With the help of my extended family, I prepared a huge table full of dishes. Tang Qingyan originally wanted to help out, but Mr. and Mrs. Chen insisted that she take good care of Sibao.
Meanwhile, Sibao had already woken up.
After a good night's sleep, he felt much better and was fully recovered. I saw Chen Fei carrying 2 buckets of crayfish back. His face was full of envy.
I regret not listening to others and eating the unwashed bayberries.
Otherwise, he could go out with his brothers and sisters to catch crayfish.
Seeing them, they all looked so happy. He was so remorseful he almost cried. I'm thinking that from now on, I must listen to my dad.
When Chen Fei returned with the child, all the relatives came out of the house. They surrounded the children and showered them with praise.
The atmosphere was very lively, like celebrating the Chinese New Year.
Tang Qingyan was also surrounded by her aunts and uncles, who enthusiastically shared their childcare experiences with her.
Hey, brother Chen Fei, what brand is your car? It looks very high-end.
Chen Fei's cousin just started junior high school this year, and she came with her parents today because she has a holiday. At this moment, seeing the nanny van parked in the yard, he asked curiously.
This is a Rolls-Royce. Chen Fei didn't hide anything and spoke directly.
The fact that his wife is the chairman of Shengtang Group is definitely something he can't hide.
However, since the relatives didn't ask,
he was too embarrassed to bring it up himself, so he decided to just let things take their course. My cousin had never heard of this car brand before, but she still walked around the van for a while and nodded, saying, "Oh, a Rolls-Royce, it looks really nice.
I think it's even better looking than a Mercedes or BMW.
My cousin has great taste."
Hearing his cousin's words, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh and say something.
My cousin, feeling embarrassed after being praised, ran off to the kitchen to serve the dishes.
Most of Chen Fei's relatives are from the countryside.
Most people only travel by motorcycle, and the most impressive one might own a car worth tens of thousands of yuan.
They had never heard of the Rolls-Royce brand either. But they still curiously gathered around and asked, "Xiaofei, what's this slash? Did your parents buy it for you?" "No, it's my wife's car." Upon hearing this, the elders around Chen Fei cast envious glances at him. "My wife is beautiful, that's all. Now even the car was bought by her?
I really don't know what kind of luck this guy has with women."
"Dinner's ready. Come in, everyone. Don't stand outside."
With a shout from Chen Ma, everyone headed towards the living room.
Everyone sat down.
Looking at this large, sumptuous dinner, I couldn't help but swallow hard.
Everyone had a great time tonight. They ate while chatting about everyday family matters. The relatives didn't leave until 10 p.m., reluctant to part.
Before parting, he also told Chen Fei to treat Tang Qingyan well and that he must hold a wedding for her when he had the chance.
Even though I have a child now. However, all the necessary procedures must be followed. Night. After the relatives left,
Chen Ma washed the dishes and then cleaned the house. Then, together with Tang Qingyan, he took the 10 cubs and gave them a bath.
For Chen's mother, bathing 10 kids was truly an unprecedented experience. Washing so many kids is harder than washing dishes. It took more than an hour to clean each of the little ones.
After just one day, Chen Ma felt like her back was about to break. My daughter-in-law not only raised 10 children to adulthood, but she also bathed them every day for the past 2 years.
How did she manage to get through all that? Thinking of this, Chen Ma's guilt towards her intensified even more.
Thinking that later, I would take out the remaining 500,000 to make a total of 1 million. I'll give it all to my daughter-in-law as a gift when we first meet. Tell her to hire more nannies so she doesn't overwork herself.
On the other side, Chen's father and Chen Fei were sitting in the yard. Sipping beer and watching the rural scenery at night is very pleasant.
Just then, Chen's mother came out of the house, rubbing her shoulders, and said to Chen Fei seriously, "Xiaofei, you must hold a wedding for Qingyan and treat her better in the future. I almost died from washing 10 babies just now. My daughter-in-law used to raise the child all by herself.
I really don't know how she managed to get through it.
Now that she has married into our Chen family, we absolutely cannot treat her unfairly. Your father and I have discussed it and we're going to sponsor your living expenses, a total of 1 million.
However, this money is for Qingyan and the children, you can't take a single penny. At that time, we will give the money to Qingyan," Chen Ma said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen exclaimed, "How come this money is going to double? It was supposed to be 500,000, how come it's become 1 million now?" However, he didn't say much.
Seeing his wife's aching back and sore waist, he knew she was really exhausted from bathing 10 children.
Moreover, the two of them worked together to bathe the Deceps. Tang Qingyan is usually all alone, so you can imagine how tiring it must be.
He heard that his mother was going to sponsor him with 1 million yuan.
Chen Fei's mouth dropped open, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He remembered. "Don't you have a lot of money at home?"
When I was in college, I was only given 800 yuan a month for living expenses, and I had to rely on instant noodles to get by at the end of each month. This forced him to work as a substitute trainer, earning his own money and spending it as he pleased.
"Dad, Mom, where did you get so much money?" Chen Fei couldn't help but ask this question.
Mr. Chen and Mrs. Chen exchanged a glance, and then Mrs. Chen frankly said, "Son, actually, we still have some money at home. And this 1 million is not all of our savings.
So don't worry, just treat Qingyan and the child well from now on, and absolutely don't let them suffer, understand?"
Mr. Chen chimed in, "Your mother and I have contracted several acres of fish ponds and are raising a lot of pigs, cattle, and sheep. If we work hard this year, earning 500,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem.
So you don't need to worry about the money." Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was both amused and exasperated. Turn out to be, my parents actually have some assets? I've been so badly deceived all these years. Chapter 31, The daughter-in-law is the chairman of Sheng Tang Group? Thinking of this,
Chen Fei still found it a little hard to accept. However, the thought that her parents had kept it from her, making her believe that her family was very poor, made her hesitate.
Could he also choose not to tell them Tang Qingyan's true identity? Humph.
The more Chen Fei thought about it, the more he felt he should do it. Moreover, he was quite curious to see what would happen when his mother handed the bank card to Tang Qingyan.
What kind of expression would Tang Qingyan have? Son, don't blame your parents for keeping it from you. We're afraid that once you go to college, you won't study hard. Your parents don't want you to go to college and then come home to raise pigs and fish. We just want you to learn more so you can find an easy job after graduation, unlike us, who work ourselves to the bone for so little money. Chen's mother patted Chen Fei on the shoulder and said earnestly.
Hearing his mother's words, Chen Fei was utterly speechless.
I really don't know. Is Mom in Versailles? Or perhaps they genuinely don't realize just how dire the job market is right now.
I work myself to the bone to earn this little bit of money. If you work yourself to the bone, you can earn 500,000 a year.
I estimate that many college students would be desperate to earn this money. However, when it comes to making money,
for Chen Fei, this was no longer the most important thing. He smiled, looked up at Chen Ma, and said, Mom, I haven't let you down.
My job is indeed quite easy now. After all, living off a woman, how could it not be easy? What kind of job did you look for?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen immediately became interested and asked a question.
Being a stay-at-home dad. Chen Fei replied with a smile. Seriously? I'm being serious.
Hearing this, Mr. Chen was about to get angry when Mrs. Chen interjected, Oh, old man, don't ask. It's probably not a good job, and our son feels ashamed and doesn't want to talk about it.
As long as you can find a job, that's fine. We don't expect you to make a lot of money. As long as you can support yourself, that's enough.
As for your daughter-in-law and children, your parents will help you raise them for now.
Aunt Chen stepped in to smooth things over. Originally, Chen Fei wanted to hide Tang Qingyan's identity and get revenge on his parents for concealing his family situation. But now it seems we have no choice but to lay our cards on the table. Otherwise, they would really think that I was joking with them. Mom, I'm telling the truth.
Your daughter-in-law is the chairman of Sheng Tang Group, with a net worth of over 1 trillion yuan, while my main job now is to stay at home and take care of the children.
To put it nicely, he's a stay-at-home dad.
Mr. and Mrs. Chen exchanged a glance, and a helpless smile immediately appeared on their faces. Then, they waved their hands and said in unison, Okay, son, we know you didn't find a great job, but don't brag in front of your parents.
We're not strangers, we won't laugh at you.
Hearing this, Chen Fei was speechless. He never expected that his parents would distrust him so much.
Today, I told them I was married and had DSEPs, but they didn't believe me.
Now, if I told you that your daughter-in-law is worth trillions and is the chairperson of Sheng Tang Group, you wouldn't believe me.
Being your son is so difficult.
Helpless, Chen Fei got up, walked to the van parked in the yard, pointed at the van's logo and said, Mom and Dad, come and see this car, and you'll know whether I was bragging or not.
This isn't that. Chen Ma walked to the nanny van and desperately tried to think of the vehicle's name.
Mr. Chen has a pretty good memory for cars, and he exclaimed loudly, This is Teacher Lai Si.
Oh, right. Although Mr. Chen's pronunciation wasn't quite standard, Mrs. Chen still nodded in agreement. Dad, it's a Rolls-Royce. Rolex's Lao and Swen is Swen. Quickly check on your phone to see how much this car costs. Chen Fei pointed to the Rolls-Royce emblem and said.
Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen didn't say anything, but immediately picked up his phone and started looking it up.
Enter Rolls-Royce in the search bar. The next second,
information about Rolls-Royce then emerged. Rolls-Royce, a British luxury car brand, produces cars that are outstanding representatives of the world's top automobiles, renowned worldwide for their luxury. Rolls-Royce Wraith, price, 4.735.9 million renminbi. Rolls-Royce Ghost, price, 5.035.77 million. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, price, 6.917.45 million yuan. See the information displayed on the phone screen. Mr. and Mrs. Chen both opened their mouths wide, and their pupils contracted sharply.
Quick, look at the car logo, see if it matches.
Chen's mother quickly went to the front of the nanny van, carefully examined the car logo, and then compared it with the car logo on Chen's father's phone.
Discover. They are exactly the same.
At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Chun were completely dumbfounded. Chen's mother was smarter. She snatched the phone and looked at the Rolls-Royce models currently on sale.
Upon closer inspection, none of them matched the one in front of them. That's not right, this car isn't even listed online.
As Chen Ma spoke, she turned her gaze to Chen Fei, about to ask if he had stuck the car emblem on himself.
As a result, Chen Fei spoke first. I know what you want to say. This Rolls-Royce is a nanny van that Qing Yan had specially customized for the manufacturer. Because it needs to carry 10 children, an ordinary nanny van simply cannot fit them, so this car was customized. If you don't believe me, I can open the car and show you the interior.
Then you'll see that this car is quite different from those cars that cost hundreds of thousands. As Chen Fei spoke, he opened the car door. Even though Mr. and Mrs. Chen don't know much about cars, they could still tell from the interior design.
This car is truly extraordinary. The interior is exquisitely crafted.
The steering wheel, the leather seats, and the infotainment system all exude a luxurious and aristocratic feel. Mr. and Mrs. Chen exchanged a glance and muttered in unison.
Is my daughter-in-law really the chairperson of Shangtang Group?
Our son has really become a gigolo, and a gigolo at that, so much so that his mouth is practically dripping with grease? Immediately afterwards, the two turned their heads and stared intently at Chen Fei. Upon seeing that look, Chen Fei was immediately startled.
Mom and Dad, what are you trying to do?
Without saying a word, Mr. and Mrs. Chen began searching for something in the yard.
Soon, they each grabbed a mop. Mom and Dad, no. Please don't. Give me some face. I'm a grown man, why are you hitting me with a mop?
Oh, my wife and kids are still inside.
Alright, stop hitting me. I really didn't mean to hide it from you guys. It's just that none of you asked, and I couldn't find an opportunity to tell you. It's getting late, I need to go help my wife and put the kids to sleep. Mom and Dad, I know I was wrong.
At this moment, even Tang Qingyan, who was inside the house coaxing her baby to sleep, heard Chen Fei's screams coming from the courtyard. I couldn't help but look up and curiously gaze out the window.
Chapter 32 I want a dozen wives like that.
A short while later, there was a knock on the bedroom door.
Tang Qingyan opened the door and saw Chen Fei standing in the doorway.
She gestured for Chen Fei to be quiet, welcomed him in, and then gently closed the door.
What's wrong?
She had just heard Chen Fei begging for mercy in the room. However, because Chen Fei was speaking his hometown dialect, and because it was through the window, she couldn't hear him very clearly.
Chen Fei scratched his head and grinned. It's nothing, my parents just asked me to come over and spend more time with you, saying I haven't been spending enough time with you. Tang Qingyan gave him a charming glare, knowing that Chen Fei wasn't telling the truth.
But she didn't expose her. Instead, she bit her red lips, looked at the baby sleeping soundly on the bed, and said softly, "Let's go to the study to talk."
Honey, what do you want to talk to me about?
They even went to such a private place as the study, could it be?
Chen Fei spoke in a flirtatious manner.
What she got in return was a cold shoulder from Tang Qingyan.
Why does this man always misinterpret my meaning? That's so indecent.
And so, Chen Fei awkwardly led Tang Qingyan to the study next door.
Tang Qingyan took out a document and handed it to Chen Fei.
Chen Fei took it and felt it was quite heavy, so he asked curiously,
"What's this? Didn't you want to know about our family's financial situation this afternoon? So I prepared these documents for you to see.
They contain all our family's business documents," Tang Qingyan said softly. Hearing this, Chen Fei threw the file folder onto the table and laughed helplessly. "Honey, I was just kidding."
You actually went and prepared it? Tang Qingyan gave Chen Fei a charming glare, then said, "You really don't want to look? What's so interesting about this?"
Chen Fei sat down on the desk, shrugged, and said, "All 10 children are my offspring, and I'm penniless.
Do you think I'm afraid of you taking my inheritance? Besides, getting a divorce won't do you any good." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Chen Fei then reached out his right hand and pulled Tang Qingyan to his side.
His playful demeanor vanished, and he said seriously, "Wife, don't worry, I will never leave you. Furthermore, I have no interest in your property whatsoever. I just want to help you share the burden and fulfill my responsibilities as a father. You've been raising the child alone all these years, it must have been tough for you." Hearing Chen Fei's heartfelt confession,
Tang Qingyan felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes reddened slightly. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been very strong-willed, and no matter what happens, she silently bears it all by herself.
Everyone thought she was a strong woman. However, as a woman, who wouldn't want a safe haven to rely on?
She also longed for a shoulder to lean on, a place where she could hide in his arms and act coquettishly when she encountered difficulties.
This moment, Tang Qingyan finally understood how much she missed that warm embrace.
She reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's neck, resting her head against his chest. The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's heartbeats and body temperature.
No one spoke.
But at this moment, silence speaks louder than words. After a while, Tang Qingyan left Chen Fei's embrace and said softly, "You should take a good look at that list of assets."
Why? Chen Fei asked, somewhat puzzled. Because.
Tang Qingyan raised her head, looked at Chen Fei gently, and continued, "Because, that's all your property."
What do you mean?
Chen Fei looked puzzled. "I'm transferring all of my company's shares to you,"
Tang Qingyan explained.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was so shocked that his breath caught in his throat. Tang Qingyan continued to explain, "You chose to stay at home full-time to take care of the child, while I work outside. If I don't let you hold the reins of the finances, I'm afraid you won't feel secure, and it wouldn't be fair to you either."
So, that's what I did.
Tang Qingyan was afraid that her decision would displease Chen Fei, so she asked, "I did this without asking for your opinion.
Don't you think I'm being too arbitrary?"
At this moment, Chen Fei had not yet recovered from the shock. He looked at Tang Qingyan and couldn't help but stroke her hair with his hand.
Do you want to hear the truth?
Chen Fei looked at her and asked with deep affection.
Tang Qingyan nodded obediently.
That's right, of course not.
Chen Fei smiled and then teased, "I would even say that you have such good foresight in doing this.
You know, your husband is the best man in the world. After all, he is now a man with an all-powerful baby-raising system by his side.
If he's not the best man in the world, then who is? Tang Qingyan has such excellent taste."
However, he felt that it was probably his own personal charm that had captivated Tang Qingyan so much. They had only just gotten married when she transferred all the company shares to his name.
I want a dozen wives like that. It's so rare, you couldn't find one even with a lantern.
In the past, when Tang Qingyan heard Chen Fei boasting, she would always just smile and remain silent.
But now, hearing Chen Fei's words, she actually thought that Chen Fei wasn't bragging.
Because in her heart, Chen Fei was the best man in the world. She stared at Chen Fei with her charming eyes, her whole being practically melting into a puddle of water.
Honey, why are you staring at me like that? You're not planning to do something with me, are you?
After Chen Fei finished speaking, he pulled Tang Qingyan into his arms and then kissed her red lips.
Tang
Qingyan squeezed her legs together, her delicate body trembling from the kiss. This was the first time in her life that she had been in such close contact with a man.
Moreover, it happened while she was conscious.
This made her feel very shy and ashamed. She wanted to push Chen Fei away, but she couldn't bear to give up this feeling. Just then, Chen Fei carried her to the desk, and the two embraced. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Only a boatload of pure dreams, pressing down on the Milky Way. On the other side,
Mr. and Mrs. Chen in the bedroom.
I couldn't fall asleep, just staring at the ceiling.
"Chen-ma, old man, do you think our son is living off such a rich woman? People won't think he's a gigolo."
"Mr. Chen, of course, but as long as my daughter-in-law doesn't think that way, that's fine. Let them live their own lives, there's no need to care about other people's opinions."
"Chen-ma, sigh, you're right.
Chen-ma, however, you need to have a serious talk with your son and tell him not to go around having affairs with outsiders. His wife treats him so well, he can't let her down." "Mr. Chen, I'll talk to him about it another time when I have time. Aunt Chen, I keep feeling like there are strange noises outside."
"Old man, can you hear them?" "Mr. Chen, no way, you must be hallucinating."
"Mother Chen, it must be because it's so late and I can't sleep at all. Suddenly I have 10 more grandchildren, and I also found out that my daughter-in-law is the chairman of Shangtang Group, with a net worth of over 1 trillion.
Life is truly amazing.
I never thought that our Chen family would encounter such a thing. I really wish I were a few years younger so I could help my son properly."
After a moment of silence, Mr. Chen said, "Maybe we can go back again in this lifetime." Chen-ma shuddered and opened her mouth.
In the end, he didn't say anything and gradually drifted off to sleep amidst the noise outside.
Chapter 33. He's going to make me look cool in a minute. The next day. Haichang, Yuanquan Mountain Villa. This is a resort that ancient emperors used to escape the cold when they traveled south.
While preserving the original appearance, some renovations were carried out, and many modern buildings were added. It not only has several palace-like resorts, but also a swimming pool of thousands of square meters and dozens of hot springs of various sizes.
The entire resort is surrounded by trees. This place is more like a paradise on earth. Chen Fei's hometown is a township located under Haicheng, a 2-hour drive from Jiangcheng. Yuanquan Villa, although belonging to Haicheng. However, it is located at the border of Haicheng and Jiangcheng. At this moment, Lin Jiadao, driving the Audi A6 his father-in-law had bought for him, arrived at Yuanquan Villa with his wife, children, and 4 high school classmates. Yesterday, he complained to Chen Fei. "I don't know which guy chose this place for the party, and even said it's very expensive here, costing at least tens of thousands for a single visit." Actually, the person who chose this location was himself. Over the years, he has worked in business with his father-in-law and has made some money. "When I go to do business with my father-in-law, we usually go to some high-end places." So he's been to Yuanquan Villa quite a few times, but every time he comes, it's to talk business with clients, and he doesn't have time to enjoy himself properly. This time, with great difficulty, I was able to take advantage of the once every 4 years high school reunion. Since it was a split-the-bill arrangement, he simply chose this place. Upon entering the lobby, seeing the magnificent decor and the tall, slender hostesses, he and his 4 classmates didn't even break a sweat. The classmates who came with Lin Jiadao all came from families with some wealth, but compared to Lin Jiadao's father-in-law's family, they were still far behind. So they've never come here to play. Seeing his 2 classmates standing there, dumbfounded, Lin Jiadao began to give them a long and detailed introduction. Let them know that they are regulars here. Everyone should have heard of Yuanquan Mountain Resort in Haicheng, right? This resort is not only very famous in Haicheng, but it is also one of the top resorts in the whole country. It is said that when the US president visited our country, he also came here and planted a tree by hand, which is the big banyan tree at the entrance. This resort not only has a wide variety of delicious food, but also has chefs from all over the country and from all kinds of cuisines. The dishes they make are absolutely delicious and will definitely make you want to stay longer. Besides the food, there are many entertainment options here, such as swimming, hot springs, horseback riding, archery, rock climbing, and fishing in the wild, all of which can be experienced here. After all, a party isn't just about eating and drinking, it's also about having fun, and having fun in a good way, right, everyone? After hearing what Lin Jiadao said, the smiles on the faces of the 4 students froze instantly. When they heard that they were going to have a really good time, they knew they were going to have to spend a lot of money today. After all, you're just standing there watching others play. Isn't that just contradicting yourself? Seeing this, Lin Jiadao was secretly pleased. This was exactly the kind of effect he wanted at the class reunion. Those with money display their wealth, and those with power display their power. There's no such thing as a class reunion where you're invited to catch up on the old days. You must be joking. Moreover, besides showcasing wealth and power, more importantly, it's about showcasing personal interests and hobbies, because truly wealthy people have plenty of time to cultivate their hobbies and interests. For example, fishing. For wealthy people, fishing is considered a sign of refined taste. For someone without money, fishing is at best a way to make a living. It just so happens that over the years, Lin Jiadao followed his father-in-law and learned to fish for a few years, learning a lot of ways to show off. Now that it's a class reunion, of course he wants to show off. Of course, showing off your baby is also indispensable. The high school they attended wasn't a top-tier school, so many of their classmates didn't go to university and went straight to work. Many of them are already married and have children. His daughter, who just turned 2 years old this year, has already learned figure skating and is quite good at it. As a father, he was very proud of this. When I have the chance, I must let my daughter show off in front of these high school classmates. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Jiadao feel an intense euphoria. Walk. Let's go to the Emperor's Box, number 88, first. Have lunch with my old classmates, and then go do some other activities. Lin Jiadao waved his hand and led his 4 classmates toward the number 88 Emperor's VIP room. Half an hour later. It was 11 o'clock. Inside the number 88 Emperor's Box, more and more students gathered. Because it was agreed that wives and children could bring their children, the private room was packed with people and very lively. They were all dressed to the nines and looked very glamorous. When old classmates met, they gathered together and began to reminisce about their high school days. As they talked, one by one they began to complain about being poor. I've lived in Haicheng for so long, and I've never been to Yuanquan Villa before. This place is so high-end. If it weren't for a class reunion, I probably would never have come here in my life.
I just checked, the average cost per person here is 2,000 yuan.
Damn it, I also have a wife and kids to take care of. This means I'll be spending half a month's salary. You're lucky. I'm about to lose my entire month's salary, but thankfully my wife is capable. Her monthly salary is equivalent to my annual salary. When we split the bill later, is there anyone who can lend me some money? While everyone appears to be complaining about being poor, they are actually showing off in a roundabout way. After all, those who can attend class reunions are not from poor families. Those classmates who were truly poor wouldn't even utter a sound in the group chat when they saw that the gathering was to be held at Yuanquan Villa. Just when everyone was complaining about being poor. The door to the private room opened, and a young couple walked in. The woman was holding a small baby in her arms. It looks like it's less than a year old. The couple was Li Chang and Sun Yuro, the former beauty queen of their high school class. Li Chang was the sports committee member in high school. He's tall and strong, but his looks aren't great. His skin is terrible, covered in acne scars. Sun Yuro was the class beauty. Although she had just given birth, she recovered remarkably well, with a tall and sexy figure, and her full breasts looked even more alluring because of the recent birth. Upon seeing these two, everyone quieted down. When they got married, they invited all their classmates in Haicheng and held a 2-day banquet. They certainly gained a lot of face. But later, for some reason, the two of them stopped posting in the group chat as often. Even at this class reunion, they didn't seem very keen on coming. Others may not know why, but Lin Jiatao knows very well. Because Li Chang and his wife felt that their high school classmates were no longer a good match for their status, they didn't want to have any contact with them at all. Lin Jiatao, thanks to his father-in-law's connections, still holds some status and position in Haicheng. He told Li Chang about the class reunion yesterday. Li Chang said he would see how things went at that time. Lin Jiatao originally thought that Li Chang would not come. Unexpectedly, he actually came, and he even brought his wife and children with him. Well, here comes a real show-off. He's going to make us look bad soon. Chapter 34, Behind-the-Scenes Gossip, Chen Fei makes his appearance. Young Master Li, you are truly blessed. Not only did you marry the prettiest girl in our class, but you also got her to give birth to a big, healthy son. Everyone is so envious. That's right, young Master Li, I heard that your family's restaurants have even opened in Jiangcheng. Now you've really become a big boss. Of all the students in our class, you are the most promising. I'm so envious. Upon Li Chang's arrival, the students all began to flatter him. Seeing this, Lin Jiatao's face almost turned black. I've gone to so much trouble to organize this class reunion, and all I wanted to do was put on a good show here. But no matter how much they planned, they never expected Li Chang to come. Damn it. If I had known he was coming, I wouldn't have told him. Now that Li Chang is here, how can I show off and steal the spotlight? Even though I was internally complaining like that. But Lin Jiatao still pretended to be a good friend and went up to greet Li Chang. Young Master Li, please have a seat. Li Chang was quite pleased with the praise from his classmates. He walked to the table and sat down, pretending to casually place the Porsche car keys he was holding on the table. To attend a class reunion. He even drove a Porsche from home. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Don't flatter me. I'm not very educated. I just rely on my family to run a few restaurants. How can I compare to the top students in the class? But speaking of academic geniuses, what about Chen Farren? Isn't he coming too?" As he spoke, Li Chang glanced around the private room, but did not see Chen Fei. Young Master Li, you're being far too modest. The classmates didn't take Chen Fei seriously either, and continued to flatter Li Chang. If I'm not mistaken, your car keys should be for a Porsche, right? This is a world-class luxury car. Even BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi have to take a back seat. Your car must cost at least $1 million, right? Upon hearing this, Li Chang laughed heartily and said, "About that, around $2 million, not exactly a luxury car. If you work hard, you should be able to afford it. I have a BMW X5 at home, but I think it consumes too much fuel, so I don't like to drive it when I go out." As Li Chang spoke, his gaze lingered on the private room. They wanted to see if Chen Fei was hiding in some group of people. The reason he came to the class reunion was because of Chen Fei. Yesterday, I ran into Chen Fei in the countryside. He wanted to go up and say hello, but his wife wouldn't let him. He had some idea of the reason. Because everyone knew that Sun Yuro had a crush on Chen Fei when they were in high school. Back then, he went to great lengths to win over Sun Euro. But Chen Fei looked down on his own wife. It's easy to imagine how deep his resentment towards Chen Fei was. Last night, for some reason, Sun Euro was unusually enthusiastic towards him, using all sorts of tricks, as if the barrier between them had been completely broken down. And this barrier. He knew it must be Chen Fei. So, he came here today to thoroughly humiliate Chen Fei and let his wife know how right it was to choose him. A good-for-nothing who went back to the countryside to take care of his kids isn't worth her lingering feelings. 20 minutes later. Most of the students who were supposed to come have arrived. Now, only Chen Fei's family is missing from the entire private room. The crowd, who had been praising Li Chang, now shifted their focus to Chen Fei. After all, Chen Fei was the only student in their class to be admitted to a key university. In addition, he was the most handsome boy in the class. So whenever Chen Fei was mentioned, both male and female classmates would look over curiously. Taozi, didn't you say Chen Fei would be coming today? It's almost midnight, why haven't we seen him yet? Yeah, Taozi, you also said his wife gave birth to 10 babies for him, is that true? Are you talking nonsense? Faced with his classmates' questions, Lin Jiada waved his hand and said, of course it's true. Would I make up a story to fool you? It's not even midnight yet, he'll definitely come. At this moment, Li Chang also spoke up, Taozi didn't lie to you, Chen Fei does indeed have decepts, I saw them yesterday. I guess it's because they have too many children and live in the countryside. In addition, since we don't have a car, we have to take a bus to town and then transfer from town to get here. It's not easy for us to come all this way, so please be patient. Upon hearing Li Chang's words, one of his classmates asked, is he still living in the countryside? No way. These days, where are there any young people living in the countryside anymore? Didn't he get into a top university? He should have graduated by now, right? How did he end up like this? I used to envy him because his wife gave birth to 10 children, but now it seems like he's just a good-for-nothing. Exactly. With a man like that, it's questionable whether you could even raise 10 children. I don't know what that woman was thinking, she wanted to marry him. Hearing the male classmates mocking and ridiculing Chen Fei, several female classmates couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Chen Fei. Who told you that living in the countryside makes you a coward? Maybe they just like the countryside and brought their wife and kids here for a vacation? That's right. If you can have cubs, your family must be well off. Do you know how dangerous it is to be pregnant with multiples? If your family doesn't have the financial means, you usually can't give birth to multiples. Exactly. If someone can get into a top university, they're bound to be successful. They all had a strong liking for the former class heartthrob. Because Chen Fei is not only handsome, but also a very good person. Basically, he will answer any questions you ask him without reservation. They all had a crush on Chen Fei, more or less. So now, hearing these male classmates mocking Chen Fei, he naturally couldn't stand it. Seeing these female classmates so supportive of Chen Fei, a faint smile appeared on Li Chang's face. The higher you're lifted up, the harder you'll fall. When Chen Fei arrives with his wife and children, all the pretense will be exposed. Then I'll humiliate him thoroughly. Let these female classmates know just how big the gap is between Chen Fei and themselves. Snort. A woman who can give birth to 10 babies for him and is willing to go back to the countryside with him is probably not a good person. He certainly can't compare to his wife. Moreover, those cubs will likely grow up to be deformed due to malnutrition. How could she possibly compare to her own son? Thinking of this, a smug sneer appeared on Li Chang's face. Squeak. Just then, the door to the private room opened. Chen Fei, dressed in casual clothes, walked in from outside. He was still wearing the clothes he had bought before, a shirt for 100 yuan and pants for 180 yuan. The total cost of his entire outfit probably doesn't exceed 500 yuan. Even so, it couldn't hide his handsome face, upright posture, and innate elegance. She doesn't need to dress up, she's already an outstanding person. He had just come in. The girl's eyes began to sparkle. Several people even covered their mouths, unable to help but gasp out, their pupils contracting violently. Chapter 35. Damn it, I hate people who show off the most. My goodness, Chen Fei, you're getting more and more handsome. Look at those muscles on your body, they're bursting with hormones, it's making my mouth water. Li Lanlan, a female classmate who had previously been attracted to Chen Fei's good looks, saw him appear. She immediately put on her high heels and excitedly ran over.
She couldn't resist reaching out her delicate hand and gently pinching Chen Fei's arm. Li Lanlan's voice was sweet, and after she finished speaking, she even gave Chen Fei a flirtatious wink. At this moment, several girls nearby chimed in. Yeah, we all thought that once we entered the workforce, we would all get fat and ugly.
But Chen Fei, you actually became handsome. It's just too unfair. At this moment, even the male students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chen Fei, looks like you've had a lot of exercise during your university years, huh? Look at those muscles of yours, they're amazing.
Unlike me, I went to work after graduating from high school, stayed up all night drinking beer, and accumulated a lot of fat.
With your looks, how are we supposed to live? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Chen Fei slowly strolled over, patted the fat man's belly, and said with a smile, "It's good to have meat on your belly, it feels good to pinch it, huh?" As he spoke, he found a seat and sat down. Chen Fei, where are your wife and children? Everyone was praising Chen Fei.
Li Chang felt very uncomfortable, but he still pretended to be generous and asked. He knew that he couldn't possibly compete with Chen Fei in terms of looks, so he could only try to win over Chen Fei with his wife and children, as well as his financial resources. When Chen Fei came in just now, he quickly looked him over. They discovered that Chen Fei was wearing ordinary clothes, and the total cost of his clothes probably didn't exceed 500 yuan.
Moreover, he didn't have any car keys hanging on his waist. Therefore, we can conclude that he either doesn't own a car, or if he does, it's probably a beat-up car. Otherwise, in his mind, anyone who owns a nice car and doesn't hang the car keys out is a complete idiot. They're still outside. There are many children, so it's a bit troublesome. I'll come in first and scout things out. Chen Fei replied casually. Oh, that's true. I heard your wife gave birth to Dikoff? Congratulations. Raising children these days is not easy. You've had 10 kids, so the pressure you'll face in the future is immense. Li Chang subtly probed, preparing to launch his own offensive.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei smiled and ignored Li Chang's words.
Because he's not worth my time right now.
Seeing that Chen Fei remained silent, Li Chang assumed that he was afraid of losing face and that was why he dared not answer. So he continued, Chen Fei, you just graduated from university, have you found a job yet? Not yet. Chen Fei answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Chang was overjoyed and forcefully suppressed the corners of his mouth from turning up.
But his eyes held a hint of disdain as he smiled and said, Is that so? You have to raise 10 kids and don't have a job. The pressure must be quite high. Look, how about I introduce you to a job? Our restaurant is short of a general helper. Before Chen Fei could even speak, the female classmates' faces immediately darkened. Even Li Chang's wife didn't look too good. They knew that Li Chang was taking advantage of Chen Fei's misfortune and using the opportunity to humiliate him. Chen Fei, come sit with us, don't pay any attention to them. At this moment, Li Lanlan stood up and waved to Chen Fei. Yes, come over here. We old classmates haven't had a chance to catch up yet.
The other female classmates chimed in, then rolled their eyes at Li Chang and said sarcastically.
You have a little money, what's there to show off? What era are we living in? People still hang their car keys on their bodies. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were bus drivers. Exactly, what do we care about money? Do you think you'll share your money with us just because we flatter you a bit? Damn it, I hate people who show off the most. They think they're so great.
Upon seeing this, Li Chang's face immediately darkened. Over the years, thanks to his family connections, he has been showered with compliments wherever he goes. But now, I finally managed to attend a class reunion.
Originally, I planned to humiliate my wife's former white moonlight in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by a group of female classmates. Moreover, even his wife's gaze towards Chen Fei has changed somewhat.
This made him very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lin Jiadao saw Li Chang, the big show-off, get his comeuppance. He was secretly pleased, thankful that he hadn't shown off in public, otherwise he would have been the one to incur public wrath. He waved his hand and stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, All right, we're all classmates. It's not easy to have a class reunion like this, there's no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. Young Master Li just wanted to help Chen Fei, he didn't mean anything else. He's just a bit blunt, ladies, please calm down and be understanding. Snort. The female students snorted and ignored Li Chang. Chen Fei didn't want to change seats, but he couldn't resist Li Lanlan and another female classmate who came to pull him away. Left with no other choice, he went to eat at the female classmate's table. Seeing this, the male students were incredibly envious, thinking that they should also let Li Chang humiliate them so they could go to the female students' table and enjoy some good fortune with them.
Just then,
the door to the private room was pushed open again. Standing at the door was a plump woman in a uniform. However, her uniform did not resemble a waitress's uniform, rather, it was a business suit, clearly much more upscale than a waitress's outfit.
Everyone's attention fell on the name tag on her chest. It was clearly written above:
General Manager of Yuanquan Mountain Villa, Qin Ciyue. Upon seeing this, the students' eyes widened, their expressions showing shock.
Could it be?
Many male students turned their attention to Li Chang. Given the large number of people present, the only person who could attract the general manager of Yuanquan Villa is probably Li Chang.
However, soon everyone had some doubts again. If it were Li Chang, shouldn't he be the one to take the initiative to find the general manager and bring her in to introduce her to everyone? When does a general manager personally come to your door?
After all, we're not students anymore, we've been out in the workforce for a few years, so we naturally understand what it means for the general manager to come in person.
That is, among so many of them,
there is one person who deserves a personal visit from the general manager of Yuanquan Mountain Villa. The general manager of Yuanquan Villa is an unapproachable figure, several levels higher in status than Li Chang, whose family owns a chain of restaurants. After all, in this society, it's not about who has the most money that makes them powerful. There are countless chain restaurants across the country, but there is only one general manager of Yuanquan Mountain Villa.
It's obvious even to a fool who has a higher social status.
Chapter 36: The appearance of the decaptors, and the woman invited in by the general manager.
Just as everyone was extremely surprised, Qin Ciyue pushed the door open, then bowed and gestured for them to enter.
Seeing this, everyone was stunned again, their mouths agape, staring blankly at the scene, their expressions filled with indescribable shock. Immediately afterwards, a tall, sexy woman wearing a halter neck dress and 8 cm high heels walked in gracefully from outside. Her delicate face was adorned with light makeup.
He exudes an aloof and unapproachable aura.
Her presence made the other female classmates, who were also dressed up, and even Sun Yuro, who was once the class beauty, seem somewhat overshadowed. 2 adorable little girls were with her. The little girl looked only 2 years old, but she was exceptionally beautiful, like a porcelain doll.
She looks like a rich girl. After entering the private room, the 2 little girls rolled their eyes and their gazes immediately fell on Chen Fei.
They were fiddling with their calves, their chubby faces. They trembled with each step, looking quite adorable. Seeing this, the male students were incredibly envious.
Whose baby is this? He's so cute. He's like a little angel descended from heaven. Moreover, the 2 babies look exactly alike. Could they be twins?
Just as everyone was stunned, Tang Tang and Guogui ran up to Chen Fei, hugged his legs tightly, and called out in their sweet voices,
"Daddy!"
Immediately, everyone turned to look at Chen Fei, completely dumbfounded.
Are these 2 Chen Fei's daughters?
Then wasn't the woman who brought the little girl in earlier?
"Mommy, come quick, Daddy's here."
Dabao Tang Tang found Chen Fei, then turned around and called out towards the door. This statement confirms everyone's suspicions. The stunningly beautiful woman who was bowed and invited in by the general manager of Yuanquan Villa was none other than Chen Fei's wife. Seeing this, Li Chang was completely dumbfounded.
Lin Jiado was stunned, and the other male classmates were stunned too.
Even Li Lanlan, who was sitting next to Chen Fei, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then subconsciously pulled out her chair to keep a certain distance between herself and Chen Fei.
Originally, the moment I first saw Chen Fei, a wicked thought arose in her mind: she had to get her hands on such a handsome man. Even if it means poaching him, we have to win him over. But now that the Empress has appeared, I can feel the aura of authority emanating from her. Li Lanlan immediately chickened out. She even stood up and gave up her seat.
They wanted to give this seat to Chen Fei's wife, the aloof beauty in front of them. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fei's wife and children, and no one noticed Li Lanlan's behavior.
Tang Qingyan walked gracefully in through the door.
The children who had been hidden behind her also appeared in front of everyone one by one. These babies are very polite. They walked in without arguing or fighting, in an orderly fashion.
1, 2.
Upon seeing these baby dolls, the students began to count them.
3, 4, 5.
As the counting began, everyone's heartbeats quickened.
6, 7.
My goodness, these babies all look exactly the same. My eyes are getting tired from counting them all, it's like playing a match 3 game. All the students present, except for Li Chang and Lin Jiadao, were excitedly counting. Some of the female students even stood on the chairs to make it easier to count.
8, 9, 10.
A full 10 babies.
Taozi really wasn't lying to us. This is incredible. Giving birth to 10 babies in one pregnancy is absolutely unprecedented. Chen Fei, sister-in-law, you two are really amazing. Chen Fei, you are the pride of our class. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Chen Fei smiled helplessly, then got up and walked towards Tang Qingyan, leading them in to sit down.
There were 3 large round tables in the private room. Each table can seat 20 people, 1 table for men, 1 table for women, and 1 table for children. So Chen Fei took the children and had them sit at the kids' table.
He then took Tang Qingyan back to the female classmates' table. The two of them were very low-key and showed no intention of showing off. The 10 babies were also very easygoing.
Within minutes, he had become friends with the other children. The atmosphere inside the private room was quite harmonious, except for Li Chang and Lin Jiadao, of course.
They never expected this. Chen Fei's wife is surprisingly beautiful. Even female celebrities would pale in comparison when standing in front of her, because she is just too beautiful. Moreover, the 10 babies did not turn out as Li Chang had imagined. Because they couldn't afford to raise them, they were all malnourished and grew out of shape. On the contrary, compared to these 10 dolls, his son is the one who's really weird looking. Originally, he came to the class reunion today to humiliate Chen Fei and make him a laughingstock. But now,
he became the laughingstock among his classmates. Lin Jiadao felt incredibly jealous, as if he had eaten 10 lemons in a row.
I called Chen Fei yesterday and asked him to come to the class reunion.
He also subtly showed off his superiority.
Now look at Chen Fei's wife and children. Oh my god. Where did this goddess come from?
Not only is she beautiful, but even the general manager of Yuanquan Villa has to personally open the door for her.
This shows that Chen Fei's wife's identity is definitely not simple.
The general manager of Yuanquan Mountain Villa personally came over and bent down to open the door for her. At this level, their net worth must be at least tens of billions. At this moment, Li Chang and Lin Jiada just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, so as not to embarrass themselves here. The female students, on the other hand, felt much better. Seeing that Chen Fei married such a wife, and that his children are all so cute, they were genuinely happy for Chen Fei. Although they couldn't marry Chen Fei, they were still very happy to see their former love interest now settled down.
And there's one more thing. That is it.
Compared to them, Tang Qingyan was simply not in the same league. Therefore, those girls who still harbored feelings for Chen Fei all gave up on the idea at this point. They gathered around Tang Qingyan and chatted with her about taking care of the child. Before long, he became acquainted with Tang Qingyan.
Everyone enjoyed the meal very much.
Only Li Chang and Lin Jiadao barely ate anything, their minds preoccupied with how to salvage the situation.
Because when it comes to wives and children, they've already lost badly.
In terms of status and position, she is not as good as Chen Fei's wife.
Soon, Lin Jiadao came up with a plan.
He walked up to Chen Fei and said to him, "Chen Fei, you're really good at playing dumb. You married such a rich wife, but you're still pretending to be low-key in front of your old classmates.
Want to go fishing after we finish eating?
I've heard that you rich people like to go fishing. There happens to be a natural lake behind Yuanquan Villa, with many wild soft-shelled turtles and big fish weighing dozens of kilograms.
How about it? Interested in going out for some fun? It'll be a good opportunity to digest after dinner."
Upon hearing Lin Jiadao's words, Chen Fei knew, of course, that he hadn't found a sense of presence at the dinner table and was now trying to find one by fishing. But, when it comes to fishing, he is now a man with god-level fishing skills. Even if it were Tianyuan Dengang, he would still have to kneel down before him and acknowledge him as his master.
Let alone Lin Jiadao? Chapter 37. The chairman of Shengtang Group is actually Chen Fei? And at this time,
hearing Lin Jiadao invite Chen Fei to go fishing,
Li Chang immediately understood that he wanted to use fishing as an excuse to humiliate Chen Fei. He had previously gone fishing with Lin Jiadao.
In one afternoon, Lin Jiadao caught several large fish weighing 10 pounds each, while he didn't even catch a tree branch. Li Chang was quite familiar with his fishing skills. So he said, "I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll go with you guys to take a look." I've heard that fishing is quite expensive, with several different types of fishing rods.
Several other male students also chimed in, let's go check it out too. It's been a while since we've fished, and our hands are itching to try. Many married men enjoy going fishing. Fishing is not a sport exclusive to the wealthy. All you need is a fishing rod that costs around 100 yuan. You can easily find a wild river and cast your line a few times. Maybe if you catch a fish, you can take it home and cook it. In less than half a month, the cost of the fishing rod was recovered, and it also helped pass the time, freeing me from having to listen to my wife's complaints at home. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. When the female students heard that they were going fishing, they also expressed their desire to go and see. They were very curious about what kind of sport could make boys so obsessed. And so, a large group of people set off. From the Emperor's Box, we moved to the shore of Clear Water Lake behind Yuanquan Villa. This lakeside area is also part of Yuanquan Mountain Villa. General Manager Qin Siyue acted as a waitress, personally leading Chen Fei and his group to the best fishing spot on the shore of Qingshui Lake. Then, I took them to buy fishing gear. Fishing here also costs money. The entrance fee is 500 yuan per person. Since it's a pay-your-own-way system, if you want to experience the fishing activity, you have to buy your own ticket. Lin Jiadao did not hesitate and scanned the code to pay directly. Li Chang was naturally no match for him either. Even though he doesn't know how to fish, with so many people watching, he still has to buy a ticket. There were also 3 male students. I gritted my teeth and bought a fishing experience ticket. Among the female classmates, only one person stood up, and that was Li Chang's wife, Sun Euro, who also bought a ticket at her own expense. Seeing this, Li Chang felt very uncomfortable. He knew that his wife neither knew how to fish nor liked to fish. The reason she bought this ticket was most likely because she was going to see Chen Fei. Judging from this, there's a good chance that a little green will float over his head soon. No wonder he's in a bad mood. But with so many people present, he couldn't bring himself to get angry, so he could only give Sun Euro a doting smile. President Chen, President Tang. These are fishing rods I specially prepared for you. What do you think? If you don't like them, I'll have someone replace them with a new batch. At this moment, Qin Siyue led Chen Fei's family into a VIP room. This place is filled with all kinds of fishing rods, which look quite valuable. Many of them are limited editions that cannot be bought on the market. After all, you have to use the best fishing rod to treat your distinguished guests. The 2 people in front of her were her bosses, so of course she had to bring out her most treasured possessions. Whether I get a promotion and a raise depends on this. Tang Qingyan nodded, and was about to ask Chen Fei which fishing rod he wanted. And then, at that very moment, Chen Fei walked to the corner and picked up an inconspicuous fishing rod. Seeing this, Qin Siyue frowned and quickly explained, President Chen, this fishing rod was left here by a distinguished guest. It's the most ordinary one among these fishing rods. Would you like to exchange it for another one? Chen Fei waved his hand and laughed, it's okay, I'll take this one. Fishing is all about technique. No matter how good the fishing rod is, it's useless if your technique isn't up to par. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyue looked at Tang Qingyan. Seeing that she didn't speak, Qin Siyue hesitated for a moment, then swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. However, Chen Fei was thinking about his upcoming fishing competition with his classmates. If he had used this ordinary fishing rod and hadn't caught any of the other students, he might have taken his anger out on her. What should I do? Qin Siyue gritted her teeth, but couldn't help saying to Tang Qingyan, President Tang, what do you think of this? It's alright, you can go now. Tang Qingyan waved her hand, indicating that she could leave. Okay, then I'll wait for you outside. Qin Siyue nodded quickly, then turned and left the VIP room. After Qin Siyue left, Tang Qingyan didn't ask Chen Fei why he chose the most ordinary fishing rod. Instead, she said calmly, aren't you afraid of losing if you choose this fishing rod? I bet there are a few outsiders out there, just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Chen Fei picked up the fishing rod and smiled at Tang Qingyan. How? Do I, your husband, look like someone who would lose? Hearing this, Tang Qingyan paused for a moment, then smiled warmly and said, alright, since you insist on using this fishing rod, I won't say anything more. Next, Tang Qingyan began to choose a fishing rod. The fishing rod she chose was the most expensive one here, a commemorative rod produced by Rollsdale. It was made entirely of high-tech aerospace-grade titanium alloy tubing, with 18 rubies inlaid on the rod body in gilded material. The price was as high as $300,000. Compared to Chen Fei's, this is simply astronomical. At the same time, outside the VIP room, high school students after buying their fishing tickets.
They all stood under the shade of the tree, discussing Chen Fei and his wife and children. What happened today was so shocking that these students will definitely remember it for the rest of their lives.
So, who exactly is Chen Fei's wife?
To think that the general manager of Yuanquan Manor would personally come out to greet us. Yuanquan Manor is a property under the Shangtang Group.
There aren't many people in the whole country who would let her treat them like this, are there? By the way, what's the chairman of Shangtang Group's surname again? I just asked Chen Fei, and his wife's surname seems to be Tang. Could she be the chairman's daughter, or some kind of relative? Now that you mention it, I do remember. I saw her on TV before.
She's the chairwoman of Shangtang Group. Her surname is indeed Tang, but she seems to be a woman.
I've forgotten what her specific name is.
After all, many of these business tycoons don't like to show their faces in public, so it's normal that people don't remember their names.
Just then, Li Chang came over after selecting his fishing rod. Upon hearing everyone's comments, a cold smile appeared on his face. These people really have a vivid imagination.
They even speculated that Chen Fei's wife might be the daughter of the chairman of Shangtang Group.
Why don't they speculate that Chen Fei is the boss of Shangtang Group?
The poorer you are, the more you indulge in wishful thinking. Although he thought this in his heart, Li Chang still pretended to be friendly and smiled, saying, "That's simple, you can check it out and you'll find out." As he spoke, Li Chang opened the Kachacha app on his phone. This software allows you to find any information about a registered company, including its legal representative, chairman, general manager, and other similar positions.
It's very convenient.
Li Chang opened the software and typed in the 4 characters Shangtang Group.
The surrounding classmates also crowded around. Let me tell you, the Shangtang Group. Just as Li Chang was preparing to praise Shangtang Group and then take the opportunity to belittle Chen Fei. Sudden.
Some sharp-eyed students noticed that the software displayed information about Shangtang Group. The words Chairman Chen Fei were prominently displayed above.
My God, am I seeing things?
I think the chairman of Shangtang Group is named Chen Fei.
Look quickly, am I seeing things? Chapter 38 2 Phone Calls, the top fishing expert. Hearing the student's exclamation, everyone craned their necks to look. Holy crap, it really is. The chairman of Shangtang Group is also named Chen Fei? Could it be someone with the same name? After all, Chen Fei is such a common name. Li Chang, hurry up and go in and see if there are any photos.
At this moment, Li Chang was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the joke he had just made in his mind would actually come true.
Chen Fei is indeed the chairman of Shangtang Group. Now, this name is like a nightmare for him.
He calmed himself down and clicked on the link, only to find that there were no photos inside. For some reason, Li Chang felt a sense of relief.
It's probably just a coincidence.
Li Chang consoled himself, after all, there are too many people in this world with the same name.
The other male students nodded in agreement, thinking that this was the correct way. After all, if Chen Fei had such a background, how could he possibly attend the same high school as them? There is a reproductive barrier between the rich and the poor. At the same time,
on the shore of Qingshui Lake, inside a yacht, the deputy general manager of Yuanquan Villa, after seeing Chen Fei and his group emerge through binoculars, said to the old man beside him, "Old Tang, I see Miss and Chen Fei. They're getting ready to go fishing, and Chen Fei chose the fishing rod." The deputy general manager narrowed his eyes, and after clearly seeing the fishing rod in Chen Fei's hand, his expression changed. He said to the old man, "Old Tang, the fishing rod he chose is the one you usually use."
"Okay, I understand."
The old man waved his hand, appearing calm and composed.
On the other side, Tang Qingyan had just come out of the VIP room. Her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was Su Tong calling. "Hey, what's up?" Tang Qingyan answered the phone and said calmly, "Qingyan, where are you now?" "I'm already at your doorstep."
Su Tong's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
"I'm having fun at Yuanquan Villa. I'll be back later."
Tang Qingyan then remembered that Su Tong had said yesterday that he wanted to move in with her.
"Oh, are you coming back for dinner?" Su Tong then asked. "We should go back." "Okay, then I'll wait for you, Chen Fei, and the kids to come back and eat together." "Oh, right, there's something else I need to tell you." "What's up?" "I brought a few people with me. I don't know if you mind." How many people? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan was immediately stunned. It's one thing to come from home, but to bring people along is a bit too much. Just as Tang Qingyan was about to scold her cousin, Su Tong's voice came again. Actually, they are my children, 4 babies, my mother, and 2 nannies. As Su Tong spoke, her tone gradually softened. She was also a little unsure, wondering if Tang Qingyan would be angry. After all, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. She can speak confidently and assertively when talking to her mother. But when she met the person in question, Su Tong started to feel a little nervous, afraid that she might accidentally offend her cousin. Your child? Tang Qingyan was puzzled upon hearing this. Well, I haven't told you before, but when I was studying abroad, I did IVF and gave birth to quadruplets. My child is 8 months old now, and I was thinking of coming here to become an apprentice of Master Chen Fei. I can't just leave them at home. So I brought my mom and 2 postpartum nannies with me. The more Su Tong talked, the more uneasy she felt. She asked tentatively, Qingyan, you're not angry with me, are you? You said I was coming alone, but now you've brought your whole family here. Tang Qingyan paused for a few seconds, then said, don't be angry. My house is quite big anyway, you can just go and stay in that villa in the East District. Tang Qingyan's home is not a detached villa. Instead, it consists of 4 villas, located in the east, west, south, and north respectively, forming a castle-like building. The building in the East District happened to be vacant. It was originally intended for the servants, but now that Su Tong has arrived, it's perfect for her family to stay there. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingyan. Qingyan is the best to me, moi. Upon hearing Tang Qingyan's words, Su Tong immediately jumped up excitedly and sweetly replied to the person on the other end of the phone. Tang Qingyan smiled helplessly and then hung up the phone. The call had just ended. Just then, her phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tang Qingyan's smile instantly froze. Chen Fei, who was beside her, seemed to sense her change and asked with concern, what's wrong, wife? As he spoke, Chen Fei looked down and saw that Tang Qingyan's phone had the contact name Mom. His heart suddenly tightened. Is it my mother-in-law calling? Why aren't you answering? Seeing Tang Qingyan holding her phone and looking hesitant, Chen Fei couldn't help but ask. If Chen Fei wasn't around at that moment, Tang Qingyan will definitely accept. But now, Chen Fei is not only by his side, but he can also see the caller ID. She was worried that her mother would say something that would make Chen Fei uncomfortable. So I don't really want to answer this call. Chen Fei could roughly guess why Tang Qingyan wasn't answering, so he patted her shoulder and said, answer it, your husband is here with you. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei and saw the encouragement in his eyes. She nodded, stopped thinking about it, and answered the phone directly. Then he put the phone to his ear and called out, Mom. You're with Chen Fei, aren't you? When I passed by your dad's study just now, I heard him talking on the phone. It sounded like he was arranging for someone to observe Chen Fei and probably to give him a score. You have to help Chen Fei perform well. Mom has already told your dad about your marriage to Chen Fei. Last night, he was very angry and smashed all the vases in the house. He even called the family doctor in the middle of the night. But your dad is fine now, so don't worry. Good. Tang Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fei, who was with Tang Qingyan, naturally heard what Tang's mother said. He never expected that his father-in-law would send someone to observe him. However, if you put yourself in their shoes, it's understandable. After all, his son-in-law came too suddenly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qingyan's gaze unconsciously fell on the fishing rod in Chen Fei's hand. He said, my dad also likes fishing. He comes here for vacation from time to time. I guess he wants to watch you fish. Oh? Then let him watch without worry. When it comes to fishing, your husband is the world's #1 expert. Chen Fei laughed heartily. This isn't just him bragging, he truly possesses godlike fishing skills, making him the world's #1 angler. Tang Qingyan frowned slightly. She knew Chen Fei was very capable, and he had surprised her in many ways, but this is fishing. And it was right by Qingshui Lake. The fish here are not so easy to catch. Many skilled anglers go a whole day without catching a single fish. You don't believe me? Chen Fei smiled and then said, let's make a bet. When I go fishing later, I'll definitely shock the entire fishing ground. If I do it, you'll grant me one request, okay? Chapter 39, I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength wouldn't allow it. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback.
She never expected Chen Fei to say such a thing.
That's way too confident. At this moment, a thought involuntarily popped into Tang Qingyan's mind. Could it be that Chen Fei's fishing skills are really the best in the world? Impossible. He's so young, and he's been in school all his life. How could he have time to go fishing? Fishing is a time-consuming recreational activity, and it also tests one's character. You could even say that you can tell a lot about a person's character from the whole process of them fishing. A sharp eye. It can also reveal a person's future potential. This is why her father suddenly arranged for someone to come and watch Chen Fei's fishing performance. What if you don't do it? Tang Qingyan's gambling instincts were also provoked by Chen Fei's words. She naturally hoped that Chen Fei would perform well and impress her father. That way, when she takes Chen Fei to meet her parents in a while, she won't have to worry about her father giving Chen Fei a hard time. If I fail to do it, you can do whatever you want to me. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Because he simply couldn't possibly lose. Good. Tang Qingyan agreed. But why did she have this feeling that she had fallen into a pit? Chen Fei is so young, yet he can shock the entire fishing area. How could he possibly do that? She thought that it would be quite good if Chen Fei could catch 2 or 3 fish. The entire fishing area was shocked. She had never imagined it. Because there are a lot of people fishing today. Moreover, it goes without saying that her father must have arranged for a fishing expert to come and observe Chen Fei, or even to undermine Chen Fei's confidence from the sidelines. Therefore, it is unrealistic for Chen Fei to want to shock the entire fishing area today. Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan brought the children to the lakeside where they were fishing. The students are already waiting here. As soon as they saw Chen Fei coming, they immediately called out, "Chen Fei, over here." "Hey, Aunt Chen, why is that fishing rod you're holding so beautiful? It even has gemstones on it." A female classmate who loves gemstones exclaimed in surprise. "This fishing rod looks expensive." "Wait a minute, Chen Fei's kids are using the same kind of fishing rods? Wow, you guys guess? How much does this fishing rod in Aunt Chen's hand cost?" Some gossipy female classmates took out their phones, searched for the price of this fishing rod, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "How much?" It looks much more upscale than Li Chang's and his group's. Li Chang's fishing rod is the most expensive one in the fishing tackle shop next door, costing 2,000 yuan. Doesn't that mean Chen's fishing rod costs over 10,000 yuan? I've heard of fishing rods that cost 20,000 yuan, and I guess it's the kind that Aunt Chen is holding. The female student who had just checked the price excitedly said, "It is indeed over 10,000, but not 20,000, it's 300,000 US dollars. 300,000 US dollars? That's almost 2 million RMB. My goodness, I've really learned something new today. I actually saw a fishing rod that costs more than a villa. This is something I can brag about for the rest of my life, huh? A fishing rod worth 2 million? What brand is that? It's the Rolls-Royce of fishing rods." The female student excitedly shared the information she had found, saying, "You're right, this really is the Rolls-Royce of fishing rods, made by the top fishing tackle manufacturer, Rolls-Royce. The rubies inlaid on it are real rubies, there are 18 in total. Holy crap, that's some serious rich people. No wonder I thought this fishing rod was expensive at first glance. I never expected it to cost 2 million. And they're practically priceless. Because this company doesn't sell their fishing rods to the public. They only sell them to their approved customers." After this female classmate introduced them. Everyone knows how precious the fishing rod Tang Qingyan is holding is. Another thing is that the fishing rods that Tang Qingyan's children are holding are made of the same material as the ones that Tang Qingyan is holding. The only difference is in the minor details. Since it's designed for children, the handle isn't inlaid with rubies, but with various colorful cartoon characters, giving it a playful and childlike feel. But the price, needless to say, is definitely not cheap. And these are 10 children. My goodness, even if the cheapest one costs 1 million, that's a whopping 10 million. I was dumbfounded. The students were all dumbfounded. That's incredibly extravagant. Lin Jiao instinctively hid his newly bought fishing rod behind his back, because it looked too cheap. Especially when she thought about the sense of superiority she felt in front of Chen Fei yesterday. He even considered finding a hole to crawl into and hide on the spot. That's so embarrassing. Li Chang was even more upset. His most expensive fishing rod, which he had bought for 2,000 yuan, was completely outclassed by the 2 million yuan fishing rod. Especially when he saw his wife, Sun Euro. The way they looked at Chen Fei was practically sparkling with admiration. Completely ignoring his presence, Sun Yuro even placed the child in his arms. This is truly unbearable. He spoke, without a hint of a smile, even with a touch of coldness. Chen Fei, I didn't expect you to be so rich. You've spent so much money on your wife and children, buying such expensive fishing rods, while you yourself use the most ordinary fishing rods. Is the chairman of Shangtang Group really someone you insulted? Does that mean you're the boss of Shangtang Group? The owner of this Yuanquan mountain villa? As soon as he asked that question, he was immediately met with eye rolls from his classmates. Because if Chen Fei weren't the president of Shangtang Group, he would definitely lose face. We had already agreed not to bring this up again. Unexpectedly, Li Chang still brought it up in front of Chen Fei. This made them dislike Li Chang even more. Li Chang, if you don't want to play here, you can leave. Li Lanlan said somewhat angrily. Several other female classmates chimed in, exactly. Chen Fei uses his own money to pamper his wife and kids, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, Chen Fei isn't like some people who just know how to show off. If I hadn't been curious and checked the brand of the fishing rod in Aunt Chen's hand, Aunt Chen wouldn't have been showing off how expensive her fishing rod was. Yes, look, Aunt Chen's child lent his fishing rod to Ming's child next door without any hesitation. He wasn't presumptuous at all, and he didn't say that the thing was expensive and that I couldn't touch it. Yes, just now when someone tried to touch the fishing gear you bought, you acted like you would make them pay for it if they broke it. You were so stingy, you're not even as good as a child. Even one of the male students couldn't help but speak up. Li Chang, you've really gone too far this time. Li Chang was so embarrassed by the retorts from his classmates that he turned red in the face. His wife, Sun Yuro, joined in, yelling, Li Chang, what are you doing? Are you even speaking human language? Li Chang was feeling terrible. Wow. He held the baby so tightly that the baby in his arms cried out loud. One baby cried, and the other babies started crying too. Fortunately, the toddlers who could walk had already run to the side to play in the artificial pond that was specifically for children to fish in, so there were only 3 babies here. The situation is out of control. Sun Yuro snatched her son away and comforted him. Chen Fei, the protagonist, helplessly shrugged and said, actually, Shangtang Group does indeed belong to my wife and me, and Yuanquan Villa is also under our family name. I didn't want to say this, afraid that everyone would feel uncomfortable, but now. Chen Fei shrugged helplessly. He really didn't want to show off, but his abilities wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Li Chang insisted on walking right into the line of fire. There was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 40, The Lone Old Man Fishing Alone, starting with a soft-shelled turtle. What? Is the boss of Shangtang Group really Chen Fei? Sun Yuro was the first to exclaim in shock, so shocked that she forgot to comfort the child. Even the baby in her arms was so frightened by her mother's shocked expression that the baby stopped crying abruptly. He stared blankly at his mother with bright, watery eyes, as if he had never seen her with such an expression before. Li Chang was so shocked that he staggered and plopped down in a chair, completely disoriented. Then he made an excuse and left in a hurry. He didn't say anything more. Without calling out to Sun Yuro, he left alone. Seeing this, Sun Yuro was filled with immense regret and felt utterly devastated. That good-for-nothing is utterly useless. He would abandon his wife and children and run away at the slightest setback. What kind of man is he? She even wondered what would have happened if she had been more persistent and proactive back then. Make your crush out in the open and boldly pursue Chen Fei. Is she the woman who gave birth to Deceps? Is the woman standing next to Chen Fei her? Is she the boss's wife of Shangtang Group? A variety of thoughts filled her mind, making her expression quite interesting. However, Chen Fei didn't even glance at her once from beginning to end. He was chatting with 2 classmates who were about to go fishing. Tang Qingyan stood quietly beside Chen Fei. Although she didn't say anything, a faint smile always played on her lips, making her instantly likable. I don't think she's putting on airs. Ruan, I never would have guessed that you, a woman, could catch a 30-pound fish? Chen Fei said with an exaggerated expression. After all, everyone is defending him and supporting him. He can't just wait for others to flatter him while he acts aloof, otherwise, he'll easily lose all his friends. Ruan, the female classmate who was praised by Chen Fei. She smiled somewhat embarrassedly and replied modestly, I was just lucky. The atmosphere returned to normal. It was even more lively and harmonious than before. No one deliberately talked too much about Shangtang Group,
because if they did, it would make them seem low class. So the conversation was all about fishing. Although they didn't talk about it, the students were deeply shocked. The fact that Chen Fei is the boss of Sheng Tang Group has also been deeply imprinted in their minds.
Right now,
only Lin Jiadao felt like he had become an outsider. Lin Jiadao felt embarrassed. He cleared his throat and tried his best to keep his smile gentle, completely lacking the ostentatious and domineering air he had initially displayed.
Chen Fei, let's go fishing.
We can continue our discussion after we've secured the fishing rod. Fishing takes a long time anyway.
Chen Fei gave Lin Jiadao a meaningful look.
Lin Jiadao's eyes darted around nervously under Chen Fei's gaze, and he dared not meet Chen Fei's eyes at all. Because he felt that Chen Fei at this moment exuded an aura of dominance.
Chen Fei looked away and said, let's go fishing.
As soon as Chen Fei left, Lin Jiadao felt a sense of relief, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back.
Soon, fishing begins.
Those who bought fishing tickets can sit in the designated seats for fishing, while those who didn't buy tickets can sit and rest nearby. When Chen Fei and his group arrived at Daiao Yutai, there were already about 20 people fishing there.
Some fish in groups of 2 or 3, while others fish alone. There weren't any groups like Chen Fei's. Anglers are generally good-natured.
Therefore, Chen Fei and his group did not cause much of a stir when they arrived. However, Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan, along with 10 adorable babies with excited smiles on their faces, still managed to attract attention.
Because their family was just too eye-catching.
The boys are incredibly handsome, and the girls are stunningly beautiful. All 10 babies are wearing the same clothes. The boys and girls are all dressed in the same outdoor sportswear style, just in different colors. The boys are sky blue and the girls are pink. Anyone who isn't blind would be unable to resist looking at that family.
Each one was absolutely stunning.
Among the fishermen, there was an old man sitting alone by the lake fishing. He turned his head and glanced in Chen Fei's direction. After glancing at it briefly, he looked away, lowered his hat brim, and continued fishing while gazing at the calm lake surface. With the system's help, Chen Fei maxed out many skills.
His 6 senses have also become much more acute.
He felt a rather peculiar gaze sweep over him lightly.
It was just a casual glance, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. However, he still noticed it. He looked over and saw an old man wearing a straw hat sitting alone by the lake not far away, fishing. With a slight twitch of the fishing rod, the old man skillfully reeled in a small fish. Then, skillfully, he put the small fish into the bamboo fish basket next to him, expertly baited the basket, and cast the hook out. They then continued to sit quietly, calm and still.
Seeing this, Chen Fei calmed down completely. It seems that fishing really is a good way to cultivate one's character. Turning his gaze away, Chen Fei casually found a seat and sat down. Prepare the bait, cast the line, and sit back and enjoy the fishing.
Tang Qingyan went to the children's side to take care of them.
However, her gaze would occasionally fall on Chen Fei.
I have a vague sense of unease. Because she also saw the old man sitting not far away. She knew that person.
But at that moment, she knew she shouldn't greet him, otherwise the old man would definitely be unhappy.
Hey Chen Fei, I haven't even had a chance to sit down properly and your fishing rod is already moving. A fish has taken the bait. Quick, pull it up and see what you caught.
The classmate sitting next to Chen Fei, who was fishing, immediately spoke up. Chen Fei skillfully reeled in the line, then lifted the fishing rod, pulling the hook out of the water.
Lazy, a classmate, exclaimed, wow, Chen Fei caught a turtle. Don't turtles like to eat pig lungs? But I just saw that the bait Chen Fei threw in wasn't pig lungs, it was just ordinary earthworms. Female classmate Ruan Ruan also ran over to look and said in great surprise, this turtle is huge. It's so rare to see a wild turtle this big. This must weigh at least 5 pounds. Chen Fei, you're amazing. You actually managed to catch this. Luck, luck.
Chen Fei laughed and took the turtle off the hook, then threw it into the fish basket.
Ruan Ruan looked at Lin Jiadao and said, Lin Jiadao, did you catch any fish?
Chen Fei caught a wild turtle that weighs at least 5 pounds. Lin Jiadao's face turned pale, and then he said, I just put down the bait, how can the fish be so easy to catch?
Cut.
Ruan Ruan scoffed dismissively. Chapter 4150 Caddies of Grass Carp, My Dad Can Eat Shit.
Chen Fei continued to cast his bait. Less than a minute had passed, and Ruan Ruan still hadn't gone back. His fishing rod moved again.
The fishing rod moved a lot this time, so it must be a very heavy fish. Chen Fei was reeling in the line, but he was having a hard time.
The big fish was struggling frantically as it got hooked, trying to escape. I'll help you. My goodness, how big is that fish? Lei Zi, Chen Fei's classmate, immediately wanted to help him. Chen Fei said, "No need, I can handle it." Refusing his classmate's help, Chen Fei ran while reeling in the line. Because he was making so much noise, people fishing nearby all came to look. Upon seeing this, the experienced angler immediately exclaimed, "This fish must weigh at least 30 pounds. Let's see if we can catch it. If we do, that would be incredibly awesome." Tang Tang, who was at the children's fishing pond not far away, immediately spotted Chen Fei's situation. He immediately threw down his fishing rod in excitement and ran towards Chen Fei, shouting wah 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 all the while. "Daddy, Daddy! Big fish, catch a big fish, watch Daddy catch a big fish." The other little cuties were a bit slow to realize what was happening, but they saw Tang Tang run away and heard her shouting. Immediately, he threw down his fishing rod and excitedly ran towards Chen Fei. Tang Qingyan had already noticed the commotion on Chen Fei's side. The children were still playing here, and she had to stay here to look after them, so she didn't go over. Now, her 5 daughters have passed away, and she has come over with her 5 sons. Other children from other classmates' families were also with them. They all rushed over, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity as they looked at the fish Chen Fei was fishing for. Although the fish has not yet been pulled to the surface. However, this commotion was really huge. Even Herbo Xian, who is usually quite calm, ran to the front line and followed Chen Fei around. The other 9 babies followed. When Chen Fei moved, all 10 babies moved. This scene is spectacular. And it's also very pleasing to the eye. Many people who were fishing nearby also came to watch. After all, they had never seen a fish make such a big splash in the clear water lake before. Even the usually calm and collected old fisherman looked over at Chen Fei. However, he only looked at it for less than a minute before looking away. "I'll keep fishing, no matter what." On Chen Fei's side, the big fish finally surfaced. Because of its excessive weight, it could not be fished directly out of the water. But, as you can see, this is the fish. They were all shocked and exclaimed, "My God, what a huge fish! It must be at least a meter long. It's so big, it must weigh at least 50 pounds. Grass carp. The grass carp from Qingshui Lake are the best. The meat is fresh and firm, but the grass carp here are so hard to catch, they're like monsters. You're lucky if you can catch one that weighs 2 pounds a day. I can't believe this handsome guy caught a grass carp weighing at least 50 pounds right off the bat. Amazing. If catching a 5-pound turtle before was luck, then catching such a big and heavy grass carp now is entirely a testament to skill." Ruan, who had once caught a 30-pound fish while following Chen Fei, was as excited as if it were New Year's Day, shouting repeatedly, "Chen Fei, you're amazing. You actually caught such a big fish." Lin Jiadao gasped, "My God, is this guy cheating? I was thinking of crushing him at fishing, but now it seems I've been completely outmatched by Chen Fei. I haven't even caught a fish yet, and Chen Fei has already caught a wild soft-shelled turtle and this huge grass carp. It's infuriating to compare people like this." The school beauty, Sun Euro, didn't leave. Holding her child, she watched Chen Fei pull the fish to the shore, surrounded by a group of children. She was filled with regret and wished she could immediately take a pill to undo her mistake. Let her make a choice again. She would definitely choose Chen Fei, clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go. Tang Qingyan didn't go into the water, but her face clearly showed excitement. She really didn't expect that Chen Fei would catch such a big fish in less than 10 minutes. An amazing idea popped into her mind. Could it be true that Chen Fei told her he was the best fisherman in the world? This is unbelievable. She quickly glanced at the old man not far away. He wasn't looking this way, as if he couldn't hear the noise. Her joy turned slightly to a slump. Isn't it shocking enough that you caught a 1-meter-long, 50-pound grass carp here? Isn't that enough to get his attention? The children were absolutely thrilled, exclaiming wow, incessantly. Even Chen Fei's sons, who were incredibly brave, went straight into the water, followed Chen Fei, and even reached out their little hands to help him pull the fish. In fact, Chen Fei could have simply pulled the 50-pound grass carp ashore. However, seeing how excited his sons were playing, and since the water was relatively shallow, he let them play for a while. "Daddy, you're amazing. Really? Such a big fish." Babeo kept chattering away. Sherbao also took the first step, shouting to Chen Fei, "Daddy, you're amazing. You're really incredible. You're my role model." I want to catch fish this big, even taller than me. The little guys are now 90 centimeters tall, which is considered tall for their age, but this fish is a full 1 meter long. They're even taller than them. Weighing 50 pounds, they are even heavier than them. This is absolutely eye-catching. I was so excited. Shi Bao, who was previously hesitant to call Chen Fei daddy, called him that this time without hesitation. The 5 daughters were too scared to go into the water, but they formed a cheering squad on the shore. Waving her chubby little hands, she excitedly shouted, "Daddy, Daddy, you're the most awesome. You caught a big fish. Daddy, Daddy, you're the coolest. You caught a big fish. Daddy, Daddy, you're awesome. We're having big fish tonight." The whole place was very lively. Upon learning that it was a 50-pound grass carp, almost all the anglers in the vicinity came over to see it. The fishing platform on the shore of Qingshui Lake, which was originally quiet, was once so quiet that people would complain if they raised their voices even slightly. At this moment, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, yet not a single person was unhappy. Because this can be considered to have broken the highest record at Daiao Yutai on the shore of Qingshui Lake. The highest fishing record at the fishing platform on the shore of Qingshui Lake is a 30-pound male fish. This happened 4 years ago. Moreover, the heavier the male fish, the less delicious the meat will be. However, grass carp is different. Grass carp is known as the longevity fish, so the heavier the grass carp, the tastier it is and the more expensive it is. Not to mention the 50-pound grass carp caught from the shore of Qingshui Lake, there is absolutely no possibility of excessive heavy metal content. Many fish lovers have come forward to buy it, asking, 10,000, handsome, will you sell it? I'll offer 20,000. Handsome, will you sell it? If you sell it to me, I'll have the chef at the resort kill it tonight and treat your family to a meal. Chen Fei laughed and shook his head, not for sale, not for sale. Those who wanted to buy the fish didn't insist when Chen Fei refused to sell, and they all congratulated him on catching such a big fish, saying he was very lucky. Chen Fei laughed heartily, and then, with the help of his 5 sons, dragged the fish ashore. Qin Siua, the general manager of Yuanquan Villa, had someone bring over a large fish tank that was a full 2 meters long early on. Seeing that President Chen had caught such a big fish, she was secretly the most excited. Because she had seen Chen Fei using a very ordinary fishing rod, she was worried that he wouldn't be able to catch any fish and that he would get angry. If Chen Fei gets angry and fires her as general manager, she'll be eating dirt. Now that Chen Fei has caught such a big fish, she no longer has to worry about losing her position as general manager. He immediately went to great lengths to curry favor with her. To ensure that the 1 meter long, 50-pound fish that Chen Fei caught was still lively and jumping around, they quickly had someone bring over this large fish tank. She couldn't let that big fish die. Fish tastes best when it's fresh. After the big grass carp was put into the fish tank, the children all gathered around, excitedly chattering away. "My dad is the best at fishing," Lin Jiadao's daughter said, somewhat indignantly. "But your dad hasn't caught a fish yet, but my dad has." Little Tang Tang hummed and said, "So, my daddy is the best at fishing." Lin Jiadao's daughter was so angry that she yelled, "My dad can eat shit." Lin Jiadao's lips twitched, and he shouted, "You brat, don't talk nonsense, I won't eat it." After saying that, Lin Jiadao felt he had lost all face, so he threw down his fishing rod and quickly ran away with his daughter in his arms. All that remained was a burst of laughter. Chapter 42. Going to my mother-in-law's house, bringing a gift. The farce is over. Tang Qingyan walked up to Chen Fei and praised him. "Chen Fei, you really exceeded my expectations. You actually caught such a big fish. I believe this is not luck, but skill." Chen Fei smiled and narrowed his eyes. "My wife knows me very well. Now tell me, how much of my strength did I use?" Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback. "How much strength do they have? Didn't we use all our strength? This is a huge fish that weighs a full 50 kilograms. And it was caught in this clear lake where it's really hard to catch fish." Seeing her astonished expression, Chen Fei smiled indulgently, hooked her nose, stretched out his arm, and said, "That fish was just to warm up. Watch as your husband catches an amazing fish for you." After saying that, Chen Fei left and returned to where he was fishing. With practiced skill, he baited the hook and then cast it out. He remained calm and composed, not becoming overjoyed or giving up fishing altogether to go drinking and bragging with his classmates after catching a large grass carp weighing 50 kilograms. The old man fishing alone not far away turned his head to look at Chen Fei, and then his usually thin lips slightly curved upwards. He then looked away and continued fishing. Tang Qingyan saw all of this.
She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the old man's almost imperceptible smile.
Then, their gaze fell once again on Chen Fei's back.
The words Chen Fei had just said to her echoed in her mind. Let's see if your husband can catch a fish that will shock the world.
She murmured to herself, could it be that I've really caught an extraordinary, enormous fish?
Then, she shook her head at her own naivete. There's no way that the fish in this clear lake could be enormous. The grass carp weighing over 50 kilograms that Chen Fei just caught was quite impressive. It has already broken the record set by Daiao Yutai on the shore of Qingshui Lake.
How could it possibly break the record again?
Mommy, quickly call Grandma and tell them that Daddy caught a big fish.
Let's eat together, let's eat together.
Tang Tang, the little cutie, ran to Tang Qingyan's side, took her hand, and said in a coquettish tone.
Yes, let's call Grandma and Grandpa to come eat big fish, and Aunt Tonton too. Coco shouted loudly as well. Because the fish was so big, they wanted their grandparents and Aunt Tonton to come and eat it.
This way she can show off how powerful her dad is.
He. Tang Qingyan didn't actually want to invite her parents over for dinner.
However, he couldn't resist his daughter's coquettishness and the expectant look in his son's eyes. Clearly, the kids all wanted to show off how awesome their dads were. After all, this is a fish weighing over 50 kilograms, enough to dominate your social media feed for a while.
That's enough for the kids to brag about for a while. Good. Tang Qingyan smiled indulgently and nodded. Tang Tang immediately became happy, and the children smiled too. Mommy, can you call Grandma and Aunt Tonton now? Like a video call.
Little Tang Tang is so cute, Tang Qingyan said, clinging to her. Because of video calls, Grandma, Grandpa, and Aunt Tonton can see the big fish that Daddy caught.
Tang Qingyan couldn't refuse the children's request, so she made a video call to her mother.
The man was also pulled by his daughters to the fish tank. The phone was answered. Tang's mother was about to ask Tang Qingyan about Chen Fei's fishing, but as soon as she saw her granddaughter on the other end of the video, she immediately changed the subject and laughed. Her face was beaming with a kind, grandmotherly smile.
Grandma, it's Tang Tang. My daddy caught a really big fish, so big and so big.
While saying little sugar cutie, she gestured with her two little hands. However, because her little hands are still too short, they can't be stretched out to a meter long. She said anxiously, Mommy, turn on the camera so Grandma can see the big fish.
Wow, it's so big.
The auntie who weighs the fish said that the big fish Daddy caught weighs 52.1 gene. She counted the weight of 52.1 gene on her little fingers.
Little Coco nodded her head and said, yes, it's 52.1 gene. Sister Tang Tang is right. Grandma, Daddy is really great.
Little Guagui came over and praised, Daddy is so awesome.
So tough and handsome. The most handsome and tough dad in the world. Tang's mother on the other end of the phone was surprised. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock, and asked, a fish weighing 52.1 gene?
At this moment, Tang Qingyan had already switched the camera on her phone, so Tang's mother immediately spotted the very large and long fish in the fish shed.
Tang Qingyan also spoke up, Mom, this is what Chen Fei caught.
It weighs 52.1 gene 21.5 catties, is 1.1 meters long, and is a grass carp.
Babeo also came over and called out, Grandma, come over and have fish with Grandpa tonight. Erbo Xin chimed in, yes, Grandpa loves fish the most. This big fish is delicious. Grandma and Grandpa, you must come. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma are coming. Guagua misses you. Coco misses her grandparents too.
The children are all calling for Tang's mom to come over and eat fish. Faced with so many invitations from her adorable grandchildren, Tang's mother couldn't resist and wanted to say, I'll come right away.
However, thinking of Tang's father's prejudice against Chen Fei, she hesitated a little.
But then again, considering that Chen Fei caught such a big fish weighing 52.1 gene on the shore of Qingshui Lake today, it was indeed a great joy. She thought that Tang's father already knew about this, and his opinion of Chen Fei had probably changed.
Thinking about it that way,
she gritted her teeth and said to her daughter, Qingyan, bring Chen Fei and the children over tonight.
Tang Qingyan thought for a moment and said, I'll ask Chen Fei about that later. Tang's mother was slightly taken aback.
Her daughter, who had been able to make her own decisions since she was a child and was in charge of everything by the age of 12, was now asking Chen Fei for his opinion when she came back to her parents' home.
Good. There's nothing I can do. What can I do when I have a daughter who's a perfect wife? After hanging up the phone, Tang Qingyan went to find Chen Fei and asked him about what had happened with the big grass carp.
She also told him that her mother had invited them home for dinner.
Chen Fei, are you going tonight?
She respected Chen Fei's ideas. Chen Fei said with a smile, "Of course I'll go. And I'll bring a small gift with me. When visiting your mother-in-law's house for the first time to meet her and your father-in-law, you should definitely bring a gift."
He knows this basic courtesy. Shall we bring this big grass carp? The kids want to eat it tonight. Tang Qingyan said.
Chen Fei laughed and said, "This big grass carp is indeed good, but there are even better ones coming soon."
Chapter 43 Old Tang's invitation, it's not like a regular fish.
The words had barely left his mouth.
The next second, Chen Fei spoke.
The fish has taken the bait.
Tang Qingyan hadn't yet realized what Chen Fei meant by that.
Then Chen Fei's fishing rod moved. And this time the commotion is particularly big. It made a bigger splash than the 52.1-pound grass carp we just caught. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, he rushed out and ran after the fishing rod. Because the fish was pulling on the fishing rod and struggling frantically, trying to get rid of the hook.
However, Chen Fei couldn't break free from the fishhook at all. Wow! Wow! Wow!
People nearby, upon seeing this, even boasted to their friends on their phones that the angler next to them had caught a fish weighing 52.1 g, approximately 21.5 catties. I looked up and saw Chen Fei pulling fish again.
Moreover, this fish was making a much bigger commotion than the last one. Chen Fei ran even faster than before. If someone isn't very strong, this fish could pull them into the lake. Fortunately, Chen Fei was blessed with god-level rock climbing skills.
He was incredibly strong, the kind of person who could kill a bull with his bare hands. Therefore, he was able to maintain his composure.
My goodness! Master Chen has caught another big fish. Everyone come and see. I'm shocked.
I'm still excited, and Master Chen has caught another big fish. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 70 pounds.
My goodness, what's going on? All the big fish are getting on Master Chen's hook. It's amazing. Did anyone see what bait Master Chen used just now? I'd like to try it too. I saw it.
They're using the most common earthworm bait you buy at a fishing tackle shop.
What? You caught such a big fish using earthworm bait? Are you kidding me? Absolutely true.
I want to learn too, so I paid special attention to Master Chen's bait, which is the most common earthworm bait.
Master Chen's fishing skills are amazing.
And not only are his fishing skills amazing, but his fish reeling skills are also incredible.
He's also incredibly strong. Most importantly, Master Chen caught a fish right away.
I saw him put down his fishing rod for less than 5 minutes and he caught such a big fish.
I'm so envious I'm turning purple with envy. Is this fishing? It's like the lake is giving away fish. I've been fishing here for 2 days and haven't caught a single one. I can catch a bucket full of fish a day outside. You can imagine how hard it is to catch fish at Qingshui Lake. And Master Chen, in the blink of an eye, less than half an hour later, had already caught 2 big fish. Not even counting the turtle he caught earlier. I'm so incredibly envious. An old man not far away looked over at Chen Fei.
A hint of surprise flashed in those weathered eyes. Then, he put down his fishing rod, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards Chen Fei.
Tang Qingyan naturally saw the scene.
She went to greet him, and after standing beside the old man, she gently and respectfully called out, "Grandpa."
This old man is Tang Qingyan's grandfather, Tang Yannian. He is 78 years old this year and usually doesn't leave the mountains.
He lives in a sanatorium deep in the mountains to cultivate his mind and body. This time, Tang Qingyan never expected that her marriage would alarm the old man.
Tang Yannian nodded. That child is the husband you found.
After Tang Qingyan finished speaking, she wanted to say a few more words in Chen Fei's defense.
Unexpectedly, Tang Yannian nodded and said, "He's not bad."
Tang Qingyan was slightly surprised, then quickly said, "Yes, he is very good to me and the children, and he is a capable person. I was planning to take him to visit you in a while, but I didn't expect you to come in person. How are you feeling?" Tang Yannian watched as his great-nephew and great-niece excitedly circled around Chen Fei not far away. He smiled, a rare occurrence for him, and said, "Grandpa is doing great.
You've chosen a good husband, much better than the one your father chose." Tang Qingyan paused slightly, then lowered her brows. "Yes. I think Dad will also like Chen Fei. He's really amazing, not just in fishing. Tang Yannian became interested. Oh? What other aspects of him have impressed you that deserve such praise from our smartest little Qingyan? Tang Qingyan, after being praised by her grandfather, regained a bit of her girlish coquettishness. Grandpa, Chen Fei is a very good driver and can also fix cars. Also, he climbs trees with great grace. And, Sibao ate some unwashed bayberries yesterday and got diarrhea. Chen Fei personally brewed a bowl of Chinese medicine for Sibao. Sibao drank the Chinese medicine, took a nap, and woke up lively and energetic. He's fine now. Furthermore, he is a very good person. He didn't flaunt his wealth in front of his relatives and classmates just because he suddenly married me. On the contrary, he treated his relatives and classmates the same as usual. His character is excellent. Tang Qingyan was afraid that her grandfather would not know how outstanding Chen Fei was, so she quickly listed all the good qualities of Chen Fei that she could think of. Moreover, judging from this posture, it doesn't seem like it can stop. However, when Tang Qingyan saw the increasingly wide smile on her grandfather's face, her face turned red, and she quickly stopped praising Chen Fei. Then she cleared her throat and said, "Grandpa, Chen Fei is really good, and I believe my choice was right." Tang Yannian laughed heartily, a rare occurrence for him, and said, "You've used so many words to praise him, what can I, as his grandfather, say? However, for now, I have a good impression of him as well." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan was overjoyed and immediately said, "Grandpa, then I'll take you there and let him say hello to you." Tang Yannian waved his hand, then pulled down his hat brim and said, "Bring him to Grandpa's house for dinner tonight, so Grandpa can have a good look at him. Grandpa has other things to do, so I'll be going now." After saying that, Tang Yannian turned and left. Tang Qingyan was still in shock as she watched this scene. She never expected that her grandfather would ask her to bring Chen Fei to his place for dinner. Although Grandpa said he wanted to see Chen Fei again, at least he didn't reject Chen Fei, and even seemed to want to accept him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to take Chen Fei directly to the sanatorium deep in the mountains where her grandfather lived. Her grandfather had said that no one was allowed to go there and disturb his peace without his permission. She hasn't been there for 2 years. Now, Grandpa has actually taken the initiative to invite Chen Fei over. She was so happy. However, she still needed to ask Chen Fei for his opinion. She had just told Chen Fei that she was going back to her parents' home to have dinner with them. But not long after, he changed his mind and decided to eat at his grandfather's place, so he definitely had to ask Chen Fei's opinion first. As for her parents, there's absolutely no problem. Because if she goes to her grandfather's for dinner, her parents will definitely go too. Holy crap, what's that? This doesn't look like a normal fish to me, it looks like a giant salamander? Holy crap! Am I blind? A giant salamander this big. Chapter 44 is cheating, absolutely cheating. Meanwhile, on Tang Yannian's side, he had just stepped onto the embankment when a low-key yet luxurious black sedan pulled up beside him. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Tang Yannian. "Old Tang." The driver called out respectfully. Tang Yannian nodded and was about to bend down and sit down when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the Daoyutai area. He turned his head and saw a giant salamander that was 1.4 meters long being lifted out of the water by Chen Fei. His pupils contracted. He then smiled and said, "Goodness, not bad, not bad." After saying that, Tang Yannian got into the car. The driver forgot to close the door. He was stunned by Tang Yannian's smile and words of praise. He served as Tang Yannian's driver for 30 years. I've never seen Tang Yannian praise someone with such a smile before. Who is that person? He looked over and saw the boy who had fished out a giant salamander that left everyone speechless, all the while watching in the spotlight. Was the young man that Mr. Tang just praised? Indeed, he has a good appearance. They were very lucky. Old Lu. Tang Yannian called out. Driver Lao Lu then came to his senses and quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I was lost in thought." After saying that, Lao Lu quickly and respectfully closed the car door. Then he walked around the car door, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and began driving. "Mr. Tang, you seem to be in a very good mood," Old Lu said with a smile. Tang Yannian smiled and nodded. Old Lu was happy, but when he thought about Old Tang's illness, his mood became heavy again. Originally, at this age, Old Tang should have been enjoying his retirement at home, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, leading the Tang family to unparalleled glory. Unfortunately, Old Tang contracted that disease. No amount of money can cure that disease. Lifespan can only be extended through various precious medicines and tranquil natural therapies. It's such a shame. On Chen Fei's side,
The children were stunned. The 5 sons, in particular, were completely stunned. They were just standing around the fish tank, staring intently at the big grass carp that Chen Fei, their adoptive father, had caught.
How long has it been? It hadn't even been 15 minutes.
Chen Fei, this cheapskate father, has caught another big fish.
Moreover, it's even bigger than this grass carp. Most importantly, that big fish looked very unusual, quite different from the ordinary fish they had ever seen. No fish scales. Its head is also flat. Sibao asked, dumbfounded, "Is this a fish?" Erbo Xianxian didn't reply, so he quickly took out his small phone, took a picture, and went to search online.
Although he is only 2.5 years old, the little guy already knows how to use a mobile phone.
I don't know how to type yet. However, I can still use the image search function directly. It's very simple, you just need to take a picture and then click search. All 4 little heads crowded around.
The 5 toddlers can't read yet, but they have their own way of doing things. They just tap the speaker icon on the phone screen.
The phone automatically read out the words on the screen in Mandarin. After hearing the explanation, Lu Bao exclaimed in surprise, "That guy actually caught a giant salamander." Isn't a giant salamander a fish? It's called a big kuan? It's an amphibian? How did you catch this thing? This is incredible. Sibao couldn't help but exclaim, "This dad is amazing. I feel like he's the strongest dad ever. There's nothing he can't do."
The 4 babies called Chen Fei daddy, drawing stares from the other toddlers. Sibao shrugged and said in a defiant tone, "Don't look at me like that."
Am I wrong? Bao. Lu Bao, you're only allowed to call him daddy in front of us, not to his face.
We haven't finished testing him yet. You can't be a traitor like Ba Bao and Shi Bao. Sibao looked at Ba Bao and Shi Bao, who were surrounding Chen Fei not far away, and he was actually a little envious of these 2 traitors. However, out of consideration for his brothers, he nodded.
Erbo said, "Let's go over there."
The 3 little ones immediately nodded their heads vigorously, their excited eyes full of eagerness. Tang Qingyan was also shocked that Chen Fei had caught such a huge salamander. "Honey, come help me, this fish is too big for your husband to carry." Chen Fei smiled broadly at Tang Qingyan and shouted. He can lift a 70-pound fish with one hand. However, he wanted to share this joy with his wife.
And of course, there are the children.
He didn't even need to call out, the children had already automatically run over, surrounding him and the salamander, stretching out their chubby little hands and doing their utmost to help. This sense of participation brought excited smiles to their faces.
Tang Qingyan snapped out of her daze and walked over.
She also felt that it would be very difficult for one person to carry such a heavy fish up.
But why did it feel so light when she reached out to help? That's not right. This is a real fish weighing over 70 kilograms. Why is it that the place she's holding feels so light? I didn't feel any strain. Honey, I'll count to 3, and then we'll lift it up and put it in the fish tank. Chen Fei said to her with a smile. Tang Qingyan understood. This guy has put all the weight on himself.
I called her over to help, just to get her involved, not to actually carry the load. She suddenly remembered seeing Chen Fei carrying 2 children in one arm and 4 children in both arms when she was at Chen Fei's house before. She smiled helplessly. This guy has quite the romantic flair.
Good. Tang Qingyan agreed. Chen Fei then said to the children, "Daddy will count to 3. After we reach 3, we'll carry the fish into the fish shed, okay?" Hurrah! Okay. Start. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Chen Fei shouted loudly, as if he had used a lot of strength. Together with his wife and 10 baby salamanders, he carried the 1.4-meter-long, 70-pound giant salamander ashore and walked step by step toward the fish tank. General Manager Qin Cui tactfully called over a photographer to help take pictures. Such a scene naturally deserves to be photographed and given to Mr. Chen's family as a keepsake.
With a plop, the giant salamander was then placed into the fish tank.
The scale pan under the fish tank has also begun to undergo new changes. The children all crowded around, blinking excitedly at the numbers displayed on the screen.
It was 152.1 before, and now it's 225.6. So how much does this giant salamander weigh? Babeo read out the numbers, then tilted her little head, unsure how to calculate them.
The other little ones were also completely bewildered.
I can't calculate it. 73.5 gene. An adult exclaimed in surprise, my god, a 73.5-pound giant salamander. That's incredible. Chen Fei's classmates were stunned. Some took pictures and posted them in the class group, even tagging Lin Jiadao. Ruan, at Lin Jiadao, Chen Fei caught another big fish, a giant salamander, huh? Chen Fei is really amazing today.
Lin Jiadao, who was driving and waiting at a traffic light, heard a WeChat notification sound on his phone.
He picked up his phone and opened the picture. Damn, it really is a giant salamander? It weighs a whopping 73.5 gene. Is Chen Fei cheating?
Not only has he become the boss of Shangtang Group, but he's also incredibly skilled at fishing.
In less than half an hour, he caught 2 big fish. One of them is a rare and extremely valuable giant salamander. Damn, how can anyone compete with that? Cheater, absolutely cheater. I'm so incredibly envious. Chapter 45, handing it over to the state, the system rewards 100 million. On the other side. After leaving the shore of Qingshui Lake, Li Chang, who came to the climbing area alone, also received a WeChat message. However, he didn't receive a message from his classmates' group chat. Instead, he received a message from his wife. Because he set the messages in the classmates' group to do not disturb. Sun Euro, Chen Fei caught a wild soft-shelled turtle picture, a 52.1 gene grasscarp picture, and a rare 73.5 gene wild giant salamander picture today. Li Chang had reached his limit, even though everyone else had already left. His wife even uses this method to provoke and suppress him. Hateful. This is even worse than being cheated on. Li Chang, are you out of your mind? All you've got is a big chest and no brains, huh? How long has it been? Less than half an hour, and he's already caught so many astonishing things. Do you think he's fishing? Maybe all these big fish are just left there, and as soon as Chen Fei's fishing hook goes into the water, there are divers below who hook these big fish up. Li Chang, you fucking have something wrong with your head. Don't try to show off your intelligence in front of me, okay? Do you want me to pay you some intelligence fee? Li Chang, rich people love to play like this. You can't even understand it, so you deserve to marry me. If you feel wrong marrying me, then go find someone even more awesome than me to marry. Go marry Chen Fei. If you really marry him, then I'll admire your ability. After saying that, Li Chang turned off his phone. He needs some peace and quiet. Sun Euro was furious when she saw Li Chang's words. However, when she saw Tang Qingyan, a woman who was many times more beautiful than her standing next to Chen Fei, and a group of adorable children, her eyes dimmed. Because Chen Fei didn't look at her even once from beginning to end. Even Wan talked more than she did with Chen Fei. She tried to talk to Chen Fei several times, but Chen Fei would subtly talk to other people, and she couldn't bring herself to say anything. On Chen Fei's side. Daddy, shall we go back now? Little Tang Tang raised her rosy cheeks, flushed from exercise, and asked with a smile. Because she really wanted to eat fish. Daddy, make a phone call first. Chen Fei affectionately pinched his daughter's bouncy little face, then took out his phone and made a call. Officer, I caught a wild giant salamander, weighing 73.5 gene 36.25 catties. Yes, the giant salamander is a Class 2 endangered species, so I want to hand it over to the state. Yes, I'm at the Clearwater Lake in Yuanquan Mountain Villa. Half an hour away? Okay. Tang Qingyan stood next to Chen Fei. She was stunned when she heard what Chen Fei said. Not only was Tang Qingyan stunned, but Chen Fei's classmates, their children, and the anglers nearby were also shocked and stood up. They were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that Chen Fei would have to hand over such a wild giant salamander to the state. Not only were the people here stunned, but the deputy general manager of Yuanquan Villa, who had been observing the area, was also stunned. He immediately made a phone call and respectfully reported, Old Tang, he caught a giant salamander weighing 73.5 gene. Yes, it's completely wild. Our resort didn't do anything wrong, he caught it. There are indeed wild giant salamanders in our Qingshui Lake, but they are very rare. I haven't seen one in many years. I never expected that he would catch such a heavy one. It's unbelievable. Mr. Tang, there's something even more astonishing. He called the police and wanted to hand over this wild giant salamander to the state. On Chen Fei's side, his daughter Coco asked with a puzzled look, Daddy, why do we have to hand over this giant salamander? She really wants to keep it as a pet. This giant salamander is so cute.
Most importantly, she wants to have such a pet it makes her feel incredibly proud.
Because she had never seen anyone's pet like that before.
Chen Fei squatted down, affectionately rubbed the little guy's head, and said, because wild giant salamanders are a Class 2 protected animal in China, they are already in a critical state and are one of the country's national treasures, so we have to hand them over to the state. The government will send someone to set up a nest for them and take good care of them. In this way, even after 10, 100, or even 1,000 years, there will still be wild giant salamanders on our planet.
So we are making a contribution. Coco nodded her little head as if she understood, and then she seemed to suddenly realize it. She said cutely, "Daddy, Coco understands now. There aren't many wild giant salamanders left. If we eat them, they will become fewer and fewer, and eventually they will all disappear, which would be very pitiful. So we should hand over the wild giant salamanders that Daddy catches to the country and make a contribution." Chen Fei pinched the little guy's cheek with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Yes, that's it." Ding.
The system has detected that your daughter has grasped the meaning of contribution, referencing the example of contributing a wild giant salamander she caught to the country.
Therefore, you are rewarded with 100 million yuan.
The 100 million yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account through official channels. Host, you don't need to worry about the source of this money, it was all transferred through legitimate channels. Chen Fei was slightly taken aback when he heard the system notification in his mind.
The system offers this reward? Wow, they gave out a reward of 100 million. Awesome. Although Tang Qingyan has now transferred all her assets to his name. But how could a man with a system possibly use his wife's money?
Of course, when I have money, I use my own money. When I don't have money, I use my wife's money and live a life of luxury.
Chen Fei unlocked his phone, and sure enough, a text message had arrived.
He was notified that 100 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account.
Daddy, what are you looking at?
Little Guagua leaned her head closer and looked curiously at Chen Fei's phone screen.
Unfortunately, she couldn't read, and at most she only knew a few numbers.
She saw a 1 and many zeros.
The innocent and naive girl started counting.
As she counted, she bit her fingers, looking incredibly cute.
1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 7 zeros, 8 zeros. Daddy, what's a 1 plus 8 zeros?
Little Guagua asked in her sweet, childlike voice.
100 million.
Chen Fei said with a smile.
What is 100 million? Coco asked, her face full of questions.
Chen Fei gently rubbed his two daughters' heads, making their hair fluffy. Then he stood up and said with a doting smile, Daddy just earned a small goal, which is 100 million.
Alright, do you want to continue playing here, or go play somewhere else? After the police officer takes this giant salamander away, Daddy will take you home. The 10 little babies were slightly taken aback. 100 million? Daddy made 100 million?
At this age, the 9 little babies don't have much of a concept of money or any interest in it. Only Lu Bao, the little baby, was very good at money. He stared blankly at Chen Fei, thinking to himself, Daddy is too amazing.
Chapter 46. Your grandfather is here?
I'll prepare the gift.
Daddy, shall we go play over there?
I just heard Kai Kai say that there's a rock climbing area here, and Tang Tang is going to climb really, really high this time.
That's what Tang Tang said.
I didn't get enough of climbing trees yesterday, so I wanted to continue today. I heard that rock climbing is similar to tree climbing.
I want to go too. I'm going too.
Seeing that the children all wanted to try rock climbing, Chen Fei readily agreed.
Each attraction in Yuanquan Mountain Villa has a small map showing the layout of the entire community. For example, where is Daiyoutai? Where is the place to eat? Where is the rock climbing area? Before coming to Daiyoutai, Chen Fei had already looked at that small map. Knowing that the rock climbing project is near Daiyoutai, you can take the resort's sightseeing bus there. We will arrive soon.
Chen Fei told his classmates that he was going to take his children to a rock climbing area, and his classmates said they would go together. Because Chen Fei's impact on them was so profound that it would stay with them for a lifetime.
Moreover, a big shot like Chen Fei doesn't put on airs at all towards his classmates.
Even if he goes to a different place to play, he'll still come and let them know. They felt greatly respected and wanted to play with Chen Fei a little longer.
Some female students even felt that as long as they followed Chen Fei, they could see miracles wherever they went. A woman's intuition is truly amazing.
On the tour bus, Tang Qingyan and Chen Fei sat in a row.
Chen Fei, there's something I want to talk to you about. Tang Qingyan said. You say. My grandfather was fishing when you were fishing just now. Chen Fei was slightly surprised. Your grandfather is here? Let's go say hello. My grandfather has passed away.
Before he left, he told me to take you to his place for dinner tonight, but I already told you that I was going to my mother's house for dinner tonight. My grandfather didn't live with my parents, he lived in a remote place in the mountains.
Tang Qingyan said. So what are your thoughts? Chen Fei asked. He never expected to run into Tang Qingyan's grandfather here today. Could it be?
The image of an old man fishing alone came to mind.
My personal idea is to have dinner at my grandfather's house.
Firstly, I haven't been there for 2 years because he doesn't allow us to disturb his peace and quiet. Secondly, if we go to my grandfather's house, my parents will definitely be there too, so it would be like meeting and having dinner with my parents.
Tang Qingyan spoke her mind.
Because she felt that since she and Chen Fei were husband and wife, there was no need to hide her thoughts.
Only in this way can communication between the two be smooth.
Couples should communicate more and express their thoughts so that their partner knows what they are thinking.
This will reduce conflicts significantly. Chen Fei said with a smile, then let's go to Grandpa's for dinner. There's nothing to hesitate about.
Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan immediately smiled, a very sweet smile. Looking at her smile, Chen Fei said with a mischievous grin, Wife, don't forget the bet we made before.
Huh?
Tang Qingyan then remembered that she had made a bet with Chen Fei before.
Chen Fei has indeed fulfilled his promise to catch a big fish and shock the entire Diaoyutai State Guesthouse. Moreover, she knew without even thinking that his fishing skills were superb.
Although it hasn't been confirmed by a competition, she felt that Chen Fei's fishing skills had indeed reached a level of perfection, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could win the world championship.
In other words, she lost the bet.
She had to grant him one request.
Tang Qingyan is a decisive person. So she said to Chen Fei, I'm willing to accept my loss. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? If it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it for you.
Looking at his wife's serious and earnest expression, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he affectionately pinched his wife's pretty nose and said, I haven't thought of what to do yet.
I'll tell you when I do. Hey. He'll bring up that condition when things are in the right place.
After all, his own little wife is top-notch in every way.
Good.
Tang Qingyan agreed. Also, I'll prepare the gift for you when you meet my grandfather tonight. She naturally wanted Chen Fei to leave a good impression on her grandfather.
Therefore, it's best if she prepares this gift. Because Chen Fei definitely didn't know her grandfather's preferences, while she did. Honey, you don't need to worry about that, I'll take care of it. Chen Fei smiled and declined. What a joke. How could I let my wife buy a gift when I'm meeting her grandfather for the first time? Of course he should prepare it.
Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, All right, I'll tell you about my grandfather's preferences, and you can make the preparations accordingly.
Good. Chen Fei nodded. Tang Qingyan began to tell Chen Fei about Tang Yanyan's preferences.
After listening, Chen Fei said confidently, Okay, wife, don't worry about it.
Your grandfather will definitely be very satisfied with me tonight, and he'll be extremely satisfied, You're that confident?
Tang Qingyan didn't expect that she had only told Chen Fei a few of her grandfather's preferences and hadn't even started to explain the recommended gifts in detail when Chen Fei bluntly said that he could handle her grandfather. This surprised her somewhat. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Of course, a man should be confident.
Tang Qingyan didn't say much.
Although she felt in her heart that Chen Fei was overconfident. However, thinking about the bet she made with Chen Fei, she swallowed back what she wanted to say.
Perhaps Chen Fei really does have a way to deal with his grandfather.
After all, she had only known Chen Fei for a little over a day, but she already had the illusion that there was nothing in this world that Chen Fei couldn't do. This illusion made her feel a little scared. Because this means that her infatuation with Chen Fei is growing deeper and deeper.
Is there really no hope? Wa'ada. Chapter 47: A rock climbing competition to regain face. Soon, the tour bus arrived at the climbing area. The rock climbing area and the fishing area are two completely different styles. The fishing area wouldn't have been so lively if Chen Fei hadn't caught such big and amazing fish twice in a row today. Fishing areas are usually very quiet. The climbing area is always bustling, with screams and cheers heard from time to time.
In addition, the colorful artificial supports on the artificial rock wall are very eye-catching and rugged, emitting steam, making people feel as if they have come to the northwestern desert. When Chen Fei and his group arrived, there were more than 30 people climbing the artificial rock face. The climbing area is very large, with both artificial and natural rock walls. However, there are more climbers on the artificial rock face because it is easier, while there are fewer climbers on the natural rock face because it is more difficult.
There are also artificial rock climbing walls specifically designed for children.
There were more than 20 children playing on the children's climbing wall, making it very lively.
As soon as Tang Tang and the others arrived, their eyes lit up.
Because Tang Qingyan is usually very busy, and her children are only 2.5 years old, she has never taken them on an outdoor trip before.
Today is my first time going out to play.
So the children were very excited. They jumped up excitedly, especially when they saw the colorful children's rock wall.
Daddy, Daddy, I want to go there to play.
Little Guagua pointed excitedly at the colorful climbing wall and said.
Shibao also looked eager to try. I want to go play too. Bao Xianxian said, I want to go too.
All the little boys wanted to play, but among the little girls, only the adorable Wu Bao Tian, who was already a bit tired from playing, said she didn't want to play. The other little cuties also wanted to play.
Chen Fei smiled and led them to buy tickets. Tang Qingyan followed beside her.
Watching the children fasten their safety ropes one by one and begin to enjoy the fun of climbing. Originally, Tian wasn't planning to play, but when she saw her older brothers, sisters, and younger brothers and sisters wearing the new gear, she became interested and raised her hand to say she wanted to play too.
Chen Fei naturally agreed, spoiling Chen Fei.
After watching the children start rock climbing,
Chen Fei went to a nearby store and bought 2 glasses of juice.
He handed one to Tang Qingyan and kept the other for himself. The two sat on a bench, watching the children play. While drinking her juice, Tang Qingyan said with some emotion, Chen Fei, do you know, these past 2 days have been the days I've seen the most smiles on the children's faces.
At this point, Tang Qingyan turned to Chen Fei and said sincerely, thank you, Chen Fei.
I've been very busy with work these past few years. Although I've been thinking about taking the kids on trips, I haven't had the time.
Chen Fei patted her shoulder and said softly, why should I thank your husband? You've worked so hard before. Now that I'm here for you, you don't have to worry about the children.
With me, the super dad, I'll take care of everything.
Tang Qingyan laughed. Chen Fei, has anyone ever told you that you look pretty cool when you're bragging? You think your husband is bragging? Chen Fei pinched his wife's pretty nose as punishment. Tang Qingyan wasn't afraid of him at all.
She even pouted at him, closed her eyes, and shook her head.
There's nothing wrong with bragging. It's normal. I understand.
His adorable wife was making such cute gestures in front of him, and he simply couldn't resist. He pecked her once, then let go. Then, to her astonishment, he continued drinking his juice and threatened, if you say your husband is bragging like that again, this is your punishment.
You. Tang Qingyan gave Chen Fei a charming glare, then lowered her head.
She held the juice in her slender, fair hands, drank it silently, and said nothing more. Seeing his wife's shy expression, Chen Fei laughed heartily. Not far away, Sun Yuro, who was secretly watching from the corner of her eye, saw Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan flirting and showing off their affection. I felt a tightness in my chest and a slight sourness in my throat. Li Chang, who was standing next to her, saw all of this and a fierce aura suddenly ignited within him. He crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand, threw it into the trash can, and then strode towards Chen Fei.
Because he wants to turn the tide.
Otherwise, he'll never be able to live his life without a new wife. Otherwise, he would have a thorn in his heart that he could never remove for the rest of his life. Li Chang approached Chen Fei and said with a rather aggressive tone, Chen Fei, judging by your physique, you must work out, right?
How about a rock climbing contest with me?
Chen Fei glanced at Li Chang, then looked away and said indifferently, not interested.
Because you're too weak.
Why should I waste my time comparing myself to you? Li Chang had no idea what Chen Fei was thinking. He thought that Chen Fei was afraid of losing because he refused to compete with him in rock climbing. Because fishing also allows for shady tactics, such as having someone bait the fish with a hook. But rock climbing is something where real skill speaks for itself. Therefore, Chen Fei dared not compare himself to him.
Snort!
I thought they were something special. Immediately, Li Chang used reverse psychology, saying, Chen Fei, I think you're afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of your wife, that's why you don't dare to compete with me, right?
It's not a big deal. If you're a man, you should be able to accept defeat.
Chen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly.
Good grief, is this guy deliberately courting disaster? Sun Yuro immediately ran over and sternly scolded Li Chang. Li Chang, what are you doing? Come with me right now.
She felt incredibly ashamed. Other classmates came over and condemned Li Chang, saying, Li Chang, this is pointless. Chen Fei has no interest in competing with you, and you're even using reverse psychology.
When Chen Fei was fishing just now, why didn't you suggest a fishing competition to him? Exactly. You're a sports major, the sports committee member since high school, and you're challenging Chen Fei to a rock climbing competition? You're clearly trying to embarrass Chen Fei. If it were me, I wouldn't compete with you either. Li Chang, you've gone too far.
Chen Fei, don't lower yourself to Li Chang's level.
He's just jealous of you and wants to get attention. You don't need to pay attention to people like that. That's right, that's right.
Chen Fei stood up and thanked the classmates who spoke up for him. Then his gaze fell on Li Chang, sharp and menacing, which made Li Chang suddenly feel afraid.
But with his wife and children by his side, how could he show any weakness?
He immediately straightened his chest and looked at Chen Fei menacingly.
Li Chang, the reason I said I wasn't interested in competing with you was because you're too weak and no match for me. But now that you insist on competing with me, if I don't, wouldn't my wife and kids look down on me? So, I'll grant your wish. Chen Fei said coldly. Li Chang's gaze darkened. Don't speak so confidently. Let's go.
Immediately, Li Chang took the lead and walked towards the natural climbing area. He looked down on artificial climbing areas. Natural climbing areas were the real test of a person's climbing ability. He was going to be there and completely crush Chen Fei, who was so boastful he wasn't afraid of his tongue slipping out. Get back all the face he lost before. Tang Qingyan had witnessed Chen Fei's impressive tree climbing skills before, so she wasn't worried about this match, which was a foregone conclusion. Chapter 48. The humanoid beast loses with utter convincing argument. After seeing Chen Fei head towards the climbing area, the female classmates surrounded Tang Qingyan and started talking all at once. Sister Chen, why didn't you stop Chen Fei? Li Chang is a sports student, so his rock climbing skills must be very good, otherwise he wouldn't dare to challenge Chen Fei so openly.
Yeah, what if Chen Fei loses? Tang Qingyan simply replied, Chen Fei will not lose. Although the female students had some doubts when they heard Tang Qingyan's words, they swallowed their doubts because of Tang Qingyan's status and position. He just looked worriedly toward the natural climbing area. Even the children who were rock climbing looked over there. Babeo exclaimed in surprise, huh? Someone actually wants to compete with Daddy. Sherbao blinked her eyes and said innocently, how could anyone in the world like to be tortured? My God, how stupid must they be? Lu Bao's lips twitched. Although he hadn't called Chen Fei dad yet, he knew that Chen Fei's rock climbing skills were superb. So he was also curious that someone dared to compete with Chen Fei in rock climbing. They really didn't know the meaning of the word death. Tang Tang and her friends overheard the boys saying that someone wanted to compete against their dad. He immediately called over a waitress, slid down the climbing wall, unlocked the safety lock, and ran to Tang Qingyan. Mommy, we're going to cheer for Daddy. Tang Tang raised her little hand and waved it vigorously as she spoke. Little Coco nodded vigorously, I want to watch Daddy torture people. Little Guagua excitedly exclaimed, I want to go see Superman Daddy. The 5 sons followed. They all expressed their desire to go see it. They could actually see it from a distance, but they wanted to get a closer look. Okay, Mommy will take you to see it, but remember to be polite, okay? Tang Qingyan said.
Mommy, Guagua knows that Guagua won't kick someone when they're down.
That's what Guagua the cutie said.
Tang Qingyan smiled helplessly. We took the children to the natural climbing area. By now, Li Chang had already secured the safety rope.
Seeing that Chen Fei hadn't moved, he frowned and asked, What, changed your mind? Don't you dare to compete anymore? Chen Fei glanced at Li Chang's safety rope and replied casually, You need that thing for rock climbing? I always come directly. Let's compete on this rock wall, right? Whoever gets to the top the fastest wins, right?
Li Chang paused for a moment, but still nodded. He had just nodded when suddenly he felt a blur before his eyes, a gust of wind blew by, and when he looked up again,
his pupils constricted sharply. I was utterly shocked. I was so excited I was practically trembling. Wow, wow, wow.
A chorus of gasps and screams erupted from the sidelines.
Oh my God, am I seeing things? I think I saw Superman. That's too fast. The speed is too fast. And, my goodness, he didn't even wear a safety harness. It's shocking. It's unbelievable. I have to film it. This is absolutely amazing rock climbing. Free solo climbing. An extreme challenge. A humanoid beast. My god, is this what they call stunt flying on TV? But on TV, they have to use wires. But here, that person isn't wearing anything. Not even a safety rope. That's fucking brutal. A real tough guy.
Everyone in the climbing area stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Fei in the natural climbing area with great surprise. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Fei had already climbed from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, which is 50 meters above the ground.
Standing atop the mountain, Chen Fei looked down and took in the entire Yuanquan Manor. I must say, the feeling of rock climbing is absolutely amazing. He didn't break a sweat. He truly deserves to be called a man with godlike rock climbing skills. That's awesome. Below, the entire climbing area exploded completely.
Li Chang was already submerged in a sea of shocked screams.
Chen Fei's 10 children jumped up and down excitedly, shouting, "Daddy! You're amazing! Daddy, you're so brave! A real manly man! Daddy, you're so handsome! Daddy, you're my idol! Daddy, I love you! Wugwa loves you!"
Even his 3 sons, who hadn't yet acknowledged Chen Fei as their father, couldn't help but call out to him.
That's amazing! A peerless master is here. Absolutely the world's #1 rock climber. Bobeo shouted loudly, "That's my dad. Did you see him? He's super awesome. Super handsome. Super fierce." Sherba shouted loudly, "That's my dad. My dad. The most handsome. The most awesome. The most powerful in the world. They want the whole world to know that he's their dad."
Tang Qingyan had witnessed Chen Fei's tree climbing prowess before, but she never expected him to be even more impressive climbing the rocks today.
He was so handsome that she felt a little excited. The students were also deeply shocked by Chen Fei's bravery and were collectively dumbfounded. My god, Chen Fei, that's amazing. This is a complete annihilation of Li Chang.
Li Chang is still at the foot of the mountain, while Chen Fei has already climbed to the top. He really meant it when he said he wasn't interested in competing with Li Chang. Li Chang is definitely not qualified to compare with him.
Isn't Li Chang just walking into Chen Fei's line of fire?
Chen Fei originally wanted to give Li Chang some face and not compete with him in rock climbing, but Li Chang insisted on competing.
Now look what's happened. Li Chang's wife and children are stunned. Li Chang is dumbfounded too. Ha ha ha. Even though we're all classmates, why do I suddenly feel like bursting out laughing? Am I being too mean? I want to laugh too, ha ha ha.
Sun Yuro wished she could find a hole to crawl into right away.
How utterly shameful. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life.
She couldn't stay any longer, so she turned around, picked up her child, and hurriedly left. Her longing for Chen Fei grew even stronger.
Because Chen Fei is not only rich, handsome, and cultured, but also incredibly brave. Having a man like that as a husband is like saving the galaxy in your past life.
She was incredibly envious and jealous of Tang Qingyan.
But now, all she can do is envy and be jealous.
Li Chang himself was so ashamed that his face turned even more purple than a sweet potato.
He used his rock climbing skills, which he was so proud of, to compete with Chen Fei, but he never expected that he would be completely crushed. You could even say they're worlds apart. He's the one from underground. Chen Fei is above the 9 heavens.
Li Chang has truly lost this time, and he is completely convinced of his defeat. With his head down, he untied the safety rope and slunk away. When he got some distance away, he realized that no one was watching him, not even anyone who wanted to kick him while he was down. Because all their eyes were fixed on Chen Fei, who stood atop the mountain.
They only have eyes for Chen Fei.
A sense of powerlessness instantly swept over him, and all his pride was completely worn away.
Chapter 49 Saying Goodbye to Classmates, A Meaningful Day. Chen Fei did not wear a safety rope while rock climbing.
So, the helicopter from Yuanquan Mountain Villa was dispatched and carried him down the rock face. As soon as he landed, the children ran ahead, using all their strength to run towards Chen Fei.
He shouted loudly, full of pride and self-satisfaction. "Daddy! Daddy!"
Chen Fei walked over, picked up 3 babies in one arm, 6 babies in both arms, and 1 baby on his head.
There are 5 baby girls and 2 sons, Babeo and Sherbao. All I could see were tiny babies.
His arm strength caused those around him to gasp in amazement once again. My goodness, 3 babies in one arm, 6 babies in 2 arms, and 1 baby on your head, they must weigh over 100 pounds in total, right? Truly worthy of being called the #1 rock climber, his arm strength is amazing. I was wondering who the father of the Dceps was, but I never imagined it was this amazing rock climber. No wonder he could have Dceps, he's incredible.
I admire him. I know him. He's a real pro. You probably don't know what happened at Diaoyutai today.
This master is a fishing expert.
In less than half an hour, he caught 2 fish that broke the record at Diaoyutai on the shore of Qingshui Lake.
A 52.1-pound grass carp and a 73.5-pound giant salamander, a national treasure.
Absolutely incredible.
I never knew he was such an amazing rock climber, he's practically a god.
I really want to interview him.
My god, I also heard about Diaoyutai in the WeChat group, and I was shocked.
I never imagined that it was the first person to climb a rock and fish there. That's amazing. I witnessed a miracle today. And there's more.
This master knew that the giant salamander was not only a Class 2 protected animal but also a national treasure. Instead of keeping the fish for himself, he immediately called the police to hand it over to the state.
What an act of selflessness. What a hero. Just think about it, a wild giant salamander weighing 73.5 kilograms. That's incredibly valuable. Keeping one at home would make you a national treasure. You'd be so proud, someone you could brag about for a lifetime.
I never imagined he would just hand it over to the country like that.
I really admire him. The onlookers chattered about what they knew, all expressing their shock at Chen Fei.
The way they looked at Chen Fei even carried a sense of worship and adoration. Hearing the words around them, Chen Fei's children felt an immense sense of pride and spontaneously straightened their heads and puffed out their chests. The 3 sons standing next to Chen Fei stood even taller and more proud, clinging tightly to him as if afraid others wouldn't know they were also Chen Fei's children.
Tang Qingyan smiled knowingly when she saw the children looking so proud of Chen Fei.
Indeed, children still need their fathers by their side. Children who have their fathers with them have so much more than when they only have their mothers with them.
Chen Fei's phone rang.
It was the same police officer who had answered the phone earlier calling back.
He was very polite and told him that they had arrived at Diaoyutai. Okay, we're coming right away. Chen Fei laughed and replied.
After Chen Fei had Tang hang up the phone, he said to the students around him, "The police are here. I'm going to Diaoyutai State Guesthouse to hand over the giant salamander to them, and then I'm going home."
What are your plans?
We'll go to Diaoyutai with you.
Yes, let's go take a look too. Chen Fei truly shocked them today.
The idiom "to have one's eyes opened" is not enough to describe the shock they felt at Chen Fei at that moment.
No wonder Chen Fei, at such a young age, is already the head of Shang Tang Group right after graduating from university. Because Chen Fei is just too damn awesome.
Lin Jiao said he was going fishing, but Chen Fei, a fishing master, caught 2 big fish for them right away.
One of them is an extremely rare wild giant salamander, a national treasure.
Li Chang challenged Chen Fei to a rock climbing competition, but Chen Fei didn't want to compete.
Li Chang insisted on using reverse psychology to force Chen Fei to participate.
Now look at him, he just casually shows off that Chen Fei is the ultimate rock climbing god.
The natural climbing wall is 50 meters high.
Even the most skilled climber would need at least half an hour to climb it by hand.
However, Chen Fei only took less than 2 minutes.
Just like a chivalrous knight who can leap across rooftops and scale walls. It was so shocking that everyone began to wonder if there were any martial arts masters in the world.
This is absolutely amazing.
Upon hearing that Chen Fei was going to Diaoyutai to hand over the giant salamander, the rock climbing enthusiasts all expressed their desire to go and witness this feat.
So when Chen Fei and his group arrived, Diaoyutai was almost overflowing with people. Because everyone at Yuanquan Villa knows that a remarkable person has emerged today.
Not only did it shock the fishing area, but it also shocked the rock climbing area, with everyone curious to come and admire this amazing person.
There are too many people.
Therefore, Yuanquan Villa deployed security guards to maintain order. When Chen Fei and his group arrived, some sharp-eyed people immediately spotted him.
He shouted excitedly, "Master Chen! Master Chen!"
Hearing the voice, everyone else followed the gaze of the person who had shouted and saw Chen Fei, a handsome and muscular man who was impossible to ignore once he saw him sitting on the electric scooter.
"Master Chen! Master Chen!"
They didn't know Chen Fei's name, but when they heard someone call him Great God Chen, they all shouted it out loud as well, just like fans excitedly calling out to their idol. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Fortunately, security guards were maintaining order, and these people were unable to run over. Chen Fei frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. As if she knew what he was thinking, Tang Qingyan said softly to him, "Are you worried that they took pictures of the babies?" Chen Fei nodded solemnly. He doesn't want the children's photos to be posted online, as they are still young. Tang Qingyan said, "You don't need to worry about that. If they dare to post it, it will be deleted." Chen Fei was slightly startled, and then he remembered his wife's status and position. However, it can control photos on the internet. This energy is just too much. But thinking about it, it makes sense. All I can find about my wife is her name online. I can't find a single photo of her. It's easy to imagine that many influential figures could easily keep their photos hidden from the public if they didn't want them to be seen by the public. Therefore, Chen Fei felt relieved. As Chen Fei stepped off the tour bus, a police officer approached him and said warmly, "Mr. Chen, we are officers from the Haicheng Police Station, number 9527. Our surname is Wang. I will be in charge of this handover. Thank you for your cooperation. This is my duty." Wild giant salamanders are a Class 2 protected animal and one of our national treasures. They deserve the protection of every one of us. I also believe that anyone who catches such a wild giant salamander would hand it over to the country. Chen Fei replied with a smile. The handover process followed quickly. After the process was completed, Officer Wang took a photo of Chen Fei and the giant salamander as a memento. When the giant salamander is placed in a museum to retire, this photo will be displayed along with Chen Fei's name as a mark of honor for the person who handed it over. His daughters ran over and hugged Chen Fei, wanting to take pictures together. General Manager Qin Siyue brought a photographer to take pictures of them. Finally, the sons also came over to take pictures, and even pulled Tang Qingyan over, so the whole family of 12 took a picture together. Officer Wang smiled and handed the certificate of honor to Chen Fei, letting Chen Fei take a photo with the certificate, making it more meaningful. The onlookers also took photos, enough for them to brag about for a lifetime. After finishing all that, Chen Fei, along with his wife and children, said goodbye to his classmates. Qin Siyue came to see them off, respectfully handed the photos taken by the professional photographer to Tang Qingyan, and wished them and their family good health. They saw Chen Fei and his family off as if they were seeing off an emperor. Chapter 50. My cousin is coming to stay, you don't mind, do you? At the same time. A corner of Yuanquan Mountain Villa. With trembling hands, the deputy general manager took out his phone and reported the situation to Tang Yanian. Old Tang, he's amazing. He set a new record in the climbing area. He's a legend. I doubt anyone will ever break his climbing record again. He's truly an incredible person. Even the deputy general manager couldn't help but praise Chen Fei. Because Chen Fei's performance was simply amazing. No wonder he was able to marry Tang Qingyan, the daughter of old Tang. He really has some serious skills. Chen Fei did not drive directly to Jiangcheng. Instead, they drove to downtown Haicheng to pick up their parents before heading to Jiangcheng. In the passenger seat, Tang Qingyan asked Chen Fei, "Are mom and dad being taken directly to my place, or are they staying at a hotel?" She needs to ask Chen Fei for his opinion on this matter. Her own idea was to have her parents move in with her. Since that's also Chen Fei's home, his parents should naturally bring him to stay at their house. However, she was afraid that Chen Fei might have other ideas, so she asked him, "Let's stay at a hotel first." Chen Fei said, "After you've met your grandfather and parents tonight, you and your parents can discuss a time for our two families' parents to meet. We'll talk about it then." Although Tang Qingyan's assets are now all in his name. Logically speaking, Tang Qingyan's house should also belong to him. However, he still didn't want his parents to move into that house right now. We'll talk about it after we've gone through the proper procedures. He had to consider his parents' feelings. "Okay, I'll order now," Tang Qingyan said. Chen Fei nodded. While booking a hotel, Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei, "After settling mom and dad in, let's go home first, and then go to grandpa's place, okay?" "Can." "Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you." Tang Qingyan suddenly thought of something, raised her head, and looked at Chen Fei. "You say." Chen Fei freed one hand and affectionately ruffled the hair of his gentle and virtuous wife. "It's about my cousin. The one you met at the photo studio before, Su Tong. Didn't she want to pester you and become your disciple? So she moved into my house today, and she even brought her child with her.
Do you mind? Tang Qingyan didn't mind this matter. However, she was a little worried that Chen Fei might mind. Chen Fei thought of the little girl who called him master, and he never expected that she would actually move into his house and insist on becoming his apprentice. If you don't mind, I don't mind either. But she has a child? She looks quite young. I didn't expect that. Chen Fei asked casually. Tang Qingyan softened her shoulders and said gently, if you don't mind, then that's fine. This is the first time I've heard her talk about her children. She's never told me anything before. She said she gave birth to quadruplets while she was abroad. They're 8 months old now and should be very cute. When Tang Tang and the others see them, they'll definitely love these little brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan was filled with maternal glow, and her face was beaming with a happy smile. Chen Fei was shocked. Your cousin gave birth to quadruplets? Tang Qingyan nodded. Honey, tell me, did your grandmother also give birth to twins or triplets? Chen Fei asked. I've heard that it's hereditary for women to give birth to twins or triplets. Women who have given birth to twins or triplets generally have a much higher chance of having twins or triplets themselves than women who have given birth to triplets or triplets. My maternal grandmother did give birth to twins, who are my mother and my cousin's mother. Tang Qingyan explained. Ha ha. Chen Fei laughed. Sure enough, he had said that it was too astonishing that Tang Qingyan had given birth to decepts at once. If, now that he has activated the system, Tang Qingyan were to have sex with him and she were to become pregnant with decepts, he would only be slightly surprised. Because he activated the system, his physical condition improved dramatically in all aspects. Naturally, he was incomparable to the version of himself before the system was activated. However, the reason why he was able to get Tang Qingyan pregnant with decepts at that time seems to be largely due to the fact that Tang Qingyan's family had a history of multiple births. However, compared to Su Tong's quadruplets, Chen Fei felt that his own wife was pregnant with decuplets, and he was still unparalleled in terms of fertility. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Chen Fei couldn't help but ask Tang Qingyan, besides your cousin coming this time, is your cousin's husband coming too? He wouldn't agree if my cousin's husband came to stay with us. Tang Qingyan shook her head. No, Su Tong's child wasn't with her boyfriend. She's never had a boyfriend. She conceived the child through artificial insemination while she was abroad, using high-quality sperm. As you know, there are sperm banks abroad. She was completely focused on her photography career and had no interest in marriage or dating, but her mother kept pressuring her to go on blind dates. Plus, when she found out I was pregnant with 10 babies, she came up with this permanent solution. Puff. Chen Fei was amused by Su Tong's way of dealing with her parents' blind date. That's really quite unique. If you don't want to get married and have children, just go abroad and get pregnant and have children through artificial insemination. That's a pretty avant-garde idea. No wonder this girl became so open-minded the moment she saw him. So this is what a progressive woman she is. That's interesting. Since there was no brother-in-law, Chen Fei could rest assured and let the young lady stay. Chapter 51 Luxurious Manor, no wonder she's a billionaire. After picking up Mr. and Mrs. Chen, Tang Qingyan arranged a very luxurious hotel for them. This hotel is owned by Tang Qingyan, and now it also belongs to Chen Fei. So we booked the presidential suite directly, and it doesn't matter how long we stay. After Chen's parents learned the true identity of their daughter-in-law, they didn't say anything that would make Chen Fei lose face by spending so much money. But before Tang Qingyan and the others left, Chen Ma still took out a jade bracelet wrapped in a tattered handkerchief, layer upon layer, for more than a dozen times. Chen's mother handed the jade bracelet to Tang Qingyan and said, Qingyan, your parents don't have anything special to give you. This is a jade bracelet that Grandma Chen Fei gave to your mother. It is also a family heirloom of our Chen family. Now your mother is giving this to you, hoping that it will keep you safe and sound. Tang Qingyan has all the money she needs. Therefore, this jade bracelet was the best gift Chen Ma could think of. This jade bracelet was originally intended to be passed down to her daughter-in-law. The story should have been passed down after Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan's relationship had stabilized for at least 3 years. Because the divorce rate among young people is too high these days. But now, Mr. and Mrs. Chen have discussed it and feel that it is fine to pass it on to Tang Qingyan now. Because Tang Qingyan is such an amazing girl, she not only gave birth to 10 babies for their son, but also didn't look down on their rural background or their relatives in the countryside. She was very easy to talk to them. It's good for the child.
Such a good woman must deeply love their son, they certainly wouldn't be mistaken about that.
Mom and Dad, thank you. Tang Qingyan accepted the jade bracelet. She will not let down Mr. and Mrs. Chen's expectations of her. She will definitely be a good daughter-in-law to them. She could tell at a glance that this jade bracelet was quite valuable, it was a very generous gift. But if she didn't accept it, it would be disrespectful to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, so she accepted it. When Tang Qingyan put away the bracelet, Mr. and Mrs. Chen exchanged a smile, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Good children, you go ahead and do your work. You don't need to take care of your parents. Mother Chen said with a smile. Dad, Mom, let's go home first, and then have dinner at Qingyan's grandpa's house tonight. You and Dad can have dinner in the sweets kitchen or in the downstairs restaurant, both on the room bill. Chen Fei said. Good. Tang Qingyan made a phone call. Within 2 minutes, a female waitress dressed as a butler arrived. Tang Qingyan introduced to Chen's parents, Dad, Mom, this is Nana, the hotel's housekeeper. You can contact her if you need anything. She is available 24 hours a day outside the door. Also, if you want to go shopping, Nana can take you around. She knows this place very well and knows exactly where to find good food and fun activities. Aunt Chen nodded with great satisfaction. Good, good. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Look at my own son, he only cares about their meals. My daughter-in-law is much more considerate. Knowing they might feel a bit bored staying here at night, we specially arranged for someone to take them out for a walk. That's very thoughtful. Chen Fei clearly noticed the fleeting look of disdain his mother gave him when she looked at him. He laughed and said, Wife, you're so thoughtful. After praising his wife, his mother finally looked at him with a friendly expression. Chen Fei and his father exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly in perfect unison. There's nothing we can do, that's just how straight men are. Women really understand women. Leaving the hotel, Chen Fei drove his wife and children home. To be honest, he had never been to this house before. He had driven there using the navigation set by Tang Qingyan. To be honest, he wasn't really looking forward to his wife's big villa, but he was rather excited about Su Tong's quadruplets. Because my decombians are already 2.5 years old and can walk. He, as a father, has never seen what their baby looks like, and now he's curious to see what the baby looks like. After all, Tang Qingyan's mother and Su Tong's mother are twins, so Su Tong's baby should look somewhat similar to the 10 babies in their family. At 5 p.m., we arrived at the villa where Tang Qingyan was staying. This is a manor villa complex consisting of 4 villas. Push open the main door. You can see a villa directly opposite, and another villa on each of the left and right sides. There is another villa specifically for recreation and is located in the public area. It has a movie theater, a billiards room, a basketball court, and various other entertainment facilities. In the middle is a huge courtyard, about 1,000 square meters. The villa's overall style is Chinese style with flying eaves and brick tiles. The bronze and iron gates, with 2 entrances, are particularly exquisite. The courtyard, spanning over 1,000 square meters, features various decorations, fish ponds, artificial hills and streams, tea pavilions, and more. As soon as you step inside, you're greeted by birdsong and fragrant flowers. My heart calmed down involuntarily. Qingyan, Chen Fei, you're back. Hearing the noise, Su Tong immediately ran out, her face beaming with joy. In particular, her gaze towards Chen Fei was filled with light, showing a deep admiration. She had heard about the records Chen Fei had set at Yuan Quan Villa. Because when Tang's mother found out, she told her mother, and when her mother found out, she told her. Upon learning this, she felt that Chen Fei was truly remarkable. Her admiration for Chen Fei skyrocketed. I never expected that my mentor would not only be a great photographer, but also an expert in fishing and rock climbing. Having such a mentor is an incredible honor for her. Therefore, she vowed to win over Chen Fei and make him take her as his apprentice. Yes, I'm back. Tang Qingyan nodded. Chen Fei nodded slightly. 10 little babies ran over and sweetly called out, Auntie Tong Tong. Didn't Aunt Flo come? Tang Qingyan looked around and asked curiously. Su Tong had mentioned on the phone that her aunt had also come over, so now that she was home, she had to go and say hello. I'm putting the babies to sleep. Come on, I'll take you there. Su Tong bent down, picked up the adorable Tang Tang, and walked towards the villa on the left. Tang Qingyan introduced to Chen Fei, the villa in the very center is where we live, the one on the left is where our guests live, the one on the right is where our housekeepers live, and the one on the outermost side is for leisure and entertainment. Chen Fei was shocked.
She truly deserved to be a billionaire. While other guest rooms are individual rooms, here the guest rooms are detached villas.
Other people's nannies have a nanny room in a basement. This is a detached villa.
Most importantly, this is the most expensive villa community in Jiangchang. The price is over 200,000 yuan per square meter. Tang Qingyan's place has a huge usable area, and the building area is estimated to be at least 3,000 square meters.
It's absolutely huge.
Even if Su Tong brings her child and nanny to stay, there won't be any problem.
Chapter 52. The Chen family's heirloom is actually this amazing? Chen Fei nodded, having a general understanding of the manor's layout.
As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the villa's lobby. At first glance, you can see a large, specially customized crib next to the sofa. A pendant hung on the bed, playing a soft nursery rhyme.
There are also little bells there that ring automatically.
Looking into the crib, 4 adorable, fair-skinned babies were sleeping in a row. Some were sleeping with their chubby little fingers in their mouths, some were blowing little bubbles, some were grinning as if they were dreaming of something good, and some were smacking their lips as if they had eaten something delicious.
They are especially cute.
Seeing this, even Chen Fei, a grown man, couldn't help but smile warmly. These 4 babies are all little angels. In particular, there were 2 baby boys inside who looked somewhat like his son.
This made him even happier.
He missed his son's infancy, but now, seeing these babies, he can imagine that they were once adorable little ones.
Instead of the bratty kids we have now. Tang Qingyan gasped when she saw the 4 babies.
She was especially shocked when she saw the 2 baby boys inside, who looked remarkably like her sons. 10 little babies, seeing this scene, excitedly ran over. She was lying on the crib railing. I craned my neck to look inside and see my cute little brother and sister sleeping. His face was full of curiosity. This was the first time they had ever seen such a small baby.
This is Aunt Tongtong's baby. He's so cute, I really want to hold him. Look, she's blowing bubbles, how cute. Look, he's biting his nails, but why do I feel like he looks just like me?
Babeo muttered to himself, looking both curious and puzzled. Su Tong's mother, who was standing next to him, felt a sudden jolt in her heart when she heard these words. He quickly looked at his daughter, Su Tong, only to see that she was perfectly normal, as if nothing had happened.
I don't feel guilty at all. Auntie, this is my husband Chen Fei. Chen Fei, this is my aunt.
Tang Qingyan introduced herself to Chen Fei in a graceful and generous manner.
Suma really didn't dare to look Chen Fei in the eye, because there were 4 babies lying right there. She was really feeling guilty. So she greeted Chen Fei with a hearty laugh.
When she looked at Chen Fei, her gaze was scattered and not focused on Chen Fei's face. This made Chen Fei slightly puzzled.
However, he didn't think too much about it.
After all, it was his first time meeting his wife's relatives, so it was understandable that they weren't very enthusiastic. After all, we don't know each other yet, and the other party is an elder, so there's no way we can be genuinely enthusiastic.
Qingyan, Chen Fei, you just got back. Your aunt made you some turtle soup. I'm bringing it to you now. Have some soup. Turtle soup is very nourishing.
After saying that, Suma hurriedly left as if her backside was on fire.
After arriving in the kitchen,
she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief.
This is just the beginning, and I'm already losing control. I don't know how long we'll be spending together in the future. What am I going to do? What kind of mess has my daughter made?
Hey, to be honest, this kid is really handsome, tall, and strong. With such good genes, it's no wonder his babies are all healthy and good looking.
Sigh. I can understand Tongtong's actions now.
She probably saw that Qingyan's child was so beautiful and cute, so she couldn't resist having one herself. I just hope it doesn't get exposed, otherwise, I'll have nowhere to hide my face.
In the living room, Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan both sat down. Su Tong sat opposite Chen Fei, excitedly talking about Yuanquan Manor. Although only Su Tong spoke, the atmosphere was anything but dull.
In fact, she became more and more excited as she spoke, even expressing a hint of regret as she said, "If I had known that Master Chen was so amazing, I should have gone to Yuanquan Manor too. That way, I could have taken a group photo with you guys and the giant salamander. It would have been such a memorable moment." Suma, who had just come out with a bowl of soup, felt a sudden jolt when she heard her daughter's words. She almost dropped the bowl. Thankfully, she managed to stay calm.
"Mom, let me help you."
Seeing this, Su Tong quickly got up to help Su's mother carry the soup bowl. Sue's mother really wanted to glare at her daughter. As long as you don't talk nonsense, your old mother won't lose her grip on the soup bowl.
Please, have some self-awareness. Don't be so enthusiastic towards Chen Fei.
You stole someone's tadpoles, had a baby, and still dare to be so openly enthusiastic towards them.
You really are touching this old lady's heart. If it weren't for my niece and nephew, I, an old man, really wouldn't want to get involved in such a thrilling thing. After drinking the turtle soup, Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan returned to the main villa with the 10 babies.
Along the way, the 10 babies were chattering about the 4 infants. What Chen Fei heard most often was that the 4 babies looked a lot like them. Chen Fei noticed it at first, but then he remembered that Tang Qingyan's mother and Su Tong's mother were twins. His doubts were dispelled. After all, many babies look pretty much the same when they are still babies. When they grow up, they'll mature and look different.
Chen Fei, you familiarize yourself with the room.
I'll take the children to take a shower and change their clothes. Upon entering the master bedroom, Tang Qingyan spoke to Chen Fei.
It's fine to get used to the room anytime.
When it comes to bathing the kids, I, as their husband, will help you. Chen Fei hadn't forgotten the way his mother had massaged his back last night. If Tang Qingyan were to bathe and change the babies all by herself, she would definitely get a sore back. He didn't want his little wife to be so tired.
Tang Qingyan smiled warmly and said, "Honey, we're back now.
We have a nanny at home, and she can help bathe the children.
It'll be quick.
How about this? The nanny will take care of the children, and I'll show you around the house." As soon as Tang Qingyan finished speaking, 10 nannies came over. They were slightly taken aback when they saw Chen Fei. Tang Qingyan introduced him to them, saying that this was the child's father, and that he would be living here from now on.
The nanny stared at Chen Fei in disbelief and shock.
So, the legendary man was none other than this young man before us.
He's really incredibly handsome. No wonder they have such a strong reproductive capacity. Tang gave birth to 10 babies in one go. Sharp. Sharp. The nannies bowed 90 degrees to Chen Fei and greeted him with utmost respect. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Next, Tang Qingyan showed Chen Fei around the room. It opened the door to a new world for Chen Fei. It turns out that the study of wealthy people is not just a study room, but an entire library. Holy crap, that's incredibly extravagant. The basement and second floor, 2 entire floors, were transformed into a super large library with an 8-meter high lobby and airplane-style headlights. Extremely extravagant. Reading or working here is a great pleasure. Moreover, the library has a hidden wall that unlocks through the pupils, making it extremely advanced. Tang Qingyan scanned Chen Fei's pupils and then took him inside. It contains a collection of valuable items, such as auction collectibles, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, private equity, stocks, and so on. Tang Qingyan carefully placed the family heirloom given to her by Chen Ma into an exquisite box specially used for storing jade, and then put it into the treasure chest. Chen Fei jokingly said from the side, "Wife, you've hidden the jade bracelet my mom gave you so well, aren't you going to take it out and wear it? This jade bracelet is very valuable." Tang Qingyan said. Very valuable? Chen Fei was slightly taken aback. He didn't know much about jade, but judging from the quality of the jade bracelet, it was indeed a fine piece. However, considering his family's situation, even if this jade bracelet is of the finest quality, it's only worth a few $100,000 at most, right? Why did Tang Qingyan say it was very valuable? Tang Qingyan nodded solemnly, a rare occurrence. Then, seeing Chen Fei's clueless expression, she smiled and said, "Let me give you an example. If this jade bracelet were put up for auction, it would be priceless, and it would attract many big shots to compete for it." Chen Fei was completely dumbfounded. My Chen family heirloom is that amazing? How come I didn't know? Chen Fei really didn't know. Tang Qingyan frowned. When she first went to Chen Fei's house, she could tell from the layout that Chen Fei's parents must be extraordinary. But I didn't think too much about it. But when Chen's mother took out the jade bracelet, she knew that Chen's parents must have other identities. However, judging from Chen Fei's expression, he was completely unaware of the situation. So she thought that Chen's parents probably didn't want Chen Fei to know. She didn't say much, but instead told Chen Fei, "I'm entering the password now. Remember it, all the safes here use this password." After saying that, she entered the password in front of Chen Fei. Chapter 53 I Can Cure Your Illness. 6 o'clock in the evening. Chen Fei drove his wife and children to the outskirts of Jiangcheng, heading towards Tang Qingyan's grandfather's house. Tang Qingyan suddenly thought of something, and asked Chen Fei with a slight frown. "Why didn't I see you bring a gift?" "But it's alright, I prepared something for you." She likes to make two plans when doing things.
Therefore, Chen Fei previously said that he would prepare the gift for his grandfather's first meeting. However, she still had her secretary prepare a gift and send it to her home ahead of schedule. Before driving, she put the gift in the trunk. Chen Fei laughed and said, "Wife, I've prepared a gift for our meeting. Don't worry, I won't let your grandfather down."
"What is it?" Tang Qingyan asked in confusion. Because she really didn't see Chen Fei bring anything else into the car.
The 52.1-pound wild grass carp caught today has already been delivered to their home by a special vehicle from Yuanquan Mountain Villa. When she received the big fish, she asked Chen Fei what to do with it. Chen Fei said to keep it at home for now, and then cook it when both sets of parents meet.
"I didn't intend to give this big fish as a gift."
"What will his gift be?"
Chen Fei smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." "So mysterious?" Tang Qingyan became somewhat curious.
Chen Fei laughed heartily. "Of course, as a man, you have to maintain an air of mystery." Tang Qingyan gave Chen Fei a charming glare and muttered under her breath, "You're not mysterious enough." "Not only are you mysterious, your whole family is mysterious."
Ah.
She originally thought she had found a pure, innocent, and upright young man, but unexpectedly, she found an incredibly amazing and talented boy who kept surprising her.
It's 7:30 p.m.
The two finally arrived at the sanatorium of Tang Qingyan's grandfather, Tang Yannian. To be honest, if you don't have pretty good driving skills, it's really difficult to drive a car up here. Because it's on a mountaintop, and the mountain road is a winding mountain road that goes around and around.
It can leave people completely bewildered. Fortunately, Chen Fei possessed godlike driving skills, so he drove without any pressure.
As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Fei took a deep breath and exclaimed, "The air here is so fresh."
The air is even better than in the countryside. It's really nice to recuperate here. However, the best approach is still to avoid getting sick. Come on, let's take the baby down. Chen Fei opened the car door while talking to Tang Qingyan.
The children were already in the car and had seen the scenery outside. As soon as the car door opened, the little ones jumped out one by one, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, in Chen Fei's arms.
"Daddy, Mommy, is this where Grandpa lives? It's so quiet." As soon as the little ones landed, they all looked around curiously. "Mommy, have we been here before? I don't remember." Grandpa, we're here. Daddy and Mommy are here too."
Little Guagua put her two little hands to her mouth, making a megaphone shape, and shouted loudly. Although it was the first time the little ones had visited their maternal grandfather's house, they had video chatted with him before, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other at all. "Miss, son-in-law, young lady, young master, you've arrived.
Please come in." Old Lu came out smiling and warmly greeted them.
Chen Fei led his wife and children through the gate.
The interior decoration is in a minimalist Chinese style.
Everything was very simple. Even the dining table consisted of only a simple table and two wooden chairs. However, since Chen Fei and his group were coming today, a stack of plastic chairs was placed next to them. The living room was even simpler, with no television or coffee table, only a minimalist three-seater sofa and a small side table with an open, antique-looking book on it.
The room uses the most basic light bulbs, and the walls are cement walls without any paint or wooden decorations.
Behind the sofa hung a calligraphy scroll with the character Zen written in cursive script. There were a few decorations in the room, which were not made of expensive materials, but rather the simplest wood root carvings.
Simple, yet artistic.
It has a strong Zen feel. Living in such a room truly feels like instantly escaping the hustle and bustle of the world, becoming detached from it all.
The artistic conception is very good. Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of the cane touching the ground came from the stairs. Chen Fei looked over and saw a pair of feet wearing military boots. Next came a camouflage uniform, followed by medals adorning the chest and 3 stars on the shoulders.
Chen Fei was slightly startled.
These are shoulder insignia worn only by generals in their Kyushu kingdom.
In other words, Tang Qingyan's grandfather is no ordinary person.
No wonder Tang Qingyan said last night that her family situation was complicated and difficult to explain in a short time.
Given Grandpa's status, how could the family relationships not be complicated? It was him? Chen Fei was somewhat surprised.
By this time, Tang Yannian had already come down from upstairs, and Chen Fei naturally saw his face. I never expected Tang Qingyan's grandfather. It turned out to be the same old man fishing alone that I saw at the Yuanquan Mountain Villa fishing area this afternoon. Tang Qingyan said that when she saw her grandfather in the fishing area, he guessed that it should be that old man, but he didn't think much of it. Seeing it with my own eyes now, I was still a little surprised. Because this old man was very skilled at fishing, and he also had a unique, ethereal quality. But this elderly man suffers from a disease that, at present, even the world's top doctors except for him cannot cure: primary hyperthyroidism. Moreover, it has progressed to the point where it is no longer curable. If hyperthyroidism is not treated, it can lead to various complications and even heart attacks. If hyperthyroidism patients do not cooperate with treatment and work overtime year after year, the condition will become more and more serious, and will frequently relapse, causing abnormal irritability. If treatment is required, a light diet, rest and recuperation are necessary, avoiding overexertion and getting adequate rest. However, the hyperthyroidism that Tang Qingyan's grandfather suffers from is currently incurable no matter how much money is spent or how many expensive imported drugs are used. This is probably why he lives deep in the mountains and forests. Little guy, it's a surprise to see you again. When the old man saw Chen Fei, he smiled kindly and said. He already knew that Chen Fei had handed over the 73.5-pound giant salamander he had caught to the state. This made him look at this young fellow with new respect. Naturally, upon seeing him, I couldn't help but smile.
Chen Fei, this is my grandfather. Tang Qingyan walked over and introduced them.
Chen Fei nodded and respectfully greeted the old man. Hello, Grandpa.
All right, Lao Lu, bring out the food. Don't let the children go hungry. Tang Yannian said to Lao Lu.
Okay. Old Lu went outside. The kitchen was outside. Chen Fei felt an instant connection with Tang Yannian, whom he considered to be very similar to his own deceased grandfather. So he didn't think too much about it and immediately said to Tang Yannian, Grandpa, I can cure your illness.
Chapter 54 Father-in-law's questions, all the illnesses. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Yannian's smile froze instantly. Tang Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Fei. Even Lao Lu, who had just walked out, suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he had also heard Chen Fei's words from outside. He turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fei. Then, as if remembering something, he turned around and hurried to the kitchen to instruct the chef to serve the food, wanting to eavesdrop. Because this is a very important matter.
If what Chen Fei said is true, and it really can cure old Tang's illness,
then the entire Kyushu kingdom will surely be engulfed in a huge upheaval. All forces will be reshuffled. Tang Qingyan snapped out of her daze and asked somewhat nervously, Chen Fei, do you know what illness my grandfather has?
She didn't mean to belittle Chen Fei, because at this time, she would try her best to fight for any hope that could cure her grandfather's illness.
Tang Yannian gave Chen Fei a sharp look before regaining his composure.
He smiled and said, Xiao Fei, come, sit down and tell Grandpa why you suddenly said that.
Grandpa is quite curious.
As an elderly man, he was not angry because Chen Fei abruptly brought up his painful illness. Instead, they generously invited Chen Fei to sit down and have a detailed discussion. It's not that he believed Chen Fei's words, but rather that he wanted to give the young man a chance. Chen Fei nodded, sat down and said, Grandpa has primary hyperthyroidism, and because he didn't cooperate with treatment for many years, the complications of hyperthyroidism have become more and more serious, to the point that it can no longer be completely cured by drugs and surgery.
Tang Yannian and Tang Qingyan locked eyes. Tang Qingyan explained, Grandpa, I didn't tell Chen Fei about this. Tang Yannian looked intently at Chen Fei. If Qingyan hadn't told the little guy about his illness, how did the little guy know? Grandpa, I can tell from your face. To be honest, I am proficient in traditional Chinese medicine and can diagnose your condition through observation, listening, and palpation. Chen Fei explained.
Tang Qingyan was completely shocked.
She thought Chen Fei had brewed some medicine for Sibo yesterday, but he only had a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology.
After all, a 22-year-old is mostly just starting out in medicine and could not possibly have already reached the level of a master.
Because the traditional Chinese medicine industry requires a lot of age and seniority. But now, Chen Fei claims to be an expert in traditional Chinese medicine. This is absolutely stunning. Tang Yannian was also slightly surprised by Chen Fei's words.
After so many years of treatment, he had naturally seen many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and knew that a master of traditional Chinese medicine could indeed understand his condition through observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. However, even the most skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner needs to take his pulse, examine his tongue coating, and ask him some questions in order to make an accurate diagnosis. And Chen Fei, just by looking at him, was able to diagnose his illness. This truly surprised him. He was even a little excited. He, who had always been calm over the years, suddenly became agitated. That's really rare. He asked, Xiaofei, tell me, how do you plan to cure Grandpa's hyperthyroidism? Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei with hope in her eyes. She didn't want to use her intelligence to think about the problem at that moment. All she could think about was that if Chen Fei could really cure her grandfather's hyperthyroidism, it would be an unimaginable blessing for the Tang family. Before Chen Fei could reply, a sharp rebuke suddenly came from outside the door. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a college student, yet he's proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. Does he think he's Hua Tuo reincarnated? It's just because he was praised today that he thinks he's some kind of genius who can do anything. This kind of person is just trying to attract attention. The person speaking was Tang Qingyan's father, Tang Wen. Tang Wen walked in from outside, exuding a cold aura, and stared coldly at Chen Fei. Dad! Tang Qingyan frowned as she looked at her father who had walked in. How could he say such a thing about Chen Fei? Tang's mother also came in, and her expression was not good. On the way, she cautiously probed her husband's opinion and deduced that his impression of Chen Fei had improved considerably. She originally thought that tonight's dinner would further improve the relationship between her husband and Chen Fei, and even help her husband gradually accept Chen Fei. But who could have imagined it? She had barely stepped inside when her husband, as if he'd been hit by a blast, launched into a furious tirade. They showed absolutely no respect for their son-in-law and daughter. Tang Wen, how can you speak like that? Tang Yannian frowned, his smile vanished instantly, and an invisible chill emanated from his entire body. Tang Wen's expression changed slightly in fright. He then lowered his voice and said to Tang Yannian, Dad, young people these days are getting more and more impatient. They dare to make all sorts of boasts. Please don't listen to his nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fei spoke up calmly. Do you often experience unbearable pain all over your body? And does this condition become more and more severe as you get older? Most importantly, this pain cannot be cured, and it torments you from time to time. It greatly affects your work and normal life. No amount of words can be as impactful as directly stating the other person's illness. Sure enough, Tang Wen's expression changed slightly again. Tang's mother was quick to seize the opportunity and asked Chen Fei, how did you know? Your father does have this problem. He has seen many doctors, but none of them can cure it. It's very troublesome. Yueru, can you use your brain? It's obvious that Qingyan told him this. Tang Wen said with a cold face. Tang Qingyan immediately spoke up for her husband, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, I didn't tell Chen Fei about this. Chen Fei turned his attention to Tang Ma, and he became much more polite to her. However, she certainly can't call out the word Mom yet. So he called her Auntie. Aunt Tang, when you have a small cut and bleed a little, does the bleeding just keep coming back? Do you occasionally experience dizziness, blurred vision, or anemia? Chen Fei asked politely. Tang's mother was shocked. Yes. That's how it is. Sometimes I accidentally cut my finger and it bleeds, and then I just can't stop the bleeding. I'm terrified of getting injections. Because every time I get an injection or have blood drawn, the bleeding can't be stopped, and I need medication. Also, I do have severe anemia and often need to drink some nutritional supplements to replenish qi and blood. After saying that, Tang's mother said to Tang Wen, look, Chen Fei is really amazing. Don't underestimate young people, these days young people are really impressive. Have you forgotten the records Chen Fei set at the fishing platform of Yuanquan Villa today? Those were things that everyone thought were impossible, but Chen Fei did them. So you have to believe Chen Fei. He's not a braggart. I believe him. Tang Ma immediately stated her position. To avoid giving Chen Fei a bad impression of the entire Tang family. Of course, the most important point. All of her daughter's property, which she considers to be a filial piety wife, is in Chen Fei's possession. If she doesn't treat her son-in-law Chen Fei well, then she's not treating her daughter well. And also, Chen Fei truly surprised her and made her look at him in a new light. Of course, she also hoped that Chen Fei would be successful, so that her daughter wouldn't be accused of marrying a good-for-nothing. She can maintain her dignity. Chapter 55 Shi Bao steps in to jointly protect Chen Fei. Seeing how much Tang's mother praised this cheap son-in-law, Tang Wen couldn't help but frown,
his expression somewhat suspicious.
Before he could speak, Tang Ma continued, also, Chen Fei, you're already married to Qing Yan.
We're family, don't be so formal and call me Aunt Tang, just call me Mom. By the end, Tang's mother was already laughing. Tang Wen frowned even more. Isn't this a bit too overtly eager to lick? Are there mothers-in-law like this? Chen Fei nodded and said with a smile, okay, Mom. Mom, your illness is called thrombocytopenia, and I can help you cure it completely. Tang's mother was shocked. Yes.
It's called thrombocytopenia, but the doctors all say it can't be cured and requires long-term treatment.
Can you really cure it completely? Xiaofei, don't try to make Mom happy.
Tang Ma changed her way of addressing Chen Fei from Chen Fei to Xiaofei.
It's clear how excited she was at that moment. Tang Qingyan was the most shocked. She asked excitedly, Chen Fei, can you really cure my mother's illness?
Because she was the only one who was 100% certain that she had never told Chen Fei about her family's illness. Because she had no idea that Chen Fei was a miracle doctor. Therefore, naturally, she didn't tell him about her family member's illness. Now, Chen Fei can clearly and plainly describe the illnesses of her grandfather, father, and mother.
She was now certain that Chen Fei's medical skills were truly exceptional.
Chen Fei looked at his shocked wife and smiled indulgently, of course, I can cure not only your mother's illness, but also your father's and your grandfather's illnesses.
Boast. Tang Wen really couldn't hold back anymore.
A mere lad in his early 20s dared to boast that he could cure the three of them of an illness that they had consulted countless renowned doctors for treatment, yet none of them could cure.
This is utter nonsense. Arrogant and disrespectful. I believe in Xiaofei. You should take a look at Mom first. If you can cure her, Dad will definitely believe you. Your grandfather's hyperthyroidism is really too serious, and you know that your grandfather is now too old to try any medications, and also. Before Tang's mother could finish speaking, Tang Yannian interrupted unhappily, who said I'm not suitable for drug trials. Xiaofei, tell Grandpa about your treatment plan. If Grandpa thinks it's okay, then we can try the drug. Dad!
Tang Wen exclaimed in shock.
Old Tang.
Even Lao Lu, who had been playing a supporting role, couldn't help but speak up.
After all, old Tang's body can't withstand too much stress. How can you just start a drug trial like that? Shut up, all of you. I'm not dead yet. What? Don't you have any authority over my words anymore? You dare to defy me?
When Tang Yannian's temper flared up, a chilling aura emanated from him, carrying an imposing presence. Old Lu immediately lowered his head.
Tang Wen didn't dare to say anything more. Because of his father's illness, he shouldn't get angry. Getting angry is very bad for your condition.
Over the years, his father has been recuperating from his illness and has become very calm. He was so calm that he almost forgot what his father looked like when he was angry, and he also forgot how fierce his father had been when he killed enemies on the battlefield. Now, after being scolded by his father, he immediately fell silent. After scolding Tang Wen and Lao Lu, Tang Yannian clutched his chest and coughed heavily.
Tang Qingyan's expression changed, and she quickly went over to pat Tang Yan's back. Tang's mother glared at Tang Wen. Old Lu silently went to stand in the corner. The little ones playing in the children's playroom heard the noise and quickly ran out. Upon seeing Tang Yannian coughing, the little ones immediately came running over, their innocent faces full of concern. Great-grandpa, what's wrong? Let Tang Tang pat you. Great-grandpa, Wadwo will also give you a good night's sleep. The five sons stood behind, though they didn't go over to pat Tang Yannian on the back.
However, his eyes were full of concern for Tang Yannian.
Babeo whispered to everyone, I think Daddy can definitely cure Great-grandpa's illness, and I believe him. Sherbao also timidly raised his hand and said to everyone, me too.
With such a commotion outside, the girls weren't very alert, but the boys were very vigilant and eavesdropped.
Sibao also timidly raised her little hand and said, I had diarrhea yesterday after eating some unwashed bayberries, but Daddy cured me. Daddy is really amazing. Before, the four children hadn't called Chen Fei Daddy.
At that moment, he shouted.
Because the little guy doesn't want his proud dad to be disbelieved. Lu Bao, who always loves to disagree, also spoke up, he's really amazing, he never boasts. Erbo Xian nodded, agreed. He's not bragging, he really is amazing.
The five daughters listened to the boy's words with blank expressions, completely unable to understand what they were saying.
However, even though I couldn't understand it,
but nothing could stop them from protecting Chen Fei's little heart at all times.
Little Tang Tang said, "Daddy is the best. Daddy is the most awesome. There's nothing Daddy can't do. Daddy is super amazing." Little Guagua also said with mumhum, "Daddy is super awesome. Daddy is very humble, Daddy is the best." Little Coco seemed to be deep in thought, then nodded her little head vigorously and said, "My daddy's medical skills are unbeatable." Ha ha ha. Sweetie, not to be outdone, chimed in, "My daddy is the best daddy ever, even better than Grandpa." Oh my gosh. Tang Wen's eyebrows twitched violently upon hearing his granddaughter's words. Had all the previous pampering been given to the puppy? Does it have to be this heartbreaking? Granddaughter, huh? Seeing how adorable the little ones were, Tang Yanyan's anger subsided. The coughing gradually stopped. He even wore a kind smile. He lectured Tang Wen, who was standing to the side, "Look at you, you're such a grown man, yet you're not as sensible or insightful as children." Tang Wen. The children are young and don't understand. They just recognized their dad and thought he was invincible. It's completely blind worship. Where is their foresight? However, I just angered Tang Yanyan once. So he swallowed all those words and glared at Chen Fei with some resentment. It wasn't a fierce glare, but rather a glare tinged with resentment. Chen Fei was completely baffled by the stare. They immediately used their data-driven approach on this father-in-law. Name, Tang Wen. Appearance, 74 points. Favorability, 50%. Hobbies, smoking, drinking, practicing martial arts, fishing. Personality, short-tempered, easily angered. Upon seeing this, Chen Fei suddenly wanted to laugh. This father-in-law who looks fierce to him actually has a 50-point favorability rating towards him. 50 points is neither high nor low. I neither dislike nor particularly like it, it's a neutral attitude. However, on the surface, the father-in-law showed that he disliked him very much. Interesting. But the most interesting thing is how much his 3 sons like him. Before coming here tonight, it was still below 40. Now, they've all broken through 60 points. Sibo Yanyan's favorability towards him has reached 70 points. Bobeo and Sherbao's favorability towards him also increased, reaching 85 points and 90 points respectively. His daughter's affection for him also increased, all reaching 95 points. Unexpectedly, such a small matter not only prompted all the children to step forward and unanimously defend him. And my liking for him skyrocketed. Chen Fei felt a warm glow in his heart. They truly are his own children. When he faced doubts from others, they all stood up to defend him. So good. Chapter 56. A master of traditional Chinese medicine is shocked. Heaven blesses the Tang family. The children trust him so much as their dad. As their father, he naturally couldn't let them down. Immediately, Chen Fei said to Tang Qingyan, "Wife, go get a pen and paper. I'll write down the prescriptions for Grandpa and Mom, and then you can arrange for someone to get the medicine. We can give it to Grandpa and Mom tonight." Good. Tang Qingyan nodded. Then he went to get paper and a pen and handed them to Chen Fei. Chen Fei took the paper and pen and began writing down the names of Chinese medicinal herbs: Scutularia bicalensis, Cotinopsis palacula, Ophiopogon japonicus, Prunella vulgaris, Schisandra chinensis, Perilla frutescens. I wrote down the names of many Chinese herbal medicines. After he finished writing, he wrote down the amount of each herb needed for each decoction, as well as the decoction procedure. Then he handed the written prescription to Tang Qingyan and said, "This prescription is for treating Grandpa's hyperthyroidism. The treatment plan for Grandpa is to drink Chinese medicine and use acupuncture to assist in the treatment. 1 acupuncture session, followed by 4 days of traditional Chinese medicine, and the disease will be completely cured." Tang Qingyan didn't know anything about traditional Chinese medicine, so she handed the prescription to Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan looked at the Chinese herbs on the table, his calloused hands trembling. Over the years, he has treated his illness himself and has gained some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. That's why I know the medicinal herbs that Chen Fei wrote about. He doesn't know all of them, but judging from the few he was very angry. But the next second, he glared at him with his old eyes. He quickly grabbed his reading glasses and carefully examined the prescription. Shock. Shock. Absolutely terrifying. The hands of Zhou Kong, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert, holding his phone began to tremble. He was so excited that he immediately called Tang Wen. Tang Wen answered the phone, making sure to turn on speakerphone. Although he had a 50% positive impression of Chen Fei,
The matter of prescribing medicine for his father was of great importance, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Zhou Kong didn't even tell him via WeChat, probably because he was worried they would use the prescription, so he specifically called to persuade them. So he deliberately turned on the speaker so that his father could hear it. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as the speaker was turned on, the excited voice of Zhou Kong, a renowned TCM master, came through.
Little Tang, who gave you this prescription? Tell the old man quickly, I want to go and worship him. I want to become his disciple. It's amazing. That's amazing. I never imagined that your father's illness could be treated in this way. If you use this method to treat your father, you can definitely cure his hyperthyroidism completely. And there won't be any after effects. Little Tang? Little Tang? Say something. Tang Wen?
The old man got anxious and called out Tang Wen's name directly. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Wen on the other end of the phone was completely stunned. He never expected that Zhou Kong, a highly respected 72-year-old traditional Chinese medicine doctor who was a national master of traditional Chinese medicine and the president of the Kyushu Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Association, would actually be impressed by a prescription that Chen Fei had casually written down. I was so excited and thrilled that I became like a little kid. And he even excitedly said he wanted to become Chen Fei's apprentice. Most importantly, Zhou Kong affirmed the value of this prescription. This prescription that Chen Fei casually wrote down can really cure his father's stubborn hyperthyroidism that has plagued him for many years. This is absolutely incredible. Because Tang Wen was granted permission to work outside the home. So everyone in the room heard the words of Zhou Kong, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who was trembling with excitement and shouting on the other end of the phone. They were all stunned and dumbfounded. Standing in the corner, old Lu was so excited that he covered his face and knelt down in front of Chen Fei, tears streaming down his face. Tang Qingyan was so shocked that her gaze toward Chen Fei was incredibly intense. It seemed as if it could melt Chen Fei at any moment. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tang's mother jumped up and down with joy. Ha, she didn't choose the wrong side. Marvelous. Chen Fei's son-in-law is truly amazing. That's truly impressive. Even the usually composed Tang Yannian couldn't help but blush with excitement after hearing Zhou Kang's words. Because he is a patient, he is naturally very concerned about his condition. Moreover, in the past 5 years, because of his illness, the entire Tang family, including the forces that depend on the Tang family, has been suppressed. In particular, the Qin family, their rivals this year, have become increasingly impatient and are suppressing the Tang family in every way. His children didn't tell him about these things, fearing that it would cause him to worry too much and worsen his condition. But he wondered how his children could stop him. He actually understood why his granddaughter, Tang Qingyan, was in such a hurry to marry Chen Fei. That's because the Wei family made a promise to Tang Wen. As long as Tang Qingyan marries into the Wei family will help the Tang family prevent the Qin family from annexing the Tang family. In the 9 provinces kingdom, there are 3 supreme and top-tier families, the Tang family, the Qin family, and the Wei family. 5 years ago, it was a 3-way standoff, with the Tang family even having the upper hand. Because the Tang family has Tang Yannian in charge. However, he was both the cause of their success and their downfall. 5 years ago, due to excessive worry and overwork, his hyperthyroidism not only failed to receive timely treatment but also worsened, leading to a sudden heart attack in the middle of the night that nearly killed him. From that day on, his children all sent him to this sanatorium deep in the mountains, forbidding him from getting involved in any family matters, so that he could focus on recovering and return home once he was cured. It was from that time that the Qin family began to have designs on the Tang family. 3 years ago, his granddaughter Tang Qingyan was tricked by the Qin family, drugged, and almost abused by them. Fortunately, he unexpectedly met Chen Fei. She had a one-night stand with Chen Fei. Now, the Qin family has somehow learned that his hyperthyroidism is incurable for life. Finally, unable to contain themselves any longer, they launched a full-scale attack on the Tang family. The Wei family is no better. Although they weren't openly hostile to the Tang family, they still wanted to take advantage of the situation. His children knew the ugly face of the Wei family, but in order to protect the Tang family, his son Tang Wen had to start looking for members of the Wei family. The Wei family said that Tang Wen could choose any member of their family, and if he chose one, he would arrange for that member to marry Tang Qingyan, thus uniting the 2 families through marriage. Only then can they have a title to protect the Tang family. His son, Tang Wen, took a liking to a genius young man from the Wei family and originally intended for Tang Qingyan to marry this young man. However, Tang Qingyan got her marriage certificate with Chen Fei ahead of time. His son, Tangwan, was furious when he learned the truth last night. I called him that very night, asking him to come out of retirement and hoping he could give Tang Qingyan some advice. Because Tang Qingyan doesn't listen to Tangwan at all, she only listens to him. When he made the phone call, his son Tangwan was still keeping the matter of the marriage alliance between the Wei family and the Tang family a secret from the Wei family. He only said that Tang Qingyan had suddenly married a young man whose background he did not know, and he felt that this was too abrupt and wanted to stop it.
How could he not know the truth?
He agreed, but he didn't want to stop the marriage. Instead, he wanted to seriously see what kind of person this young man, chosen by his granddaughter Tang Qingyan, was really like. This led to his solo fishing trip to Yuanquan Mountain Villa that afternoon.
Firstly, he trusted his granddaughter's judgment and believed she wouldn't be wrong. Secondly, he absolutely did not want his granddaughter to marry into the Wei family. He thought, I must leave the mountain. Even with his ailing body, he was determined to leave the mountain and fight the Qin family to the death, even at the cost of his life, to secure a stable future for the Tang family. Stability must be maintained for at least the next 50 years. I never expected this. The young man chosen by his granddaughter was so outstanding.
Not only was he of excellent character, but he was also proficient in medicine and was able to cure his incurable disease, which had been labeled as incurable for the rest of his life.
This is simply a blessing from heaven for the Tang family.
Chapter 57: The approval of the father-in-law and mother-in-law, a super lucky star.
Suddenly, the room fell into complete silence. Zhou Kang's cursing voice rang out again. Tangwan? Well, you little rascal, I used to hold you when you were a kid, and you even peed on this old man once. Now, all I'm asking you is to find out who wrote this prescription, and you refuse to tell me. Are you just trying to get revenge on this old man for not curing your father's illness? Tangwan? You little bastard, how dare you ignore this old man? Fine, you just wait.
I'm going to your father's place right now, I'm sure I can catch that expert.
After saying that, Zhou Kang, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, hung up the phone while cursing. Tang Wenkai finally came to his senses.
He didn't have time to think about the embarrassing things Zhou Kang had just revealed about him when he was a child. Instead, he stared intently at Chen Fei. He couldn't even resist taking 2 big strides to reach Chen Fei, instead of the 3 steps that would normally take him.
Grabbing Chen Fei's hand, which was still writing, she tried her best to suppress her excitement and asked, then, that prescription can really cure Grandpa Qingyan's illness?
Chen Fei had naturally heard what Zhou Kang said. Although he didn't know who Zhou Kang was, anyone who would make Tangwan call to inquire about a prescription at this time must be an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Therefore, he knew that Tangwan now believed that the prescription he wrote could really cure Qingyan's grandfather's illness. Hey sir, you're hurting my wrist,
Chen Fei said.
Startled, Tangwan immediately released Chen Fei's hand and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was just too excited.
Chen Fei, Dr. Chen, then I'm entrusting my father's illness to you.
After speaking, Tangwan bowed deeply to Chen Fei with utmost respect.
He didn't act arrogantly towards Chen Fei just because he was now Chen Fei's father-in-law. Chen Fei didn't expect Tangwan to do this, so he threw a data eye at him.
Unexpectedly, his father-in-law's favorability towards him skyrocketed from 50% to 99%.
Oh my god. Even Tang Qingyan doesn't have this much affection for him now. Even his daughter doesn't like him that much.
On the contrary, the man who scolded him for bragging and being arrogant as soon as they met made him like him soar to 99 points.
My goodness, his sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Slightly awkward.
However, after thinking about it again, he understood. The reason his father-in-law had scolded him so harshly before was because he was too concerned about Qingyan's grandfather and was afraid that something might have happened to him. Now that his father-in-law has learned that he can really cure Qingyan's grandfather's illness, he looks at him with new respect and his favorability rating has soared to 99 points. No wonder this father-in-law's weakness is his family. He truly values family ties and is very filial. Immediately, Chen Fei stopped making things difficult for him and said, Qingyan's grandfather is my grandfather. Dad, don't worry, I will not only cure Grandpa's illness, but I will also cure your and Mom's illnesses. When Tang's mother heard Chen Fei say those words, she laughed until tears streamed down her face, and said with emotion, Xiao Fei, you're such a good boy. She was also afraid that Chen Fei would retaliate against her husband because her husband had scolded her so much and distrusted her, or she would make her husband suffer in various ways before she would forgive her husband's actions, or even refuse to forgive him. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei forgave her husband immediately and even called him dad. It really touched her deeply. This time, she truly and completely accepted Chen Fei as her son-in-law.
No one can take it from me. No one can stop her daughter's marriage to this son-in-law.
After saying that, she said sternly to Tang Qingyan, you have to be good to Xiufei from now on.
If you dare to bully Xiufei, mommy won't let you off the hook, humph. Tang Qingyan was extremely embarrassed. Are you my biological mother? Or is she Chen Fei's biological mother?
Although she felt a pang of jealousy, seeing Chen Fei gain her parents' approval made her feel sweet inside, so she immediately cooperated with Tang's mother and said, I understand. Chen Fei was amused by what the mother and daughter were saying.
He handed the written prescription to Tang Qingyan and said, Wife, this is the prescription for mom.
Then, he quickly wrote another prescription on the paper and handed it to Tang Qingyan. Wife, this is the prescription for dad. In addition to buying the Chinese medicine on the prescription, you also need to buy me a set of acupuncture needles.
I will need to give grandpa and dad acupuncture treatments. Good. Tang Qingyan nodded and began taking photos and recognizing text, just like last time.
Simply send the Secretary General the list of Chinese herbs to be purchased and the required quantities, and then have the Secretary General buy a set of the best acupuncture needles. The children couldn't contain themselves any longer and shouted wow, in unison. Then, like a pile of little arhats, they excitedly pounced on Chen Fei. Chen Fei kept calling out daddy, his mouth practically stretching to his ears in a wide grin. Little Tang gave Chen Fei a big kiss on the cheek and exclaimed excitedly, Daddy's so amazing.
I knew Daddy was the best. Daddy, and Guogui too, Guogua wants a kiss too.
After saying that, little Guogua hugged Chen Fei and gave him a kiss, exclaiming, my daddy is the most amazing daddy in the world.
There's nothing he can't do. Ha ha ha.
8 treasures, 10 treasures, and 4 treasures also surrounded Chen Fei. They were boys, and although they didn't hug or kiss Chen Fei, they shouted with joy and pride, Daddy, you're so amazing.
You're my role model. Daddy, I want to be like you when I grow up, proficient in everything, and amaze everyone.
The other 2 sons, who haven't yet called Chen Fei daddy, also beamed with pride on their adorable little faces. They also pounced on Chen Fei.
Bo was rolling around excitedly. Lu Bao is relatively calm, but it's clear that they are in a really great mood right now.
All 10 cubs pounced on Chen Fei, but luckily Chen Fei was tall and strong enough to withstand it.
He laughed heartily, then affectionately pinched the children's bright and proud little faces, and asked, Are you hungry? As soon as he asked the question, Coco's tummy betrayed him and made a rumbling sound.
Seeing Chen Fei and the children having so much fun, Tang Yannian smiled and said, It's all Great-Grandpa's fault.
Great-Grandpa made you go hungry. Old Lu, serve the food. All right.
Old Lu got up with a happy face and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes.
Tang's mother was also very excited and immediately said, I'll go help too. Also, would you like me to get you some wine? I'm so happy today, it's a wonderful day.
Leaving aside Tang Yannian's illness, which concerns the fate of the entire Tang family, let's talk about her own husband Tang Wen's illness. She had personally witnessed Tang Wen being tormented by his illness, suffering so much that he couldn't sleep at night and groaned incessantly. Moreover, as Tang Wen got older, the frequency of this disease flared up more often, and each time it caused him excruciating pain, as if his skin was being peeled off. Over the years, she has sought out many famous doctors for Tang Wen's illness, but the results have not been very good, and it cannot be cured. Besides, although her illness doesn't cause pain, it's very troublesome. Her anemia is too severe. Even though she was taking all sorts of tonics to nourish yin and yang, replenish qi and blood, she still couldn't keep up with the progression of her anemia. It only slightly reduced her anemia. I still feel dizzy from time to time. Most importantly, she can't have any wounds. If she does, the bleeding will be unstoppable. She had such a headache that she lost a lot of hair every day. Now, the illnesses that have been troubling the 3 of them can be cured, and completely cured. This is simply a blessing from heaven, a blessing upon the Tang family.
Chen Fei is the Tang family's ultimate lucky star.
Chapter 58. The divine physician Zhou emerges from seclusion, causing a surge of interest from all sides.
Hearing Tang's mother ask if I wanted to drink, Tang Yannian and Tang Wen both looked at Chen Fei.
It means that whether or not one can drink alcohol depends on the opinion of the great Dr. Chen Fei. Given Tang Yannian's current physical condition, he cannot drink alcohol, and Tang Wen should also drink less alcohol or try to abstain from alcohol altogether. So, they both looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't expect that when his mother-in-law asked if he wanted to have a drink, both his father-in-law and father-in-law looked at him, wanting him to make the decision. This made him feel a little flattered. He said, "Let's wait 3 days until I feel better before drinking, because drinking alcohol and taking Chinese medicine are incompatible."
Of course, if you want to drink tonight, that's fine too.
You can start taking Chinese medicine in a couple of days.
What's the point of drinking? I don't drink.
Tang Yannian was the first to speak, drinking with a look of disgust on his face. Tang Wen also said with a look of disgust, "Get out of here, I don't drink, I hate drinking the most." Chen Fei used his data analysis skills to confirm with his father-in-law and father-in-law's father again, and found that one of their hobbies was still drinking. He smiled subtly. Tang's mother immediately slapped her mouth and said, "Look what I'm saying."
What are you talking about? Drinking alcohol? I hate drinking alcohol the most. I'll go and squeeze some fresh juice for you right now.
After saying that, Tang's mother excitedly went out.
At the entrance of the Zhou family's residence,
the driver was dumbfounded when he saw Zhou Kong running out without even putting on his shoes and looking anxious.
Is this still the same steady, respected, serious, and unhurried traditional Chinese medicine master, Dr. Zhou, who is usually calm and composed? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drive. Hurry up. I'm dying of impatience.
Despite being 72 years old, Zhou Kong didn't act like an old man at all. He was more like a boisterous young man, hurriedly scolding the driver who was still standing there.
How could he not be anxious?
If he goes any later, and that expert has already left, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. The driver shuddered, immediately came to his senses, and quickly got into the driver's seat and started driving.
My mind is completely blank. Is he dreaming? Or did Dr. Zhou simply possess a younger soul?
He had all sorts of guesses in his mind, but he certainly wouldn't dare to say them aloud. Hurry up, use all the speed you usually put into racing, and get to old Tang's place in half an hour.
Zhou Kong growled impatiently.
The driver was dumbfounded again.
He asked hesitantly, "Is it okay to race?" Good heavens!
Dr. Zhou used to complain that he drove too fast and strongly emphasized that if he drove faster than 40 miles per hour again, he would be fired.
Now, he actually heard Dr. Zhou tell him to speed?
Yes, yes, yes.
Hurry up! Zhou Kong urged impatiently. The driver asked again, uncertainly, "Is 50 km/h okay?" Because he wasn't sure what speed the speeding car Dr. Zhou was referring to was.
In his mind, the minimum speed for racing was 140 km/h, but if he dared to drive at 140 km/h, Dr. Zhou's old bones would probably be shaken to pieces.
Zhou Kang's old eyes widened. Xianzi, is 50 miles per hour considered speeding? Ha! Do you think I'm old and easy to fool? 50 miles per hour is like a tractor. Get to your top speed now.
The young driver was startled.
Had he heard correctly? What seemed like 50 yards to drive Zhou was actually like a tractor. Previously, anyone over 40 would be fired. 140 yards? The young driver asked uncertainly. Okay. This is it.
You're still driving too slowly. You need to work on your driving.
Get to 140 km/h right now. Speed up. Stop dawdling.
Zhou Kong urged impatiently, his eyes filled with disdain. The young driver was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he recorded the conversation when he questioned Dr. Zhou. If any problems arise later, he will have evidence to prove his innocence. Immediately, his eyes gleamed.
Size 140. I'm here. Let's go racing. The study of Wei Buochuan, the head of the Wei family. A phone call came in. Wei Buochuan answered. Dr. Zhou suddenly left home? So rushed you didn't even put on your shoes? The car wasn't driving at its usual leisurely pace? It suddenly sped up to 140 km/h? Is it heading towards the mountain where Tang Yannian lives? Okay, I understand.
After saying that, Wei Buochuan hung up the phone. A dark glint was reflected in his experienced eyes.
Father? Dr. Zhou rushed to Tang Yannian's place. Could it be that something happened to that old fellow Tang Yannian? Standing in front of Wei Buochuan, Wei Xiaodong, a man in his 50s, asked somewhat excitedly.
Wei Buochuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "It should be, otherwise, given Dr. Zhou's slow and steady nature, as long as the other party still had a breath left, he would have calmly told the driver to drive over at 30 miles per hour. In everyone's impression, Zhou Kong is such a slow and steady miracle doctor. Because of his advanced age and his status as a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he tends to be rather slow in doing things. This time, Zhou Kong was in such a hurry that he didn't even put on shoes, and he desperately made the driver speed up to 140 km/h. This clearly shows that Tang Yannian has not only gotten into trouble, but he has gotten into serious trouble. It's very likely he won't make it through tonight. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaodong was immediately overjoyed and said, "Father, I'll call Tang Wen right now and ask him if he's thought about the marriage proposal. I'll give him 3 more days to consider it. If Tang Yannian doesn't make it through tonight and dies, or becomes completely paralyzed in bed, the Tang family will lose its powerful backer and have no chance of turning things around. They will have no choice but to rely on our Wei family. Otherwise, the entire Tang family will be devoured by the Qin family and other small families that depend on the Qin family." Wei Buchuan took out a cigarette, and Wei Xiaodong respectfully lit it for him. Wei Buchuan took a deep drag on his cigarette, his old eyes narrowing as he exhaled smoke, before finally making a decision in a deep voice: "Let's fight. If we don't take advantage of their misfortune now, snatch food from their mouths, and forcibly seize resources, when will we?" The Qin family also has people watching Tang Yannian closely. Once they find out that Tang Yannian's body really can't hold on any longer, they will definitely go all out and wreak havoc. At that time, the Qin family would take a big bite out of the meat that was already in his mouth, and he naturally didn't want that. Also, tell Tang Wen that among the Wei family's sons, only Wei Yi is currently unmarried. Wei Buchuan added another sentence. Wei Xiaodong instantly understood the meaning behind his father's words. Because Tang Yannian had not completely fallen from power and could return to the scene at any time, the Wei family offered very generous terms for the marriage alliance, allowing Tang Wen to choose his own partner. But now, of course, we can't use the Wei family's best genius youth for a marriage alliance with the Tang family. However, Wei Yi is also a very good young man, at least currently ranking second among the young men of the Wei family. He was only slightly inferior to that genius boy. Chapter 59, The Wei family's phone call. Tang Wen angrily rejects the arranged marriage. The dishes have arrived for Chen Fei. They were all simple home-style dishes, and all of them were boiled, not stir-fried. Because Tang Yannian's body was only suited to a light diet, the food was all the simplest, pure, natural, and original ingredients. Almost nothing was processed. The food was simply boiled in water. A dish of boiled fish, which Tang Yannian caught today by the shore of Qingshui Lake. They caught quite a few, so they cooked a big bowl of food, enough for the 5 adults. A dish of boiled broccoli, which was planted by Tang Yannian in the spring. A plate of bitter melon. The bitter melon seeds were sown by Tang Yannian in the spring. A bowl of egg and mushroom soup. The mushrooms were fresh ones that Tang Yannian picked in the mountains this morning. They are all edible and non-toxic. The dishes on the table basically reveal what Tang Yannian has been living here all these years. It's a true return to nature. The children's dinners are much simpler because they are still babies. So their dinner was noodles with tomato sauce. Tang Qingyan and her mother were responsible for serving the children delicious food and making them sit down. The babies can now eat noodles by themselves. Although they sometimes use their little hands to grab the noodles to help, it makes things much easier for Tang Qingyan and her mother. Chen Fei, being a junior at the main table, should have been seated on the left or right sides, but Tang Yannian and Tang Wen insisted on placing him in the main seat, leaving him quite helpless. Is he the son-in-law or the father? Tang Wen's phone rang as soon as he sat down. Upon seeing that the caller was Wei Xiaodong, Tang Wen hung up the phone without thinking. Tang Wen hung up the phone, but Wei Xiaodong was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more and continued to call Tang Wen. Tang Wen felt annoyed. Damn, my son-in-law is doing great now. My son-in-law is the lucky charm of our Tang family. Can I possibly answer your call in front of my precious son-in-law? I want to talk to you about that bullshit arranged marriage. Tang Wen didn't actually want that marriage, but the circumstances at the time were just too difficult. Fortunately, everything has changed now. My father's illness can be cured. Since his son-in-law was already a very good person, he naturally had no desire to discuss any marriage alliance with the Wei family. Catch. Tang Yannian spoke, his tone unfriendly. Although he didn't see the caller ID on Tang Wen's phone screen, judging from his son's expression, he could roughly tell who was calling. Tang Wen had no choice but to answer the phone. Moreover, after glancing at Tang Yannian, he automatically turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the call was answered, Wei Xiaodong's voice came from the other end. Far from being annoyed or questioning because the call had been hung up on multiple times, he asked with concern, "Yan Yan, are you very busy? Did I bother you?" "I am indeed very busy. In front of his son-in-law, Tang Wenwei was very confident and indifferent. Since he had already made his choice, he naturally wouldn't continue to feign compliance with the Wei family.
Yen Yen, has something happened to the old man? Don't worry, it's all right. With the Wei family here, the Qin family would never dare to touch you. How's your consideration of the marriage alliance we talked about before?
Before Tang Wen could reply, Wei Xiaodong continued, what our Wei family promised you before is still valid, but there's been a slight change. You can't just pick any of the Wei family's young men.
Only Wei Yi is currently unmarried. We'll give you 3 days to consider.
If you haven't made up your mind by then, you'll be out of luck with our Wei family.
Fuck your grandpa. Wei Xiaodong, get the hell out of here. I already have a son-in-law.
After saying that, Tang Wen hung up the phone, his face flushed and his neck red. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chen Fei apologetically and took the initiative to tell Chen Fei about these things.
These things cannot be kept secret. It can't be kept secret forever.
Rather than letting Chen Fei hear about it from other places and give him a bad impression of the Tang family and his daughter, it's better for him, as the father-in-law, to take the initiative to tell him.
To be honest, Chen Fei wasn't too surprised to hear Tang Wen say that.
Because of the whirlwind marriage he had with Tang Qingyan. He felt that Tang Qingyan couldn't possibly have married him suddenly just because he was the father of her child. There must be another reason. Now, after hearing Tang Wen's explanation, and considering what Wei Xiaodong said when Tang Wen answered the phone earlier,
Chen Fei could also see that the Wei family's desire to form a marriage alliance with the Tang family was nothing short of taking advantage of their misfortune. Moreover, what the Wei family did even worse was, they got false information from somewhere and mistakenly thought that Tang Yannian was in trouble, so they changed the previous conditions. It seems that the Tang family does not simply own the Sheng Tang Group, because the Sheng Tang Group was built by Tang Qingyan herself. Tang Wen was clearly not someone to be trifled with, and Tang Yannian had a distinguished military record. These wealthy and powerful families used to be very distant from him. Now, as the son-in-law of a wealthy and powerful family, he has discovered that these families are far more complex than he has seen or heard about online. Because many things don't end up online.
Just like him, he had only heard people say that the Tang family was the most powerful and influential family in Jiangcheng. However, he had never heard anyone specifically say just how powerful the Tang family was or how deeply entrenched their influence was. Because there are too few people in the know, and if the real people in the know wanted to bring these things to the public eye, their posts would be deleted in seconds. This is a taboo within the elite families. Only those who have reached that level can understand the ins and outs.
That's all in the past.
Everyone has a past, Dad.
I don't care. Chen Fei reassured Tang Wen. Because he saw the unease in Tang Wen's eyes.
There was also Tang Qingyan's apologetic and nervous look as she gazed at him. He also has a past and has had girlfriends. Moreover, Tang Qingyan has never been engaged to any of the young masters of the Wei family, nor has she ever been their girlfriend. Moreover, Tang Qingyan took the initiative to choose him and had a whirlwind marriage with him. Without knowing his character at all, they transferred all their assets to him. It is evident that Tang Qingyan was determined to resist the arranged marriage, betting everything on him, which was still just a small boat at the time. It was truly a desperate gamble. How could he bear to blame a woman who was so devoted to him and had given birth to 10 children for him? On the contrary, they felt even more pity for her. They also developed a sense of belonging to the Tang family. Okay. Tang Wen said good 3 times in a row, his old eyes, weathered by time, even glistening with tears, as he excitedly clapped Chen Fei's hand. Then he took a glass of juice, stood up and said to Chen Fei, Xiao Fei, although it's a bit inappropriate for your father-in-law to toast you, that's what I want to do. Come on, let's men drink this glass of juice. At this point, Tang Wen raised his glass to Tang Yannian and said, Dad, come on, let's drink. Although the glass contains juice. But at this moment, in Tang Wen's eyes, this is wine. He tilted his head back and down the whole thing in one gulp. He drank until his old face turned red. Chen Fei and Tang Yannian also drank heartily. Then the 3 men looked at each other and burst into laughter. Tang Qingyan and her mother watched the 3 men, who were drinking juice with an atmosphere that resembled alcohol. My heart, which had been pounding, finally settled down. Chapter 60, Pretending to be dead in front of my master will ruin my impression score. Seeing this scene, Tang's mother said she would make them some more juice so they could drink their fill. Babeo raised his chubby little hand and hurriedly called out in his childish voice, Grandma, we want to drink too. We're boys too. Seeing how much Chen Fei and the others were enjoying their juice, the kids were infected by the atmosphere and wanted some too.
Sherbao also said fiercely, "Grandma, I want a drink too."
Sibao also raised his hand and said, "Grandma, give us a few pots."
The brothers also wanted to have a drink, because the shock they had experienced today were just too great.
I'm still in a state of pure excitement and can't calm down at all. They also drink, chat, and crack peanuts.
Erbao raised his hand and said, "Grandma, give us some more peanuts."
That speaks directly to what Sibao is thinking.
How can you drink alcohol without peanuts?
Although they were still young, they had all their teeth. When they were at their maternal grandparents' house, they often saw their grandfather sitting at the stone table under the tree, drinking small cups of wine and cracking peanuts.
Grandpa even secretly fed them alcohol.
Babeo immediately passed out from drunkenness, which terrified her grandmother. She's been scolding her grandfather non-stop for days, ha. Seeing that the boys were drinking alcohol, the little girls also joined in the fun, saying they wanted to drink too.
Grandma, Coco wants some too. Guoguo wants to drink the same fruit juice as Daddy. The little one's words made Chen Fei and the others laugh out loud.
Tang's mother smiled indulgently and agreed, and made them juice too. As for peanuts, they can't be whole peanuts, they have to be peanut powder.
The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious.
Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside.
Old Lu went outside.
Then Zhou Kong, looking like he was about to fall apart but flushed with excitement, got out of the car.
As soon as I got off, I ran to the side and threw up.
Luckily, the driver was there to help her, otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground.
This scene startled old Lu, who rushed over to help Zhou Kong and asked with concern, "Dr. Zhou, what happened to you? How did you get like this?"
Zhou Kong wiped his mouth with the tissue the driver handed him, ignoring Lu Chang's words.
He stared intently at Lu Chang, his eyes blazing with excitement and high hopes, and asked, "How is it? Is the expert still here?"
Old Lu was completely bewildered.
"A master? What kind of expert? I didn't understand at all."
Seeing Lu Chang's expression, Zhou Kong mistakenly assumed that the expert had already left. He immediately abandoned all pretense of decorum, plopped down on the ground, and the 72-year-old man began to wail and cry loudly. And it even has a tendency to turn into a shrewish tirade.
"Tang Wen, you little brat, you definitely did that on purpose. You're deliberately preventing me from meeting this master. My goodness. Do you know how hard it is for me? I'm 72 years old. I'm practically half buried in the ground. They won't even let me admire the aura of a sage. They won't even let me see a sage. My life is so miserable. Why is my life so miserable?" Tang Wen. Lao Lu and Zhou Kang's driver were completely dumbfounded.
This art style feels completely different from Dr. Zhou's usual style. The driver was completely dumbfounded.
After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lao Lu was the first to realize that the expert Zhou Kong was talking about must be Chen Fei. But isn't Dr. Zhou going a bit too far? Was that prescription so amazing that it shocked even the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Dr. Zhou? This is simply unbelievable.
The doctor's commotion was so loud that Chen Fei and the others who were eating inside heard it and came out one after another.
Let's see what's going on. Someone actually called Tang Wen by his name.
As soon as Zhou Kong saw Tang Wen, he immediately jumped up from the ground, not at all like someone who was half buried in the ground.
However, such a cool move resulted in him straining his back. "Oh, my back, it's going to break."
However, Zhou Kong had no time to worry about his aching back.
With the driver's dumbfounded support, he walked up to Tang Wen, his face full of heartache.
Tang Wen hadn't expected Zhou Kong to suddenly appear here just for a prescription.
It's only been less than half an hour since the call ended, right?
In the past, it would take Tang Wen more than 3 hours to invite Zhou Kong over.
Now, Zhou Kong arrived in such a hurry to see Chen Fei that he only took half an hour? Is this an accelerator being used? But look at Zhou Kong, he looks completely broken. He probably knew how fast the driver was going. He felt it would be too unfair of him not to tell Zhou Kong who the expert was. But thinking back to how aloof Dr. Zhou used to be, he couldn't help but feel a bit mischievous. He casually placed his arm on Chen Fei's shoulder, patted Chen Fei's shoulder, and said to Zhou Kong, "Dr. Zhou, when I called you, I was so shocked by what you said that I didn't reply. By the time I realized what was happening and wanted to reply, you had already hung up. Now that you've come all this way, I certainly won't keep quiet about who the expert is."
Look closely, that prescription that can completely cure my dad's intractable hyperthyroidism came from the hand of my son-in-law, Chen Fei, who was elegant, handsome, dashing, young and promising, and incredibly awesome.
Tang Wen gave Chen Fei a very formal introduction. Upon hearing Tang Wen's earlier words, Zhou Kang's initial heartache immediately subsided.
However, upon hearing Tang Wen's last words, and recalling his current disheveled appearance and his earlier wailing and cursing like a shrew, he suddenly felt like dying.
I want to find a hole and hide in it right now. That's so embarrassing.
He made a terrible first impression on his master.
Let me faint. However, the more he tried to faint, the more excited he became.
Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, so he simply closed his eyes and leaned into the driver's arms.
Tang Wen, Tang Yannian, the driver, and Lao Lu were all shocked. Dr. Zhou. Chen Fei said, he's fine.
Help him inside to rest for a while, and he'll wake up. Actually, he could tell at a glance that the old guy was faking fainting. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Kang, like a child, secretly opened one eye. I was originally planning to peek at Chen Fei, but I was too excited just now and didn't get a good look at my master, Chen Fei. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei saw it all. When he saw the faint smile on Chen Fei's lips, he was so frightened that he closed his eyes tightly again.
Oh no, oh no.
He actually pretended to be dead in front of his master. It looks like I'm going to lose all my points and end up with a negative score.
Chapter 61 Chen Fei, where did he come from? There are so many people here. Aside from Zhou Kang's driver, who was unaware of Chen Fei's medical skills. Everyone else knows.
Therefore, after hearing Chen Fei's words, they were all relieved. Regardless, Dr. Zhou made a significant contribution to the Tang family. They certainly didn't want him to suddenly die or have any health problems.
Chen Fei also knew that Zhou Kang was a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor.
Therefore, he did not tell his father-in-law and the others that Zhou Kang was faking fainting. After all, this is a dignified, over 70-year-old master of traditional Chinese medicine who traveled all this way with such excitement, just to meet him and want to become his apprentice.
No matter what, he couldn't let the old man lose face.
That's incredibly disrespectful to the elderly and children. The unsuspecting driver was nearly scared to death. He couldn't possibly believe the words of Chen Fei, a man who looked about his age. He was about to take out his phone to call 120 emergency services. But suddenly, Zhou Kang squeezed his hand hard from behind Zhou Kang's waist. The pain stunned him once again. Even if he's not the brightest, he still managed to understand the situation.
She knew her husband was faking fainting. But why? Could it be?
His gaze once again fell upon Chen Fei, filled with utter shock. All of my husband's unusual behavior, all his antics, and all his excitement today are because of this young man who looks to be only in his early 20s.
Oh my God. This boy. He looks so young.
The doctor's medical skills were so advanced that he could tell at a glance that his master was faking unconsciousness.
This is absolutely outrageous and unbelievable.
During the years he worked as Dr. Zhou's driver, he also knew how difficult it was to learn traditional Chinese medicine. There are thousands of strange and unusual drug names, some of which are even illegible. Without a calm and steady temperament, and without 5 or 8 years of accumulation, don't even think about memorizing them all. Some of those with poor comprehension could only work as apprentice pharmacists at the dispensing counter even when they were over 40 years old.
It is evident that traditional Chinese medicine is a profession that requires a great deal of seniority and experience.
He had met all the great traditional Chinese medicine doctors, some were over 70 years old like Zhou, some were over 60, and some were even over 80 or 90.
However, he has never met a top-notch TCM doctor under the age of 50.
There's even a saying circulating online, if you're under 50, don't call yourself a master of traditional Chinese medicine.
But right now, someone has shattered this legend. At just over 20 years old, his TCM skills were so formidable that Zhou Kang, a national master of TCM, president of the National Association of Chinese Medicine, and a respected and beloved doctor, was so excited that he became like a child and eagerly wanted to become his apprentice. He even broke all his usual habits and personally came to the master's door to learn the craft. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Tang Yannian and Tang Wen were also greatly shocked by Zhou Kang's actions.
They previously thought Chen Fei's medical skills were already incredibly impressive. But I never expected it to be this awesome. After returning to the table, Tang Wen toasted Chen Fei with fruit juice instead of wine, saying with great emotion, "Xiao Fei, I really didn't expect this. You are truly a force to be reckoned with. You are truly a force to be reckoned with." Tang Yannian was also deeply moved.
He patted Chen Fei's arm, and his usually unsmiling mouth was now adorned with a satisfied and excited smile from beginning to end. Tang Qingyan was pulled into the kitchen by her mother, who then prepared a special meal for her. "Qingyan, tell your mother the truth, just who is Xiaofei?"
Didn't you tell Mom before that he was just an ordinary college student and that his family was just an ordinary farming family? This is, an ordinary college student? Qingyan, are you misunderstanding the meaning of the word ordinary? Would you like Mom to give you another lesson on the Chinese dictionary? Tang's mother asked Tang Qingyan, utterly shocked. Tang Qingyan was also helpless.
Before I contacted Chen Fei, the information I found was indeed like that.
But after I contacted Chen Fei and went to Chen Fei's house, I knew that something was wrong. Chen Fei is truly outstanding, incredibly outstanding, and his family is also very mysterious. Mom, do you remember that grand finale auction at the Mississippi auction 5 years ago? Tang's mother was immediately taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Of course I remember. That auction was amazing.
It completely exceeded my expectations. Back then, your grandfather asked me to bid for that jade ring, and our bid skyrocketed to over 10 billion. In the end, the price even rose to 100 billion. While I was still hesitating, the hammer fell and the mysterious person who bid 100 billion won the jade ring. When your grandfather found out the auction failed, he was devastated, saying he had missed a key to a mysterious door. Your mother was completely baffled at the time, not understanding why the jade ring was worth 10 million. In my opinion, although the jade ring is different from ordinary jade rings, it's worth at most 100 million. When the price was raised to 100 billion, your mother was at the auction and almost had a heart attack, even if she didn't have a heart condition. Just because of that hesitation, the matter didn't get done, and your grandfather nagged me for a long time. But in the end, your grandfather sighed and said, "It's all about timing and fate. What's yours will be yours, and what's not yours will be useless to force."
That's when the matter was put to rest.
This was the most clumsy thing Tang's mother had ever done, and also the most shocking thing for her. So she'll remember it for the rest of her life.
And they will remember it very clearly. Tang Qingyan frowned, then said in a deep voice, "Chen Fei's mother, who is also my mother-in-law, gave me a jade bracelet.
In terms of both material and quality, it is much better than the jade ring at the auction back then.
Moreover, it is much bigger than the jade ring. Although I don't know why Grandpa said the jade ring was the key to stepping into the mysterious door, or why a mysterious person bid 100 billion to buy that jade ring, and then it disappeared from the market, I do know that the jade ring was extremely precious and should be the key to opening another door. But that door is still beyond our reach for the time being." Tang's mother was shocked.
What did you say?
Your mother-in-law gave you a jade bracelet that's of even better quality and bigger than that jade ring?
Tang Qingyan nodded cautiously. The materials are the same, and neither of them are ordinary jade that we can see. Tang's mother started pacing back and forth in the kitchen, muttering to herself, and was extremely excited.
That explains it. Chen Fei is very likely someone who came from there. Tang Qingyan asked in confusion, "Where did you come from?" Tang's mother remained silent when asked the question. Chapter 62's level encrypted prescription, collected by the National Museum of Cultural Relics. Inside the room, Zhou Kong finally finished washing up again.
He also bathed and burned incense, as if he were going to pay tribute, which was very elaborate. After straightening his clothes, he walked out in his best condition, with the most handsome posture and a rosy smile. He has a room here, which Tang Yannian used specifically for him to rest. Because he was about the same age as Tang Yannian, the two were not only doctor and patient, but also close friends. Therefore, when he came to treat Tang Yannian, he wouldn't just leave after the treatment. Sometimes he would stay for 2 or 3 days to chat with Tang Yannian, brag, and gossip. "Old Zhou, you're awake. You look great, you're in excellent health. You really gave me a fright just now." Tang Yannian stood up to greet Zhou Kong and said. Zhou Kong rolled his eyes at Tang Yannian, thinking to himself, "You old man, you're so wicked. If you had told me that the expert who wrote the prescription was your son-in-law, would I have been so anxious, disheveled, and even acted like a shrew in front of the expert, doing such tasteless and shameful things? I'm ignoring you for 3 days, you wicked old man." Zhou Kong responded to Tang Yannian with a gesture of his chin. Then, when he walked up to Chen Fei, he was a completely different person. He was extremely humble and polite, and did not act arrogantly in the slightest. He first bowed to Chen Fei, and then respectfully said, "Mr. Chen, your understanding of traditional Chinese medicine has reached a level that no one can match. Moreover, the prescription you wrote has enlightened me and I have learned a lot from it.
I wonder if I have the honor of becoming your apprentice. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. I am old and inexperienced, and even at my advanced age, I have not been able to fully understand even a fraction of it. I especially want to learn medicine from you, Mr. Chen. I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to become your apprentice.
Chen Fei had already learned Zhou Kang's identity from his father-in-law and grandfather while they were having dinner. I know that Zhou Kang is his grandfather's close friend, and I also know that Zhou Kang is now the head of the National Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine Physicians, with various honors. In addition, the Zhou family is a family of renowned physicians who have practiced medicine for generations. He was very popular and respected among the upper class in Kyushu. But he doesn't want to be a mentor, he just wants to be a stay-at-home dad, spending quality time with his children and helping them have a happy and carefree childhood. Therefore, he refused Zhou Kang's offer to become his apprentice.
This surprised both Tang Wen and Tang Yannian slightly. However, considering Chen Fei's prowess, perhaps he didn't want to take an old man like Zhou Kang as his apprentice. However, to their surprise, Chen Fei's reason was, "Old Zhou, as you can see, I have 10 children now. I'm so busy taking care of them every day that I really don't have time to take on apprentices."
What?
Dr. Zhou said he didn't understand what Chen Fei meant by that. Taking care of children? Isn't taking care of children a woman's job? Shouldn't men be busy with their careers?
I'm a stay-at-home dad, the kind who lives off his wife.
Chen Fei shrugged and said with a smile.
The corner of Dr. Zhou's mouth twitched violently, and then he delivered a stunningly beautiful and refined compliment.
It's good to be a kept man.
I also want to be a kept man, but unfortunately my teeth are too strong to handle it.
I really admire Mr. Chen for having such strong teeth that he can be a kept man. I admire him.
Chen Fei was amused by the old man's words. Seeing that he had finally flattered Chen Fei, Dr. Zhou continued with utmost respect, "Mr. Chen, I would like to discuss something with you.
Your prescription is extremely valuable. I would like to ask your opinion. Could your prescription be temporarily encrypted by our Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and stored in the National Rare Cultural Relics Museum?
Because this prescription is of such great value and has such a significant impact, I would like to speak with you sincerely on behalf of the country. I hope that this prescription can be encrypted with S-level encryption to prevent it from falling into the hands of criminals abroad who may then register it as a patent in advance, or do other things. Because your prescription is a cultural treasure of our country, we must treat it with the highest respect."
Tang Wen and Tang Yannian looked at Chen Fei in shock once again.
I never imagined that the prescription Chen Fei wrote for them would be so valuable.
Even the government has to encrypt it. It's still S-level encryption. It will also be collected by the Kyushu Rare Cultural Relics Museum. This is an immense honor. This was completely unexpected for them.
Their gazes toward Chen Fei were involuntarily filled with respect. The two even stood up, their faces serious. Chen Fei never expected that such a young man like himself would be treated with such respect by three elderly people. He stood up and replied very solemnly, "I am a citizen of the Kingdom of Kyushu, so I am naturally willing to hand over the prescription to the country.
Encryption is no problem at all.
It was just a prescription I wrote down on the spot. Submitting it to the authorities so that they could use it to help more people with primary hyperthyroidism who couldn't be cured would be a great contribution."
Zhou Kang was surprised that Chen Fei agreed so readily. It was completely unexpected. Moreover, Chen Fei hasn't made any demands yet.
He was so excited that his whole old face turned red, and he held Chen Fei's hand, which trembled uncontrollably.
"Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen, and for your contributions to the medical field in Kyushu.
Your contributions will be forever recorded in the history of Kyushu's honor.
Because Kyushu is so large and has such a large population, most cases of hyperthyroidism can be treated very well.
However, some people with stubborn hyperthyroidism, as well as those who don't have time to cultivate their mind and body, will only see their condition worsen and eventually die young."
Although the prescription Chen Fei gave was only for Tang Yannian's hyperthyroidism, as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he could naturally learn more flexible application methods from this prescription. Basically, it can be said that hyperthyroidism is no longer an incurable disease in Kyushu. Therefore, Chen Fei's small prescription made a huge contribution. Unbeknownst to many, it has saved countless lives. Here are 2 more prescriptions, also written by Chen Fei. Mr. Zhou, please take a look.
Tang Wen quickly handed Zhou Kang the prescription that Chen Fei had just written for him, along with the prescription from Tang's mother. He never imagined that these prescriptions would be so precious, having been elevated to cultural treasures. So, without holding anything back, he quickly took out the 2 prescriptions.
2 more prescriptions? Zhou Kang's eyebrows twitched violently.
He immediately grabbed the prescription Tang Wen handed him, then widened his eyes and shouted, "Reading glasses!
Reading glasses! Quick!"
The driver quickly handed Zhou Kang his reading glasses. Zhou Kang quickly put on his reading glasses and carefully examined the 2 prescriptions. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Even the thick, calloused flesh on his cheeks trembled violently, and his entire thin body shook uncontrollably. Chapter 63. Submit the prescription and receive a system reward of 1 billion yuan.
Great! That's wonderful!
This prescription is actually for treating your atrophic spondylitis, Tang Wen.
Moreover, this prescription is amazing. It can completely cure your spinal inflammation that even I find troublesome and can't be cured completely. And this too. Oh my god! I feel so happy. My goodness, this prescription is actually a wonderful treatment for thrombocytopenia. Xiangzi, come help me. I can't stand. I'm going to faint from happiness.
With the help of driver Xiangzi, Zhou Kang looked at Chen Fei with a radiant face, as if he had seen a huge treasure.
Mr. Chen, please accept my bow. You are truly a great man, and you are well worthy of my bow. As he spoke, Zhou Kang pushed Xiangzi aside, steadied himself, and bowed respectfully to Chen Fei. You're too kind, Elder Zhou. I've also submitted these 2 prescriptions to the state and agreed to have them encrypted. Chen Fei helped up Zhou Kang, a 72-year-old renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and said, Okay. Zhou Kang excitedly said good several times in a row. Because of that prescription, he had already requested that Chen Fei hand it over to the authorities and encrypt it. He also had that idea for those 2 prescriptions, but he was too embarrassed to say it aloud. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei took the initiative to speak, which truly moved him to tears. Tang Yannian hugged his close friend and joked, "Alright, you're all grown up now, why are you still crying?" "I'm not crying, I'm just so excited." Zhou Kang retorted, then pushed Tang Yannian aside and said to Chen Fei with utmost respect, "Mr. Chen, I am currently holding 3 cultural treasures in my hands, and I really cannot stay to drink with you. Therefore, I will now offer you a cup of tea instead of wine, and then I will quickly store these 3 cultural treasure-level prescriptions in the Rare Cultural Relics Museum." After saying that, Zhou Kang offered Chen Fei a cup of tea instead of wine. Chen Fei smiled and drank it. After seeing Zhou Kang off, his son and daughters all gathered around Chen Fei. Little Coco tilted her head back, her face full of curiosity, and asked, "Daddy, what are cultural treasures? And what are rare artifact museums? They sound so high class." But, just now, that old man took the paper Daddy was writing on. Ouch. In the end, little Coco pouted a little, looking a bit unhappy. The little girl didn't understand what the adults were saying, she was just a little unhappy to see Zhou Kang take her dad's things. Because she felt that thing was very important, extremely important. Chen Fei affectionately rubbed the little guy's head and patiently explained, "Coco, the old man just took the paper that Daddy wrote. He was going to write a Chinese medicine prescription for Daddy and put it in the Rare Cultural Relics Museum. The things that can be collected in this Cultural Relics Museum are all very precious and are things that our race can be proud of. It is also a source of pride for the collectors, just as you are proud of your dad. Dad is also proud that his writings can be collected in a Rare Cultural Relic Museum. And cultural treasures are the essence of our Kyushu culture. Daddy's Chinese medicine prescription contains the essence of our Kyushu Chinese medicine culture. Do you understand?" Coco seemed to understand, but the other little ones had also heard most of it. Little Guagua raised her hand and said, "I know, Daddy. Yes, this is something to be very proud of, it's a good thing." "Right." Chen Fei affectionately pinched his youngest daughter's nose. Little Guagua, excited to receive Chen Fei's affirmation, rolled her face in his palm. Ding. Detected that the host has helped the babies understand the importance of cultural treasures. The case study involves the host submitting 3 prescriptions containing the essence of traditional Chinese medicine to the authorities. Therefore, the host is hereby rewarded with 1 billion yuan in cash. The 1 billion yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account through legitimate channels. The host does not need to worry about the source of this money, it was all transferred through legitimate channels. Chen Fei smiled. I never thought being a stay-at-home dad would be so great. He wrote a prescription that not only cured his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandfather's illnesses,
but was also collected as a cultural treasure in a rare cultural relics museum.
Now, they've even received a reward of 1 billion. Absolutely, that was awesome. This kind of dad is so interesting. After a hearty meal and drinks, Tang Qingyan's Secretary General delivered traditional Chinese medicine.
Chen Fei personally went to the kitchen to brew the medicine, because brewing medicine requires extremely precise control of the time. Medication needs to be added continuously during the process, and the amount of each gram is strictly controlled. 1 gram more or less is not acceptable.
He didn't trust anyone else to handle it, so he personally brewed the medicine. An hour had passed by the time the medicine was finished being brewed. While waiting for the medicine to cool down naturally, Chen Fei performed acupuncture on Tang Yannian and Tang Wen, who had just finished bathing. The children all peered curiously from the doorway. She dared not speak, afraid of disturbing her dad while he was doing his work, because they could see that what Chen Fei was doing was extremely important. So they were all very well behaved and didn't cause any trouble. They were completely dumbfounded when they saw Chen Fei sticking silver needles into Tang Yannian's chest, filling it completely. What's this? Is it Great-Grandpa Hedgehog? When Chen Fei inserted silver needles into Tang Wen's chest, back, and even the top of his head, the little ones were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Good heavens, what is this? Grandpa is a giant hedgehog?
The 3 boys, whose minds were filled with a million questions, exchanged a glance and then quietly slipped away. Once they reached the backyard, they dared to breathe heavily, then plopped down on the small wooden chairs and began chattering away, releasing their urge to talk.
Bao said excitedly, "When are you going to call me daddy? I can't wait any longer." Sibao said proudly, "I've already called out, I'm so happy." As soon as Sibao finished speaking, Lu Bao shoved him aside, saying, "You little traitor, we agreed to shout together, but you shouted first. That's not very brotherly." Sibao touched his nose, grinned sheepishly, and didn't reply. He was really unhappy and uncomfortable when he saw Chen Fei's father being questioned. "So I couldn't help but stand up and support my dad, who has amazing medical skills." The 2 little ones ignored the 4 babies who were grinning foolishly, because now only the 2 brothers were still holding on. They originally thought they would test Chen Fei, their adoptive father, for at least 6 months or a year. But in less than 2 days, all 5 girls knelt down, and 3 of the 5 boys knelt down. This was completely unexpected for them. However, they did have to admit that this was all because Chen Fei's charisma was truly unprecedented. The events of the past 2 days have been the most sensational they've ever experienced in their memories. The most shocking. The most high class. It's really impressive that 2 of the kids didn't kneel down and call him daddy at the end. Lu Bao let out a sigh of relief, because it was obvious that he also wanted to call him daddy. Bo Shenxian, with his eyebrows that looked exactly like Chen Fei's, said, "He's really amazing, but let's hold back and observe first. Don't let the shock of the past 2 days cloud our judgment." Lu Bao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Sibao continued to giggle foolishly, because he was reminiscing about the scene of Chen Fei hugging him and kissing his cheek, as well as Chen Fei's heartwarming smile when he called Chen Fei daddy. Everything is so beautiful. So beautiful. He felt that today was the happiest day of his life in the past 2.5 years. Wa'ada. Chapter 64. My wife washes her feet. Let's find out what's going on with Chen Fei. Half an hour later, Chen Fei removed all the silver needles from Tang Wen and Tang Yannian's bodies. By this time, the brewed Chinese medicine had naturally cooled to room temperature. Chen Fei made them both take it. Tang Ma's illness does not require acupuncture. Therefore, he had already given the Chinese medicine to Tang's mother so that she could drink it when the temperature was right, so as not to burn herself. After serving the 3 of them traditional Chinese medicine, he gave them some. Chen Fei then went to the room that Tang Qingyan had prepared for him to rest. Tang Qingyan walked over gently and used a warm towel to wipe the fine sweat from Chen Fei's forehead. And she said in a very soft voice, "Honey, you've worked so hard. Let me massage your shoulders." A soft, slightly coquettish husband made Chen Fei grab her wrist and, with a quick twist, make her sit on his lap. He chuckled softly and said, "Wife, your husband is strong and healthy. I could do 1,000 push-ups right now without any problem. Do you need me to do some push-ups?" Tang Qingyan playfully punched Chen Fei's chest with her little pink fist. "You're so annoying. I'm talking to you about something serious. The gift you told me before, the one for my parents and grandfather, is it this prescription?" My wife is so smart, she guessed it right away, ha ha ha. Chen Fei affectionately hooked his little wife's cute nose and said,
The next second, Tang Qingyan pursed her lips, and tears gradually welled up in her beautiful eyes.
What's wrong? Chen Fei asked with concern. Tang Qingyan suddenly threw herself into Chen Fei's arms, hugged his neck, and said in a choked voice, "Husband, do you know how good you are to me? How can I ever repay you? Then I'll repay you with my body."
Chen Fei said with a smile.
They're not ready yet.
When Tang Qingyan said this, her voice was barely audible.
This made Chen Fei laugh out loud. I was just kidding.
If you really want to repay me, then stretch my toes. It's not that his toes feel uncomfortable from walking too much, but rather that he enjoys stretching his toes. It makes him feel good.
Tang Qingyan didn't think much about the request and agreed immediately.
She even went to the bathroom to fill a bucket with warm water for Chen Fei, then took a small stool and sat opposite him. The varying heights of her sitting position allowed Chen Fei to see the fullness of his little wife's figure. At the same time, he was filled with endless emotions. The wife of a billionaire CEO was willing to lower her head, sit in front of him, and gently wash his feet and stretch his toes. He works as a foot masseur.
That's so heartwarming.
Marrying such a beautiful young wife is absolutely fantastic. Meanwhile, the Wei family. Wei Buchuan, the head of the Wei family, received a call from a scout.
Dr. Zhou left Tang Yanyan's place in less than an hour? You left in a hurry? And after leaving, he didn't go home, but went to the National Museum of Rare Cultural Relics? You stayed there for a long time before leaving? You went straight home after leaving? Okay, I understand.
After saying that, Wei Buchuan hung up the phone. Wei Xiaodong couldn't help but speak up because he had called Tang Wen earlier.
Instead of receiving Tang Wen's flattery, he was scolded by Tang Wen. They were the same age, and he was furious. On what grounds? The Tang family is about to collapse.
Even the renowned Dr. Zhou can't save Tang Yanyan now, and he even went to the Rare Cultural Relics Museum in the middle of the night to look for traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions and documents. I stayed for a long time before leaving. After leaving, he went straight home and did not go to Tang Yanyan's place, which shows that Dr. Zhou was also helpless about Tang Yanyan's condition.
At this point, the Tang family was practically in dire straits. Tang Wen actually dared to be so arrogant. He even said he already has a son-in-law. Isn't this a slap in the face to the Wei family? So he said to his father, Wei Buchuan, "Dad, is it true or false that Tang Wen said he already has a son-in-law?" Real. Wei Buchuan exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice. He didn't need to check with the Civil Affairs Bureau, he already knew it was a settled matter. Wei Xiaodong's expression changed. So, does the Tang family no longer want to form a marriage alliance with our Wei family? Or is their new son-in-law even more powerful than our Wei family? Can he help them resist the Qin family's takeover? Go and investigate the background of this new son-in-law of the Tang family. In addition, Wei Yi and Tang Qingyan are classmates. Tomorrow, have him bring a gift to congratulate Tang Qingyan on her marriage and also get a feel for the background of this new son-in-law of the Tang family. Wei Buchuan spoke calmly. A shrewd glint flashed in Wei Xiaodong's eyes, and he immediately agreed and went out to carry out the task. Because, among the younger generation, apart from the Qin family's prodigy, Tang Qingyan from the Tang family, and their Wei family's young supreme, who can compare to Wei Yi? It was very late for Chen Fei. So they didn't go back today, but stayed on the mountain instead. The little ones were so excited that they were still full of energy at 10 p.m. and showed no signs of sleepiness, which worried Tang's mother and Tang Qingyan. Chen Fei walked over with a smile and said, "Mom, wife, you two go do the housework. I'll take care of putting the kids to bed." Will it work? Tang Qingyan asked with some concern. Because Chen Fei had never put a child to sleep before, she was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Because now the kids are excitedly jumping around on the bed, competing to see who can jump the highest. Chen Fei suddenly leaned close to Tang Qingyan, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Wife, never ask a man if he can do it or not. If you do ask, it means he absolutely must." Of course, if his mother-in-law hadn't been there, Chen Fei might have said something else to make Tang Qingyan blush. After saying that, Chen Fei went into the room. As soon as the children saw Chen Fei's dad come in, they all rushed towards him with sweet, childish calls of daddy. Chen Fei looked at his daughter and sons, and a series of words appeared before his eyes. In conclusion, the children were too excited to fall asleep. There's so much I want to say, I just want to ramble on and on. Daddy, look at how I climb stairs, doesn't it look like you when you're rock climbing? Isn't it super cool too? Like a little monkey, Babeo quickly climbed from under the bunk bed to the top.
Then he slid down the slide on the other side of the bunk bed. He trotted up to Chen Fei with a grin, eagerly seeking praise. Chen Fei patted his son on the back of the head with a laugh and said, "Not bad." Seeing that Babeo had received praise, the other babies immediately started performing all sorts of creative acts as well.
"Daddy, look, is this how you do acupuncture?"
Little Coco used a small chopstick, pretending it was an acupuncture needle that Chen Fei used to give his father-in-law and the others acupuncture, and stuck the chopstick into the pillow.
Chen Fei was amused the children were truly natural masters of imitation. "Excellent, excellent." Chen Fei praised without reservation. "Daddy, Daddy, I'm here, come quick and see I'm fishing."
When Guagua saw that her older brother and sister had been praised by their father, she got a little anxious. She grabbed Chen Fei's hand with both of her little hands and wanted to pull him to watch her fish.
Chen Fei followed along, dotingly on Chen Fei.
When they arrived at the destination, little Guagua sat on a small plastic stool and began to demonstrate her fishing skills using the simple fishing tools her grandmother had made for her in a small basin containing a small fish that Tang Yanian had caught that day at Qingshui Lake. In the room, the children did not want to sleep at all, even though their father, Chen Fei, had come. Instead, they were all so excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, that they began to show off the talents they had just learned that day, displaying a very strong desire to perform. Outside the room, Tang Qingyan saw the scene and exchanged a glance with her mother. The mother and daughter both smiled helplessly in perfect unison.
"The more we try to help, the more chaotic things become," Tang Qingyan said helplessly. "It's all right, the kids have plenty of energy, let them run around.
If we don't show what we've learned to Xiufei, they'll be too excited to sleep even when they're in bed." That's what Tang's mother said with great experience.
Tang Qingyan nodded.
"Then I'll go warm up some milk for them."
"I'll go too." Chapter 65 God-level horsemanship, sleeping with my wife? Inside the room.
Chen Fei's sons and daughters showed him what they had learned in the past 2 days. After demonstrating everything and receiving praise from Chen Fei, he finally calmed down, satisfied, and went to bed.
Chen Fei covered them with small blankets.
When Chen Fei was covering his little sweetie with a blanket, she blinked her innocent big eyes, looked at him, and whispered, "Daddy, will you sleep with us?" Little Tang Tang turned to the side, blinked her big eyes, and said, "Daddy, you haven't slept with us yet." Guagua, Kiki, Babeo, and Shirbao all looked at Chen Fei with expectant eyes.
Lu Bao also looked over, but the expectation in his eyes wasn't as blatant. However, his little hand clutching the blanket betrayed him.
Although Erbao Xianshan didn't look at Chen Fei, he suddenly moved his little body closer to Chen Fei and perked up his ears. Chen Fei smiled helplessly when he saw the 10 babies. Last night at the Chun family's house, although he was in the room sleeping with the children, he slept on the sofa. He had never slept with a child before, fearing that he might accidentally kick the child off the bed or roll over on him in the middle of the night. However, all 10 babies now openly or secretly hope that he will sleep with them.
He certainly couldn't refuse. Satisfy them. He immediately smiled indulgently and said, "Okay, no problem. Daddy will sleep with you tonight."
Upon hearing this, the 10 babies immediately smiled happily. The 5 adorable daughters excitedly hugged their blankets and rolled around on the bed. Among the boys, Bobeo and Shirbao did a somersault on the bed. Sibao secretly made a yes gesture with his little fist. Lubao pulled the blanket over his head, and inside, he laughed happily, his little body rolling slightly from side to side. Erbo Xianxian remained expressionless and closed his eyes. As expected of the leader among the boys, his self-control is just that strong.
Even if you're happy, don't show it. His joy and anger are invisible.
When Tang's mother and Tang Qingyan brought over 10 bottles of milk, they saw all 10 babies lying obediently on the bed, their faces full of joy.
The mother and daughter were slightly taken aback.
Chen Fei finished making the milk in the time it took him to make it.
"Have you gotten the children to go to bed and get ready for sleep? What happened while they were away?"
What surprised them the most was that when the 10 babies saw them bringing milk, they immediately sat up and very proactively expressed that they wanted to drink milk and go to sleep. "Mommy, Grandma, quickly give me some milk, I'm going to sleep after I finish drinking it, a sweet sleep."
"And my nest too, my nest needs to go to sleep." Whoa, milk Grandma." Tang's mother and Tang Qingyan were dumbfounded again. When did 10 adorable babies start so proactively asking to drink milk and go to sleep? In the past, we would grab it and drink it like catching a chick. They caught this one, but the other ran away. Especially when they were just learning to walk, we dressed them in the same clothes, and they looked almost identical. I fed this one, then that one ran away, and in the end, my head was spinning, my vision blurred, and I didn't even know who had fed it or not. I often got it wrong. Grandmother? Mommy?
The mother and daughter snapped out of their daze and quickly brought milk to the children. Watching the 10 babies obediently hug their milk bottles and drink the milk, Tang Qingyan and her mother were both a little stunned.
Babies, you're so good.
It would be wonderful if she could always be this well-behaved when sleeping and eating. The mother and daughter were so moved they were on the verge of tears, their eyes shining as they looked at Chen Fei.
Tang Qingyan walked over to Chen Fei, who was tidying up the toys in the room, and asked softly, Chen Fei, how did you manage to do that?
As she said this, Tang Qingyan looked towards the children. Chen Fei followed her gaze and saw the children drinking their milk obediently.
He smiled and said, are they that hard to manage?
I think the children are all very well behaved.
Tang Qingyan didn't believe it, thinking that Chen Fei must have used some kind of special skill.
She pouted her bright red lips and looked at Chen Fei with a hint of resentment.
Chen Fei laughed again at her adorable expression. Okay, actually, I promised to sleep with the kids tonight, so they want to go to sleep quickly. This wasn't just a wild guess, it was the written explanation provided after acquiring the baby raising system. Are you sleeping with them tonight? Tang Qingyan was slightly surprised, because she was always the one who put the children to sleep. If Chen Fei also slept with the children. So, does this mean that she and Chen Fei will sleep on the same bed? Ah. Her face turned red instantly. Honey, what's wrong?
Seeing his little wife blush again, Chen Fei couldn't help but tease her. Nothing, I'm going to wash the children's clothes. After saying that, Tang Qingyan hurriedly walked away in her 6 centimeters high heels. Tang's mother felt like she had been force-fed a dose of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of. However, she eats as much dog food as there is, she never thinks it's too much.
Because my son-in-law is just so amazing and outstanding.
Therefore, she naturally hopes to see her daughter and son-in-law have a good relationship. After collecting the children's bottles and covering them with blankets, Tang's mother tactfully said to Chen Fei, Xiao Fei, then mom will go out.
Tonight, you and Qingyan take good care of the children.
When she said that last sentence, Tang's mother smiled meaningfully. Chen Fei accepted his mother-in-law's kindness and said with a smile, okay, no problem. I will take good care of Qingyan and the children.
Don't worry, Mom.
After Tang Ma left, Chen Fei tidied up the toys that the children had scattered all over the room and put them into a large basket. Then, as he was about to put aside the toy horses his daughters were riding,
suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind. Ding.
Detected that the host is tidying up the pony toys for his daughter.
Reward, God-level equestrian skills. Congratulations, host, on upgrading to equestrian master.
Immediately afterwards, a wealth of knowledge about horse breeds, equestrian techniques, horse tack, horse feeding, and the language of communicating with horses was all flooded into Chen Fei's mind. 5 seconds later, Chen Fei opened his eyes, a sharp glint shooting out from his dark pupils.
He exuded an aristocratic air from head to toe. Because equestrian sport is one of the 4 aristocratic sports.
In ancient times, there were no 4-wheeled cars. Horses were the primary mode of transportation. War horses are also powerful assistants on the battlefield. Therefore, many royals and nobles enjoyed horse racing, which even led to the development of other sports such as playing ball on horseback. Naturally, Chen Fei, who was skilled in horsemanship, also exuded an aristocratic air.
This is a great skill. The kids are just 2.5 years old now, and they can ride real ponies. Moreover, I am fluent in the language of horses, so I don't have to worry about communicating with them at all. As expected of the all-powerful baby care system, it's amazing. After Chen Fei tidied up all the toys in the room, Tang Qingyan has also returned. She closed the door and looked up to meet Chen Fei's smiling gaze. When she got nervous, her whole small body pressed against the back of the door, and the look in her beautiful eyes became unfocused and vacant due to her nervousness. I'll go take a shower first. After saying that, she covered her cheeks, lowered her head, and hurriedly went into the built-in washroom in the room. Chen Fei smiled helplessly and said in a low voice, Wife, you're so cute, what am I supposed to do? Chapter 66 Horse Ranch Gathering, You Can Ride Horses? Early the next morning, Chen Fei woke up stiffly. There was no other way, because it was the first time the baby was sleeping next to me. So he didn't dare to move at all night, nor did he dare to sleep on his side, and he didn't sleep very deeply. I'm afraid that because I'm tall and big, I might accidentally crush the babies.
For an ordinary person, at this point they would probably have dark circles under their eyes and feel very lethargic.
But Chen Fei is different. He has maxed out many skills.
Apart from being a little stiff, he was full of energy and had no dark circles under his eyes. On the contrary, he looked even more handsome than yesterday.
This was confirmed by Tang Qingyan. Because when Tang Qingyan woke up in the morning, she was stunned by Chen Fei. "Honey, did my handsomeness wake you up?" Chen Fei affectionately pinched his little wife's cheek.
"Then sit up, get out of bed, and slowly stretch your muscles and bones." Because all 10 babies were still asleep, Chen Fei spoke softly. His voice was low and deep, with a unique husky quality that comes with a man waking up in the morning, making it exceptionally pleasant to listen to. Tang Qingyan was so embarrassed that she grabbed the blanket and covered her face. After she woke up, she kept staring at Chen Fei. Most importantly, she found Chen Fei even more handsome. At that moment, her eyes seemed glued shut, unable to look away, staring intently at Chen Fei. My brain doesn't have any thoughts because I'm not fully awake yet. However, upon hearing Chen Fei's teasing words and intimate gestures, she immediately sobered up. Then, she became so shy that she wished she could find a hole to hide in.
Wah-ah.
She felt like she was really about to die. Chen Fei's charm is just too great, she simply can't resist him. But this is only the 3rd day since she met Chen Fei. After Chen Fei had warmed up his muscles and bones, he turned around and saw Tang Qingyan had rolled up the blanket into a small dumpling, with her head buried under the blanket.
He chuckled silently. "My darling wife, do you even realize how adorable you are?"
He walked over, grabbed Tang Qingyan's blanket, and tried to lift it so she wouldn't cover her head, because covering her head would cause her to suffocate. Tang Qingyan, however, held the blanket tightly with her small hands, unwilling to get out. Looking at his wife's childish and adorable behavior, Chen Fei chuckled softly. "Wife, the sun's already high in the sky, aren't you getting up?
I'll take a nap a little longer. You go wash up first."
Because Tang Qingyan was hiding under the covers, her voice had a slightly coquettish, snorting quality to it.
"They are especially cute. Then I'll take a nap with you.
After all, my husband and I don't have much time to talk to each other while taking care of the child day and night.
Now we can have a good chat."
As he spoke, Chen Fei was about to lie down again. Tang Qingyan immediately scrambled to her feet like a carp rolling on the ground, leaving a small opening in the blanket so that her flushed face could be seen peeking out. Her beautiful, shy eyes still shone with a glimmer.
"It is extremely delicious." Chen Fei couldn't resist taking a bite.
Looking up, I unexpectedly met the eyes of my second son, Xian, who had woken up at some point. Neither father nor son spoke, freezing the scene in their hearts, and then they both turned their heads away in perfect unison.
Morning.
After having breakfast at Tang Yanyan's place, Chen Fei drove his wife and children home. My parents-in-law stayed on the mountain because they needed to continue taking Chinese medicine for 2 more days to be completely cured. As for the Chinese medicine, Chen Fei prepared 3 days' worth for them last night, and they were all pre-packaged and refrigerated. So, if the 3 of them need to take Chinese medicine these next 2 days, they can simply take the medicine packet out of the refrigerator, warm it up, and then take it.
The effects are the same. Tang Qingyan originally wanted to stay with her grandfather.
They waited until 2 days later, when they were fully recovered, before returning home. However, considering that Chen Fei's parents were still at the hotel, she discussed with Chen Fei that after breakfast, she would take the child to the hotel to meet Chen Fei's parents. In addition, Tang's mother also asked Tang Qingyan.
Tang Qingyan set the date for the meeting between the 2 sets of parents as the day after tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the morning.
Chen Fei drove to the hotel to meet his parents, and had lunch with them and his child. After lunch break, Tang Qingyan suddenly came to find him. They said there was a small gathering of their friends at the horse farm that afternoon, and asked if they wanted to go.
Horse farm? Tang Qingyan nodded. "Yes, you can race horses, ride horses, and watch equestrian performances. The venue is large and the environment is nice. I'd like to bring the babies. Do your friends have any objections?" Chen Fei asked.
Because he just maxed out his equestrian skills last night and became an equestrian master. Now that Tang Qingyan is saying she's going to the horse farm, he wants to take the kids horseback riding. He was particularly intrigued by the thought of his beloved daughter wearing a riding hat, riding boots, and riding protective gear, riding a little white mare.
It's absolutely adorable. No objection. They really like the babies and even told me to bring them. However, the most important thing is that they want to see you.
They are all my best friends.
Tang Qingyan said. Chen Fei nodded. "Okay, no problem.
When we get to the horse farm, I'll show you my magnificent figure on horseback, huh?
You can ride a horse? Tang Qingyan asked with slight surprise. Just a little bit. Tang Qingyan finally felt a little better, and even her gaze towards Chen Fei became bright and radiant.
Then when we get to the horse farm, I'll teach you.
My horsemanship is pretty good. Finally, I found something where I was better than Chen Fei. We can give it our all and surprise Chen Fei.
Otherwise, Chen Fei has been surprising her these past 2 days, and today it's time to switch sides.
Okay. Chen Fei smiled and said. His beautiful wife offered to teach him how to ride a horse. How could he miss such a wonderful opportunity? Of course I'll agree. Tang Qingyan smiled happily. Oh, right, I also invited my cousin Su Tong. Didn't she move into our house yesterday? Then we went to Grandpa's last night and haven't been back yet.
It wouldn't be good to leave Su Tong alone at my house, so I invited her along. She knows all my girlfriends. When Chen Fei heard the name Su Tong, he immediately thought of Su Tong's quadruplets. Those 4 little dumplings were sleeping when I saw them. I wonder what they were like when they woke up.
Will he be just as mischievous and naughty as my 2.5-year-old son? I'm a little excited. So he casually asked, is her baby still breastfeeding? If you invite her out to play, won't she bring her 4 crying babies with her?
Tang Qingyan nodded. Yes, the sun is shining today, so she said it's a good opportunity to bring the babies out to get some sun.
Chapter 67 Tang Qingyan's Best Friend Group, The Cunning Little Sugar. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Royal Horse Ranch on the outskirts of the city. The entire horse farm covers a vast area, stretching as far as the eye can see.
A racecourse with green grass, similar to the racecourses in Macau specifically for horse racing betting. There are also specially fenced-off areas for newlyweds to ride horses. There are also special venues for equestrian competitions designed specifically for equestrian enthusiasts. There is also a large, oval-shaped building that is highly artistic. Inside the building, there are regular performances of stories involving people and horses, as well as elaborate performances featuring horses in costume. In short, this is a place where the super rich spend their money, combining leisure and entertainment.
Extremely high class. Ordinary people can't get in, it's all members only.
When Chen Fei and his group arrived, they happened to meet Su Tong and her family of 5, along with 4 nannies, who had just arrived at the parking lot. Su Tong was holding a baby sucking on a pacifier in her arms, while 3 other babies were sucking their fingers or toes in the stroller. It's chubby and fair-skinned, with big, dark eyes, so cute that you just want to give it a kiss.
Brother-in-law, could you hold my baby for me for a moment?
I forgot to change Sibao's diaper when I came over. She did ask, but before Chen Fei could answer, Su Tong shoved the baby girl from her arms into his embrace.
Chen Fei instinctively hugged the little guy. TSK. It's quite heavy. It weighs at least 15 or 16 gene. What's amazing is that the little guy didn't cry or fuss as soon as he was in Chen Fei's arms. With her big eyes wide open, she sucked on her pacifier and looked at Chen Fei curiously. The chubby little hands grabbed Chen Fei's collar. The tiny fingers, with nails that were probably transparent, were gripping Chen Fei's collar tightly. They pulled down Chen Fei's collar quite a bit, revealing a lot of his flesh. Chen Fei was amused by her appearance. Let go, you little pervert. The little guy looked like he didn't understand, and held on tightly, refusing to let go. Tang Tang and the others also ran over to see the little sister. Daddy, I probably wasn't as naughty as her when I was little. Tang Tang happily poked the little guy's fair and tender face with her little hand. It's fun to poke someone and then laugh. The little guy looked at Tang Tang with a blank expression. However, she didn't let go of Chen Fei's collar with her small hand. In fact, she even kicked Tang Tang with her tender, white legs. It's like declaring sovereignty. This man is hers. Tang Tang got upset and grabbed her leg. The little one was quite strong, struggling with all its might. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. The next second, the little guy pouted. Just as she was about to cry, Tang Tang released her leg and pinched her cheek, speaking to her in an adult-to-child tone. You have to call me big sister, okay? You can't kick big sister, okay? If you kick big sister again next time, big sister will make you cry. The little one stopped crying and stood there stunned for a few seconds. Whether or not she understood what Tang Tang said, in the blink of an eye, she tried her best to burrow into Chen Fei's arms and climb on top of him, finally managing to turn over. She turned her little bottom towards Tang Tang and even wiggled her little bottom. Chen Fei burst out laughing upon seeing this. This little rascal is just like her mom. That's hilarious.
Tang Tang didn't expect her little sister to do something so funny, and for a moment she forgot she was angry.
I laughed along with Chen Fei.
After Su Tong finished changing the baby's diaper, she quickly came over and took the little one from Chen Fei's arms. However, the little guy's little hands were tightly gripping Chen Fei's collar, and he wouldn't let go even when his mom came.
Okay, baby, let go of your little hands. Your uncle is going to play, stop grabbing his collar, it's making me ache.
As she spoke, Su Tong used her right hand to pry open her daughter's fingers one by one, little by little.
However, just as he was about to break off one strand and prepare to break off another, the one he had broken off grabbed Chen Fei's collar again. To ease the awkwardness of the situation, Su Tong joked, "Brother-in-law, it seems this little guy has set his sights on you and is going to stick with you." Chen Fei laughed and said, "It seems your daughter has good taste.
She's known since she was little that she should keep an eye on handsome guys, huh?" As they were talking, Su Tong finally managed to break the little guy's finger off. Su Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The four treasures are the smallest, but also the most spiritual. I just got off the bus today, and all the other babies were doing well in their strollers.
Sibao suddenly started whimpering, waving her little hands in the air, wanting a hug.
She had just picked up Sibao to comfort him when she saw Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan getting out of the car.
She didn't think much of it at the time. Now, seeing Sibao's behavior is giving this old mother a bit of a headache. Could it be that Sibao sensed Chen Fei was her father?
Su Tong was startled by her own thought. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again.
I think I was overthinking it. How could a child that young possibly know who their dad is? Even if the four treasures were highly intelligent, they couldn't possibly know that. Yes, that's it.
Su Tong stopped thinking about it and started chatting with Tang Qingyan and Chen Fei about horses. Both of them bought their own horses here. There are people specifically responsible for raising them here.
Chen Fei, I'll take you to see my horses later, 3 very beautiful maras. Tang Qingyan said with a hint of smugness. Okay, I'll take a look for you then. Chen Fei replied with a smile. Qingyan, Tong Tong, we've been waiting for you here for so long.
Suddenly, a beautiful voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure dressed in very revealing clothing appeared in Chen Fei's field of vision.
Tank top, shorts, pigtails, she's definitely a feisty little firecracker.
After she walked over, her gaze fell on Chen Fei, and she looked him up and down with curiosity.
You're Qingyan's husband?
He is indeed the most handsome man I have ever seen, but... At this point, the girl changed her tone, saying in a cute but fierce way, "If you dare to bully my sister Qingyan, watch out for my fists. I trained in Taekwondo, I have a black belt, so I'm asking you if you're scared."
Little Tang Tang, being led by Chen Fei, looked up at him and asked, "Daddy, are black belts really that powerful? Can they climb 50 meters high in just 2 minutes? Can they catch a 70-pound fish? Can they cure diseases? Don't let Tong Tong's young age fool you, this little one is quite cunning."
Such a naive remark made Tang Qingyan, who knew the truth, unable to help but laugh.
Only Lily, the girl who was unaware of the situation, looked completely bewildered and didn't understand what Tang Tang meant.
Tang Qingyan began by introducing, "Lily, this is my husband, Chen Fei, who is also the father of our children. Yesterday, Chen Fei climbed to the top of that 50-meter-high natural rock wall in the climbing area of Yuanquan Mountain Villa in less than 2 minutes. Also, Chen Fei caught something at the fishing platform at Yuanquan Villa yesterday." Before Tang Qingyan could finish her introduction, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and she excitedly hugged Chen Fei's arm, saying with starry eyes, "Idol.
You're Master Chen?"
"Oh my god, Master Chen, I apologize for what I just said. Although Qingyan is my sister, don't worry.
If you fight with Qingyan, I'll definitely be on your side." Tang Qingyan. Who was that best friend just now?
They changed their tune so quickly.
Is this just a superficial friendship?
Chapter 68. The horsemanship is just so, fine for casual play.
Master Chen? Where is Master Chen?
Suddenly, another fair-skinned and beautiful young woman emerged from around a corner, looking around with a blank expression.
Then their gaze fell upon Chen Fei. She saw Zhao Xiaoli clinging to Chen Fei's arm.
Immediately, she screamed "ah," and then sprinted over at top speed. He yanked Zhao Xiaoli out of Chen Fei's arms and scolded her sternly, "Zhao Xiaoli,
can't you watch your image?
How come you're throwing yourself at every handsome guy you see? Although I admit he's very handsome, the kind of handsome that's off the charts.
But he is Qingyan's husband, please control your feelings." Zhao Xiaoli, who was exposed, was not angry.
She just said quietly, I know he is Sister Qingyan's husband, and I also know that he is Master Chen who became famous at Yuanquan Villa yesterday.
The young woman was startled and looked at Chen Fei in disbelief. Then he swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, Master Chen, is that you?
Before Chen Fei could say anything, the pretty girl suddenly became even more excited than Zhao Xiaoli had been.
She stopped holding Chen Fei's arm and hugged him tightly instead.
Her legs were jumping up and down with excitement, and she kept praising Chen Fei, Master Chen, it's you.
They were right, you're so handsome. Absolutely stunning.
So handsome and so capable, you're leaving no chance for other men.
Ah.
I finally got to hug Master Chen in real life.
I don't have to fantasize about it anymore.
Chen Fei coughed, then politely placed his hands on the young woman's shoulders and said, I am a married man with children.
Please have some self-respect, miss.
While it's true that a beautiful young woman throwing herself at a man is a huge perk, it's also a great thing for a man.
But my wife and kids are right here with me.
After he suddenly pushed the little girl away, Coco immediately stretched out her arms to him, saying with a slightly aggrieved and jealous expression, Ah, Daddy, hug me. Chen Fei picked up the little one and kissed her on the cheek, saying affectionately, Okay, our Coco has the prettiest smile. Little Coco, who was jealous, was soothed and then smiled happily. Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei, Xiao Fei, let me introduce you. These two unreliable women are my best friends.
This is Zhao Xiaoli, and this is Yang Xiaomi. Lily, Nini, this is my husband Chen Fei.
I can pretend I didn't see what happened just now, but if you ever dare to hug my husband without my permission again, watch out for some torture. As she said this, Tang Qingyan gave the two women a knowing look.
Zhao Xiaoli and Yang Xiaomi instantly went from being fangirls back to normal.
Yang Xiaomi formally said to Chen Fei, you've passed. My performance just now was just to see if you would be tempted when faced with a beautiful woman who has a great figure and admires you, and throws herself into your arms. After all, we've never met you before, and our Qingyan is such a wonderful woman.
She suddenly got married to you in a flash.
As her best friends, we naturally have to pay attention and do our best to help her make the right choice.
Zhao Xiaoli nodded vigorously and said, yes.
That's it. Chen Fei smiled smugly, since you've tested me, then I'll test you too, to see if you're qualified to be my wife's best friend. The two women were instantly dumbfounded.
Is this how you play games?
Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Chen Fei laughed and said, just kidding.
Since you're Qingyan's acknowledged best friends, I naturally acknowledge you too, because I trust my Qingyan's judgment.
The two women never expected that Chen Fei had played them for a fool, and in a way that left them unable to even get angry. Finally, she could only pout and look at Tang Qingyan, sobbing softly, Qingyan, look, your man is bullying us, and you don't even care?
Wah! Get out of here, you whiny bastard. Tang Qingyan slapped them in an annoyed manner.
Once everyone had gotten to know each other, they headed together to their first destination, the horse riding area. However, unexpectedly, they ran into someone Tang Qingyan knew in the riding area. Tang Qingyan, Su Tong, Zhao Xiaoli, Yang Xiaomi.
What a coincidence to run into you here. And who is this gentleman?
A man saw Chen Fei in his group and walked over with a smile, finally fixing his gaze on Chen Fei. Tang Qingyan frowned slightly but did not reply.
Zhao Xiaoli replied, this is Chen Fei, Qingyan's husband. Wei Yi, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. After saying that, Zhao Xiaoli introduced to Chen Fei, this is Qingyan's college classmate, Wei Yi.
Wei Yi said with a smile, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I just arrived in Jiangcheng and was just about to visit you guys. I didn't expect to run into you here.
Oh right, Gangzi and Dapeng are here too.
They've gone to the stables to choose horses.
Gangzi just acquired a unicorn company and is very happy. He's planning to buy a new horse today.
After explaining, Wei Yi looked at Chen Fei and said to him with great politeness, Brother Chen is truly a man of great talent.
No wonder you were able to marry the most beautiful girl in our school. I admire you greatly.
Upon hearing the man in front of him named Wei Yi, Chen Fei knew what this whole charade was all about. Last night, when the Wei family called his father-in-law, they mentioned that they wanted Wei Yi to marry Tang Qingyan. After being reprimanded by his father-in-law, the Wei family seemed unwilling to accept it, so they specially sent Wei Yi to Jiangcheng and arranged a chance encounter there. The purpose was probably to test him.
And to intimidate him. Once you understand this meaning, things will be much easier. That's because my wife has good taste.
Chen Fei said in a lukewarm tone. Wei Yi glanced at him slightly, then laughed heartily, Brother Chen is very confident, but then again, a man should be confident.
I wonder how good your horsemanship is, Brother Chun? Would you be interested in trying it out? Tang Qingyan's expression changed.
Just as he was about to speak, Chen Fei spoke first with a smile. His horsemanship is just so-so, but he can play around with it.
Good heavens, it's trying to run right into the muzzle of my fully loaded musket. Then I'll reluctantly grant your wish. Wei Yi didn't expect Chen Fei to be so arrogant. It made him laugh. Chen Fei's family has already checked his information. He's just an ordinary college student from a rural area. However, he also knew about the sensational event that happened at Yuanquan Villa yesterday, and knew that the amazing person was Chen Fei. Chen Fei's fishing skills were excellent, and he was also very good at rock climbing. He was quite skilled. However, Chen Fei's background is really too bad. Moreover, it's not surprising that the man chosen by Tang Qingyan must have some skills. But now it's not fishing or rock climbing, it's horseback riding. This is an aristocratic sport. Someone from a family like Chen Fei's would never play such a game. At most, I've only ridden a few messy, dirty horses in the countryside. Moreover, he didn't believe that one person could reach the pinnacle in 3 fields at the same time, breaking the record. Of course, there are also people like this, who are called the Supreme Youth. However, he was certain that such a supreme being could only come from a large family, not from a rural area like Chen Fei. Chapter 69. A good for nothing who lives off a woman, Baba Iron Fool. Young Master Wei, it's just a simple horsemanship competition. This is so boring. We should add some prizes to make it more exciting. Just then, a man led a brown horse out of the stable and walked towards them, speaking loudly. Wei Yi smiled and looked at Chen Fei, saying, "Then it depends on what Brother Chen thinks." Add it. Chen Fei said nonchalantly, "Anyway, my wife is rich. Since someone has come to deliver money to him, and it's even the enemy's money, he has no reason not to accept it." Upon hearing this, everyone except Tang Qingyan and Su Tong was stunned, especially the men, who never expected Chen Fei to say such a thing at this moment. Wei Yi even felt that Chen Fei was humiliating Tang Qingyan. Because what this sentence means is that Chen Fei is a gigolo, isn't it? Would Tang Qingyan, a formidable businesswoman, marry a good-for-nothing who lives off a man? He just doesn't believe it. Before he could even speak, Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei, "Honey, go all out and have fun. Don't worry about the money, I'll cover it all." Su Tong immediately covered her face in perfect cooperation and said, "Oh dear, Sister Qingyan and her husband are showing off their love again. I'm already stuffed at home, and now that we're outside, they're going to keep eating. I'm really going to burst." "Me too." Zhao Xiaoli raised her little hand and said. Yang Xiaomi urged, all right, Qingyan, stop showing off your love with your husband in front of us. We know you two are as sweet as honey right now, but if you keep feeding us dog food, we might steal your husband away." Yes. Zhao Xiaoli echoed this with great sorrow. This coordinated attack caused Wei Yi and Gangxi's expressions to change drastically. Didn't they say Tang Qingyan and Chen Fei had a whirlwind marriage? Didn't they say there were no feelings between them? Judging from their appearance, they not only don't lack feelings for each other, but on the contrary, they seem to have a very good relationship. Wei Yi felt a little uncomfortable, but on the surface, he quickly returned to normal and said to Chen Fei frankly, "Brother Chen, there are 3 types of equestrian competitions: dressage, show jumping, and eventing. All 3 are included in the Olympic Games. The triathlon takes 3 days, so we won't choose that one. For the dressage competition, Brother Chen, this must be your first time at the Royal Horse Ranch. Since you didn't bring your own horse, we won't compete in that. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you." As soon as Wei Yi finished speaking, Chen Fei casually said, "Isn't it just a competition? Why do we have to choose our own horses? I'll just pick any horse. Let's have a dressage and show jumping competition." Wei Yi and Gangxi exchanged a glance, both seeing contempt for Chen Fei in each other's eyes. Chen Fei's words confirmed to them once again that he knew absolutely nothing about equestrianism. She's a complete newbie. Dumbass. Dressage requires riders and horses to work together to perform a series of carefully designed, elegant dance moves. Therefore, dressage is also known as a ballet performance for horses. The performances were excellent, and particularly pleasing to the eye. But it takes 10 years of practice off stage to achieve 1 minute on stage. For a horse to perform dressage well, it requires at least 2 to 3 years of training and coordination between the rider and the horse. And you have to keep making the horse patiently repeat those few well-designed elegant dance steps in a monotonous way. But Chen Fei, such a simpleton, actually said he would just pick any horse and come to the race. Ha, it's so childish and cute. The weaker the opponent, the happier Wei Yi is.
He could already picture Chen Fei's teasing antics during the dressage competition later on, and the stark contrast between his own elegant dance moves and the scene before him. He immediately agreed, alright. Since Brother Chen says we'll compete in these two areas, then let's compete in these two areas. Although he wasn't from Jiangchang, he went to university there, so he also kept his own horses at the Imperial Horse Ranch. Wei Yi went to the stables to fetch his horse, and Gangzi went with him. On the way, Gangzi asked, Brother Yi, who exactly is this Chen Fei? How did Tang Qingyan end up marrying him? This news is so damn sudden. If you hadn't told me today, and I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was true. I thought Tang Qingyan would never get married in her life. Tang Qingyan, a woman of exceptional talent, not only owns 100% of the Shangtang Group, but is also the daughter of the Tang family, one of the 3 most prestigious families in China.
There are far too many men who want to marry this woman. Gangzi had thought about it too. Chen Fei is just an ordinary college student from the countryside, nothing special. Didn't you hear what happened just now? He bet against me on horse racing, and if he loses, Tang Qingyan will pay for it. Wei Yi said calmly. He's a gigolo? Gangzi didn't believe it was true. What else? Wei Yi shrugged. Gangzi still said, I don't believe Tang Qingyan has such poor taste that she would choose a good-for-nothing man who lives off her. Gangzi also comes from a prominent family. Although it is not one of the 3 supreme families, it is still a great family. Among young talents, he is comparable to Wei Hui. I think this guy is showing off. Although I have no proof. Gangzi said. Wei Yi did not reply. Because this isn't a feeling at all, it's just Chen Fei showing off in a different way. An even more arrogant and pretentious guy than him. On Chen Fei's side, Tang Qingyan took Chen Fei to select horses. They went directly to her private horse breeding area here. Chen Fei, these 3 horses are the best Teak horses I have here, and also the best horses in the entire Royal Horse Ranch. Go and talk to them, see which one you are more affectionate with, and choose that one. Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei. Horses are amazing animals. The better the horse, such as the Teak, the more difficult it is to tame. Once successfully tamed, the horse will become your best friend. In ancient times, for generals in battle, their best friend was their warhorse. Chen Fei didn't choose one, but instead smiled at the children and said, Babies, which horse do you think is the most handsome and best matches your dad's temperament? All 3 horses are Mares, and they come in 3 colors, pure white, reddish brown, and pure black. Although the 10 babies are young, they already know that someone is going to have a competition with their dads again. They were eager to try, naturally wanting their own dads to win. They just didn't expect that their dad would let them choose the horses when he was selecting them. They don't understand horses. All 10 babies looked to Tang Qingyan for help. They didn't want their naivete and ignorance to lead them to choose the wrong horse, causing their father to lose the race. Tang Qingyan was slightly taken aback. However, she still chose to believe Chen Fei. Although Chen Fei's behavior is truly baffling. Chapter 70, Choosing Horses, Letting a 2-year-old toddler choose? Listen to your dad. At this moment, Tang Qingyan spoke to the babies. The 10 babies had no choice but to obediently huddle together, take small steps, and head towards the 3 fences. Then, with their big eyes wide open, they curiously looked at the horses inside. All 10 babies had extremely serious expressions on their faces. It's like they're doing something incredibly important, so important that it could affect the peace of the planet. Babeo pointed to the white horse in the fence with her little finger and whispered, What do you think of this one? Its pure white fur looks very beautiful, and it snorts so fiercely, it must be very powerful, right? Sherbao stroked his chin and said seriously, I think white horses are too effeminate, black horses are much more imposing. Tang Tang, the little cutie, mumbled and said, I think the white horse is very pretty. Daddy will look very handsome and cool riding it. I think that reddish-brown horse is very beautiful, and it suits Daddy's aristocratic temperament perfectly. Coco said in a low voice. The 9 babies all chimed in with their own thoughts. Erbo Xinxian didn't say anything, but silently took out his small phone from his pocket. Then the voice prompt asked how to choose a horse. The smartphone mechanically answered with the results found on Baidu. The sudden sound startled the 9 babies who were about to startle and immediately silenced them. They all turned to look at the source of the mechanical voice. I saw that it was sent from the second son's phone. They all crowded around. When judging a horse, you must first look at its head.
The best head is one that is tall and majestic, with a lean face and small ears, followed by. All 10 babies listened quietly, while intently observing the 3-headed horse and beginning to compare. Chen Fei watched as the children suddenly went from being completely confused and at a loss to finding a starting point, and the old father smiled with satisfaction. My second child is quite clever, he even knows to use his phone to search on Baidu to find out how to choose a horse.
He truly is my son.
When faced with the unknown, remain calm and proactively seek solutions. Seeing the children seriously choosing horses, Chen Fei said to Tang Qingyan, "Wife, have someone bring over some freshly squeezed juice. I'm a little thirsty, and the children will be thirsty soon too." After listening to the horse judging technique, they started chattering excitedly.
"I'll definitely get thirsty later." "Good."
Tang Qingyan nodded and made a call to have freshly squeezed juice delivered.
Then, she couldn't help but ask Chen Fei, "Aren't you worried? How are you going to let the children choose the horses?" Chen Fei said quite frankly, "What's there to worry about?
As for letting the children choose the horses, that's because I came to the horse farm today specifically to bring the children to play, so of course I want them to choose the horses and participate."
Tang Qingyan was instantly stunned. "This reason is way too off topic, isn't it? How about I help you choose? Actually, the main reason I let you choose is so that you can pick a horse that's more affectionate with you, so that it's easier for you to tame it," Tang Qingyan said. "Taming? No need. Horses are our friends. Besides, your husband is so handsome that these Maras will immediately cooperate with me when they see him."
Chen Fei rested his hands behind his head, leaning casually against the wall, smiling as he watched the children carefully selecting horses. When Wei Yi led the chosen horse over, he saw Chen Fei drinking juice and chatting and laughing with Tang Qingyan, showing no signs of nervousness about competing with him.
"Brother Chen, have you chosen your horse yet?" Although he was a little jealous of Chen Fei, Wei Yi didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he greeted Chen Fei with a smile. Chen Fei casually glanced at the horse Wei Yi had chosen. "Not bad, that's quite good. However, compared to me, they are still far behind." Chen Fei pointed to his 10 babies, "The children haven't been chosen yet, let's wait a while." This time, not only Wei Yi was shocked, but Gangzi and Da Peng, who came with Wei Yi, were also shocked by Chen Fei's method of selecting horses. "Horses aren't cars, so why should someone else choose one for you? Most importantly, Chen Fei even let a group of toddlers who were only 2 years old choose? What can they possibly choose?" They all turned to look at Tang Qingyan, who had an expression that said, "My husband is the boss in my family," and ignored the 3 of them. The 3 of them were force-fed a dose of PDA. Wei Yi suppressed his fierce temper and said, "Then I'd like to see what kind of horse these little guys will choose." He knew that the Deceps were Tang Qingyan's children. He hadn't looked closely before, but now that he was looking closely, he felt that some of the boys looked a lot like Chen Fei. After having this idea, he subtly compared it back and forth several times. The final conclusion was that those boys not only looked a lot like Chen Fei, they were practically identical. Could it be that 3 years ago? That man is Chen Fei? He was shocked. Then, upon reflection, he instantly understood why Tang Qingyan had suddenly decided to have a whirlwind marriage with Chen Fei. It seems it's all to give the children a complete family. The affectionate relationship that Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan put on is likely just for show and reality, they probably haven't even shared a room together. Otherwise, why did Tang Qingyan only marry Chen Fei now? Therefore, the answer is obvious. Tang Qingyan wanted to avoid a marriage alliance with the Wei family. So she married the father of her child. Once he understood this, the slightest bit of jealousy in Wei Yi's heart vanished instantly. Because he heard from his father that Tang Yannian, the head of the Tang family, was seriously ill and would likely die within the next few days. Therefore, even though Tang Qingyan chose to have a fake marriage with Chen Fei to avoid a marriage alliance with the Wei family. However, once Tang Yannian dies, the Tang family will definitely force Tang Qingyan to divorce Chen Fei and then approach the Wei family to ask for a marriage alliance. What he needs to do now is to make a good impression on Tang Qingyan. By contrasting Chen Fei, Tang Qingyan can see his excellence. Chapter 71. Could it be that Tang Qingyan really likes Chen Fei? "Daddy, we've chosen this reddish-brown horse, what do you think?" The eldest, Tang Tang, the little cutie, came to Chen Fei with the decision of the 10 babies and asked a little nervously. Chen Fei patted Tong Tong's little shoulder encouragingly and said affectionately, "Well done. This reddish-brown horse is definitely the perfect match for your dad. It will make your dad look incredibly cool."
Encouraged, Tang Tang and the 9 babies standing behind her all lost their previous anxiety after hearing Chen Fei's words, and immediately looked at Chen Fei with surprise and joy. A feeling of being recognized was planted in their hearts. Little Coco jumped 3 feet high excitedly and said, "I knew it. This reddish-brown horse is the perfect match for Daddy's handsomeness. Daddy is mighty. Daddy is awesome. Daddy will definitely win." The other little cuties also waved their little hands happily. The sons exchanged glances, each seeing a sense of relief in the other's eyes that they had made the right choice. Chen Fei stood up, picked up Tang Tang, and said with a hearty laugh, "Come on, Daddy will take you horseback riding." Tang Tang waved her little pink fists. "Wow, Daddy took me horseback riding, it was so awesome." Watching Chen Fei and the children showering each other with sweetness, Wei Yi felt a pang of jealousy, even a surge of envy returning to his heart. This adorable child is actually Chen Fei's child. And they were decaptors. Most importantly, the child looks at Chen Fei with such admiration that it's impossible to fake. "I'm so jealous." He was so jealous that he wanted to have a baby right away. However, Wei Yi managed to maintain a facade. He kindly reminded Chen Fei, "Brother Chen, don't forget the competition." Without turning his head, Chen Fei casually replied, "I haven't forgotten about the competition, but it's just secondary. My main purpose in coming to the horse farm is to play horseback riding with the children." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fei carried Tang Tang to the reddish-brown horse. 9 little babies followed behind, looking proud and arrogant, as if they were being highly valued. The scene was extremely eye-catching. The reddish-brown horse, which had been snorting and breathing heavily, immediately turned its tall head to look at Chen Fei as he approached. Chen Fei's lips moved slightly, and the horse's large eyes darted around in a human-like manner, as if listening to what Chen Fei was saying. Tang Tang asked curiously, "Daddy, what are you talking about? Why can't she understand anything?" "Daddy is greeting the horse." Chen Fei replied. "Wow, you can do that? Tang Tang wants to learn too." Tang Tang clapped her little hands excitedly. The other 9 babies also looked at Chen Fei with expressions of wonder. Could the horses possibly understand what they were saying? But they couldn't understand what Daddy said just now, so how could the horse understand? "Sure, no problem, Daddy will teach you." Chen Fei laughed and said, "Touch its head, greet it, and tell it everything you want to say." Although Tang Tang was being held in Chen Fei's arms, she was still a little scared looking at the horse that was snorting in front of her. But now Daddy wants her to touch the horse's head. And her younger siblings were all watching her. She mustered her courage and tentatively reached out a small hand to touch the horse's head. However, before she could even place her little hands on the horse's head, the horse suddenly turned its head, startling her. The little hands immediately withdrew. Seeing this, Chen Fei laughed and encouraged, "Go Tang Tang. The horse really likes you, it's just playing a game with you." The fear in Tang Tang's eyes just moments before immediately turned into joy. She thought the horse didn't like her touching it. "I didn't realize I was playing a game with her." They mustered their courage again and stretched out their little hands. As she reached out her little hand, the 9 babies held their breath and stared wide-eyed at this novel scene. This time, the little hands finally landed on the horse's fluffy mane, and the horse's head moved again. However, Tang Tang was not frightened. Instead, she gently stroked the horse's mane with her little hands, just like petting a puppy, with a little nervousness. The 9 little babies didn't dare to blink when they saw this. It's so novel. So exciting. The horse's head moved again, but Tang Tang seemed to sense it. The horse didn't seem to mind her stroking its mane, on the contrary, it seemed to like it. Although the horse didn't say anything, nor did it show any human-like smiles. However, Tang Tang instinctively sensed that the horse was in a good mood. Her face, which had been a little tense from nervousness, immediately broke into a happy smile. "Daddy, it's true. The horse really loves my bed. Look, I'm petting the horse, and it's very happy." Tang Tang exclaimed with delight, as if she had discovered a new continent. However, she didn't shout very loudly, because she was afraid of scaring the horse. Seeing this, the other 9 pups were eager to try and communicate with the horse as well. "Daddy, Daddy, I want to play with the horse too. I want to pet them too." Little Guagua stood on tiptoe, waving her little hands excitedly as she spoke. Because they are still small, they cannot touch the head of an adult horse without being held by an adult. Therefore, Chen Fei needs to hug me. Chen Fei laughed heartily and said, "No problem, come on." Immediately, Chen Fei bent down and hugged the 8 babies who rushed towards him. 4 in one hand. There are also 2 more, Lu Bao and Er Bao, that haven't been added yet. Because neither of them has called Chen Fei daddy yet, while Si Bao has. Plus, Si Bao looked envious when he saw Tang Tang playing with the horse. Forgetting about what he had promised his brothers, he sat on Chen Fei's right arm with Babao and Shi Bao. 5 girls sat in Chen Fei's left arm. The sight caused Wei Yi, Gangzi, and De Peng, 3 men standing not far away, to gasp in shock.
That's fucking amazing. 4 kids in 1 hand. 8 kids in 2 hands. That arm strength. It's huge. However, when Wei Yi thought about the record Chen Fei broke in the climbing area yesterday, he felt that it was really nothing for Chen Fei. After all, rock climbing is a great test of arm strength. It's really hard for someone who isn't strong enough to climb up. However, thinking about it is one thing, but seeing Chen Fei's arm strength with your own eyes is another. Because women really like strong and muscular men. He couldn't help but look at Tang Qingyan. Sure enough, Tang Qingyan was looking at Chen Fei with a gentle smile on her face. Her expression didn't seem like that of a fake couple. Wei Yi was shocked once again. Most importantly, in the 4 years he had been classmates with Tang Qingyan, he had never seen Tang Qingyan smile so gently. They're all aloof. A bizarre idea suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that Tang Qingyan's decision to have a whirlwind marriage with Chen Fei was because she truly fell in love with him? Chapter 72 Tong Tong, your baby looks just like Chen Fei. The 8 pups stroked the horse's mane contentedly, their faces beaming with excitement. Standing on the ground, Lu Bao looked at his brothers and sisters with envy. However, after glancing at his second brother, who had remained silent and showed no sign of envy, he fell silent again. He was thinking that if he were to run over to Chen Fei right now and ask him to hug him and stroke the horse's mane, the second child will cry, right? After all, he would be all alone. Thinking of this, Lu Bao had no choice but to suppress his desire to stroke the horse's fur and stay by Lao Er's side. He then whispered to his second brother, when we came in just now, I saw several ponies. When we let them play later, we can sneak over to those ponies and pet them. The second child, Xian, nodded his head almost imperceptibly. The two thought they were speaking very softly and that no one would hear them. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei had overheard it. Since only his 2 sons didn't come over, Chen Fei naturally paid extra attention. Chen Fei smiled when he heard Lu Bao say that he was going to go play with Xiaoma later. Lu Bao is quite clever. They have good observation skills. They even noticed the pony when they came in. Actually, he noticed it too, because he came to the horse farm today to accompany the children on horseback rides. The children are only 2.5 years old, of course, it's too dangerous for them to ride an adult horse alone. Therefore, he would let them ride ponies that were about 1 meter tall. They'll also choose a horse for them to be their friend and accompany them through their childhood. After putting down the 8 pups, Chen Fei led the horse out of the fence. The horse didn't make a fuss or neigh, it simply followed Chen Fei out. Tang Qingyan went over to greet him. Chen Fei, this horse is called Luiyue, nicknamed Yaya. It is 5 years old this year. Although it is not yet an adult, it is a very good horse. Chen Fei called out to the horse, little Yaya, and the horse immediately nuzzled against him with its head, looking very affectionate. This surprised Tang Qingyan slightly. Of her 3 horses, only little Yaya was not yet an adult, but she was the most difficult to tame and the most arrogant. She personally delivered this mare and raised her from infancy. When it was 1 year old, when we put it in a saddle and prepared it for riding, this little guy ran all over the horse farm and refused to submit. It took her more than 3 months of back and forth to finally win over the horse. No one else is allowed to ride it. Zhao Xiaoli and Yang Xiaomi tried it twice and almost got knocked over by Xiao Yuyu. Su Tong also tried, but was met with a rebuff. She never expected that Xiao Yuyu would not reject Chen Fei. Just now, when Chen Fei took the children to play with Xiao Yaya, she was quite worried that things would get awkward and wanted to call out, but Wei Yi and the others were there, so she couldn't embarrass Chen Fei. In the end, I could only hold back. Fortunately, the children got along well with Xiao Yuyu. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, it must be said that although little Yaya is arrogant, in terms of ability, whether it is dressage, show jumping, or eventing, she is the best among her 3 horses. When Su Tong, Zhao Xiaoli, and Yang Xiaomi saw the horse that Chen Fei let out at the racetrack, they were also shocked that their mouths could fit an egg. Zhao Xiaoli, oh my god. Chen Fei actually chose Xiao Yuyu. Yang Xiaomi, what shocked me the most was that Xiao Yuyu actually let Chen Fei lead her around very obediently. This must be the first time my brother-in-law has met Xiao Yuyu, right? Su Tong looked bewildered. Was her master really that amazing? Yang Xiaomi, I used to come and see it every day and feed it for 2 whole years before it let me walk on its leash, but it still wouldn't let me ride it. Then, Yang Xiaomi whispered to Zhao Xiaoli and Su Tong, do you think Xiao Yuyu knelt down because Chen Fei is too handsome?
Zhao Xiaoli nodded in agreement, that's exactly it.
You little pervert.
Su Tong suddenly held her breath and shouted, look.
My brother-in-law is going to ride Xiao Yuyu's horse. Little Yaya, you're letting Chen Fei ride this horse? I don't really believe it.
Although this horse looks very docile now, if anyone other than Qin Yan dares to ride it, it will immediately turn on its back and kick. Zhao Xiaoli said with great experience.
Yang Xiaomi nodded vigorously in agreement.
Both women had been treated this way before, and after being thoroughly humiliated, they felt they had no will to live. Su Tong picked up Sanbao from the stroller, who suddenly started whimpering and crying. Then, while holding Sanbao in her left arm, she waved Sanbao's little arm with her right hand and teased her, saying, Sanbao, Sanbao, look. Your uncle is going to ride a horse.
Don't cry anymore.
When you grow up, Sanbao will be as strong as your uncle and become a strong man.
So Sanbao, don't cry. Sanbao hiccuped and then obediently stopped crying.
I don't know if it was because she saw Chen Fei, or because her mother was holding Zhao Xiaoli and Yang Xiaomi and they came over. Having just watched Chen Fei, the two women immediately watched Sanbao, and suddenly felt a sense of fantasy.
Yang Xiaomi was quite patient and didn't ask. Zhao Xiaoli couldn't help it.
She blurted out, hey, Tong Tong, why do I feel like your Sanbao looks a lot like Chen Fei? Su Tong, completely oblivious to being caught out, said with a smile, yes, that's what my mom said when she saw Chen Fei too. Zhao Xiaoli wanted to ask more questions, but Yang Xiaomi suddenly pinched Zhao Xiaoli quietly. Zhao Xiaoli then realized her mistake and quickly stopped talking about this inappropriate topic. After all, Chen Fei is now Tang Qingyan's husband. Su Tong's child was conceived through artificial insemination abroad, so there's no way she could have any connection with Chen Fei.
Tang Qingyan was a little worried that when Chen Fei rode Xiao Yaya would embarrass him in public.
However, she didn't know how to say it, because Wei Yi and the others were following behind.
Chen Fei noticed the concern in Tang Qingyan's eyes.
He squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Then, he let go, pressed one hand on the horse's back, put one foot on the stirrup, and with a cool spin, he got up and mounted Xiao Yuyu's saddle. Every movement was performed with remarkable fluidity and grace.
So incredibly cool.
Most importantly, the horse that was being ridden did not lift its hooves or neigh, nor did it change its expression and frantically try to throw Chen Fei, its rider, off. It just snorted and moved its limbs a few times before settling down.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Zhao Xiaoli and Yang Xiaomi were completely dumbfounded. Su Tong had witnessed Chen Fei's prowess firsthand, and her performance was significantly better than that of Zhao Xiaoli and Yang Xiaomi.
After only a few seconds of shock, she immediately beamed with joy, excitedly waving Erbao's little arms and saying, Erbao, did you see that?
Your uncle is so amazing. Isn't your uncle's posture when mounting the horse super cool? Super brave? In the future, our Erbao will be as brave and invincible as your uncle, and become a real man, okay?
Erbao's little face immediately lit up with a smile, and he waved his little fists, excitedly making ee-ya noises.
Even its two little chubby legs were still kicking in the air. So incredibly cute.
Seeing this, Su Tong, the mother, couldn't help but give the little guy a big kiss.
So cute. She looks even cuter when she smiles. I really look forward to seeing what you'll look like when you grow up.
It was worth all the effort I put into getting those tadpoles. She initially wanted to have a baby with Chen Fei for two reasons. Firstly, her mother kept nagging her to find a boyfriend or set her up on blind dates, and secondly, she found Tang Qingyan's decepts too adorable.
She's so cute, she wants to have a baby. Then, she actually went and had a baby.
Chapter 73, I thought he was a bronze-level player, but he turned out to be a king.
On Chen Fei's side, Tang Qingyan was also shocked. To her utter surprise, Xiao Yuyu offered no resistance whatsoever and allowed Chen Fei to ride on her.
Although she was shocked, she was also relieved. Wei Yi felt a little jealous of the way Chen Fei had mounted the horse earlier.
He thought Chen Fei was deliberately showing off in front of his wife and children. On the surface, he kindly reminded him, Brother Chen, aren't you wearing protective gear? Because at this time, Wei Yi was fully armed.
He wore a black riding hat, black riding boots, and black riding protective clothing. He was armed from head to toe.
A truly elegant knight.
Moreover, being armed made him look even more handsome and gave him an aristocratic air.
Without wearing these expensive protective suits, one would lose much of their aristocratic air.
So he thought, even if Chen Fei was more handsome than him, Chen Fei, without protective gear, would definitely not be as eye-catching as him on horseback. However, he still kindly reminded Chen Fei to avoid others saying that he was bullying Chen Fei because he was a novice. Chen Fei replied with great magnanimity, "It's just riding a horse, why wear protective gear? Too much trouble. Shall we have a dressage competition first, or a show jumping competition?" Wei Yi paused for a moment. He hadn't expected that Chen Fei was deliberately not wearing it. Is Chen Fei really that confident? Don't let it get shaken off. Let's start with the obstacle course, Wei Yi said. Chen Fei raised his hand and pointed to the track that crossed land and a river, with various obstacles on it, and asked, "This is the track, right?" Wei Yi nodded. Why did he have this strange feeling that Chen Fei was leading him by the nose? Chen Fei is clearly a complete novice in horseback riding. He is the true master of equestrianism. He was just about to turn the tide when, unexpectedly, a cloud of dust rose up in front of him. A gust of wind swept by. Immediately afterward, before he could even see clearly, he heard gasps from the side and the screams of Tang Qingyin's 10 babies. "Wow! Daddy's so cool! Daddy's awesome! Daddy, let's go! Daddy's hurdling on horseback is so cool! Phone, I have to record this right away. I'm Daddy's most devoted fan." Little Tang Tang shouted loudly while hurriedly taking out her small phone from her pocket to record a video. Little Coco chased after him, waving her little hands as she ran across the green grass, shouting excitedly, "Ha! I said the reddish-brown horse best suits Daddy's aristocratic temperament, and it's just like this. Daddy is so cool, so dashing, so majestic." The other little ones also rushed out in unison. Although their small arms and legs couldn't outrun the big horse, it didn't dampen their excitement at all. A real man should be like this. Riding a horse across the world, the sky and the sea are vast, wow wow wow. I want to ride a horse too. I really want to ride a horse as coolly as Daddy. We're Daddy's sons, so we definitely inherited Daddy's horse riding genes. Therefore, when we ride horses later, we'll be just as cool. Chen Fei was truly unmatched. His hurdling movements were so fluid, it was as if he and Xiao Yeye, the horse, had become one. So incredibly cool. Whether on the green grass or in the river, they galloped on horseback, and obstacles were no problem at all for him and Xiao Yuyu with their cooperation. He easily jumped over it. If you take a picture at this moment, every frame can be used as a computer background. Because no matter what angle you take the picture from, it's absolutely perfect. Wei Yi was completely dumbfounded. Gangzi and Da Pang were so shocked that their mouths could fit a duck egg. Brother Yi, am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? How come I see Chen Fei riding the horse so fast? His coordination with the horse is seamless. It's like the horse's 4 legs are Chen Fei's own? Gangzi asked in utter shock. Da Pang exclaimed in shock, "Brother Yi, didn't you say Chen Fei was from the countryside and couldn't ride a horse? He can't ride a horse at all?" That equestrian performance was absolutely amazing. They are much stronger than professional equestrian athletes. Damn, I'm really shocked this time. I thought the other person was a bronze player, but I never expected them to be a king. How can we compete like this? In the obstacle course, they were completely outmatched. Even if all 3 of them attacked together, it wouldn't work. Wei Ye's face turned purple and blue. How could he say that he had no idea what kind of cheat Chen Fei had used? This is clearly an aristocratic sport, and Chen Fei is just an ordinary college student from the countryside. Let alone buying at AKLT course, even buying an ordinary horse would cost tens of thousands of yuan. Why would rural people be willing to spend that money on their children's toys? Strange things happen every year, but today is the strangest. Any abnormality must indicate something sinister. Wei Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He ignored Gangzi and Da Pang and walked to the side with a dark face. Then I made a video call and asked my dad if there was anything wrong with the information he gave me. They also said that Chen Fei's behavior was nothing like that of an ordinary college student from a rural area. He was clearly a young man from a wealthy family. In fact, he's no less than the supreme young master of the Wei family. Hearing his son Wei Yi speak so highly of Chen Fei, Wei Xiaodong frowned. Are you sure he's that outstanding? Look for yourself. He's riding Tang Qingyin's horse and hurdling right now. Wei Yi immediately switched the phone's camera to the rear camera. Wei Xiaodong, on the other end of the phone, was also stunned when he saw Chen Fei's outstanding demeanor and heroic bearing.
With his keen eye, he could tell at a glance that Chen Fei could not possibly come from an ordinary rural family. He immediately asked Wei Yi in a very serious tone, "You didn't have a conflict with Chen Fei, did you?" "No." Before he had figured out Chen Fei's background, he did a great job of putting on a good show. There was no conflict between him and Chen Fei. He never looked down on Chen Fei in front of him. At most, he competed against Chen Fei, with a prize added. "That's good. Let's hold our position and go ask your grandfather first." After quickly recalling a few things, Wei Xiaodong instinctively felt that something big was about to happen. Wei Xiaodong immediately hung up the phone. He hurriedly went to the study to find his father, Wei Buochuan. "Dad, something terrible has happened. A huge tragedy has occurred. Dad, please find someone to investigate quickly. Did Tang Yannian have an accident, or has his illness been completely cured? The Tang family's new son-in-law is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. We underestimated him because we only looked at the information we had collected. Wei Yi met with him today and found that he is really extraordinary. I also saw him in person through video. In my opinion, he is no ordinary person. His heroic figure and the noble aura he exudes are, to put it bluntly, comparable to our Wei family's young prodigy." After hearing Wei Xiaodong's hurried words, Wei Buochuan did not reply immediately. There was no excitement whatsoever. There wasn't even a flicker of emotion in his eyes. This really worried Wei Xiaodong. "Dad, why aren't you reacting at all?" Wei Buochuan took several puffs of his cigarette, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said in a hoarse voice, "What should my reaction be now? By the time I should have reacted, I had already reacted, okay?" Wei Xiaodong didn't understand. Wasn't what he said shocking enough? If the Tang family's new son-in-law is really capable, and if Tang Yannian didn't die but was instead completely cured, therefore, the Tang family will definitely no longer need to form a marriage alliance with the Wei family. They might even become hostile towards the Wei family because they think the Wei family is trying to take advantage of the situation. What happened 3 years ago? Tang Yannian would definitely not let his granddaughter suffer that loss for nothing. Although the plan from 3 years ago failed, it ended up benefiting an unknown kid. However, they did genuinely offend the Tang family. Although the Wei family was not truly involved, the mastermind was the Qin family. However, given Tang Yannian's vengeful nature, it's highly unlikely that the Wei family will escape unscathed. Wei Buochuan took another deep drag on his cigarette, then exhaled the smoke before speaking. "You guessed right, Tang Yannian's illness can be cured. Although it's not cured yet, it will be completely cured in a few days. And the person who treated Tang Yannian was none other than Dr. Zhou, but Chen Fei, the newly appointed son-in-law of the Tang family. The reason why Dr. Zhou acted so strangely last night, making us mistakenly believe that Tang Yannian was going to die, was because Dr. Zhou was shocked by Chen Fei and wanted to become Chen Fei's apprentice. As for why Dr. Zhou rushed to the Rare Cultural Relics Museum after returning from Tang Yannian's place, he did so specifically to collect the prescription that Chen Fei had written for Tang Yannian. He sent someone to investigate these matters today, and they found out the truth. Last night, Dr. Zhou's behavior was completely different from what he had done in the past few decades. It was downright revolutionary. It was obvious that something major had happened. In addition, there was the status and position of Dr. Zhou. It wasn't hard for them to guess that Tang Yannian was probably going to die. But to their utter surprise, they were completely off the mark from the truth. After hearing Wei Buochuan's words, Wei Xiaodong was completely dumbfounded. I slumped weakly into the chair. Wei Yi received a call from Wei Buochuan. After hearing what Wei Buochuan said, his expression changed drastically. Looking again at Chen Fei, the boy who had ridden his horse across the entire track and landed gracefully, and was now surrounded by a group of children, he was dumbfounded. Chen Fei is also known as a miracle doctor. Even the renowned physician Zhou, famous throughout the great wilderness, was in a hurry to become Chen Fei's apprentice. Moreover, Chen Fei is a fishing master, a rock climbing god, and now his horsemanship is also amazing. That's practically cheating. That's terrifying. Without saying another word, he turned and left in a dejected manner, as if a hungry wolf was chasing him. Of course, before leaving, he transferred 10 million to Tang Xingyan. This is the prize for his match against Chen Fei today. Whoever loses has to give the other 10 million. This is also the rule of horse racing in their circle. Even though he's gone, the rules remain. He still has to pay the money. Otherwise, you'll really lose both face and substance. Chapter 74, Taking Lu Bao on a horseback ride, envying all the other children. Daddy, I want to ride a horse, I want to ride a horse.
Tang Tang clung to Chen Fei's leg and wouldn't let go, stomping her feet and acting coquettishly in front of him.
Because my dad looks so cool riding a horse. She wants to be just like her dad. Me too, I want to ride a horse. The little cuties all shouted in unison. The boys didn't shout, but their eyes were fixed on Chen Fei leading the horse, Xiao Yaya. Lu Bao was bold. He stood on his tiptoes and reached out to touch the horse's neck. Feeling the horse's breathing, he was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his little hand. However, remembering Chen Fei's heroic figure on horseback just now, he mustered up his courage and stretched out his little hand again, then gently patted the horse's neck with his little hand. The horse shook its head and shook off his little hand. However, it didn't shake off very forcefully, because the horse seemed to be in a good mood. The horse's hooves trotted around on the ground. It was still in a state of excitement. Lu Bao was startled and even took 2 steps back. But there was no fear in his eyes, nor did he cry. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement, and even a sense of satisfaction from having stolen something. The second child grabbed him with one small hand, helping him to steady himself. The 2 brothers looked at each other, neither of them speaking, but they both saw what the other was thinking in their eyes. They wanted to find the pony right away and ride it. Then the 2 brothers looked away, just as they were about to see if everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fei and they hadn't noticed the 2 of them. Who would have thought that as soon as she looked up, her eyes met those of her father, Chen Fei? Forehead. There's a feeling of guilt, like being caught red-handed as a thief. The second child remained relatively calm, but after a slight twitch between his brows, he quickly looked away, then silently lowered his head, pretending to kick the pebbles at his feet, without saying a word. Lu Bao was genuinely startled. He lost his balance, stumbled backward, and fell to the ground with a thud. His gaze was blank and startled. Chen Fei walked over, bent down, patted his little head, and asked with a smile, "Want to ride a horse?" Lu Bao's brain froze. It couldn't function or think anymore. He just nodded reflexively, staring blankly at Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled and picked Lu Bao up from the ground with one arm, saying, "If you want to ride a horse, Daddy will take you for a ride. Are you scared?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Fei carried Lu Bao onto Xiao Yaya's horse. Little Yaya tilted her head back, raised her front hooves, and neighed, "Huir, huir." Lu Bao's little face turned deathly pale with fright. Completely bewildered, her little hands flailed wildly in the air, trying to grab onto something to prevent herself from falling. Suddenly, a warm embrace and a pair of strong arms shielded him from behind. It was like a blast-proof fortress that suddenly appeared in the midst of a storm. Instantly, I felt safe. "How are you feeling?" Chen Fei's low laughter rang out behind Lu Bao. Lu Bao was so shocked that he didn't reply. Because this was his first time riding a horse. Moreover, it was a tall and powerful horse. Although he realized that Chen Fei had carried him up and was protecting him from behind, he was still a little scared. Because it's an unknown experience. And it's on horseback, with no foothold, which makes me feel very unsafe. "Very good." Lu Bao, with a pale little face, replied in a pretentious manner. Even though he was a little scared, Lu Bao didn't say he was scared, because a group of younger brothers and sisters below were looking up at him with envy. He even complained about not being taken on horseback by his dad. "Ah, Daddy, I'm your most beloved baby. How could you take 6th brother up here and not me? Why, I'm so sad, so sad." Coco, the cutie, is the first one to be unhappy. She was clearly the first kid to cling to Chen Fei's leg. Why did Chen Fei's father choose Lu Bao instead of her when taking the kids on horseback? Wa'ada. I've fallen out of favor. I'm not happy. I'm not in a good mood. Chen Fei laughed and said, "Kids, don't worry, Daddy will take you horseback riding one by one later." "Just don't cry then, haha." The other children, except for the second oldest, would probably be terrified and start crying if he were to take them on horseback in such a rough manner. That's why he chose his son Lu Bao, who was particularly brave, when he first took his child on horseback. Let Lu Bao, our son, be the experience officer for our beloved daughters. Yes, daughters are meant to be pampered. Sons are for training. No problem. The 4 daughters, who were about to cry, were comforted by their father, Chen Fei, and stopped crying. However, they still looked enviously at the 6th child who was suddenly showered with love. This was the first time I had ever ridden a horse with my dad. This is so memorable. Although they also saw that Lu Bao, who was incredibly brave and dared to catch the fierce crayfish with his bare hands, was so frightened that his face turned pale. However, they still wished that at this moment, it was they who were the ones being led onto horseback by their own dads.
The other 5 sons could only look on with envy. Even the second child was now envious of Lu Bao. However, his expression was not very obvious, you could hardly tell. All you could see was a cool-looking young boy's face. Seeing that the children had stopped making a fuss, Chen Fei didn't immediately make Xiao Yu run around. Instead, he had her walk around in place to warm up. Let Lu Bao experience the bumpy ride on horseback. Have you adapted yet? Chen Fei asked with a low laugh. Although he hasn't gotten used to it yet, doesn't Lu Bao have any pride? Of course, we'll say we've adapted. Even if you let him sit on that thing for another hour, he probably still wouldn't get used to it. What a novel experience. I've never played this before. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Alright, as expected of my son, you've got guts. Let's begin. Before Lu Bao could even process what those words meant, he suddenly heard the wind whistling past his ears. The surrounding scenery was rapidly receding. An obstacle appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he saw the sky, felt dizzy and disoriented, and felt as if he was about to be thrown off. No matter how bold he was, how calm he was, or how much he wanted to show off, all of that crumbled instantly at that moment. Wa'ada! Lu Bao immediately started crying and screaming at the top of his lungs. He was so shocked that he was completely dumbfounded, having just been envying his daughter and sons. Tang Tang, oh my god, Lu Bao is crying from fright. Guagui, watching daddy ride a horse and jump over hurdles looked so cool. I imagined it would be cool too. But when my 6th brother was lifted up, he was so scared that he cried at the very first hurdle. Babeo, oh my god, Lu Bao is so brave, he was scared to tears. Luckily, I wasn't the first one daddy picked up, otherwise I would definitely be the one crying now. Shirbao patted the little bear's mouth and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, it's still better to cling to someone's coattails. Look, Lu Bao hasn't even called daddy yet, and daddy is already using him as a teaching tool for us. I feel sorry for Lu Bao for a second. Chapter 75, 110 million, bought gifts for the kids. When crossing the second obstacle, Lu Bao screamed again, and before the horse even began to cross, he started crying at the top of his lungs. Because he knew how insecure and frightening the experience that was about to begin would be. So he was so scared that he burst into tears. Chen Fei didn't stop the horse. He said to Lu Bao, Nian Nian, be good, close your eyes and listen to daddy. You won't fall off. Our 6th child is the bravest. In the future, you will ride horses across the battlefield and become the strongest warrior. This is just a small difficulty. Daddy believes you can definitely overcome it. Chen Fei said encouragingly in a soft voice. Hearing Chen Fei's gentle comfort, Lu Bao's crying didn't stop, but he obediently closed his tear-filled eyes tightly. When I closed my eyes, the dizzying feeling finally subsided a lot. It's not as scary as it used to be. The horse successfully jumped over the second obstacle. It landed steadily. Chen Fei chuckled softly and said, you can open your eyes now. Lu Bao obediently opened his eyes, feeling the horse galloping quickly across the grass. This feeling is different. Sitting on the horse felt really stable. It won't fall. His crying gradually stopped. Next, the third obstacle. This time, as the horse was about to reach the third obstacle, Lu Bao closed his eyes in advance. This time, he didn't scream or cry, but his little hand still couldn't help but tightly grip Chen Fei's pants. Lu Bao, calm down, focus and feel the sensation when the horse lands. Feel it properly. Chen Fei whispered in Lu Bao's ear. Lu Bao listened attentively. Once you close your eyes and calm down, the feeling is completely different. What they felt was no longer fear, apprehension, or panic about the unknown, but rather a sense of control, like when the horse landed. After trying the hurdles twice more, Lu Bao finally understood the feeling. Moreover, they knew exactly when the horse would land. When it came time to jump over the hurdle again, Lu Bao suddenly opened his eyes halfway through, watching as the horse leaped over and landed. Then it's time to drive. That feeling was amazing. So cool. That's so cool. His face was no longer so pale, and the tears that had been on his face were now dried by the howling wind, and his complexion began to look rosy. He even grinned. Seeing his son smile, Chen Fei continued encouragingly, for the next hurdle, should you open your eyes or keep them closed? Let your son make his own choice. Try opening your eyes. As expected of Chen Fei's son, he's really bold. Good. Chen Fei smiled. At the next hurdle, Lu Bao mustered her courage and gripped Chen Fei's pants tightly with her little hands.
I'm very nervous.
When the horse leaped up, he almost felt dizzy, but he forced himself to calm down, opened his eyes wide, tensed his small body, and roared, "I'm not afraid."
I'm not afraid.
Although fear was still reflected in her pupils, Lu Bao did not choose to escape by closing her eyes.
He kept his eyes open until the horse landed.
Actually, when a horse jumps over a hurdle, the time is very short, basically within a few seconds. However, for a toddler who is riding a horse for the first time, even those few seconds can feel like a long process.
Congratulations, son. You've taken a very important step towards success. Your future self will achieve limitless success. You are destined to be a brave and invincible general. Chen Fei laughed heartily and praised him. The feeling of personally raising my son is so damn proud. Lu Bao was overjoyed after being praised. Although he didn't reply, the happy little expression on his face after being praised was impossible to hide. I even couldn't help but mentally shout, "Thank you, Daddy."
Without his dad's encouragement in horseback riding, he definitely wouldn't have been able to overcome his fear of riding in such a short time. Because the horse had already run too far, the children could only see Chen Fei and the horse from a distance.
Lu Bao's facial expressions are no longer visible. However, when Chen Fei ran back with Lu Bao, all the children were genuinely envious. Tang Tang, Lu Bao is laughing so happily. This guy isn't afraid of riding horses anymore. I'm so envious. Guogwei, I'm still a little scared. Maybe I should just watch you guys ride horses.
Sweetie, I want to ride a horse, giddy up.
So cool, woof woof woof. Coco, I want to ride a horse too, just this one, ho ho ho. Coco is quite bold and has a big heart, ha. The boys were practically green with envy as they looked at Lu Bao. Babeo was the first to run over, shouting, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to ride a horse too." Sherbao chimed in, "Me too, me too." Tang Qingyan also came over and smiled as she took Lu Bao from Chen Fei's arms. Lu Bao's legs were still a little weak when he landed. However, it doesn't stop him from bragging to his brothers at all. Horse riding is so much fun. Babeo, Sherbao, you can do it too. The 6 brothers patted the shoulders of the 10 and 8 brothers affectionately. We definitely can. Sherbao and Babeo hummed and hawed, feeling that Lu Bao looked down on them. Lu Bao grinned mischievously, "Then when you're hurdling, you really have to remember to keep your eyes open at all times. The moment a horse hurdles is so exciting and so much fun. I just opened my eyes too, and the world spun around me. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before. It was so fresh and exciting." Babeo and Sherbao immediately memorized what Lu Bao had said. Although they call Lu Bao and Lu Gu, they were all born on the same day, just at different times, which is why they call Lu Bao and Lu Gu. Therefore, they did not feel that they were inferior to Lu Bao. So, if Lu Bao can open his eyes and enjoy the thrill when the horse jumps over the hurdle, they can too. Thick. Chen Fei laughed rather unkindly when he heard Lu Bao bragging. While wiping Chen Fei's sweat, Tang Qingyan spoke softly to him, "Wei Yi has already left, but before he left, he transferred 10 million to me and asked me to give it to you, saying that he lost the horse racing prize. He's quite self-aware." As Chen Fei drank his water, he said with a smile, "Let me think about what to do with this 10 million. As soon as he finished speaking, he called the children over and told them, "Kids, Daddy won 10 million in the horse race today. The reason Daddy was able to win this 10 million is because you all helped Daddy choose a good horse. So now Daddy has decided to take out 10 million to buy gifts for everyone. You can tell Mommy what gifts you want to buy." Chapter 76, Having 4 babies is enough, marriage is not an option. The children were taken aback when they heard this. Then, coming to their senses, they all started jumping and hopping on the spot. There's a sense of participation and accomplishment in the millions of Dad's earnings, which also reflects their hard work and dedication. That was awesome. Wow, Daddy won this game, and I played a part in it too. I'm so happy, I'm flying with joy. What gift should I buy? Let me think. Daddy, I want a little white horse, a really pretty one, with its mane tied into little braids with colorful rubber bands, the super cute kind. And Guogwa also wants a little white horse, a tiny one, not as big as Daddy's horse, just a really, really big one. She doesn't need to ride it. Because she is still afraid to ride a horse, the image of Lu Bao crying so loudly before left a deep impression on her. Although Lu Bao is now bragging that he is not afraid at all. But she still didn't dare to ride a horse. However, she also likes horses, so she wants a small horse, the kind she'd keep as a pet. The 10 dolls, like 10 cheerful little birds, chattered excitedly about the gifts they wanted. Chen Fei laughed heartily at this. Tang Qingyan took out her phone and wrote down the gifts that the 10 babies wanted one by one.
This scene made Su Tong, who was standing next to her, extremely envious. Even a scene she had never imagined flashed into her mind.
That is, if Chen Fei also spoiled her 4 babies like this, wouldn't her 4 babies be overjoyed?
The moment the thought crossed her mind, she immediately shook her head in fright.
Stop. Stop. You absolutely must not think like that. I'm so envious of Qingyan.
Seeing her makes me want to find a stay-at-home dad to be my husband and then have a bunch of kids.
Zhao Xiaoli said with an envious look. Yang Xiaomi also commented, what an adorable baby. Qingyan's husband is so domineering and handsome, and he's really good at raising children.
Just now, Qingyan's son was crying so hard when the horse jumped over the hurdle, but when he came back, he was all smiles.
I don't know how Chen Fei raised him. His parenting style is amazing.
That's right, she's only 2.5 years old, and she can ride horses and jump hurdles with adults without being afraid.
When I was 2.5, I was still playing in the sand, wasn't I?
Zhao Xiaoli said with deep emotion.
Zhao Xiaoli suddenly thought of something, looked at Su Tong, and then at the baby in Su Tong's arms, and said jokingly, Tong Tong, did you suddenly decide to have children abroad because you were envious of the Yin family's babies? So you had a whole litter? For babies in one pregnancy, we are so envious. You can do it too.
Su Tong replied with a smile.
Forget it, I definitely can't do it. I'd be lucky to have one, let alone quadruplets or decaplets. I don't even want to think about it.
The reason you and Qingyan can have multiple children is because of your family's genetics. Your mother and Qingyan's mother were twins.
We can only envy such good fortune.
Zhao Xiaoli said with a face full of envy. After saying that, Zhao Xiaoli suddenly remembered something and leaned close to Su Tong's ear, whispering, Tong Tong, let me interview you. Now that you see how awesome Qingyan's husband is, do you ever think about going back to find the father of your child?
Or maybe having a whirlwind marriage?
I've heard that whirlwind marriages are quite popular these days.
It's very sweet and pampering. Su Tong immediately replied, no.
I'd be happy with 4 babies in my life, I won't consider marriage. At this point, Su Tong smiled brightly again, it's not easy to find a dad like my brother-in-law.
You'd probably have to be one in a million.
So my babies are lucky to have an uncle like my brother-in-law to spoil them. After saying that, Su Tong carried her bow to Chen Fei and said with a sweet smile, brother-in-law, you looked so handsome just now.
Bao kept babbling to himself.
I think if he could talk, he would definitely shout uncle is so handsome or uncle, I want to ride a horse too.
As a man, of course I like to be complimented by beautiful women. Chen Fei was no exception.
Especially at this moment, the baby in the beautiful woman's arms not only looks like him. And at this moment, the little guy stretched out his chubby little arms to him, his fair and delicate face full of smiles, making people want to smile warmly and hug the little guy.
Really? Little one, you have quite the eye.
Come here, let your uncle hold you.
When you're a little older, your uncle will take you horseback riding. Chen Fei laughed and stretched out his arms.
Before Su Tong could put her bow down, her bow seemed to understand Chen Fei's words, giggling and stretching out his 2 chubby little arms, rushing towards Chen Fei. Seeing this, Chen Fei laughed heartily, picked up the little guy, and then lifted him up high with both hands.
Giggle. The little guy kept laughing.
The other children nearby all gathered around to look at the baby. Although they are only 2.5 years old, in their eyes, Aunt Tong Tong's baby is a baby.
They're the kind of babies who are incredibly cute and adorable.
My little brother is smiling so happily, Daddy, he really likes you.
Coco said excitedly. Not long after. The gift lists for the 10 babies have been released, and they are surprisingly consistent.
Everyone wants a horse, but their requirements for horses are all unique. The 3 daughters wanted a pony, and it had to be pure white. They also had specific requirements for the mane's appearance, since their own hair was already shoulder length and they liked to wear pretty braids. In their eyes, a horse's mane is just like a horse's hair. The horses were a gift from their dad, so they naturally treated these ponies as their best pet friends, and therefore thought about dressing them up beautifully. The sweet little cutie wanted her own pony's mane, so she braided it into little braids with colorful rubber bands. My little sister wants her pony's mane to glow like a firefly, so she won't be afraid of the dark at night. Sweetie wants her pony's mane dyed sky blue, just like the color of a unicorn's horn.
Little Guagua wants her pony's mane tied into a top knot.
Of the 5 daughters, only Coco wants a big horse, a reddish-brown color, the same breed as Yaya.
The 5 boys originally wanted a pony. But seeing that even a little girl like Coco was so proud, don't these boys have any pride? Therefore, everything must be from Malaysia. Chapter 77 indeed only knows a little bit, but unfortunately the opponent is too weak. Chen Fei looked at the gift list and smiled helplessly. Then, he affectionately patted the adorable heroine Coco and said, "You can have the big horse, but you can't use it for training yet. If you want to train it, you need a foal. But it's okay, Daddy will get you both a big horse and a little horse. Matching mother-daughter horse outfits. You can ride the little ponies now, and when you grow up, you can ride big horses." With 1.1 billion yuan in his bank account, Chen Fei must be extremely generous when it comes to his children. Although he didn't know how much these horses would cost, he wasn't short of money. Of course, we should provide the children with a complete set. I don't want my children to have any regrets when I buy them gifts for the first time. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, the 10 children immediately jumped up excitedly again. Wow, that's great. 2 horses. I have 2 horses, la la la. The boys secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are quite daring, it's still a little scary to train solo on a large horse. This fall was no joke. Fortunately, their father was very kind to them and gave them 2 horses, one big and one small, which made everyone happy. This matter will be handled by Tang Qingyan. They were at the horse farm, so Tang Qingyan notified the female general manager of the horse farm. Before long, the female general manager rushed over and fawned over Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan. Upon learning that Chen Fei and his group wanted to buy 20 BMWs, she was so excited that her face trembled with flattery. She immediately put on her high heels and led Chen Fei and his group to the top VIP horse selection room at the horse farm. The horses here are all top quality, purebred École horses. Both ponies and big horses are available. Upon entering, Chen Fei glanced around and nodded in approval. The horses here were indeed quite excellent. So he stopped interfering and simply gave the right to choose the horses to the 10 babies, letting them choose the horses they liked. Upon hearing this, the 10 babies immediately showered Chen Fei with compliments, then squeaked and ran off excitedly towards the École horse. The 5 boys, in particular, were shouting very loudly. The entire empty horse selection room echoed with their explosive excitement. Chen Fei smiled indulgently at this. Being a stay-at-home dad is great, so much fun. After choosing the horse, we went to choose the protective gear. Chen Fei saw the protective gear the children were using. Watching my daughters try on black riding hats, their fair skin looked round and cute against the black hats, exuding a natural aristocratic air. They were absolutely adorable. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fei said, "Each person should choose 3 sets of protective gear." The children were immediately even happier, because there were not only black protective gear, but also pink, sky blue, beige, white, and all sorts of other colors. 3 sets of protective gear were more than enough to satisfy them. Because some of the boys only like one color, like the second son Xian, who only wanted a black outfit. These protective gear items are all top of the line, the only difference is in the color. So the second child, Xian, only chose 1 set and didn't choose any more. Buying too many is a waste if you don't use them often. 1 set is enough. The girls, on the other hand, made their choices without restraint, each selecting 3 sets. It satisfied their desire for color. No more worrying about decision paralysis. In the afternoon, Chen Fei took the children to practice riding horses at the riding arena. They played until 6 p.m., when the riding arena was about to close. After agreeing to come to the horse farm every week to see and feed the horses, the children reluctantly went back with Chen Fei. On the way home, the children were much more excited than when they arrived. They were chattering away about what they had learned that day. Among the 10 children, quite a few have a talent for horseback riding. Chen Fei only taught them for 1 day today, and 3 boys and little Coco were able to ride a pony around without anyone helping them. The 3 boys are the second oldest, Xian the 6th oldest, Nian and the 8th oldest, Kai. The other children, although they are not yet able to ride independently, have excellent learning abilities. In particular, Chen Fei simplified the complex skills of horseback riding and taught them the most effective way to communicate with horses, which caused their learning efficiency to skyrocket. They learn much faster than other children. This shocked Tang Qingyan, who had been standing nearby. Tang Qingyan started learning to ride horses at the age of 5, but it still took her a month to learn to ride a horse alone around the arena. At that time, her children's coach praised her for her amazing learning speed. Compared to her own children, her learning speed is like a snail these days, isn't it?
However, she also understands that the main reason the children learn so quickly is because Chen Fei is a good teacher, and other factors are related to the intelligence genes that Chen Fei passed on to the children.
Ha ha ha.
In the passenger seat, Tang Qingyan gazed wistfully at the incredibly handsome man beside her.
Chen Fei, didn't you say before that you only knew a little bit of horseback riding? But today, it's not just a tiny fraction of a billion.
At the time, she was thinking that finally there was a project that would give her a chance to showcase her talents and surprise Chen Fei. But to everyone's surprise, she was the one who was taken aback in the end. It seems there's no way to escape this fate.
Wa'ada.
Chen Fei is such a wicked man, he actually lied to her,
deceiving her innocent little heart.
Awu. She even imagined all sorts of scenarios back then, but none of them came true. In the end, she was still shocked by Chen Fei's performance.
He was shocked that he could gain the approval of Xiao Yuyu, who was known as a shrew.
His equestrian skills were astonishing, and he defeated Wei Yi. I was amazed by the way he taught the children equestrian skills. It was simple and easy to understand, even better than the best equestrian instructors. While keeping a steady grip on the steering wheel with one hand, Chen Fei affectionately stroked his adorable wife's fur with his right hand and said with a smile, "I really don't know how to ride very well, but I didn't expect my opponent to be such a weakling."
Weakling. Tang Qingyan's brow trembled violently twice.
If even Wei Yi, the eldest son of the Wei family, can be called a weakling, then there are probably very few people in this world who understand equestrianism. But the thought of Wei Yi being so intimidated by Chen Fei's domineering aura that he slunk away before even stepping onto the field was too much to bear.
She grinned again. Wei Yi is indeed a weakling. Ha ha ha. Tang Qingyan burst out laughing. Chapter 78 Brother-in-law, can you give me some pointers on photography? Night. Chen Fei took his wife and children to the hotel to have dinner with his parents and gave them a task. It means letting his parents choose the house.
Although his young wife had transferred her house and assets to him.
However, he wouldn't let his parents live in Tang Qingyan's house.
He personally bought a set for his parents. This way, my parents can live here with peace of mind and comfort. Upon hearing about this task, Chen's mother pulled Chen Fei to the balcony and whispered, "Son, tell me the truth, did Qingyan pay for the house?"
That won't do. Your mom and dad are used to living in the countryside and they don't like living in big cities. There's no need for them to spend money on us.
Chen Fei had known his mother would say that, so he had a plan in place. He said, "Mom, don't worry, this money doesn't belong to your daughter-in-law. It's money your son earned himself.
As for how I earned it, don't ask.
It was earned through legitimate channels, so there won't be any problems. And then, if you want to live in the countryside, I won't stop you. However, in Jiangchun, as your son, I absolutely have to buy you a house."
Why?
Because now, money is just sitting in the bank, not earning any interest, and it can't even keep up with inflation.
Buying a house will change everything.
Not only can you live in the house, but the house will also appreciate in value. If you decide not to live in the house in the future, you can sell it and get cash. Besides, as you've seen, it takes quite a long time to get from our hometown to Jiangcheng by bus, more than 2 hours.
Don't you want to see your grandchildren every day?
If you and your dad move back to the countryside, then you'll only be able to see your adorable grandchildren through video calls. Anyway, you and dad can make the decision yourselves. Let me know when you've decided, and I'll have a salesperson take you to see apartments.
Make sure you choose one you like.
After discussing it, Mr. and Mrs. Chen decided to buy a house.
Because what my son said makes perfect sense.
Buying a house not only increases its value, but also provides a place to live.
You can choose to live in the countryside when you want, or in the city when you want.
To make it easier for them to take care of their grandson, they were given another task, to buy a car for them to use. His father had a driver's license and had driven a small truck at home. Because we needed to save money, our family never owned a car. When Mr. Chen heard that he wanted to buy a car, his eyes lit up, and he readily agreed, slapping his thigh. This earned Chen's mother a glare, and the two of them continued to make up stories for a long time. Chen's mother said that buying a car worth over 100,000 yuan would be fine, since it's just for transportation anyway. Mr. Chen wanted to buy an Audi worth 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, thinking it was a luxury car and would make him look good. The two of them talked nonsense for a long time, each with their own version of the truth. In the end, Chen Fei made the decision for them, buy a Porsche, and don't even look at other brands. He also set a budget of 2 to 3 million yuan for them. Only then was this matter truly resolved.
I got home in the evening.
After taking a shower, Chen Fei planned to go to the large library in the villa to read some books. As it turned out, they ran into Su Tong, who had come to read a book. As soon as Su Tong saw Chen Fei, she immediately ran over with a smile. Looking at Chen Fei with admiration, she called out in a soft voice, brother-in-law, I saw you teaching Tang Tang and the others to ride horses today, and you did a great job.
Now do you have time to give me some pointers on photography? I took a lot of photos at the horse farm today, do you want to come and take a look? And then give me some guidance on composition, framing, and other aspects? Chen Fei thought of how adorable the children were at the horse farm today.
He was busy teaching them to ride horses and didn't have time to take pictures.
Now I hear from Su Tong that photos were taken.
He happened to have nothing to do at the moment, so he nodded. Overjoyed, Su Tong adorably stomped her feet on the spot, clenched her little hands into pink fists, and turned around to bring over her Mac laptop in an incredibly cute way.
It was placed in front of Chen Fei.
Then she pulled up a chair and sat down right next to Chen Fei. Because the two of them were going to look at the computer together, Su Tong sat right next to Chen Fei. The fluffy little head would occasionally peek in front of Chen Fei, and a faint scent of shampoo would linger in his nostrils.
It smells good.
Su Tong pointed to a folder on the computer screen and said, brother-in-law, click on this. All the photos here are of you, Tang Tang, and Qingyan.
Chen Fei opened the folder. Sure enough, it was filled with photos. A quick glance.
He said all the photos he took were of him, the children, and Tang Qingyan. However, if you skim through the photos, you'll mostly see close-up shots of his handsome and dashing figure.
There are relatively few photos of the children and Tang Qingyan.
There are very few photos of him with the children and Tang Qingyan together, there are only 2. Upon seeing this, Chen Fei smiled knowingly.
What's this little girl up to?
Brother-in-law, take a look at this photo of you riding a horse and hurdling.
What do you think of my composition? I always feel like something's missing, it's not perfect. Is it because of the wrong shooting angle? Was the timing of the snapshot still not good?
Su Tong used her delicate little finger to tap on the screen to open the photo of Chen Fei riding a horse across an obstacle in the river, and asked softly with a furrowed brow. With his photography skills maxed out, Chen Fei immediately spotted the strengths and weaknesses of the photo. Su Tong's photography skills are indeed good, but compared to him, they are still quite far behind. But it was much better than any photos he had ever seen taken by other photographers. Actually, this close-up photo has captured his handsome and dashing appearance very well. However, the timing of the snapshot was a little too fast. When taking photos of sports, the timing of the shot is very important. Your weakness is that you focused all your attention on me, trying to capture me perfectly, but you neglected the overall effect.
For example, look at the horse, its eyes aren't fully open and don't have that bright, spirited look. And the composition.
Immediately, Chen Fei began to instruct Su Tong, pointing out the advantages and disadvantages of the photo.
After listening, Su Tong immediately understood.
Chen Fei reviewed each of the papers for Su Tong, who was quick-witted and understood immediately. When there were some parts that were difficult to understand, Su Tong would look completely bewildered and adorable. Then Chen Fei would break it down and explain it to her in detail, and Su Tong finally understood. After understanding, Su Tong was so excited that she couldn't help but hug Chen Fei's head and peck him on his handsome face.
Then I opened the photos again and asked Chen Fei for advice.
Completely excited, like a child who has just discovered a new world. This made Chen Fei smile helplessly. She's a mother now, and she's still so irresponsible.
After pointing out the photos Su Tong took today, it was already 10 p.m.
Su Tong copied all the photos onto a USB drive, handed it to Chen Fei, and said as they parted,
brother-in-law, thank you so much for tonight, even though you haven't accepted me as your apprentice yet. But I believe that one day I will win you over with my sincerity and my learning ability.
Bye-bye, good night, sweet dreams. When she finished saying that last sentence, Su Tong even blew a kiss to Chen Fei. She's incredibly impulsive and erratic. With such an open-minded sister-in-law, Chen Fei could only smile helplessly.
Chapter 79, he was just calling for his dad, it wasn't real. The next day, Tang Qingyan went to work, leaving the household chores in Chen Fei's care. Because they've been out playing these past 2 days, Chen Fei changed his approach to taking care of the child today. Enjoy playing with your children at home. Tang Qingyan specially built a dreamlike entertainment starry sky castle for the children in the villa.
The castle has a bookstore filled with pop-up picture books that children love, as well as world-renowned children's bestsellers and other trendy books. These picture books and other books are mostly illustrated, and the pictures help children understand the content of the books.
There is relatively little text content, and even when there is text, there is a touch button next to it.
By tapping this button, the picture book will read the text aloud in Mandarin, letting the little ones know what the text means.
Using these picture books for children's early education is indeed a great idea.
Although the 10 little cuties are only 2.5 years old, after playing wildly outside for 2 days, they were not unhappy when they arrived at the bookstore. Instead, they quickly ran to find the picture books they liked to read. Then they took the picture book to Chen Fei and told him that it was their favorite picture book. The 10 babies each have their own favorite picture book content. Chen Fei praised them one by one, and then they started running around the bookstore to continue looking at picture books and playing. Chen Fei found a comfortable banana-shaped soft chair and sat down. Looking at the fairy tale-like Starry Sky Dream bookstore, and the children who are seriously reading picture books in the bookstore, occasionally speaking Mandarin, and the children learning words and distinguishing the sounds of words by following the Mandarin of the picture books.
This scene is very pleasing to the eye.
Chen Fei felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but squint his eyes.
Not long after, Su Tong brought her quadruplets, adding more childlike fun and laughter to the bookstore.
The 4 little babies can't walk yet. However, with the help of an adult, she was able to stand up.
You can also stand up by holding onto the fence with the help of it.
Chen Fei had never taken care of such a young baby before, and felt like he had missed out on his own children's childhood before they were 2.5 years old.
So he was quite happy when he saw Su Tong's 8-month-old quadruplets arrive.
The 10 children were overjoyed to see their younger siblings arrive. After playing with their younger siblings for a while, they returned to their seats to read picture books and immerse themselves in the world of books. For little babies, 2 were rolling around on the floor sucking their fingers, while the bolder one was grabbing the bookshelf with its chubby little hands, trying to stand up little by little.
There are also 2 little babies crawling.
Only the little girl, Sibao, kept whimpering and crying after Su Tong picked her up. In the end, Chen Fei held her and stopped her crying. She was now lying in Chen Fei's arms, staring blankly at him and grinning foolishly. The little boy kept grabbing Chen Fei's clothes and playing with them. Seeing this made Chen Fei's heart melt. I couldn't resist poking her fair, tender face with my little finger. It was so bouncy and smooth.
Daddy!
The little guy suddenly spoke up. This startled Su Tong, who was helping Erbao practice standing. Looking up, she saw Sibao grinning foolishly at Chen Fei, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy."
This terrified Su Tong, but amused Chen Fei.
Su Tong put Erbao down and let him continue crawling and playing. Then he quickly sat down next to Chen Fei and looked at the 4 treasures that Chen Fei was holding in his arms.
She said with a hint of jealousy, "Sibao, you haven't even called me Mama yet, but you're already calling me Papa. Do you miss Papa that much?
You're breaking your mom's heart." Whether Sibao understood Su Tong's words or not, he became more and more excited as he called out Daddy. They were dancing with joy. This made Chen Fei laugh out loud, and he couldn't help but pick up Sibao and kiss her on the cheek. The 4 treasures giggled. "The little guy misses his dad,"
Chen Fei said. As if responding to Chen Fei, Sibao started giggling again in his baby voice, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Ha ha.
Seeing that Chen Fei wasn't angry, Su Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, Sibao really likes you. She probably calls you her daddy.
You don't mind, do you?
It's nothing, just shouting.
It's not real, right?" Therefore, Chen Fei didn't mind.
After all, seeing such an adorable little baby calling him daddy made Chen Fei, as a man, extremely proud. That shows how charming he is.
Other kids call him daddy, ha ha. Daddy, Daddy. Perhaps because he had just learned this instinctive word, Sibao kept shouting it and practicing.
The other 3 crawling toddlers were amused and curiously wiggled their little bottoms, turning their heads to look at Chen Fei. Then it was as if they had discovered a pleasant surprise. The 3 little babies slowly crawled around and towards Chen Fei. Then, after crawling to Chen Fei's legs, it started grabbing Chen Fei's trouser leg with its chubby little hands and trying its best to stand up.
Daddy, Mommy.
These 3 little babies have already started to say Mama, but they've never said Papa yet.
I don't know what Baba means.
However, when they hear their younger sister call Papa, the babies seem to have activated a certain word or some kind of instinct. They were very excited and eager to start learning the word Baba. When babies first learn to speak, their baby voices are so sweet, like little angels talking. Chen Fei wondered if his own children spoke this sweetly when they were 8 months old.
Papa, Papa.
This made Chen Fei laugh. After one baby finished calling out, another baby crawled over and called out as well.
Do they really consider him their dad?
He remembered his wife telling him that Su Tong's babies were all conceived and born through artificial insemination abroad.
In other words, although these babies have fathers, they cannot recognize their fathers.
He suddenly felt a pang of pity for the babies. I don't know how, but suddenly, he made a decision. He picked up a tiny baby who was clinging to his trouser leg and standing awkwardly. This was the baby who had just uttered the word BA twice.
Chen Fei laughed and said, "Since you like calling me daddy so much, should I adopt you as my goddaughters?"
Upon hearing this, Su Tong's heart began to race.
They even held their breath.
Then, she said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, if you become the baby's godfather, they'll be super happy."
Look, De Bao and Si Bao both love you so much. Daddy, daddy.
Whether Si Bao understood what Chen Fei and Su Tong said or not, he simply had a sudden burst of inspiration and wanted to shout those two words. In short, after she shouted those two words, the other baby girl also started shouting. Although it wasn't as fluent as Si Bao's, there was a pause of several seconds between the first and second BA sounds. However, it's also clear that these four little guys are in a very good mood right now. It seems they've fallen in love with the new word Baba and are calling it more and more enthusiastically.
Chen Fei grinned from ear to ear and laughed heartily, "Sure, no problem. My goddaughters."
As he spoke, Chen Fei gave the babies a big kiss on their fair and tender faces.
Ha ha ha.
Anyway, he's a stay-at-home dad. He can be the stay-at-home dad of his own 10 babies, and at the same time, he can be the godfather of 4 other babies that he likes at first sight.
It's no problem at all. Chapter 80. United in hatred against the enemy, we refuse to let the quadruplets call us godfather. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Su Tong was incredibly excited. She couldn't fall asleep last night.
Because in my mind, I keep recalling the happy scenes of Chen Fei playing with the Deceps at the horse farm during the day. She couldn't help but imagine Chen Fei playing with his quadruplets.
I couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I thought about it.
Later, I was too tired and couldn't resist the drowsiness, so I fell asleep. After falling asleep, I dreamt of Chen Fei happily playing with his quadruplets. He even dreamed that his quadruplets called Chen Fei daddy. She was so frightened that she suddenly woke up. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei is now willing to be the godfather of her quadruplets.
She feels incredibly happy.
Unable to resist, he hugged Chen Fei's face and kissed him.
"Thank you, brother-in-law.
Come on, kids, come and meet your godfather." Su Tong excitedly picked up the other 2 baby boys and placed them all at Chen Fei's feet. The 4 little babies all looked at Chen Fei.
"Dry rice cake, call it dry rice cake." Su Tong taught the children to call Chen Fei.
Apart from the 2 girls, they all called out the word Papa.
Both sons looked at Chen Fei with blank expressions, then at their mother.
"We should also add the word dry dot,"
Su Tong instructed.
But the 2 little girls who could say Papa seemed to have planned it together, and they grinned and called out Papa, Papa. They completely ignored Su Tong's use of the word do. Su Tong stuck out her tongue at Chen Fei helplessly. "Brother-in-law, I haven't taught them how to add the word gone yet."
"I'll teach them every day when we get back. They're so smart, they'll definitely learn it." Chen Fei didn't mind at all. Adding the word gone or not makes no difference to him.
10 babies immersed in the world of picture books. Finally hearing the noise, it came running over excitedly. I saw Aunt Tongtong's babies calling their dads Papa, and all 10 kids looked really unhappy.
Tang Tang was the first to raise her little hand in protest. "Daddy, don't you love Tang Tang anymore? Isn't Tang Tang your favorite baby?" There were already 9 siblings vying for Daddy's love.
Now, 4 more babies have arrived, calling their father Daddy and trying to steal his fatherly love.
No way. Absolutely not. Ah. Little Guagua pouted and looked at Chen Fei pitifully, saying, "Wah, Daddy, Daddy, aren't you enough of us cute daughters? You still have to be a daddy for other kids." "Wah, Guagua doesn't accept it.
Sweetie, the little cutie, chimed in, "Daddy, we've only had Daddy for 3 days, and now Daddy's going to be another kid's daddy." "Wah, Sweetie's heart is breaking, so breaking."
10 kids vying for their dad's love have made them want to fight each other.
Then 4 more babies came, and they were much smaller than the first ones. If they try to take the baby's dad away, the older sisters will definitely get scolded if the baby cries.
"Wah, no, no.
Don't let other babies call your dad daddy." "Babeo, the baby boy, said somewhat sullenly, Auntie Tong Tong, although we like you very much, we will not give our daddy to your baby."
Xiaobao nodded her little head vigorously and said, "That's right. There's only one daddy.
If Aunt Tongtong's baby wants a daddy, she should go find her own daddy. Anyway, she's not allowed to steal our daddy."
Sibao also spoke up, saying, "Aunt Tongtong, do our moms know what you're doing? It's really unfair of you."
Lu Ba was even more ruthless. "Aunt Tongtong, I think our house has too few rooms, you should go back to your place." Although the second brother, Xian, didn't say anything, his face was tense and cold, revealing a very strong sense of xenophobia. These 10 babies are all united in their hatred of the enemy and are unanimously xenophobic.
Yes, xenophobic. Chen Fei can only be their dad.
Even becoming a godfather to another child is not an option.
That would also diminish their fatherly love.
Even the second son, who hadn't yet called Chen Fei dad, stood firmly on the side of his brothers and sisters.
Because this is a matter of principle.
Su Tong's fair face turned bright red with embarrassment after being teased by her nephews and nieces. Chen Fei hadn't expected his own children to be so opposed to him becoming the godfather of Su Tong's quadruplets.
However, he didn't hesitate much. Because there's nothing to hesitate about. Of course, I'll stand on my own child's side.
So he said to Su Tong, "Tong, since the kids don't agree to me being your baby's godfather, then what we said before is no longer valid." After finishing speaking, Chen Fei apologized to his children, saying, "My little ones, Daddy wants to apologize to you because this is my first time being a dad, and I still have a lot to learn. I ignored your opinions just now, and it was my fault. Don't worry, Daddy won't be a godfather to any other baby unless you agree. You are Daddy's most beloved Hui. Your status is irreplaceable." The 10 babies were relieved after hearing Chen Fei's official statement. The 5 girls immediately burst into tears and rushed into Chen Fei's arms, clinging to him and demanding his embrace. Although his 5 sons didn't rush over, they stood on either side of Chen Fei like 5 Vajra warriors. This made Su Tong so embarrassed. The 4th baby among the 4 immediately burst into loud sobs, perhaps understanding the meaning behind Chen Fei's words.
He no longer wanted to be their godfather. Sibao cried very sadly. Influenced by the crying, the other baby girl also started to cry.
Su's mother happened to come to see Su Tong and the babies, but she didn't expect to hear her granddaughter crying, so she rushed in. They started comforting the children together with Su Tong.
"What happened?" Su's mother asked Su Tong in a low voice.
Su Tong's face paled, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips.
"It's nothing, the babies just want to cry. Mom, let's take the babies home first. She feels very upset right now. Real. I feel terrible. It's very uncomfortable. It's the kind of discomfort that's really unpleasant. Because her quadruplets are Chen Fei's own children. It's one thing to not let me call you daddy, but now I can't even call you dried papa?"
Seeing both daughters crying, their crying growing more and more heartbroken, as if they knew their father had abandoned them and disowned them.
Su Tong's heart ached terribly from crying. Chapter 81 Su Ma's advice: take the child and leave. "Why are you crying like that?"
"It must be peeing, time to change the diaper." "I'm an experienced mother," Su said. Then she and Su Tong called the nanny over, greeted Chen Fei and the 10 babies, and then left with the quadruplets.
After they left,
the 10 babies, who had just been looking at each other with a scornful expression, instantly lost their composure and lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong looking at the tips of their shoes.
The atmosphere didn't improve after the quadruplets left. Instead, it became very somber. Chen Fei's mood didn't improve either. He also felt a little bad for Su Tong's quadruplets. After all, when he saw how adorable the quadruplets were, he genuinely wanted to be their godfather. However, since his own children wouldn't allow it, he naturally favored his own children. He patted the children on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, your Aunt Tongtong won't be angry. However, what you said just now, 4th brother, 6th brother, and 10th treasure, was a little too much. Although your Aunt Tongtong's babies can't understand what you're saying, they may have already sensed something. Also, you should know that your Aunt Tongtong's babies don't have dads right now." The 3 babies who were called out by Chen Fei lowered their heads even further. They knew that what they said was a bit too much, but they just couldn't help saying it. What if I don't say those hurtful things, my own dad gets snatched away by another baby? Who will you cry to then? Seeing their expressions of remorse, Chen Fei sighed again, because it was actually him, the father, who was at fault first. "I never expected the children to mind so much that I was the godfather of other kids." He patted the 3 little ones on the shoulder and said, "Daddy will go with you to apologize to your Aunt Tongtong later, okay?" Because it was he who came up with the term godfather at the time.
Although he didn't directly say he wanted to be the godfather of the quadruplets, he did have that thought in mind at the time. So when Su Tong suggested that he be the godfather of the quadruplets, he immediately agreed. Now that things have turned out this way, he feels a little sorry for his wife and children. The three little babies nodded in agreement.
Actually, they really like Aunt Tong Tong.
Every time Aunt Tong Tong comes to visit them, she brings them lots of fun and delicious things, and she also buys them new clothes.
When Aunt Tong Tong travels abroad, she also brings them souvenirs. However, between Daddy and Aunt Tong Tong, they had already unconsciously chosen Daddy.
Su Tong carried the children back to the guest villa. Su's mother immediately changed the children's diapers because the children would feel very uncomfortable if they peed, and if their diapers were not changed in time, they would cry to tell the adults that they were uncomfortable and needed a diaper change. However, when Su's mother opened the children's diapers, she found that the two little girls who were crying very loudly had not urinated on their diapers.
He didn't poop either. What's going on?
And there's also a posture where the more they cry, the more intense it gets. Whether it was Su Tong comforting her by walking around the room with her in her arms, the professional nanny comforting her, or her grandmother who had experience in raising children, it was all part of the comforting process.
The children just kept crying. Mrs. Su was extremely anxious. Tong Tong, what's wrong?
Quickly call Dr. Kwang and ask her to come over as soon as possible to check if the children are sick.
Su Tong shook her head. They're not sick.
As a mother, she was aware of her daughter's situation. The two girls weren't sick, they were just crying because they probably understood what Chen Fei said or saw through his choice, and were heartbroken.
Girls tend to mature earlier, so they might understand these things.
The two boys continued crawling on the carpet as if nothing had happened, then occasionally tilted their little heads and looked at their two sisters who were crying incessantly with a puzzled expression. I don't understand why they were crying so sadly. Su's mother instinctively sensed that something was wrong and kept asking Su Tong what was going on. Unable to withstand her mother's persistent questioning, Su Tong had the nanny take the children to the living room to comfort them before she confessed to her mother what had happened in the study. After hearing this, Su's mother was completely stunned.
Then, with trembling hands, she pointed at Su Tong and said, You, what can I say to you? Sigh.
I told you before you came not to bring the kids, but you insisted.
Now look what happened.
The hurtful things Shi Bao and the others said to you today, while they were wrong in some ways, ultimately it was also your fault.
You haven't adjusted your mindset. Put yourself in their shoes.
Shi Bao and the others have only just found their father and have known him for a few days. And you're taking so many kids to recognize Chen Fei as their godfather. No wonder Shi Bao and the others are jealous. Many children nowadays don't want their biological mothers to have a second child, because they are afraid that the second child will take away their parents' time and neglect them.
After all, a person's time and energy are limited.
Taking care of one child will inevitably leave less time and attention for the other. Besides, Chen Fei is now the father of 10 children.
The competition among the Deceps for their father's love is already intense enough. If you add 4 more, do you think they won't say those things to you? You deliberately went looking for trouble. Listen to your mother, go pack your things now, hurry up and pack, let's go home. Don't bring the child to see Chen Fei again.
They are all his children after all.
There is a blood bond and a connection between a father and his children.
If they see each other for too long, big problems are bound to arise later. While it's still early, and they're still young and won't learn their lesson, hurry up and take the kids away.
Get them away from Chen Fei.
As she spoke, Su's mother got up, opened the wardrobe, and began to pack her things. This time, she would no longer tolerate Su Tong's recklessness.
Because this matter is extremely important. If the two families really fall out over this, how will she save face? Don't even think about going back to your parents' home again. Even my own daughter will be gossiped about. Even the children will be gossiped about.
After all, the children's status as relatives is just too awkward. Su Tong watched as her mother began packing her things, but she didn't move.
1 minute later,
she burst into tears and threw herself onto the bed. The more I cry, the sadder I become. The more I cry, the sadder I become. She had thought it would be all right.
As long as you give your children enough maternal love, their lives will not be incomplete even without a father. She once thought she would never meet Chen Fei in her life.
After all, Tang Qingyan hadn't gone to see Chen Fei for the past 3 years. However, she did not expect that she would not only meet Chen Fei, but that Chen Fei would also reach the pinnacle of her professional field. Most importantly, Chen Fei is not only handsome, but also incredibly talented, has a knack for raising children, and is willing to stay home as a stay-at-home dad. All of this made her want to get closer to him. I really want to bring my child closer to him. When she first brought the kids to stay, she genuinely just wanted to learn photography from Chen Fei and become his apprentice. I never even considered having Chen Fei be the kids' godfather, let alone having the kids recognize Chen Fei.
But now,
she never expected things to develop to this point. If Sister Qingyan finds out about this, she and her children will probably have nowhere to hide in the entire 9 provinces.
Her relationship with Tang Qingyan will also collapse as a result.
When Su's mother heard Su Tong crying, she glanced at her but didn't comfort her. Instead, she turned around and continued packing her luggage. Because she felt that her daughter had brought this upon herself. If I don't teach my daughter a lesson, she'll turn the world upside down.
Who knows how big a hole they'll create then? Chapter 82: Resolving Conflicts, God-Level Animation Production Skills. At the same time, Chen Fei was taking 10 children to choose gifts for Su Tong and her 2 younger sisters. All 10 kids put their hearts into it.
Finally, I chose a bunch of chrysanthemums, a small music box, a little yellow duck, an electric fish, and a carton of milk. With these wrapped gifts in hand, Chen Fei led the children to the villa with guest rooms. Upon entering the hall, we saw Su's mother and Su Tong pushing 3 suitcases, while 4 nannies each carried one of the 4 children. The 2 girls have been calmed down and stopped crying.
Are you leaving? Chen Fei asked. Su Tong nodded.
Mrs. Su said with a smile, Chen Fei, it's like this, we just had some things to take care of at home, so we need to go back and take care of them. We'll come over to play again next time, could you please tell Qingyan for us?
Chen Fei knew that this reason wasn't the real reason. The real reason should be the unpleasant incident that just happened at the bookstore. However, since it has already happened, Chen Fei has no intention of trying to undo it. So he nodded and then let the nanny come in with the gifts the children had prepared. He looked at the 4 treasures, the 6 treasures, and the 10 treasures. The 3 babies actually felt guilty when they saw Su Tong taking the babies away. So they readily accepted the gifts from the nanny. Then Sibao picked up the small chrysanthemum, presented it to Su Tong, and said apologetically to Su Tong, Aunt Tong Tong, Yang Yang said something wrong just now and made you unhappy. I hope Aunt Tong Tong won't be unhappy and can forgive Yang Yang.
Sure Bao, carrying a small music box and a little yellow duck, walked up to Su Tong and said apologetically, Aunt Tong Tong, these are gifts from us to the little girls. We scared them so much that they cried. We're sorry. Lu Bao also came to Su Tong with the electric toy fish and milk, and said, Aunt Tong Tong, I don't really want you to leave. I just don't want to give up Daddy. I hope Aunt Tong Tong won't be angry. When Su's mother saw the apology gifts from her 3 sensible little children, she couldn't hold back her tears and turned away to wipe them away. Because she was actually the one who was wrong from the beginning. If she hadn't forced Su Tong to go on blind dates and urged her to date, Su Tong wouldn't have had that idea, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Su Tong put down her suitcase, squatted down, and took the gifts from her 3 little nephews to her and the babies one by one. Then she opened her arms and hugged them all, and said in a choked voice, it was Aunt Tong Tong's fault.
Aunt Tong Tong did not consider your feelings. Aunt Tong Tong wants to say sorry to you. Don't worry, Aunt Tong Tong's babies won't steal your daddy. After saying that, Su Tong kissed each of the 3 babies on the forehead. Then, Aunt Tong Tong, are you still leaving? Actually, if it weren't for what happened at the bookstore, Sure Bao would have been very happy that Aunt Tong Tong was staying here with her. Because he genuinely likes these younger brothers and sisters very much. However, when it comes to Chen Fei's father's ownership, he turns hostile. Su Tong patted the children's heads, suppressing her tears, and said with a smile, Auntie Tong Tong really has something to do at home, so I need to go back. Auntie Tong Tong will come to your house to play again in the future. Will you welcome Auntie Tong Tong and her babies then? Aha! Of course you're welcome. Welcome, welcome. The 3 little babies nodded vigorously. Moved, Su Tong hugged the 3 of them again. Su Tong left with the children. Before leaving, the conflict between the children and Su Tong was resolved. So, after lunch, the 10 babies became happy again. However, they didn't want to go to the library to read books in the afternoon instead, they wanted to go to the Starry Sky Cinema to watch cartoons. Chen Fei, a stay-at-home dad, naturally accompanied the children to watch cartoons. On the way, the children introduced Chen Fei to the cartoons they liked to watch. My daughters love watching cute and adorable cartoons, such as the Shoujo series In the Name of the Moon, Juju Bishujo Kingdom.
The boys, on the other hand, prefer watching cool magical cartoons. Therefore, considering that her daughter and son like different cartoons, Tang Qingyan created two separate theaters for the Starry Sky Cinema.
One is for the sons to see, and the other is for the daughters to see.
They do not interfere with each other. After discussing it with his children, Chen Fei decided to watch cartoons with his daughter for an hour first, and then with his sons for an hour. The seats in the Starry Sky Cinema are all top-of-the-line massage space chairs. There are 10 children's space chairs and 4 space chairs for adults.
Bite.
Host detected watching cartoons with his daughter.
Host rewarded with God-level animation production skills. Congratulations, host, on becoming the king of animation.
As the system voice sounded, a large amount of information related to animation, including original drawing production, special effects production, directing skills, script writing skills, voice acting, singing, and so on, was all inputted into Chen Fei's mind.
5 seconds later, Chen Fei opened his eyes again.
The animated series Pretty Girl Kingdom playing in front of him suddenly seemed so childish to him.
The character modeling is terrible. The image quality is terrible.
The special effects are terrible.
The plot is terrible. The voice acting is terrible. The opening theme song is awful.
However, her own daughters watched it with great interest. They were still there, chattering happily about the plot.
Ah, why doesn't the main character drink milk? I think milk is so delicious. She actually likes goat milk. I've tried goat milk before, and it's not good at all. Yeah, but when the protagonist used the magic wand to beat up those bad guys, it was so beautiful and cool. Magic.
Suddenly, an animated film about a beautiful girl popped into Chen Fei's mind. The content of the anime in front of me is outrageous, and it also features elements that my daughters like, such as beautiful girls and magic.
Do it as soon as you think of it.
He couldn't bear to see his daughters watching such low-quality cartoons from a young age.
He needs to improve their appreciation of animation.
These poorly made cartoons are really polluting his daughters' eyes. Chen Fei told his daughters that he had to go out for a bit and would be back later, and they nodded in agreement. She even thoughtfully said, "Daddy, let's press pause and watch it together when Daddy comes back."
Chen Fei. No need, you can continue watching. Daddy will be here in a bit. Chen Fei said.
Okay. Chen Fei went to the study to get a laptop and then returned to the Starry Sky Cinema.
Daddy, are you going to work? Then we won't watch cartoons anymore.
The little ones know about computers too. Every time their mom takes out the computer, it means she's going to work. They know that work is about making money, and only with money can they buy food, drink, and clothes. Therefore, work is a very important thing.
They cannot be disturbed.
Chen Fei said with a smile, "It's okay, watching cartoons won't affect Daddy's work.
Daddy will give you a surprise later." Surprise? What is it? Little Guoguai immediately asked curiously. It's supposed to be a surprise, so I can't tell you beforehand. Chen Fei affectionately rubbed his daughter's head and said. Oh, Guogua knows. What a surprise. This is amazing. Daddy's going to give us a surprise. I'm so happy.
Little Guogua hugged her exquisitely beautiful face and shook her head happily. Little Tang Tang clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Surprise!
Surprise! Daddy's going to give us a surprise. We can't wait. Daddy, how long do we have to wait to see the surprise?" Sweetie asked happily. Little Coco nodded her head vigorously. "How long until we can see it?"
Chen Fei said with a smile, "Since it's a surprise, the timing of the delivery is also a surprise."
Ah, I know, Daddy. We won't ask anymore.
I'm so looking forward to Daddy's surprise.
Guogua will continue watching cartoons now. So good. Chen Fei affectionately rubbed his daughter's head.
Chapter 83. Daughters are meant to be pampered, sons are meant to be trained. The daughters continued watching cartoons, while Chen Fei started typing on his computer.
Step 1. Write out the plot. Step 2. Start modeling the character using drawing software. Step 3. Start creating the animation using the software. Step 4. Add special effects to the original animation.
Step 5. After adding special effects, add voiceover. By the time we got to Step 5, the daughters' 1-hour cartoon time was up. After turning off the TV, the daughters gathered around Chen Fei, looking curiously at the computer in front of him.
I want to know what my dad does for a living. When they saw the screen on Chen Fei's computer, they were instantly shocked, their mouths agape. Ah, Daddy, what cartoon is this? So beautiful. The characters are so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Wow. The magic wand is so beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous.
It has so many exquisite gems on it, it's way better than the magic wand in that cartoon we just watched.
Wow. Wow.
The magic wand is casting magic.
Aha. Oh my god, this magic is so cool and beautiful.
It turned into a huge, gorgeous fire phoenix.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
The 5 daughters were so excited by the beautifully animated film that they were jumping around on the spot.
I wish I could use every word of praise I've ever learned in my life.
The reason they can use so many words of praise today is because they've been playing outside with Chen Fei these past 2 days and heard the adults around them exclaiming in amazement at their dads. They've learned those words from them.
Children have an incredibly strong learning ability, especially in learning to speak.
Seeing the shocked expressions on his daughters' faces, Chen Fei smiled and said, "This is an animated film that Daddy made on a whim. I saw that you liked the Biscuit Girls series, so I made one for you.
Do you like it?"
Little Coco covered her mouth with her 2 little hands in shock and exclaimed, "Wow, Daddy, is this the surprise you were talking about for us?"
Chen Fei smiled and nodded.
The 5 little cuties immediately became excited and rushed into Chen Fei's arms, chattering incessantly.
Wow, that's amazing. Daddy, you're so awesome. Wow, what a surprise. What a wonderful surprise. Daddy, I want to kiss you.
After saying that, Coco gave Chen Fei a quick kiss on the cheek.
Because my dad is just too amazing. He actually made an animated film for them himself.
Just because I watched cartoons with them, I made a cartoon for them myself. Moreover, they have aesthetic sense, so they can naturally tell that their dads are making a far superior version of the cartoons they used to watch, which is the one they were most fond of. If the animated series about a beautiful girl that her dad made for her is a beautiful gem,
then the anime Pretty Girl Kingdom is like a stone in a latrine. Looking at it again would feel like an insult to my eyes. Chen Fei's dad has once again opened the door to a new world of cartoons for them. Who knew that animated films could be made so exquisitely and beautifully? Who knew magic could be made so cool and realistic? That fire phoenix released by the magic scepter was absolutely lifelike. It looks exactly like the real thing. All 5 daughters expressed their overwhelming joy at receiving this surprise by kissing Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled and said to his daughters, "This animated film doesn't have voice acting yet. My 6 little princesses, would you like to help Daddy with his voice acting?"
Little Tang Tang immediately raised her little hand, "Yes.
Yes."
Little Guagui raises her hand, "I'm willing.
I'm very willing."
The sweet little cutie raised her hand, "I'd love to." The adorable little girl raised both her tiny hands, "I'm super willing."
Let's go to the recording studio and do voiceover for the cartoon. Chen Fei laughed heartily.
His voice acting skills are maxed out. He can voice any character, animal, or weapon in an animated film without any problem. However, as a straight man, he still couldn't stand having to voice a woman. Moreover, this animated film was written specifically for his daughters, and the main characters are 4 beautiful angel girls.
Having my daughters do the voice acting? No problem. Moreover, involving my daughters in the animation production process is also a way to cultivate their abilities. Because we're going to the recording studio.
So Chen Fei ruthlessly postponed the next time he would watch cartoons with his sons.
There's no way around it, my daughter is more important.
When the 5 sons learned that Chen Fei's time to watch cartoons with them had been postponed, they were a little disappointed, but still asked why. Upon learning that Chen Fei had actually made a super cool animated film for his sisters, their slight disappointment vanished instantly, and they all eagerly expressed their desire to watch it. Although they looked down on watching the kind of anime that girls watch. However, they couldn't resist the fact that it was an animated film made by Chen Fei's dad, so they all wanted to watch it. Even the second child, Xian, really wants to see it. Because they never expected that Chen Fei's dad could make animation. My god, they even think there's nothing Chen Fei's dad wouldn't do in this world.
They can even make animated films? That's amazing. Chen Fei turned on his computer and showed it to them.
During the viewing, the 5 sons kept screaming Weia, even louder than the daughters had screamed earlier.
I was so shocked I felt like I was going to explode.
Even Xian, the second son who was known for his composure and unwavering demeanor, was moved, dumbfounded, and stunned, deeply shocked.
Oh my god, this is the special effect I wanted. Special effects should be this cool.
I was just saying that the tiger's skill was too unrealistic, but the fire phoenix that Daddy made is practically alive.
Even though it's a cute girl anime, that doesn't stop me from loving it at all. I want to watch this anime. I've fallen in love with this animated film. Babeo, being a bit clever, immediately clung to Chenfei's arm and began to whine, Daddy, you made a cute anime for the sisters, so shouldn't you make a super cool magical anime for us guys too? Wah-ah.
The other boys, prompted by Babeo, immediately lit up and started clinging to Chenfei's arms and legs, expressing their desire for male-oriented cartoons as well.
Shirbao even started rolling around on the carpet. Sibao's face twitched, but then he remembered that rolling around would allow him to watch the coolest cartoons he wanted, the kind exclusively for men, so he joined in and rolled around too. So in the end, only the second son, Xian, didn't go down to roll around, while the other 4 sons all went down to perform rolling around, including Lu Bao. The 5 daughters all covered their eyes, unable to look directly at it. It's unbearable to look at. That's so unfair.
Chenfei hadn't expected his sons to be so eager for cartoons, so he stopped bothering them and came up with a script for an animated film that his sons could watch. He immediately made the decision, you've all begged Daddy to make you cartoons, it would be too unfair of Daddy not to make them for you.
Sure. Making an animated film for you guys is no problem. However, you'll have to bring Daddy water to wash his feet for a month.
Chenfei has once again proven the truth of the saying, daughters are for spoiling, sons are for training.
No problem.
Unexpectedly, it was the second son, Xian, who had been standing to the side, who was the first to agree. The 3 boys who were rolling on the ground got up one after another, indicating that there was no problem. Lu Bao, being rather extravagant, shouted at the top of his lungs, don't even mention a month, a year is no problem. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Bao was ganged up on and beaten by the 4 brothers.
Chapter 84 Flattery?
This is called spoiling your sister. To cultivate children's future interests and hobbies.
Tang Qingyan set up many interest groups in this super large, luxurious manor villa with a total area of 2,000 square meters. This naturally includes recording studios. In the recording studio,
Chenfei taught his daughters how to do voice acting, telling them line by line what they needed to say and the facial expressions and tone of voice they should use when saying those lines. I taught them all the dubbing knowledge little by little. Although my 5 sons don't need to do voiceover work now, they are still listening attentively to the lecture. Because they know that after Chenfei's dad finishes making cartoons for his daughters, he'll make cartoons for them.
They'll definitely be on stage when it comes to dubbing.
Because they have to play their own roles.
Wow, this is a temptation that even Lu Bao and Air Bao can't resist. Who wouldn't want their own hero in an animated film?
Even though they are still young, they have ideas.
The daughters grasped things very quickly and had virtually no problems.
In just 2 hours, they finished all the female voice acting for this animated film.
While his daughters were doing voice acting, Chenfei was also doing voice acting for other characters in the animated film.
So, 2 hours later, the dubbing was completely finished. Once the voiceover is done, the next step is to create the opening and ending theme songs. Chenfei had already written the lyrics and composed the music for these 2 songs when he was writing the script. Since he was in the recording studio at the moment, Chenfei recorded both songs a cappella. As for the music, it will be added later when the software is used for production. When Chenfei started singing, all 10 little babies were stunned. They never expected that their dad could not only make cartoons, but also sing so well.
Although they don't have much aesthetic appreciation for songs yet, they think their dad's singing is incredibly good. And it's incredibly fun and childlike. The daughters absolutely adore it.
After Chenfei finished recording the song, all 10 babies ran over to hug him, act cute, and shower him with compliments.
Daddy, I want to learn to sing from you, you sing so beautifully. Me too, I want to learn to sing too. Little Guagua was even more direct, immediately imitating the lyrics of Chenfei's song, Magic Goo, Rainbow Fluttering. Chenfei's singing skills are also maxed out.
Seeing how eager his daughters were to learn to sing, he smiled and said, okay, no problem, Daddy will teach you to sing.
But right now, would you like Daddy to teach you to sing first? Do you still want Daddy to finish making all the cartoons first so you can watch them? Let the daughters choose.
Anyway, he can be a good dad no matter which one he does first. My 5 daughters are starting to experience decision paralysis. I really want to learn to sing, but I also want to see the finished animation as soon as possible.
Wah-ah.
They haven't made a choice yet and are still struggling with their decision, while their 5 sons, who have been waiting for a long time, are getting impatient.
Daddy, let's finish making the animation first. Let's talk about singing tomorrow, or in a few days it's fine.
Daddy, please don't forget, you still have to make cartoons for us.
Yeah, Tang Tang, you guys can't go too far.
You're taking up too much of Daddy's time. Your cartoons are already out, and ours haven't even started yet.
Ah, Sister Tang Tang, you guys should put your singing practice time aside, okay?
You sing really well now, you don't need to learn it specially anymore.
In order to be able to watch the anime exclusively for male characters first, Xirbao started showering Tang Tang with compliments.
The other 5 kids immediately understood and started showering their 5 daughters with compliments.
Guagua, your baby voice is the best when you sing. You don't need to learn at all. You're a natural singer.
Coco, you sing even better than the birds in the trees, you don't need to learn at all. Sweetie, your voice is even better than those child singers on TV.
It's unique and you don't need to learn it at all. You're a natural singer. Second son Xian agreed.
In order to get their dad, Chenfei, to make an animated film for them as soon as possible, the 5 sons went to great lengths, racking their brains to praise their 5 daughters in all sorts of creative ways.
They never used to praise them. They might even get into a brawl over something.
The 5 daughters were completely bewildered by their son's flattery, their faces beaming with smiles. There's no way around it, women love to hear these fancy compliments, and girls are no exception. This amused Chenfei, who was standing nearby. Finally, the 5 daughters took pity on their father and agreed to let him make the cartoons first, and then they would talk about other things after the cartoons for the boys were finished. The 5 boys finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. They even whispered to each other in private. Xirbao, I think Daddy is too good to the daughters, but he treats our sons like dirt.
I'm a little worried about our future. Babeo, I'm going to study how to take compliments from girls tonight. Sibao, yes. I'm also going to look into it. There's nothing I can do, having a dad who favors girls over boys, I can only try harder myself.
Lu Bao, Daddy is so amazing, even if we have to learn how to flatter girls, it's no problem.
Bao, it's not flattery, it's just my way of spoiling my sister.
The 5 boys exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Yes, they absolutely adore their sister, no doubt about it.
The term flattery is detrimental to their pride as men.
So from now on, we'll call this doting on your sister with all your might.
My second brother, who's more educated, is definitely smarter. Before making the animation,
Chenfei entrusted the important task of naming this animated film to his 5 daughters. Since it was an animated film made specifically for them, the task of naming it was assigned to them. In less than half an hour, Chenfei had perfectly completed the animated film he had written specifically for his daughters. During that half hour, the 5 daughters argued heatedly about naming their children, almost coming to blows. Because all 4 of them wanted to choose names they liked.
None of them were willing to back down.
Because this was the first animated film that their dad made for them, it was extremely memorable.
The name of the animated film is very important.
No matter where you go, when talking about this animated film, you have to mention its name. So, the 5 daughters argued over the naming rights. Seeing this, the 5 sons, having gained experience, began to discuss how to name their upcoming animated film. Finally, it was decided that everyone would write their names down, fold them into paper balls, and have Chenfei draw lots.
Whoever's name was drawn would be the name they would choose. Girls are not as rational as boys.
So the final result was that when Chenfei came out, the 5 little cuties were in a chaotic state with messy hair, teeth marks on their clothes, and one of their shoes missing.
In the end, they really did end up fighting. If you want someone to be the best fighter, just use the name of that person.
That's pretty bold.
They're even more daring than the boys. Chenfei was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Chapter 85, Making Animated Films, with Absolutely Bizarre Names.
Daddy. The 5 little cuties looked at Chenfei pitifully.
Fortunately, although a fight broke out, no one was injured. Chenfei half squatted down, gently brushed their hair aside, and said softly, naming them isn't a big deal.
Just put all the names you 5 sisters chose on the list and combine them into one name. It's not difficult at all.
The 5 daughters' eyes widened.
Then I was overjoyed. There's even such a thing as an operation. They didn't even know. Wah-ah.
They just got into a fight over naming rights.
Ah. Such fake sisterhood.
Seeing their facial expressions go through a series of changes from shock to joy, and then to a little regret, Chenfei smiled, patted them on the shoulder, and said, "All right, you 5 sisters, hug each other."
Even after the fight, you're still best friends.
As the eldest, Tang Tang looked at her 4 younger sisters who had just been bullied by her, walked over first, hugged them, and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Tian Tian, I shouldn't have bitten your arm just now. I'm sorry, Mimi, I shouldn't have pulled your ear just now. I'm sorry, Guagua, I shouldn't have pulled your hair just now. I'm sorry, Coco, I shouldn't have grabbed your shoes just now." After Tang Tang said that, the 4 little cuties, Guagua, Tian Tian, Mimi, and Kiki, all started apologizing to each other.
The last 5 little cuties huddled together, squealing and shouting, "We're best sisters. Best friends who can't be separated. Best friends who would never break up even if they fought. My bestie."
When Chen Fei saw that the 5 sisters had made up, he doted on them and tidied up their clothes one by one, dressing them up again as adorable dolls.
Then, the animated film that Chen Fei specially made for his daughters was called Magic Princess Girl Guagua Supreme Knight Coco Crazy Cool Fairy Tang Tang Cute Lowly Sweet Sweet Descends to Earth Fairy Mimi.
Of course, the order of names in the animated film, whoever came up with the name first, whoever came up with the name last, is something the 5 newly reconciled daughters are also vying for. However, when Chen Fei had them decide their rankings using the simplest game of rock paper scissors, they became best friends again. And so, this very long animated film title came about.
When his 5 sons saw this name, they almost vomited.
These girls are so narcissistic.
No wonder they were fighting tooth and nail over the naming rights earlier. They'd already added their own names to the title. But isn't this long and strange name a bit too unconventional?
The 5 girls seemed to sense the boys' disdain and immediately looked towards them. Then, the 5 girls said in perfect unison, "We kind of want to sing." The 5 boys shuddered violently.
It's time to spoil your sister. But how can they possibly praise such a bizarre animated film title? How to praise someone? I can't find anything to praise. That's so insincere. My conscience will hurt. Daddy!
The 5 girls started shouting. Bobeo immediately shouted loudly and exaggeratedly, "My God, who is so smart to come up with such a beautiful, elegant, and unique name?
It sounds so good. Brothers, don't you think so?"
The other boys immediately gave Bobeo a thumbs up.
"Bobeo, you're amazing.
You still managed to spoil your sister like this.
I admire you." The 4 boys immediately chimed in, "Yes. So pure and refined, elegant and unique." Bobeo winked at the 4 brothers, meaning, "It's your turn."
The 4 brothers subtly shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't do it, and that if one of them was so capable, the other should try it. Bobeo mentally cursed the 4 brothers, then continued to shower them with compliments, making full use of the words of praise he had just learned from his phone.
My goodness, who came up with this name? It's absolutely stunning and unparalleled. The moment I see this name, I want to click and see what kind of cartoon it is. It's so appealing. The 4 boys immediately chimed in, "Yes. She's absolutely stunning, unparalleled. I really want to click in and take a look, she's so captivating." The second son, Xian, didn't agree. He said quietly, "Isn't the idiom beauty surpassing all others used incorrectly?" Chen Fei was amused by the scene.
He waved his hand, giving the 5 brothers, who wanted to continue spoiling their sister, a way out.
Tang Tang, Tian Tian, Mimi, Guagui, Kiki, let's go watch cartoons.
The 5 girls' attention was immediately drawn to it, and they nodded their little heads vigorously, their faces full of excitement.
The 5 sons secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the 8 treasures. He really couldn't find any more words to praise him. My vocabulary is limited, so I've decided to cram on idioms tonight. Otherwise, using the wrong idiom like before would be a huge embarrassment for his cleverness, Bobeo. Soon. After watching an episode of an animated film with his daughters, Chen Fei.
The boys couldn't wait any longer and started grabbing Chen Fei, whining and urging him on.
"Daddy, it's time to make cartoons for us. We have so many ideas, we can make really beautiful cartoons.
Daddy, we want to watch our own cartoons too. Wah, please make them for us please, Daddy."
This time, the 5 daughters didn't cause any trouble. Chen Fei smiled and said, "All right, let's go.
Tell Daddy your ideas, and Daddy will incorporate them."
Wow, this is so sweet. I love Daddy the most.
Bobeo was so excited that she jumped up and down on the spot. The other 4 children were also overjoyed, dancing with excitement.
Our cartoon is finally going to start production. I'm so excited. Daddy is awesome. Daddy is so cool. Daddy is the most handsome. Daddy is the most handsome. Daddy is super awesome. Daddy is awesome.
They shower people with compliments like they're free. Unable to resist his son's excessive flattery, Chen Fei, the father, took his computer to his study and started making cartoons for them. All 5 sons told Chen Fei their ideas, which Chen Fei wrote down and incorporated into the script.
About an hour later, the animation was finished. Then came the voice acting. Having had previous experience, the 5 sons immediately raised their hands, indicating that they were willing to participate in the voiceover work. However, there was female voiceover in it, so Chen Fei asked them to invite 5 little cuties to come and help. The 5 sons said they could also do the female voice acting, so there was no need to hire anyone. Why? Since this is an animated film exclusively for men, of course they can't let 5 girls get involved. What should they do if the 5 girls forcefully add their bizarre and outrageous names when it comes time to name the animation? Therefore, all 5 sons unanimously agreed that they could handle all the voiceover work. Seeing his son's firm attitude, Chen Fei smiled helplessly. Okay. I have to say, my sons really go all out for their own animated series. Although the dubbing took much longer than the girls' animated film, it was finally completed in 3 hours. And the results are pretty good.
Then it was time for Chen Fei to record the opening and closing theme songs. The lyrics for these 2 songs also incorporated the ideas of a few little kids, making them incredibly exciting and energetic. If only a tragic ending remains, then we shall not fear breaking free from our cocoons against the wind. Even if those wings are torn apart, and they return to the 18th level of the abyss.
Holding your hand, let's walk forward.
Night and day, without stopping.
The back and forth, the loss of control, will cause frustration and heartache.
Only those who continue to fight and struggle are true heroes.
Left hand hammer protects right hand vine. Your unwavering courage in protecting me. Even if the future is like a torrent. And we did not retreat. When they first saw the lyrics, the 5 little ones were very satisfied. Now, upon hearing Chen Fei sing, flames ignited in the eyes of the 5 little ones. Babeo, Daddy, you sang so well. It was so inspiring. I want to learn to sing too. He finally understood why the 5 girls wanted to learn the songs from their cartoon after Chen Fei sang them. Damn it, they have to sing this well too. Sure Bao, that was amazing. I want to learn it too. I want to sing that well too. All 5 little babies, including the second oldest Xian, want to learn this song.
Chen Fei was naturally happy to receive such compliments from his sons. I'll teach you all to sing together, along with Tang Tang and the others.
Mum. So easy to mess with. Daddy, let's hurry up and finish making all the cartoons. Sibao can't wait to see the finished animated film. In addition, the 4 little babies nodded their heads vigorously. Yes, Daddy, hurry up and make the finished product for us, we want to see it. Okay, haha. Chen Fei left the recording studio with his 5 sons. 1 hour later. An animated film specially made for sons has just been released. Chen Fei also entrusted his sons with the task of naming the animated film, but this was because his daughters had previously fought over the naming rights. So when Chen Fei assigned them this task, he asked them if they wanted to name their children like the girls. The 5 sons immediately shook their heads frantically and told Chen Fei about their naming methods. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. As expected of my son, he's so rational. Problems that can be solved with your brain don't need to be solved with your hands. Girls are still a bit behind boys in this respect. But it doesn't matter, his daughters are enough to be pampered by him, and his sons can all go out and conquer new territories for him in the future. Chapter 86:10 Treasures Show Off, My Daddy is Super Awesome. After Chen Fei finished making the animated film. Take out the raffle box prepared by my sons, and draw a ping pong ball from it. It has the number 2 written on it. The reason we used ping pong balls to hit the balls was because the second son thought it was fair. If you write their sequence numbers on the ping pong balls, then all the balls will be the same size. However, if you use crumpled paper, the sizes might not be the same, and some will be pulled out at the end, which might make others feel it's unfair. Therefore, this method of using ping pong balls for a lottery came about. Number 2, second son, Xian, what name did you choose? Chen Fei put down the ping pong ball in his hand and asked. The second son, Xian, maintained a cool and aloof demeanor on the surface, but inside he was bursting with excitement. He was chosen. I'm so happy. The naming rights are his. This well-made animated film will never again be ruined by the silly names those 5 brothers gave it. Dragon Soul. The second brother, Xian, said.
Chen Fei narrowed his eyes.
This name is concise. It basically uses the simplest words to interpret the essence of the entire animated film. He nodded and said, yes, that's good, let's use this one.
The second child, Xian, finally showed a hint of emotion on his cold face, and his two little hands behind his back clenched tightly together. Secretly pleased, he was pleased to have been praised by Chen Fei. The other 5 sons who didn't get a spot in the draw immediately started complaining when they heard the name of the second son.
Babeo, there are too few words. The audience won't be able to remember them. How can it compare to the name I picked? Daddy, look at the name I chose, the Mad Martial Emperor, isn't it incredibly cool and awesome? Chen Fei's brow twitched. Yeah, that's pretty arrogant. However, Chen Fei himself is rather artsy and still thinks Dragon Soul sounds better. Certainly. He definitely wouldn't say that out loud, lest he hurt his own son. Lu Bao tossed his hand dismissively, clearly looking down on Ba Bao's name. He pouted and said, what's this? Look at the name I chose. That's truly earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. I am the only one in all realms. Chen Fei's brow twitched again. What a ridiculous name. It truly exudes an aura of dominance. It's just not very fresh and cute.
Sure, Bao immediately said, all of your names are so unoriginal and ridiculous.
When you read my I'm really not a soul emperor, remember to add an exclamation mark too. How about that? Unique enough, right? Never heard of it before? Chen Fei. I've never heard of that, but none of the male protagonists in the anime were soul emperors at the beginning, okay? The name doesn't match the content at all, it just highlights individuality. Sibao stepped forward and said, sure Bao, your name is so incomprehensible, it's certainly unique, but only you can understand it. You should choose a name that is easy to understand. Look at mine. How about the male protagonist's road to counterattack? You can tell what the story is about at a glance. Not very good.
Sure, Bao said with a pursed mouth, feeling that the name he had chosen was unparalleled.
If Sibao can't understand, it's because Sibao lacks discernment. Humph.
After hearing the names his sons had chosen, Chen Fei felt that the name chosen by his second son, Xian, was the best. So, he waved his hand and said, you all chose good names, but since I won Xuan's name in the lottery, let's use Xuan's name. The other 5 brothers were unwilling, but being men, they could afford to lose. There was nothing they could do, their own dad hadn't drawn their number, so they had to accept it. Many were thinking to themselves, I didn't lose because of my lack of ability, but because of my bad luck. After his sons finished making the animated film, Chen Fei checked the time, it was already 6:30 p.m.
My sweet little wife should be coming back soon. Sure enough, Tang Qingyan returned when Chen Fei and the others came out of the study. Another woman returned with Tang Qingyan. The woman held the hand of a 3-year-old girl in her left hand and the hand of a 2-year-old boy in her right hand. Both the girl and the boy are decent looking, not ugly but not particularly beautiful or handsome either, just average. They look alright and pleasing to the eye. In short, in terms of looks, they cannot compare to Chen Fei's own sons and daughters. Chen Fei, this is my second sister-in-law Fangya, this is her daughter Jejia, and this is her son Liang. Tang Qingyan introduced him to Chen Fei. Then, Tang Qingyan said to her second uncle's daughter-in-law, Fangya, second sister-in-law, this is my husband, Chen Fei. After saying that, Tang Qingyan said to her 5 sons, call her second aunt. Second aunt. The 5 sons obediently called for help. Chen Fei nodded to Fangya as a greeting. Fangya smiled and agreed with Xian and the others, then told her children to call Chen Fei uncle. Uncle is so handsome. 3-year-old Jejia spoke first. You have such a sweet tongue. 2-year-old Liang exclaimed in his innocent voice, uncle is so tall. She has a sweet tongue too. This amused Chen Fei, who couldn't help but praise the 2 little buns. Jejia is very pretty, and Liang is very handsome too. The 2 little buns immediately grinned from ear to ear after being praised. Tang Qingyan said to her second son, Xian, take your sister and brother to play. Your mother, your father, and your second aunt have something to talk about. Good. The second son, Xian, nodded. Then he took Jejia and Liang out to play. All 5 sons know Jejia and Liang. Since we were all relatives and lived in the same neighborhood, we had played together before. Once they're in a place without adults, the 5 babies, except for the second oldest, Xian, can't help but start showing off to each other like little kids.
There was no other way. We had just finished an animated film, and they were involved in it.
I just can't resist showing off. Sister Jejia, brother Liang Liang, we're taking you to see a cartoon. It's a newly made cartoon, it's super cool. We did the voice acting ourselves, isn't that amazing? Also, I wrote the lyrics for the opening and ending theme songs. Sounds pretty awesome, right? Jejia and Liang Liang were both dumbfounded. Jejia asked curiously, you made cartoons? Aren't cartoons shown on TV? Liang Liang nodded his little head vigorously, yes.
When the children are together, they like to watch cartoons or play other games together.
So they watched cartoons together. Babeo chuckled and said, I knew you'd ask that.
This cartoon was made for us by my dad, and it was even tailor-made for us.
It's brand new, still fresh out of the box, and we haven't watched it yet.
Sherbao said with a proud and arrogant expression, our dad is really awesome.
He can do everything.
I feel like there's nothing in this world that our dad can't do.
Sibao nodded his little head vigorously to show his agreement. Yes. That's right. Jejia and Liang Liang were indeed shocked by what the boy said.
Jejia said, on the way here, my mom did tell us that your dad is very amazing, but we didn't really understand it at the time. But when I saw your dad just now, I thought my mom meant that your dad is very handsome. Now it seems that my mommy probably knows that your daddy can make cartoons, so when my mommy said that your daddy is very good, it should be because your daddy can make cartoons, so he is very good.
Jejia felt that her understanding was correct. Liang Liang couldn't understand what his older sister was saying, but he nodded his little head in response.
The 5 sons laughed rather unkindly. Lu Bao said, Sister Jejia, when your mommy said my dad is amazing, she definitely didn't mean that he can make cartoons.
We just found out about that. Sibao continued, yes.
Your mommy said my dad is amazing, probably because she heard that he caught 2 really big fish, and that he's a rock-climbing Superman and a horse racing expert.
Babeo nodded her little head vigorously and said, yes, that's right. Jejia and Liang Liang were dumbfounded.
Worried that the 2 siblings might not understand what the brothers meant, Sherbao quickly took out his small phone.
Then I flipped through 4 photos and showed them to the 2 siblings. One photo shows Chen Fei and his team carrying a 73.2-pound giant salamander. One photo shows Chen Fei climbing to the top. One photo shows Chen Fei riding a horse and hurdling with Lu Bao.
One photo shows Chen Fei teaching them to ride horses at the horse farm.
See? Now you know how amazing our dad is. He's practically a superhero dad.
Sherbao said with great pride. There was no way around it before. When they didn't have dads, wherever they went, kids would ask them, where's your dad? Although Jejia and Liang Liang never asked them, they knew that their second aunt must have told them that they didn't have a father and that they shouldn't mention the topic of a father in front of them, which was why the 2 siblings didn't ask. Now that they have a dad, they want to show off to their siblings who have always had a dad, and also share this joy with them. Because the siblings are friends of the same age.
Jejia and Liang Liang stared at the photos, their mouths agape in shock.
When Babeo and Sherbao were describing it, they couldn't quite grasp the meaning of it. Chen Fei is very powerful. But seeing these 4 photos, they could really imagine how grand the scene must have been. Jejia, who is already 3 years old, can especially imagine it. She exclaimed, your dads are so amazing.
My dad is no match.
He has a huge belly and isn't very good looking. Forget horseback riding and rock climbing, he gets completely out of breath just walking 2 kilometers.
I'm so envious of you guys, having such a handsome and amazing dad. I'm so jealous. 2-year-old Liang Liang didn't quite understand it, but he knew it was really amazing.
So he nodded his little head vigorously, envious. The 5 brothers felt relieved.
My vanity was greatly satisfied.
He started to become humble. Because when I take them to see the cartoon later, it will shock them beyond belief, haha.
So let's be modest for now, and show off later. Otherwise, if you keep showing off, the siblings will get upset. Chapter 87. The truth comes out, the quadruplets are Chen Fei's children? The children went to see cartoons. Tang Qingyan then led Chen Fei and Fanya to the study.
After closing the study door, Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei with a conflicted expression and a hint of helplessness, and said softly, Chen Fei, I have something important to tell you.
I hope you can calm down after you hear it. Speak.
At this moment, Chen Fei really didn't think there was anything serious that could shock him. After all, possessing a system would be a truly earth-shattering event. He casually found a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs in a relaxed manner. Tang Qingyan wanted to speak several times, but looking at Chen Fei's calm expression, she didn't know how to start. Finally, she looked at Fangya.
Fangya said understandingly, "I'll go out first. You two finish talking, then I'll come back." Tang Qingyan nodded. After Fangya left, Tang Qingyan spoke to Chen Fei. "Chen Fei, promise me you'll stay calm after hearing about this, okay? What's the big deal? Why are you so serious? Don't worry, your husband's heart is as strong as steel. Nothing can shock your husband. It's always been me who shocks others." Chen Fei affectionately patted his wife's head and said, "He accepted decepts, so what else can't he accept?"
Tang Qingyan grasped Chen Fei's hand, her face showing a conflicted expression, unsure of how to begin. Finally, she sighed heavily and said, "Chen Fei, my second sister-in-law is a urologist, the director of the urology department at Rumin Hospital.
Chen Fei is in excellent health right now and doesn't need to see a urologist. However, he did know about Rumin Hospital. It is a very famous private hospital in Jiangcheng.
Its medical equipment is even more advanced than the best public hospital in Jiangcheng, and its medical staff are the best in the entire Kyushu.
But what does this have to do with him?"
After getting to the point, Tang Qingyan continued, "My second sister-in-law had a subordinate with whom she had a good relationship. Then, more than a year ago, this subordinate suddenly resigned and her whole family immigrated abroad.
My second sister-in-law asked why.
At first, this subordinate refused to say the reason, but later, she couldn't withstand her sister-in-law's barrage of questions, and yesterday, she confessed to her sister-in-law."
Then what? Chen Fei couldn't understand a word his wife was saying. Does this have anything to do with him?
Tang Qingyan glanced at Chen Fei again, then bit her rosy lips and whispered, "Then, she told my second sister-in-law that the reason she suddenly resigned and her whole family immigrated abroad was because she did something that has to do with you."
Honey, just tell me. Is she pregnant with my child?
However, I remember things very clearly when it comes to sleeping together.
I've only ever slept with you.
Tang Qingyan playfully punched Chen Fei with her small pink fist, then pouted and continued seriously, "Although it's not exactly the same as what you said, it's about the same. A year ago, someone paid money to buy your sperm. This was done through her. The person who bought your sperm paid hush money before her whole family immigrated abroad."
What? Chen Fei remained expressionless. Because I don't even know what expression to make anymore. Someone actually bought his sperm?
But he has never sold his sperm.
Suddenly,
he was thinking of something. A year and a half ago, on that day, the sun was shining brightly and a gentle breeze was blowing. The school organized a group of third-year students to go to the hospital for physical examinations.
That hospital seems to be Rumin Hospital. Then, the medical examination report also included a sperm test. Could it be grass? Damn it. Really? Yes, just like you think.
Someone paid to buy your sperm, not just any sperm, but specifically yours.
Tang Qingyan's words confirmed Chen Fei's thoughts. Who? Chen Fei was speechless. Isn't it too unsafe for a man to go to the hospital for a physical examination? He believes the government should enact laws to protect men. Otherwise, how could this be acceptable? Get a sperm test. Damn it, my sperm got sold. He's going to sue Rumin Hospital. He's going to sue the doctor who sold his sperm. He should also sue the person who specifically named him as the buyer of his sperm. She won't tell.
Tang Qingyan, looking rather unwell, said, "Then, she suddenly passed away early this morning.
That's why she told my second sister-in-law about this yesterday.
First, she couldn't withstand my second sister-in-law's persistent questioning, and second, she probably knew she had a serious illness and was going to die, so she didn't want to leave any regrets.
What should he say?"
However, after my second sister-in-law learned about this last night, she took it very seriously and immediately had someone investigate. They found out that the sperm belonged to you, and they also found out about this subordinate's bank account. Suddenly, a huge sum of 10 million yuan of unknown origin appeared a year and a half ago.
Rumin Hospital also takes this matter very seriously.
Through various channels, they finally identified the person who bought your sperm, but there are 3 possibilities, and they still can't confirm which one it is. At this point, Tang Qingyan sighed heavily again.
Because Rumin Hospital has not been able to determine which of the 3 people is who. However, after she saw the names of these 3 people, I already knew who it was. Chen Fei remained silent. Because he was asking the system in his mind. System, you're the daddy system, right? Besides the Deceps, do I have any other children? System, say something? Damn it.
No matter how many times he tried to summon the system in his mind, the system wouldn't respond. Indeed, apart from the first day when I activated the system and actively communicated with it and replied to its messages, it has remained invisible ever since. The system only speaks in his mind when an event is triggered, and it uses official terms like skills maxed out. Seeing that Chen Fei didn't speak, Tang Qingyan assumed that Chen Fei was angry. She was carefully choosing her words, wanting to say this in a more prudent way. She could understand that any normal man would be furious upon hearing this. After all, sperm is a man's offspring. No one is indifferent to their offspring. Chen Fei, these are photos of those 3 people, and photos of their children. Take a look. As she spoke, Tang Qingyan took out a file folder from her platinum bag and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei opened the file bag and poured the photos inside onto the table. Then I took one. When he saw this photo, his eyebrows twitched violently. Good heavens! It was her. After looking at this one, look at the others. He could skip the last few photos and focus his attention on the picture of Su Tong and her quadruplets in his hand. Tang Qingyan saw Chen Fei looking at Su Tong's photo. She also knew that Chen Fei had probably guessed it as well. Because it's too easy to guess. Su Tong's quadruplets. There are 2 boys who look very much like Chen Fei. They look exactly alike, as if they were made from the same mold. The children of the other 2 mothers, on the other hand, look nothing like Chen Fei. At first, she also thought that Su Tong's child resembling Chen Fei was just a coincidence. After all, there are people in the world who look alike, and even those who are not related by blood. However, after learning about this, she knew it all along. This wasn't just a resemblance, this was Chen Fei's child outright. Chapter 88, A Doting Husband and His Wife, and the Cub's Custody. However, she never expected this. Su Tong is so reckless, he could do something like this. Then consider what happened at home today. Although Chen Fei and the children didn't tell her the details, a housekeeper did. Therefore, she also knew why Su Tong and her mother suddenly left with the child today. This also confirms once again that the person who had Fong Ye's men take Chen Fei's sperm was Su Tong. Otherwise, Su Tong wouldn't be in such a hurry to have her quadruplets recognize Chen Fei as their godfather. Chen Fei, what are you planning to do? Su Tong? Tang Qingyan asked with gentle concern. Chen Fei was also helpless. If you hadn't known Su Tong before, you wouldn't have seen those 4 adorable little buns. After learning about this, he was determined to sue Su Tong and win custody of the quadruplets. But now. Damn it, they're already acquaintances. No wonder that when he was holding the quadruplets today and watching them call him daddy with smiles, he had an idea that he couldn't stop to recognize them as his goddaughters. So, these are his daughter and son. That little girl Su Tong stole his sperm, had his child, and didn't even know to run far away. She actually dared to come right under his nose. Good heavens! What a bold and open-minded girl. Make her give me the child, and I won't sue her. Call her now. Chen Fei said. Good. Tang Qingyan nodded. Although Su Tong is her cousin, she is also the only daughter of her mother's twin sister. However, Chen Fei is now her husband and the father of her decaptors. She was also a great benefactor who cured her grandfather's, father's, and mother's illnesses. Therefore, no matter what decision Chen Fei makes, she will support him unconditionally. I will absolutely not show any favoritism towards Su Tong because of my relationship with her cousins. Immediately, Tang Qingyan took out her phone and called Su Tong, playing the call on speakerphone. Sister Qingyan. As soon as the call connected, Su Tong's sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Tang Qingyan frowned. She couldn't understand why Su Tong had done that in the first place. There's something I need to tell you. Tang Qingyan's tone was indifferent. Since Chen Fei is going to sue Su Tong and regain custody of the child, it is inevitable that she and Su Tong will be on opposite sides. Therefore, her attitude towards Su Tong naturally changed as well. You say. Su Tong inexplicably felt a bad premonition. Chen Fei knows about you and the child, and he has given you 2 choices. First, give him the child, and he won't sue you. Secondly, if you don't give him the child, we'll sue your entire Su family until they're bankrupt. Tang Qingyan's attitude was very firm. This proves what it means to be a doting wife. Su Tong was instantly dumbfounded. Because her secret was suddenly exposed, she collapsed weakly onto the bed. Turning my head, I saw 4 adorable babies lying neatly in a row on the bed, sleeping.
Chen Fei knows. Tang Qingyan found out too. Now, Chen Fei is coming to ask her for her child back. But how could she possibly bear to hand over the quadruplets? However, she knew Tang Qingyan's capabilities. Tang Qingyan's words were as good as nails. If she doesn't hand over the quadruplets, Tang Qingyan will definitely bankrupt the Su family. They don't care at all that the two families are relatives. For a moment, she had no idea what to choose. Because she never imagined that one day she would have to make such a choice. Even after leaving Tang Qingyan's house today, she never imagined that things would be exposed. Perhaps she was avoiding the thought of the outcome. Can I talk to Chen Fei? Su Tong mustered up her courage and said those words. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei waved his hand, indicating that he was unwilling to talk directly with Su Tong and would let Tang Qingyan handle the whole process. He doesn't want to talk to you, Tang Qingyan said coldly. Su Tong collapsed weakly onto the bed once again. Memories of the past 2 days between her and Chen Fei flashed through her mind, though most of these memories were of Chen Fei's handsome and dashing figure. However, she still thought of the heartwarming scene last night, under the warm yellow light, when Chen Fei explained photography knowledge to her little by little. I also remember Chen Fei holding Sibo and laughing happily. Now that the truth has been revealed, Chen Fei doesn't even want to say another word to her, let alone having a discussion. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and said, "Let's talk about this face to face." Yes, 1 hour later, at Jue Tea House. Tang Qingyan coldly announced the time and place. Good. After hanging up the phone, Su Tong closed her eyes, closing them in great pain. Just then, Su's mother came in to see her nephews and nieces. She saw that Su Tong's little face, with her eyes closed, was covered with tears, which flowed out like pearls from a broken string. This gave Su's mother a big fright. He quickly went over and asked, "Tong Tong, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, Mom." Su Tong opened her eyes, forcefully wiped away her tears, then lowered her head, not daring to look directly at her mother as she got up and ran out, wiping away tears as she went. Because she didn't want the children to be woken up by her crying. She didn't want her children to see their mother crying. They were even less willing to choose between the two options Chen Fei presented. Wa'ada. What should she do? What should we do? Sure enough, what goes around comes around. Mrs. Su knew that something serious must have happened. She quickly chased after him. He chased his daughter all the way to the pavilion in the back garden. Seeing her daughter sitting on the stone stool and lying on the stone table, her little body twitching repeatedly. "Tong Tong, what happened?" Mrs. Su asked anxiously. Su Tong didn't want to talk about it because she didn't know how. Mrs. Su sighed, then sat down next to Su Tong, gently patting Su Tong's shoulder as she asked, "Are you still sad and upset about Chen Fei not being the children's godfather?" "Actually, you don't need to be sad. If you really want to find godfathers for the children, Mom." "Mom, that's not it." Su Tong quickly stopped her mother from saying anything outrageous. "What is that? What's making you cry so sadly?" Seeing her daughter crying like this, Su's mother felt very distressed. She only has one daughter, Su Tong, who is her precious darling. Su Tong pursed her pouty lips, but tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mrs. Su hugged her daughter and comforted her, saying, "Don't cry. You're a mother now, how can you still not control your emotions? No matter what difficulties you face in this world, your father and mother will be there for you. Tell Mom what happened. Crying won't solve the problem. We shouldn't run away from the problem. Even if something huge happens, your parents will be there to support you." Su Tong looked at her mother, and under her mother's concerned gaze, she told her what had happened. After hearing this, Su's mother's expression changed drastically. Unlike Su Tong, she immediately and decisively said, "The quadruplets can't be given to Chen Fei. These are your children. Chen Fei only provided the sperm. Although we were wrong in this matter, now that Chen Fei and Qingyan know about it, we can make it up to Chen Fei. Hurry up and get ready, wash your face, put on makeup, Mom will go with you to Jue Tea House to meet them. You can't cry anymore, you can't be sad anymore. Right now, you have to be a strong mother. Otherwise, you'll not only lose custody of the quadruplets, but you'll also be accused of stealing sperm, charged with theft, and sent to jail. Also, you can't have any more illusions about Chen Fei. Since he doesn't want to talk to you about this over the phone in person and instead chose to have Qingyan do it, it's clear that he's very angry and irrational. That's why he had Qingyan do it. Su's mother was much more rational than Su Tong.
Moreover, after learning that Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan were getting married, Su's mother had already considered the various situations that would arise after the quadruplets were exposed, and had already thought of a variety of countermeasures. Because, as someone her age has long known, there are no walls that cannot be sealed.
What's meant to happen will happen. It's only a matter of time.
Su Tong couldn't truly let go of her illusions about Chen Fei, so even though her mother gave her such advice,
she still couldn't muster the energy.
But thinking about the negotiation an hour later, she eventually listened to Su's mother and went to wash up.
Chapter 89, Father Su appears, the child must belong to the Su family. An hour later. Inside the VIP room of Yingjue Tea House.
Opposite Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan sat Su Tong, who looked pale, and Su's mother, who had a kind face.
Mrs. Su and the others arrived first.
So, as soon as Su's mother saw Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan arrive, she immediately greeted them with a smile.
There was absolutely no tension about having to go to court after anything was exposed. Chen Fei, Qingyan, you've arrived. Okay, Tong Tong was wrong back then, and I only found out about it recently.
I was shocked when I saw Chen Fei the day before yesterday. The second and third treasures are exactly like Chen Fei, as if they were cut from the same mold. Then that night I asked Tong Tong, and at first she wouldn't tell me, but she finally told me after I kept asking.
After I learned the truth, I was really conflicted.
I wanted to tell Chen Fei, but Chen Fei had already married you, Qingyan. But I'm also worried that this matter will affect your marriage with Chen Fei, Qingyan.
Then, Tong Tong made the children recognize Chen Fei as their godfather. I was really shocked by Tong Tong's naive behavior.
I immediately decided to take her and the children away and ordered her never to appear in your and Chen Fei's sight with the children again. We had already bought our plane tickets to go abroad tomorrow, but we didn't expect that things would still be exposed at this critical moment. We don't intend to run away from this issue, we're prepared to face it head-on, because running away won't solve anything. Besides, Chen Fei already knows about this, and he is the biological father of the quadruplets.
We can't just secretly take the children and run away, never letting them see Chen Fei again.
At this point, Su's mother said to Chen Fei, Tong Tong has also told me about your conditions. I've come up with a compromise, but I don't know if you agree to it.
Chen Fei remained silent, his expression still cold. Tang Qingyan glanced at Chen Fei, then said to Su's mother, speak.
Mrs. Su continued, first of all, it was indeed Tong Tong's fault. But it wasn't easy for Tong Tong to carry quadruplets. When she was pregnant, her belly was practically touching the sky. I think you have a lot of experience with multiple pregnancies, Qingyan, so you should know that pregnancy is indeed very difficult.
Tang Qingyan nodded.
After she found out she was pregnant with 10 babies, she stayed in bed the whole time. Even when working, she would lie in bed and have her female secretaries read out the work content, and then she would provide countermeasures and solutions. Because at that time, she couldn't stand up at all, her belly was too big and too heavy. When she was lying down, she couldn't see the white wall opposite her, her view was completely blocked by her round belly.
Although the quadruplets weren't as extreme as her decuplets, the situation wouldn't be much better.
Therefore, Su Tong's pregnancy with quadruplets was tiring, and she has to acknowledge that. Miss Su continued, then, when it came to childbirth, although it was a C-section, Tong Tong still put in a lot of effort to get back in shape. Then Tong Tong insisted on breastfeeding all 4 children, and all 4 children drank breast milk. To ensure enough breast milk, Tong Tong gained weight and weighed 150 pounds at that time. Speaking of these things, Su's mother was also very emotional. After all, they've all been mothers and know how difficult pregnancy and the postpartum period can be.
Tong Tong didn't start exercising to get back in shape until the children were 6 months old and weaned.
She controlled her appetite every day and did a lot of exercise. It took her a month and a half to get back to 89 pounds. Along the way, she almost fainted several times because she lost too much weight.
Sigh.
Auntie is saying all this not to create a tragic image for Tong Tong in front of you and gain your sympathy. To be honest, and what I'm trying to say is very clear, Tong Tong really put a lot of effort into the quadruplets. Therefore, Auntie hopes that Tong Tong will still have custody of the quadruplets. However, our Su family can compensate Chen Fei, and Chen Fei can name the amount.
Whatever the compensation, our Su family will accept it.
Also, Chen Fei can come to see the child anytime.
If Chen Fei and Qingyan don't mind, we can buy the villa next to Qingyan's and live there. In addition, the children's surname can also be changed to Chen. If Chen Fei wants to take the children to recognize their ancestors, there will be no problem at all.
This was the biggest concession Su's mother made.
That sounds perfectly reasonable. Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei. Before Chen Fei could respond, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Nonsense! I won't agree. Tongtong's child must have the surname Su. These are our Su family children. They have absolutely nothing to do with Chen Fei. If he wants to sue, let him sue. This sperm was legally and legitimately purchased by Tongtong at a hospital abroad. Why should Chen Fei have the right to name the child? And why should our Su family's child have to acknowledge Chen Fei's family as their ancestor? Mrs. Su's brow twitched. She looked over and saw Mr. Su Jinan, who had entered the private room with a furious expression on his face. Jinan, how did you know we were here? Mrs. Su had a bad feeling. Why had Mr. Su followed them here? Su Jinan glared at his mother. Why can't I be here? Are you trying to hide something this big from me? Dad, I agree with what Mom said. Su Tong frowned and said. Su Jinan didn't even look at Su Tong. You have no right to speak. Then, Su Jinan looked at Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan and said coldly, Qingyan, your uncle still says the same thing. If you want a child from the Su family, no way. Chen Fei stood up and looked coldly at Su Tong's father, then see you in court. He was still somewhat reluctant to agree to the compromise that Mrs. Su had just suggested. Now that Su Tong's father is still like this, Chen Fei feels there's no point in talking anymore. See you in court. After saying that, Chen Fei left with Tang Qingyan. As soon as they left, Su's mother immediately complained to Su Jinan with a bitter expression. Su Jinan, what are you doing here to mess things up? We were about to reach an agreement, why were you so stubborn? It's just a naming right, and the children are still part of the Su family. Do you really care that much about the children's surnames? Moreover, Tongtong was in the wrong to begin with. Although the legal procedures were followed at the time, there are still some incriminating evidence against her. If Qingyan gets hold of those incriminating facts and takes us to court, we're bound to lose. Not only will you have to pay for the quadruplets, but you'll also have to send Tongtong to jail. Even worse, given Qingyan's personality and Chen Fei's attitude just now, our entire Su family will be finished. It's driving Su's mother crazy. My hair is practically steaming with anger. When it really matters, my husband messes things up. It's just, ugh, I feel like killing him. Su Jinan scoffed, womanly compassion. These quadruplets must belong to the Su family. How could they possibly take Chen Fei's surname? Don't you know how outstanding Chen Fei is now? Don't you know how strong Chen Fei's genes are? Don't you know how brilliant and splendid the future of these quadruplets will be? At this time, you handed over the quadruplets to Chen Fei and stupidly moved next door to Tang Qingyan. Are you stupid or really stupid? Chen Fei's current wife is Tang Qingyan. Chen Fei is the son-in-law of the Tang family. He's not our Su family's son-in-law. Do you want everyone to say that the quadruplets are Chen Fei's illegitimate children? Do you want Tongtong to never be able to hold her head up high again, to be pointed at and gossiped about for the rest of her life, saying that she stole her brother-in-law's sperm and had a child? Therefore, we cannot admit to this. We absolutely refuse to admit it. The quadruplets were all conceived legally and legitimately through a sperm bank while Tongtong was abroad. The children were born legally and legitimately. There is absolutely no moral issue involved. Chapter 90. Breaking up with Chen Fei is tantamount to going against the entire Tang family. These words left Su's mother completely dumbfounded. When she was thinking of solutions, she never considered that she really wanted to completely break ties with Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan. But now, what my husband said seems to make perfect sense. She looked at her daughter, Su Tong, and saw that she was still in a daze and probably hadn't heard what Su Jinan said. She let out a heavy sigh. After downing 2 cups of tea, he made his decision and said to Su Jinan, okay, I'll do as you say. Since we're going to court, we can't leave a single trace. Only then did Su Tong belatedly realize what was happening. She looked up at her parents and asked with a bitter expression, Dad, Mom, do we really have to go to court? I don't care what others say about me or what they think of me. Before Su Tong could finish speaking, Su Jinan retorted coldly, you have no right to speak on this matter. This isn't just your business, it's the business of the entire Su family. The importance of talent is recognized by everyone, whether it's a country, a family, or a company. Talent is absolutely crucial. Over the years, the Su family has always been outmatched by the Tang family. Although both he and Tangwen were sons-in-law of the Jian family, Tangwen always held a higher status than him during festivals and holidays, and far more people supported Tangwen than supported him. Tangwen's parents-in-law were always kind and gentle to him,
but they always had a cold expression towards him. On one occasion, during a holiday, even though he was the one who gave the most valuable calligraphy and painting as a gift, his parents-in-law went around saying that the calligraphy and painting was actually given by Tangwon.
He was so angry he jumped up and down.
Therefore, he always wanted to bring prosperity to the Su family and overpower the Tang family.
In the last 3 days, Chen Fei has heard about all of his abilities. He was incredibly excited because the quadruplets were Chen Fei's children. In other words, these quadruplets will all be outstanding individuals in the future. They are the hope for the Su family's rise and even their ability to surpass the Tang family. Therefore, he would not allow any problems to arise with the quadruplets. They had to be from the Su family. Even if it's a surname, it has to be Su. They didn't want the quadruplets to have anything to do with Chen Fei at all. Su Tong finally came to her senses. She stood up and said firmly, "The children are mine. I can let them take whichever surname I want." She was also a rebellious person. Most importantly, she didn't want to break up with Chen Fei, because she felt that she was in the wrong from the start. Although she felt bad seeing Chen Fei's indifferent expression, she was lost in thought and couldn't come back to her senses. But now, seeing her father treating her 4 children like commodities, she came to her senses. They should resist immediately. He. Su Jinan sneered, "Do you think the child is still in the Su family? Tong Tong, don't you know your personality? Don't try to go against me this time, it won't do you any good. On the contrary, if you listen to me, I'll make sure you live a happy and carefree life." Su Tong's expression changed drastically, and Su's mother also looked at Su Jinan in disbelief. "What did you say? What have you done to the child?" Su Tong roared like a madman. Mrs. Su frowned and asked, "Su Jinan, where did you put the child?" Su Jinan glanced at the mother and daughter and said coldly, "They'll definitely be placed in a safe place. These quadruplets are my own grandchildren. As their grandfather, I certainly won't do anything to them." "What are you thinking? I just don't want Chen Fei or Tang Qingyan to know about the children." Mrs. Su breathed a sigh of relief, but then frowned and said, "I heard that Chen Fei is a skilled doctor who can completely cure Grandpa Qingyan's illness, as well as Qingyan's father and my sister's illness. My sister told me about this. If we really fall out with Chen Fei now, it's like going against the entire Tang family, not just Qingyan." Su's mother still wants to remind Su Jinan of this. "I know, so I found someone to back me up. Even if Tang Wen's father, Tang Yannian, is completely cured and can return to the Tang family to take charge, we have nothing to fear." A glint of light flashed in Su Jinan's eyes as he spoke. On Chen Fei's side. As soon as they got into the car, Tang Qingyan said to Chen Fei, "Second sister-in-law has evidence that your sperm was maliciously stolen. However, second sister-in-law's subordinate is now dead." When Su Tong transferred money to second sister-in-law's subordinate, it was done through multiple accounts, so it can't be traced back to her. Also, Su Tong's pregnancy paperwork was completed overseas. It seems we have no way to prove that Su Tong deliberately had someone steal your tadpoles, but first, Su Tong's child is your biological child. We can have a paternity test done, so this is not a big problem. Second, you have never signed any agreement to sell or donate tadpoles. Evidence of this can be obtained from the hospital where Su Tong applied for the tadpoles. However, one thing is that Su Tong and the others say that all the responsibility lies with the hospital, not them. They are also victims and did not know that the tadpole was mixed up and switched. Therefore, our only way out right now is to find out all the channels through which the money was transferred to second sister subordinates, and it will eventually end up with Su Tong. I've already sent people to investigate this matter, Tang Qingyan said. Chen Fei nodded indifferently, then said to Tang Qingyan, "If we can think of this, Su Tong's father will also think of this, and in the end, he will probably find a scapegoat to take the blame. So, even if we find that lead, it won't be of much use." Since Su Jinan dared to make such a statement today, he must have been prepared. But Chen Fei isn't someone you can just bully. Is Chen Fei's child something Su Jinan can just take as he pleases? I have another way. It's a sure win. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes dangerously as he spoke. Chapter 91. I heard my mother say, "Your daddy has children too." At home. Jia and Liang, along with their second brother Xian and the others, watched the animated film Dragon Soul together, and their mouths were all stiff with embarrassment. The siblings were so shocked that their mouths were agape the entire time. She kept screaming, "Aha! This animated film is absolutely stunning, whether it's the visual quality, the character modeling, the special effects, or the storyline. They could blast any animated film they'd ever seen. I've been watching for over an hour, and I still haven't finished. However, because the rule was that children couldn't watch cartoons for more than an hour at a time, they could only reluctantly follow their second child and the others out of the Starry Sky cinema. After that, they chattered away with the second brother and the others about the plot of Dragon Soul. Finally, as if she had just remembered something, Jia said, "I think I heard my mom say that your dad has a child." "What child?" Babeo asked, looking completely bewildered. "I just happened to overhear my mom talking on the phone in her study. The conversation was..." Jia has a good memory, she told Babeo and the others everything she had heard. Kids love to gossip when they're together. Especially Jia, that girl. She hadn't thought about this before, but she was so moved by the cartoon she watched that it suddenly came to mind. "So I told the second brother and the others. Finally," she said, "but it's still not confirmed who your father's child is. My mother came over today, probably to talk to your parents about this, because your father probably didn't know before. Also, I saw a picture of your Aunt Tongtong on my mom's desk. I don't know if it's related to this matter." When Jia was talking about these things, Tang Tang and the others came over and overheard. After hearing this, the decaploids were all shocked. Then Tang Tang immediately said, "Impossible. I don't believe it's true. Daddy only has us 10, no others. Besides, Aunt Tongtong's quadruplets were born when she was abroad, they have nothing to do with my daddy." Babeo frowned, a question arising in her mind, "But I saw Aunt Tongtong's 2 baby boys, and they look a lot like us." Sherbao nodded vigorously and said, "Yes. I noticed it too. She looks just like Daddy. Like they were made from the same mold." "This matter has not been confirmed, so please stop discussing it." The second son, Xian, spoke coldly. Jia seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing, and she added, "I only heard it, and I don't know if it's true or not." "Don't overthink it. I might have misheard, and it's all a misunderstanding." Tang Tang said definitively, "It must be a misunderstanding." Little Guagui nodded vigorously and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's fake." None of the 5 girls believed it was true, but only the 5 boys knew in their hearts that there was definitely something wrong with it. However, this matter is of great importance and is not something that children like them can discuss. Moreover, with outsiders present, we definitely cannot continue the discussion. After Jia and the others left, the 5 brothers then gathered together to discuss the matter. "I didn't bring the girls along for the discussion because if they joined, they would definitely scream and express disbelief, completely irrational. Therefore, it's best for the 5 brothers to discuss it, because this is a men's matter." Babeo played with the pencil in her hand and said, "Daddy and Mommy went out late at night and haven't come back yet. Do you think Aunt Tongtong's 4 babies are really our biological younger brothers and sisters?" While playing with building blocks, Sherbao said, "It should be true." Sibao sat on the sofa, sitting up straight, and said, "So what if it's true? Anyway, Daddy is our daddy now, and Aunt Tongtong's baby can only stand aside. Daddy lives here with us." Lu Bao said with a worry, "Daddy is living with us now, but haven't you guys seen TV dramas about ancient palaces? The emperor has many wives and many children, and the emperor goes to sleep in different palaces every night." Babeo complained, "That was ancient times, okay? It's not like here. Here, a man can only marry 1 wife." The second child, Xian, spoke up, "He's so outstanding. Although we're the only 10 children now, there's no guarantee he won't have more in the future. Actually, it's good if he has more children. The problem now isn't about Aunt Tongtong's children, but rather, as a man, he'll definitely bring the children back. However, Aunt Tongtong's family probably won't let go so easily." Lu Bao put down his pencil and said, "I'll call Grandpa and ask him to handle it." Yes. Grandpa is amazing." Sherbao immediately nodded his little head and said. The second son, Xian, nodded. "These little kids definitely can't help with this, only adults can. For example, their maternal grandfather and great-grandfather, these influential people." Night. When Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan drove home, the house was brightly lit. Tang Yannian, Tang Wen, and Tang's mother were all sitting on the sofa in the living room with somber expressions. As soon as the 3 saw Chen Fei and the others return, Tang's mother immediately stood up and asked, "How did it go?" Tang Qingyan was slightly puzzled. Tang's mother explained, "We already know the truth. Tongtong's quadruplets are Chen Fei's, right? The children told us, and we didn't believe it at the time, but Mom called your second sister-in-law herself and she told Mom the truth." Why didn't you tell us about something this big? Did you suffer any injustice when you went there?
As Tang's mother spoke, she looked around at Chen Fei, afraid that he might be mistreated at the Su family's house.
Chen Fei said, Mom, we're fine. It's just that Su Tong's father refuses to admit it. We're going to have to prepare for a lawsuit.
I'm determined to get custody of the quadruplets back. As for whether to pursue Su Tong's case, we'll see when the time comes.
Upon hearing this, Tang Wen's face darkened, and his temper flared up. What is that bastard Su Zhinan trying to do? He still won't admit it? Has he lost all sense of shame? Xiaofei, Dad's calling that old man right now.
He's getting more and more shameless as he gets older. As Tang Wen was about to make a phone call, Tang Yannian pressed his hand down.
Your call 1T help. Do you think Su Zhinan doesn't know that Xiaofei has the Tang family behind him?
Since he knows, he still insists on doing this, clearly showing he 1T give the Tang family any face, and even. At this point, Tang Yannian's experienced eyes narrowed slightly. He has found a powerful backer, it must be the Qin family.
Tang Wen's expression changed drastically. What? That idiot found the Qin family as his backer? Has he gone mad? Doesn't he know that the Tang family and the Qin family are enemies? He knew that, which is why he went to the Qin family. Tang Yannian said with absolute certainty. Tang Wen was so angry that he couldn't speak. He really didn't expect it. His brother-in-law usually seemed quite reasonable.
Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, they turned on us and bit us. The Tang family and the Su family have a lot of cooperation, because the two families are related and the Tang family has given the Su family a lot of favors.
Unexpectedly, Su Zhinan is an ingrate. Tang Wen was furious.
Seeing his father-in-law standing up for him, Chen Fei said, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, don't worry about this.
I already have a plan.
Even if Su Zhinan finds the Qin family to back him up, he can forget about taking my child. I didn't know about this before, but now that I do, I absolutely have to bring those quadruplets back. I will absolutely not allow my flesh and blood to be lost outside. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Wen's anger subsided slightly, and he quickly asked Chen Fei, Xiaofei, tell Dad what you're planning to do?
Chapter 92 of the animated series is now online, and Feiyu technology is going viral. The Su family. Mrs. Su's phone rang.
She saw that it was her sister, Tang's mother, calling and was about to answer.
Su Zhinan took the phone, pressed the reject button, turned off his mother's phone, and confiscated it.
This infuriated Su's mother.
Su Zhinan, what are you doing? Are you not even letting me use my phone? Are you crazy? We're just confiscating your phone for a while.
Once this period is over and the trouble has subsided, we won't bother with you anymore.
Okay, time for bed. With that, Su Zhinan lifted the covers and got into bed. Mrs. Su was furious. You've gone too far. It's just a lawsuit, nothing serious. Why won't you let me answer my sister's calls? Why won't you let me use my phone? Do you think I would betray you? Su Zhinan closed his eyes and simply said, You're overthinking it. I'm just doing this as a precaution. You're sleeping alone tonight. I'm going to find Tongtong. Tongtong couldn't sleep with the babies tonight, she definitely won't be able to sleep. With that, Mrs. Su was about to leave.
Su Zhinan said without even opening his eyes, Her room is locked, you can't go in.
If you don't want to sleep here, go sleep in the study.
Su's mother turned around and looked at Su Zhinan with shock in her eyes.
It exploded. Su Zhinan, are you trying to imprison Tongtong? Don't put it so harshly. I just want to give her some space to think things through.
Once she's figured it out, I'll let her out naturally. Su Zhinan said coldly. Mrs. Su's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She still wanted to yell.
Su Zhinan then said, Don't you want to see your precious grandchildren? You threat me?
Su's mother felt that Su Zhinan had changed, really changed.
Don't put it so harshly. I was just reminding you. Okay, if you're not going to sleep, go to the study. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Su Zhinan turned off the wall lamp.
In the dimly lit room, Su's mother suddenly felt that her home had become incredibly unfamiliar.
Midnight. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Xiuxiu, a self-proclaimed fat otaku anime fan, was somewhat bored as she searched through her newly added anime collection. See if there are any new and good animated films coming out.
When she saw the name of an animated film, she was so shocked that her mouth opened into an O shape. Holy crap, the title of this animated film is absolutely outrageous. Magical Princess Girl Guagui Supreme Night Coco Crazy Cool Fairy Tang Tang Cute Lowly Sweet Descends to Earth Fairy Beauty. Are you sure this is the title of an animated film? Which elegant and unconventional director chose this? I'll click in and see how bizarre it is. Although I don't watch those Balabala Princess Girls series cartoons either. While talking, Wang Xiuxiu, who was really bored and couldn't find any good cartoons, clicked on this cartoon. Because once she clicked on it, she was going to unleash a barrage of criticism. But, unexpectedly. Holy crap! The picture quality is amazing. The song is great too, and it's sung by a male singer. His voice is so deep and magnetic, I love it. Oh my god, the magic effects are amazing. Oh my god, even I, someone who doesn't like shoujo anime, have fallen in love with this show. It's so cute and girly. Pink everywhere, so girly. So cute. The character models are incredibly cute. These are real anime characters. Wow, all the anime I've seen before were garbage. This is real anime. Finished watching one episode. Wang Xiuxiu couldn't help but recommend this animated film to Weibo, WeChat official accounts, Douyin, and Bilibili. Because she is a seasoned anime fan, she frequently posts content and reviews related to anime. With millions of followers on each social media platform, he can be considered a small-time content creator. After sending it, she was about to continue watching the animation, but suddenly, she saw that a new animation had been added to the library. It was a new animation produced by the same team that made this excellent magical animation, called Dragon Soul. She couldn't resist clicking on it again. Immediately following was her loud, screaming ah. They even received complaints from neighbors upstairs and downstairs. But she didn't care, because this animated film was her favorite fantasy-themed animated film. It fully showcases the fantasy world. That's absolutely amazing. This perfectly illustrates what it means to have one hand control the sky. What is a giant that is hundreds of feet tall? What is a mythical beast? What truly defines a grand fantasy world? What makes special effects truly excellent? What makes a perfect anime character? What does it mean to be a seductive little vixen? What does it mean to be an incredibly manly man? He was so excited that he wrote a full 3,000 words to review the animated film Dragon Soul and 5,000 words to lavish praise on Feiyu Technology, the team that produced Dragon Soul and Magical Princess Girl Guagua. Overnight, the two animated series Dragon Soul and Magical Princess Girl became wildly popular throughout Kyushu. Everywhere you look, people are talking about these two animated films. Even many wealthy young men and influential figures on Weibo are posting, saying that these two animated films have completely overturned their understanding of animated films. I give Feiyu Technology a huge shout out. They said they had never heard of such an animation production company before. Then, the whole world started asking, who is Chen Fei? Who is Chen Fei? Because the producer, screenwriter, special effects artist, lyricist, singer, character modeler, and so on for both animated films are all the same person, Chen Fei. He's an absolute genius. 8 o'clock in the morning. Just as animation fans around the world were searching for Chen Fei, another gasp suddenly rang out. Feiyu Technology has released a new animated film. Not one less. Feiyu Technology has registered a Weibo account. Go follow them, go follow them. 9 o'clock in the morning. In just 1 hour, Feiyu Technology's Weibo followers skyrocketed to 40 million. Moreover, they are all genuine fans, not fake or inflated followers. This is absolutely astonishing. Who can gain 40 million followers in just 1 hour? Besides Feiyu Technology, there's no one else like it. Even the hottest celebrities don't have more than 40 million real fans, let alone gain more than 40 million fans in just 1 hour on Weibo. Feiyu Technology has become a sensation. Not only are two groundbreaking animated blockbusters by Feiyu Technology topping the trending searches on social media platforms such as Weibo, Toshio, Hobu, Douyin, and Bilibili. My god, I just searched for Feiyu Technology, and there's only one person named Chen Fei. Chen Fei is a god. He's so damn awesome, he's absolutely incredible. Top Media and Culture Company Executives Group. Chairman, find Chen Fei of Feiyu Technology's contact information. No matter the cost, negotiate a 2 billion yuan special effects contract with him. Get it done quickly. If you do it well, your year-end bonus will be unlimited fun at beauty salons and clubs. Top Video Group Executives Group.
Chairman, find Chen Fei of Feiyu Technologies contact information.
No matter the cost, get him to sign an exclusive contract with our video website. Get it done quickly, or I'll add 100 million to his year-end bonus.
Top Star Making Company Executives Group. Chairman, immediately find Chen Fei of Feiyu Technology.
No matter the cost, we must buy all the copyrights to his theme songs. And sign an exclusive distribution agreement for his songs.
Whoever can handle this will receive a year-end bonus of 200 million. Top Gaming Group Executives. Chairman, quickly find Chen Fei of Feiyu Technologies contact information. No matter the cost, we must hire him to be our group's script design consultant, modeling consultant, special effects consultant, and so on. If he does it well, the year-end bonus will be 1 billion. The entire Kyushu region exploded because of one Chen Fei. Chapter 93 Tang Yanyan's recovery shocks the top families of Kyushu. Chen Fei is the male lead.
At this moment, the final diagnosis is being made for Tang Yanyan, Tang Wan, and Tang's mother. Today is the third day they have been drinking Chinese medicine. It was also the last day. After arriving at Chen Fei's house last night, they stayed there instead. They also brought Chinese medicine with them. After having breakfast and drinking Chinese medicine, they all came to find Chen Fei. Tang's mother said excitedly, "Xiaofei, look at my complexion, doesn't it look especially good? I haven't taken any tonics to replenish my qi and blood these past 2 days, but I look great in the mirror, with a rosy complexion and lots of energy. I can even see that I don't have any gray hairs anymore, whereas before I would always have a few sticking out. I feel like I've suddenly become 5 or 6 years younger, it's absolutely wonderful." No woman is immune to the desire to be beautiful, and Tang's mother is no exception. She was particularly fond of beauty, but thrombocytopenia made her not only look unwell but also pale. Moreover, while others still had a full head of black hair, she had already begun to gradually develop gray hair. This really worried her. She and Su Tong's mother were twins, but Su Tong's mother did not have this disease and looked healthy and energetic. She looked 3 or 4 years older than Su Tong's mother. She hasn't gone to the hospital for a checkup yet to see if she's fully recovered. But she could already feel the changes in her body and found herself to be much younger than before. Even now, standing next to Su Tong's mother, she wouldn't look older than Su Tong's mother. In fact, she might even look younger.
Awesome! Because sisters also like to compare themselves to each other, right?
After taking Tang's mother's pulse, Chen Fei said, "Congratulations, Mom, your thrombocytopenia has been completely cured this time, and there will be no recurrence in the future."
Wow, that's wonderful. Xiaofei, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say.
As she spoke, Tang's mother excitedly hugged Chen Fei into her arms. Touched, she patted his back and said, "Xiaofei, if Qingyan bullies you in the future, tell Mom, and I'll teach her a lesson." Standing beside her, Tang Qingyan was also happy that her mother's illness, which had troubled her for years, was finally cured. However, upon hearing her mother's words, she playfully feigned sadness and said, "Mom, you're so biased.
Are you Chen Fei's real mother or mine?" Of course it's Xiaofei's biological mother. Tang's mother laughed heartily.
Sitting next to her, Tang Yanyan and Tang Wan breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Tang's mother was completely cured.
This also means that their illness will be completely cured today. This is truly amazing.
Chen Fei truly deserves to be called a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Even the legendary Dr. Zhou Kan was so eager to become his disciple.
"Mom, you can let me go now," Chen Fei said, slightly embarrassed. "My mother-in-law's embrace was so warm and soft." Tang's mother laughed heartily and quickly released Chen Fei. Next, Tang Wan was shown the results.
Without a doubt, the recovery was excellent.
The atrophic spondylitis that had plagued Tang Wan for over 30 years was finally completely cured and would not recur.
Tang Wan wanted to hug Chen Fei, but Chen Fei subtly rejected him. "It's okay for my mother-in-law to hug me, but if my father-in-law wants a hug, thank you, but no thanks."
Finally, it was shown to Tang Yanyan.
Tang Wan, Tang's mother, and Tang Qingyan all looked nervously at Chen Fei, who was taking Tang Yanyan's pulse. When Chen Fei lowered his hand, Tang Qingyan immediately held her breath and asked, "Chen Fei, how is it?"
Tang Wan and his mother also stared intently at Chen Fei, waiting for his answer. Chen Fei laughed and said, "What else could it be? Of course, I'm completely cured. My medical skills, wife, do you still doubt them?"
Tang Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's arm with excitement, jumped onto him, and hugged him like a koala, saying excitedly, "I didn't doubt you, I was just worried."
Honey, you're so amazing, really, so incredibly amazing. They're showing off their love. Tang's mother laughed jokingly. Xiaofei, why don't we leave first and give you two some time? Tang Wen also laughed and said. Tang Yannian was also very excited at this moment. He laughed heartily and said, Xiaofei, you are really great. Looking at his adorable little wife, Chen Fei smiled helplessly and said, get down first. There are so many elders watching. Tang Qingyan clung tightly to Chen Fei's neck, shaking her head coquettishly, no, no. After she finished speaking, she buried her little head in Chen Fei's neck. This left Chen Fei utterly exasperated. I'm so full from all this dog food, I need to go outside for a walk to digest. Tang's mother laughed heartily and led the way, with Tang Wen and Tang Yannian naturally following behind. Tang Yannian even closed the door. Leave the time and space to Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan. Wife, if you don't get down, your husband won't let you get down. Chen Fei said with a smile. This hugging pose is something both women and men like. The news that Tang Yannian had fully recovered and returned to the mountain at noon shocked the top families throughout the entire 9 provinces. The Wei family in southern Kyushu. Wei Xiaodong reported to his father with trembling hands, Father, Tang Yannian has truly and completely recovered this time, and he has also returned to the mountains. Tonight he's hosting a banquet for all the heads of the Tang family's branch families, the heads of the smaller families that have allied with the Tang family, and the heads of the Tang family's friendly families. The commotion was so big that even the small Chao family received a banquet invitation, but our Wei family didn't. It seems that Tang Yannian really holds a grudge against our Wei family. Wei Buchuan took several puffs of his cigarette before saying in a deep voice, make a call and summon back all Wei family members within the Tang family's sphere of influence. Everyone else, keep your heads down and do your jobs properly. Don't be the first to stick your neck out. Keep a low profile. Those who disobey will be permanently expelled from the Wei family. At this critical juncture, although our Wei family and the Tang family have some minor disputes, Tang Yannian will definitely not make the first move against our Wei family. He will surely target the Qin family. Our Wei family will remain inactive and let the Qin and Tang families fight it out first. We'll then assess the situation amidst the chaos. Wei Xiaodong immediately accepted the order, yes, father. Chapter 94, having found a powerful backer, Su Zhinan started to get cocky. The Qin family in northern Kyushu. The study of Qin Changsheng, the head of the Qin family. Qin Changsheng's son, Qin Yan, is giving a report to Qin Changsheng. Father, we have received accurate information that Tang Yannian's illness has been completely cured. He is throwing a grand banquet tonight, inviting hundreds of families, which indicates that he will officially return to power after tonight and take over the Tang family again. The reason Tang Yannian's illness was cured was entirely due to this young man in the document you are holding. His name is Chen Fei. The Su family, which is somewhat related to the Tang family, has officially become a member of our Qin family. One of the Su family's young ladies has given birth to Chen Fei's children without his consent. It's a quadruplet birth. This Chen Fei has incredibly strong genes and an amazing reproductive ability. Not only did he give birth to 4 children in one pregnancy for the Su family's daughter, but he also gave birth to 10 children in one pregnancy for his current legal wife, Tang Qingyan, the noblewoman of the Tang family. He is no ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, his body is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Not only is his reproductive ability extraordinary, but the skills he has displayed in just 3 days are beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is written in the information that he is skilled in fishing, rock climbing, horseback riding, and even the producer of the animated film that is currently popular on the internet. He might not be from our Kyushu, but rather came from there. Although we can't directly capture him for research, we can study his offspring. The people in that place have always been troubled by low fertility. If we can find a way to improve their fertility, our Qin family will surely dominate the entire land. Qin Changsheng put down the documents in his hand, which were full of photos of Chen Fei's behavior in public over the past 3 days. As soon as the documents were put down, Qin Changsheng's face was revealed. Upon seeing that face, Qin Yan gasped, his shrewd eyes even filled with envy and excitement. Because Qin Changsheng was already 84 years old at this time. However, there was not a trace of 84 years on his face. He even looks younger than his 53-year-old son. He looks like a man in his early 40s, in the prime of his life. It's absolutely unbelievable. However, he knew there was a reason for all of this, and that reason was a big secret. It's related to that place. Qin Changsheng took out a cigarette, and Qin Yan respectfully took out a lighter to light it for him.
Qin Shangsheng took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and said in a deep voice, "This Chen Fei is indeed quite good."
Is the Su family reliable? Qin Shangsheng disliked opportunists.
He looked to be in his 40s, but his voice sounded like that of an octogenarian. Otherwise, Qin Yan would have mistakenly thought that his father had become a different person. Qin Yan replied respectfully, "It's reliable for now because Su Jinan, who made this decision, is very ambitious and has never been willing to submit to Tang one of the Tang family. Therefore, after learning about Chen Fei's prowess, he was determined to keep these quadruplets and use them for the Su family."
Moreover, Chen Fei already knows about the quadruplets.
Their two families have had a negotiation, which ended badly, and they are about to go to court. Qin Shangsheng took a few puffs of his cigarette, then his gaze sharpened, and he said, "Bring Su Jinnan's family over, and bring the quadruplets too."
Yes, father. Qin Yan immediately accepted the order. The Su family.
When Su Jinnan received Qin Yan's call, he was so excited that he paced back and forth in his house, his face glowing with excitement, saying good, good, good repeatedly. Su's mother, sitting on the sofa, looked completely lost and dejected. Overnight, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Because she never imagined that her husband would turn out like this.
A perfectly good family.
Now, the daughter is locked in her room, her phone has been confiscated, and all the phones and communication methods in the house that could connect her to the outside world have been removed. In other words, not only her daughter Tongtong was imprisoned. She was effectively imprisoned.
Because Su Jinan wouldn't let her leave the house at all.
After excitedly hanging up the phone, Su Jinan urged his mother, "Yue Qing, hurry up and pack your things, we're leaving."
Mrs. Su snapped out of her daze and asked with a blank expression, "Go? Where to?" "Heading to the land of happiness."
"Hurry up and pack your things, our family is about to achieve great success.
Besides, don't overthink it.
I'm only keeping you from going out for the sake of our grandchildren.
Once this storm passes, our family will be happily together again, won't that be better?"
Su Jinan gently patted his mother's shoulder and coaxed her. Mrs. Su gave a bitter smile, then got up to pack her things.
Are you family? Imprisoning their daughter, imprisoning their wife, kidnapping their grandson and granddaughter, are they really a family? Did Su Jinan misunderstand the term family?
However, for the sake of her daughter, grandson, and granddaughter, Su's mother obediently packed the important things. Just when Su Jinan felt that the future was bright, and that he would trample on Tangwan, shower his mother-in-law and father-in-law with money, and then his mother-in-law and father-in-law would kneel down and wipe his shoes, feeling extremely happy, the butler rushed in.
"It's terrible, sir.
Sir, something horrible has happened." One sentence pulled Su Jinan back from his daydream. He glared at the butler with great displeasure and scolded, "What kind of behavior is this, all flustered and in such a hurry?
What major event has occurred? It can't be anything serious. It must be the Qin family coming to pick them up."
As expected of the number one family in the north, their speed is truly impressive. The Tang family's son-in-law has arrived, and he brought 3,000 soldiers. They've completely surrounded our Su family compound. The ground is covered in tanks, and the sky is filled with bombers. The Tang family's son-in-law descended from the sky, landing in the garden.
He's currently sitting here drinking tea, telling you to get over there and see him.
When he finished speaking, the butler's head was almost touching his knees, and his voice was barely audible.
Su Jinan thought he had misheard.
You must have misheard.
What 3,000 soldiers? What kind of tank? What bomber? Why should he go see Chen Fei? What the hell are you talking about? Su Jinan immediately rebuked the butler, "Hold your head high and speak properly to me."
The butler looked up, his lips twitching, and said, "Master, you'd better go out and take a look." Because no matter what he says, his master will definitely not believe him. Because even he himself wouldn't believe it if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. This scene is absolutely outrageous, beyond belief. He was stunned, his legs trembled so badly he collapsed to the ground. He had seen a lot of things since following Su Jinan, but he had never seen such a grand scene before.
That's amazing. Su Jinan didn't believe the butler's words.
He thought the butler must have misidentified the main character, and that it must be someone from the Qin family who had come. The butler, being inexperienced, mistook them for visitors from the Tang family.
Su Jinan was shocked to think that the Qin family had sent 3,000 soldiers, fighter jets, and tanks to welcome him.
He felt an overwhelming sense of glory, excitement, and exhilaration. He immediately strode outside, and as he passed the full-length mirror, he made a point of adjusting his appearance.
He then asked his butler, "How do I look today? Is my hair a mess? Don't I look dashing?" The housekeeper almost cried. "Sir, what time is it? Are you still looking at whether someone is handsome or not? I'm really impressed by you."
It's no wonder I'm destined to be just a butler, while the master is destined to be a master. He remains unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before him.
So handsome.
The butler had no choice but to shower the butler with compliments.
Su Jinan also thought he looked very handsome in the mirror.
In the future, when he arrived at the Qin family's territory and became a guest of honor, he would be even more handsome.
Chapter 95. The Tang family's Wolf Fang Iron Army surrounds the Su family.
He strode out of his house. Sure enough, both in the sky and on the land, the scene outside was exactly as the butler had described. In the sky, at least a dozen fighter jets were circling and buzzing. Tanks were parked all around the Su family villa, and at least 20 of them could be seen at a glance. Every tank's gun barrel was pointed in his direction. He frowned slightly, feeling that the cannon's port was facing the wrong way. It should be pointing outwards, not towards the Su family.
However, considering the power of the Qin family, he didn't care anymore.
After all, the fact that they sent such a grand welcome to him, to take him away from the Tang family's territory in such a high-profile manner, was already a great honor for him. You can't expect someone to do everything to your liking, down to the smallest detail.
Overall, Su Jinan was quite satisfied.
His gaze swept past the bombers and tanks and landed on the soldiers standing ramrod straight not far away.
He frowned slightly. Why do I feel like the uniforms those soldiers are wearing look familiar? The Tang family's Wolf Fang Iron Army? Squinting, Su Jinan finally saw clearly the camouflage uniforms worn by the 3,000 soldiers.
There was a large character Tang on the uniforms, and a large wolf totem on the shoulder.
This was none other than the Tang family's Wolf Fang Iron Army. The strongest force in the Tang family army. With a loud boom, he felt like his entire cerebral cortex was about to explode.
Then he recalled what the butler had just told him. In an instant, he turned around and quickly looked toward the open-air tea room and the back garden.
Then I saw Chen Fei sitting there, calmly drinking tea. His pupils constricted sharply. My legs almost gave way and I couldn't stand up.
Fortunately, the butler standing behind him was very experienced and helped him up.
Chen Fei.
He never expected that the one sending such a grand procession to his Su family wasn't the Qin family to pick him up, but Chen Fei, who had told him "see you in court" just last night. What shocked him the most was that Chen Fei had actually managed to get the Tang family to make such a big show of force.
It's simply unbelievable. The Tang family's Wolf Fang Iron Army is the strongest force that only Tang Yannian, the head of the Tang family, can summon. Even Tang Wen couldn't get them moving. Now, Chen Fei has actually led these 3,000 soldiers to completely surround the Su family. Chen Fei's status in the Tang family has actually become comparable to that of Tang Yannian. Scary. That's terrifying. The fact that a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family has achieved this status is something that makes him so envious and jealous that he wants to explode on the spot. And he became even more determined to keep the quadruplets alive. Because Chen Fei has such great power, and the student surpasses the master, it means that when the Su family's quadruplets grow up, they will not be inferior to Chen Fei in the slightest. Even more awesome than Chen Fei. Chen Fei is just one person, but his quadruplets are 4 people. 4 young supreme beings. At that time, the Su family, the number 1 family in the entire Kyushu, can even be considered. The more Su Jinan thought about it, the more excited he became. He then steadied himself, pushed away the butler's hand that was supporting him, and angrily walked towards Chen Fei. As he walked, he shouted angrily, "Chen Fei! What are you doing? I'm going to sue you for illegally trespassing on my Su family's property. Take them away right now. This is my Su family's place, not your Tang family's." As he spoke, Su Jinan had already walked up to Chen Fei. Chen Fei took a sip of tea, then frowned and said, "It's too astringent, not good to drink." Then he put down his teacup, leaned back leisurely in his chair like a king surveying the world, and casually looked at Su Jinan, whose face was full of anger. "Did you invade? Are you sure?" Su Jinan paused for a moment, then looked up and scanned his surroundings. It was discovered that none of the 3,000 soldiers on the ground had entered the Su family's residential land area. The tanks did not enter the Su family's homestead area. Although the bombers roared and circled in the sky, ordinary people had no right to fly over the airspace. These are all public land belonging to the government. In other words, such a large-scale action did not reach the point of invading the Su family.
Seeing Su Jinnan's expression change, Chen Fei slowly spoke, even seeming somewhat helpless. Grandpa Tang knew that my children were in your Su family, so he specially sent soldiers to protect them. Don't worry, we're just protecting the quadruplets. So, do what you're supposed to do, we won't interfere.
Su Jinnan's eyebrows twitched violently twice. With planes and cannons right at my doorstep, you're telling me you won't interfere? Who would believe that?
He narrowed his eyes.
Fine, I'll take my men and leave now. You promised not to interfere with me. Certainly. Chen Fei smiled.
When Su Jinnan saw Chen Fei's smile, he felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stopped talking and turned to leave.
Back home.
Mrs. Su packed her things, but her face was filled with shock. Because she also saw what was happening outside.
I also saw Chen Fei. I saw the Tang family army. I know, these soldiers were brought by Chen Fei.
Suddenly, she didn't know whether to gloat or worry.
It's a contradiction.
What she found schadenfreude about was that her husband had imprisoned her daughter and placed her under house arrest, but now her husband was being placed under house arrest by Chen Fei, and she just wanted to laugh heartily. The worrying thing is, she's now Su Jinnan's wife, which puts her at odds with Chen Fei, so Chen Fei won't show her any mercy.
Yueqing, have you packed your things? Su Jinnan walked in and asked anxiously.
Mrs. Su paused for a moment, then nodded.
Su Jinnan opened Su Tong's door again, and Su's mother immediately ran in.
She was about to call her daughter when she found her lying on the bed, unconscious. She called out several times, but her daughter didn't respond. In her anxiety, she shook her daughter several times, but her daughter didn't respond. Just as she turned around to question Su Jinnan, he urged her, quickly help the nanny lift Tong Tong into the wheelchair.
Tong Tong is fine, she just fainted. I will wake her up when we get there.
To prevent Su Tong from being uncooperative, Su Jinnan had the nanny light some incense in Su Tong's room that could cause intoxication.
Mrs. Su was so angry that she was trembling.
But thinking of her lovely grandson and granddaughter, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and help the nanny lift Su Tong into a wheelchair and push her out of the room. Su's mother even thought to herself, Chen Fei, you must stop us. Because she found Su Jinnan becoming increasingly unfamiliar, even to the point that it terrified her. She thought that her daughter was disobedient, and Su Jinnan, as her father, not only imprisoned her but also had the nanny drug her.
If she doesn't listen, will the outcome be the same?
Just thinking about it made Su's mother feel a chill run down her spine.
An extremely cold sensation spread throughout my body. Chapter 96 Abandon Su Tong, just take your wife and go. Su Jinnan walked in front, while Su's mother and the nanny pushed Su Tong in a pushcart behind them, and another nanny was responsible for carrying the luggage.
I stepped out of my house and came to my parking space.
Su Jinnan personally got into the driver's seat, preparing to drive the car away first.
But they found that the car wouldn't start. He tried to start the car several times, but the engine wouldn't start.
What happened? It was fine yesterday. Why can't I even light a fire today?
Su Jinnan tried several times in frustration, but it still didn't work. He knew that the car had probably been tampered with.
It must have been Chen Fei who sent people to do it. Very good.
He immediately took out his phone, opened the monitoring app, and prepared to catch Chen Fei red-handed and then sue him. However, it was discovered that the surveillance camera placed in the parking space had been broken since last night, with a completely black screen and no surveillance footage recorded.
Damn it! You did it so cleanly. After getting off the bus, Su Jinnan told everyone to stop and not get back on.
The car can't be driven. Then he tried 2 other cars and found that they were the same, they wouldn't start. He glared angrily at the garden, only to see Chen Fei leisurely brewing tea, as if his anger had no effect on Chen Fei at all.
It's infuriating. That's infuriating.
Okay, you've messed up my car and made it impossible for me to drive, no problem, I can still take a taxi.
Su Jinnan immediately opened the ride-hailing app on his phone.
I randomly picked a destination and started hailing a taxi. Because all he needs to do is leave here and patiently wait for the Qin family to send someone to pick him up. He was just a law-abiding citizen. He didn't believe Chen Fei could do anything to him. However, after the orders were sent out, no drivers accepted them. After waiting for a full 10 minutes without anyone accepting the order, Su Jinnan got angry.
Very well, so you're trying to stop me from taking a taxi?
I still have 2 legs.
I went outside. Su Jinnan immediately led his men outside.
As he passed in front of the Tang family's wolf-tooth iron army, he found that these soldiers did not stop him. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that Chen Fei was bluffing. However, when Su's mother pushed Su Tong out, the soldiers stopped her.
Su Zhinan immediately said unhappily, "What are you doing?
This lady is the mother of Mr. Chen's child.
What's wrong with her? Are you feeling unwell while unconscious?"
It's all right, Dr. Gu, come quickly and take a look at Mr. Chen's child's mother. As she spoke, the female soldier made way for a female doctor in a white coat, who then jogged over carrying a medical kit.
They were about to diagnose Su Tong. Su Zhinan slapped the female doctor's hand away and shouted angrily, "Get out of my way! What, Mr. Chen's child's mother? This is my daughter. I'm taking my daughter out, it's none of your business. Get out of my way." "Sorry, no. Believe it or not, I'll sue you. This is an official protection letter." As she spoke, the female soldier showed Su Zhinan the letter of protection.
Su Zhinan looked at the contents of the protection letter, and the veins on his forehead bulged with rage.
Chen Fei completely cured General Tang Yanyan's chronic illness, making a tremendous contribution to the 9 provinces.
Therefore, he is hereby specially appointed as the official divine physician. The government has an obligation to protect the family members of an official divine physician.
Su Zhinan had seen this kind of protection letter before.
However, only those who have made significant contributions to Kyushu can receive this honor. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei was awarded this honor for curing Tang Yanyan's chronic illness.
Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Su Zhinan pointed a trembling finger at the words closest relatives on the protection letter and angrily said, "See that? It says closest relatives here. My daughter has absolutely no connection with Chen Fei.
She's not his wife, not his sister, and certainly not the mother of his children. So, this protection letter is useless to my daughter. Please take a look at this paternity test report, which clearly shows that Ms. Su Tong's quadruplets are Mr. Chen Fei's children."
As she spoke, the female soldier took out another paternity test report and gave it to Su Zhinan. This infuriated Su Zhinan. He knew it was genuine as soon as he saw the name of the testing center on the certificate. When he learned that the father of his daughter's child was Chen Fei, he sent someone to get a DNA test report. As for obtaining Chen Fei's hair at that time, it was quite easy. He entrusted the matter to the butler, who paid some money and arranged for Chen Fei to get a haircut. The butler then had the hairdresser pluck out a few strands of Chen Fei's hair while cutting his hair. DNA can only be detected in hairs that have been plucked, skin and roots intact, for paternity testing. Therefore, after learning that Chen Fei already knew the quadruplets were his children, he immediately moved the quadruplets to a different location. To prevent Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan from finding an opportunity to get a paternity test report, he even bribed the appraisal center with a high price to prevent them from disclosing the appraisal report he had done years ago. However, it was clear that the Tang family still managed to find out about this place, and those who had been bribed by him were not able to shut up in front of the Tang family. We still handed the paternity test report to the Tang family. Hateful. This society is still a money-driven society. Hatred. Su Zhinan turned around and glared at Chen Fei, who was still calmly drinking tea, before turning to Su's mother and saying, "Yue Qing, take our daughter home. I'm not going out. We're just waiting for the Qin family to come and pick us up." Moreover, he was still hesitating whether to abandon his daughter Su Tong and just take his wife with him. Su Zhinan returned home. I called Qin Yan. He explained his situation and then asked the people Qin Yan had sent to pick him up when they would arrive. Qin Yan immediately said that the quadruplets weren't there, so why didn't they leave? "But I can't take my daughter with me," Su Zhinan said hesitantly. "Your daughter is the mother of quadruplets, so Chen Fei won't do anything to her. Just leave her at home for now, and we can bring her back to us when we find a chance. The important thing is that you come over first," Qin Yan analyzed. Upon hearing this, Su Zhinan instantly understood. He was still stubbornly trying to take his daughter away because he felt that if he couldn't, it would be like admitting defeat in front of Chen Fei. Now that Qin Yan has analyzed it this way, he immediately understands. Good. I'll send you a location on my phone. Go here. My men are already there. Don't worry, they can definitely take you away from the Tang family's territory. Even if the Tang family sends out their strongest Wolf Fang Iron Army, it won't work. Remember to bring the quadruplets along. Finally, Qin Yan emphasized this sentence. The reason he sent that peerless expert to the Tang family's territory to pick up the people was because of these quadruplets. Su Zhinan naturally knew what his trump card was, so he immediately replied, "All right.
Brother Chin, don't worry, I will definitely take the quadruplets with me. This is the foundation for the future prosperity of the Su family. Then, the two smiled knowingly.
Chapter 97 Chen Fei's Conditions, A Chance for Remediation. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhennan led his mother forward again.
Mrs. Su looked puzzled.
The people outside won't let Tongtong leave, why are we still going out? Actually, seeing that she couldn't leave actually put her mind at ease. We just don't want Tongtong to leave. We'll leave Aunt Wang here to take care of Tongtong while the two of us go. We'll come back to pick Tongtong up later.
Anyway, since the quadruplets don't need Su Tong around now, it doesn't have much of an impact. Moreover, he has already decided that he will personally take care of the quadruplets from now on and let Su Tong have less contact with them. He wanted to subtly influence the quadruplets' thinking, so that they wouldn't be misled by Su Tong's ideas. Mrs. Su's expression changed, and she immediately refused. No.
We'll go together. Su Zhennan's gaze sharpened. You're really not leaving? I won't leave. Wherever Tongtong is, I'll be there.
Su's mother was adamant. She thought that her attitude would persuade Su Zhennan to take her and her daughter with him, but to her surprise, Su Zhennan directed the housekeeper to take the suitcase. He said to Su's mother, Yue Qing, since you're staying here to take care of Tongtong, I won't say anything more.
You stay here, I'll be going now.
Mrs. Su could only watch helplessly as Su Zhennan left with his luggage and the housekeeper.
She was dumbfounded. Tears streamed down my face without me even realizing it. What's wrong with this heartless husband? How did it suddenly become like this? He doesn't even want his wife and kids anymore. Only quadruplets. What kind of bewitching power is he under? Why are you so insistent on keeping the quadruplets by your side?
She felt it couldn't be what he had told her before, that if she followed the compromise she had made with Chen Fei, the quadruplets would be wronged, and Tongtong would be wronged.
Now, she sees that's not the reason at all. There must be an even crazier reason, otherwise, he wouldn't have become so impatient and ruthless.
Just as Su Zhennan was about to disappear through the door, Su's mother hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Su Zhennan, what's wrong with you?
Are you possessed? Don't you want your wife and daughter anymore?
Su Zhennan paused, then his face turned cold, and he left. They left with great determination. The butler found this scene unbelievable, because in his memory, the master had always doted on his wife and daughter.
How did things turn out like this?
However, he was just a junior manager after all, so he didn't say much and followed Su Zhennan with his suitcase. Mrs. Su slumped weakly onto the carpet and cried silently.
What a terrible thing. Commit a sin. How did things turn out like this?
It was completely beyond her imagination. Suddenly, she sensed a figure in front of her.
She thought it was Su Zhennan returning, and she was overjoyed.
But when she looked up, she saw Chen Fei standing against the light.
She was stunned. The joyful mood plummeted back to its lowest point.
My heart felt even worse than when I hadn't suddenly felt excited.
You thought Su Zhennan was back, right? It's a pity it wasn't him. Chen Fei said in a detached tone.
With the help of Wang's wife, Su's mother got up from the ground.
You didn't stop him? Mother Su asked with a hint of bitterness. Why did you stop them? He just wants to let Su Zhennan go. Otherwise, how would he have found his quadruplets? You came here to stop him, didn't you?
With a bitter expression, Mrs. Su, supported by Aunt Wang, came to the living room, then sat weakly on the sofa, her eyes vacant.
Of course not, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Chen Fei also sat down.
His gaze swept indifferently over Su Tong, who was still unconscious in a wheelchair in the living room. When Su's mother saw this, she was about to explain Su Tong's condition when she noticed that Chen Fei had already looked away, and his face showed no sign of wanting to ask anything. She felt a pang of heartache for her daughter for a minute.
Then she spoke to Chen Fei, do you want to know where the quadruplets are?
Actually, I don't know where the babies are now either.
Chen Fei did not reply. Actually, I hoped you could bring the quadruplets back.
I was wrong last night at the tea house. I should have strongly opposed Tongtong's father.
Alas, it's too late now.
I'm so regretful, said Mrs. Su.
Because she never expected that her husband would move the quadruplets away beforehand. They weren't given any chance to make amends.
You still have a chance to salvage the situation, Chen Fei said in a calm tone.
How can we remedy this? Su's mother looked at Chen Fei in surprise and asked.
I have already had my lawyer send a lawyeress letter to your husband. Whether he accepts it or not, the case will be heard tomorrow afternoon. If you want to salvage the situation, you can have your daughter admit that she had someone steal my sperm, and have your daughter agree to give me custody of the child. What I can do is treat the quadruplets well and will never be like your husband, who is blinded by greed and uses the quadruplets as a tool for his rise to power. In addition, I can also drop the lawsuit against your daughter for stealing my tadpoles. However, I must have custody of the quadruplets. Chen Fei said firmly. No problem. Without even thinking, Mrs. Su agreed. Initially, she didn't want to give up custody of the quadruplets, but now, after experiencing all this, she sees her husband driven to the point of abandoning his wife and children because of the quadruplets. In addition, she had witnessed how good Chen Fei was to Tang Qingyan's decepts, and her own daughter had been telling her about how good Chen Fei was to the decepts. She made up her mind. Rather than letting the quadruplets fall into her husband's hands with an uncertain future, or even be exploited, it would be better to hand them over to Chen Fei, their biological father, to take care of them. But then, suddenly, she thought of something. That is, the premise of all this is that the quadruplets can appear safely when the trial begins, but judging from my husband's current crazy behavior, I don't think he will let the quadruplets appear. He can find all sorts of reasons to prevent the quadruplets from appearing. That's what Su's mother said with concern. Because if he can't see the quadruplets, even if Chen Fei wins the case and the court awards custody of the quadruplets to him, it won't make a difference. The child isn't here. What's the use of winning a lawsuit? Chen Fei glanced down at his watch and said calmly, the quadruplets will definitely show up tomorrow. Mrs. Su had some doubts, but after thinking about it, she decided not to ask. Because Chen Fei managed to create such a huge commotion around her house, and even let her husband out. She instinctively felt that Chen Fei must have a way to get her grandson and granddaughter to appear in court tomorrow. Now that the deal was reached, Su's mother was exhausted. Finally, she looked at her daughter, who was still unconscious and sitting in a wheelchair, and couldn't help but speak to Chen Fei, saying, actually, Tong Tong has been against her father suing you, but she had no choice. She was imprisoned by her father and has now been drugged. As a woman and a mother, she knew to some extent what her daughter was thinking these days. I guess her daughter has already started to like Chen Fei. So even though she knew Chen Fei didn't care about her daughter, she still shamelessly told Chen Fei about it. He only hoped that his daughter could leave a good impression on Chen Fei, or even leave a trace in his heart. After all, custody of the quadruplets will change hands after the court hearing tomorrow. Given the extent of the falling out between the Su family and Chen Fei, it seems unlikely that her daughter will ever see the quadruplets again in her lifetime. Chen Fei glanced at Su Tong but didn't reply. They're gone. After saying that, Chen Fei left without looking back. All that remained was a heavy sigh from Mrs. Su. What Su's mother didn't see was that Su Tong, who had been sitting in a wheelchair and unconscious, had a single, crystal-clear tear silently welling up from her closed eyes. Chapter 98. A wife and daughter with no sense of propriety are better off without. Su Jinan went outside. He transferred the money on the spot and bought an Audi from a stranger. Then he drove at breakneck speed toward the location Qin Yan had sent him on his phone. He didn't care whether Chen Fei was following behind him. Because, as Qin Yan said, he had sent experts there, so even if the Tang family mobilized their most powerful Wolf Fang Iron Army, it would be useless. Throughout the journey, he had no thought whatsoever about his wife and daughter. All that came to mind was the exhilarating scene of him entering the Qin family's territory, rising to prominence with the quadruplets, and eventually strengthening the entire Su family, making it one of the 3 great families in the 9 provinces. As for his wife and daughters, humph. A wife and daughter with no sense of propriety are better off without. As long as I get attached to the Qin family, I won't have to worry about the future. I certainly won't have to worry about not having women and children. As long as I have quadruplets, I can have as many women as I want in the future, no matter how young. I can have as many children as I want, any woman can give me a baby. Jian Yuqing, you were the one who gave up on the path to a happy life with me, don't say I'm heartless. Humph. By the end, a sinister smile had crept onto Su Jinan's lips. 1 hour later. The car drove to Qin Yanfa's location. He got out of the car and saw a man dressed in black with a black cloak standing there. His attire was exactly the same as the photo Qin Yan sent him. Hello, sir. I am Su Jinan, I have arrived. Su Jinan stepped forward and spoke with great respect and politeness. Not only because he also needed this man in the black cloak to help him and the quadruplets leave the Tang family's territory. One more thing. The man wearing a black cloak exuded the aura of a peerless master. It made him want to be respectful to him without even realizing it. With such a peerless master protecting him and the quadruplets, it's no wonder Qin Nian said that even if the Tang family's sharpest Wolf Fang Iron Army came, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Because at a glance, you can tell that such an expert is very different from ordinary people. The Wolf Fang Iron Army is no match for this master. Although he hadn't seen this master make a move yet, the feeling was very strong. He had long heard that the Qin family had connections with people from that place. Having followed the Tang family for so many years, he vaguely knew about that place. It's no exaggeration to say that any expert who comes from that place could wipe out the Tang family's 3,000 Wolf Fang Iron Army with a single hand. Where are the children? The master didn't even turn his head or lift his veil, he simply asked this question in a calm voice. Su Jinnan said respectfully, I dare not bring them here alone. I am afraid that they will be snatched away by the Tang family on the way. So I came here first. Then I will have to trouble you, master, to come with me in person to take the quadruplets away. An abandoned factory in the suburbs. Su Jinnan arrived here with the Qin family's unparalleled experts. Then Su Jinnan made a phone call, and a short while later, the cement floor in the corner of the waste gas factory was suddenly lifted into the air, revealing the hidden space below. A staircase leads directly to an underground air raid shelter. Su Jinnan told the expert to wait for him outside, and he would go down and bring the quadruplets out. The factory looks dilapidated from the outside, but the hidden space underneath is decorated in a warm and whimsical way. As soon as Su Jinnan came down the stairs, he saw 4 babies playing inside an enclosure that was about 12 square meters in size. The ground around the fence was covered with a soft, short pile carpet, and the fence itself was made of edible foam and was sky blue. The 2 babies are slowly taking steps while holding onto the railing, learning to walk. A baby is playing on the carpet, rolling around and turning. A baby is lying on the carpet, hugging its legs, and happily sucking on its right toe. Each one was exquisitely carved, plump and fair-skinned. Su Jinnan couldn't help but smile gently when he saw these 4 adorable babies. After seeing Su Jinnan, the 4 babies started babbling. They were unaware that they had been imprisoned here by Su Jinnan, because the layout of this place was exactly the same as the layout of the playroom they had at the Su family's house. So the little ones don't know they've been moved. Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 nannies quickly came out from the kitchen, bathroom, and room respectively. As soon as the 3 of them saw Su Jinnan, they immediately greeted him respectfully, Master, you've arrived. Su Jinnan nodded. Pack the children up, I'm taking them with me. Good. The 2 nannies immediately put the children into baby carriers one by one. One person was carrying 2 babies, one in front and one on their back. Walk. Su Jinnan said something and then turned and went upstairs. 2 nannies followed with the child. After exiting the air raid shelter, the 4 babies looked around curiously, their eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. It's as if it's asking, where is this place? Why does it look completely different from my own home? Fortunately, the 4 babies had just drunk milk and had their diapers changed, so apart from being curious about the changed scenery, they did not cry because they were suddenly in an unfamiliar environment. Especially Sibo, whose big, dark eyes looked around before settling on the mysterious master dressed in a black robe and wearing a black bamboo hat. Suddenly he grinned. The little cutie's smile instantly filled the entire abandoned and dilapidated factory with warmth. Su Jinnan also genuinely adores his quadruplets' grandchildren. He smiled too. Finally, I can take the quadruplets away from the Tang family's territory and head to the Qin family's territory. Sir, the quadruplets have been brought out. We can go now. Su Jinnan spoke respectfully to the expert. Let me see. The expert turned around and walked towards the quadruplets. The 2 nannies holding the quadruplets couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pressure. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at this mysterious person. The 4 babies weren't afraid when they saw the strangely dressed person walking up to them. Instead, they stared wide-eyed at the person with the strange attire with curiosity. In their eyes, this expert from the Qin family was a person with a strange appearance because he was wearing a black cloak, and his entire face was inside the cloak. You can't see his face clearly at all. The clothes are very different from those of the people the babies usually see. Sibao was the bravest, stretching out his chubby little hand to grab the master's cloak. This startled Su Jinnan, who was afraid that the little guy's behavior would be seen as a provocation by experts. He quickly glanced at the nanny, who immediately grabbed Sibao's little hand and took a few steps back out of a natural fear. Su Jinnan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good. But these two nannies can't be taken away, I've brought someone with me. As he spoke, the expert raised his hand, and immediately, 3 female childcare workers who looked far more professional than Su Jinnan's nanny walked in from the factory gate. Moreover, these female childcare workers appeared to be martial arts practitioners, each with excellent physiques and high spirits. Su Jinnan secretly felt relieved. He was worried that bringing his 3 incompetent nannies along might hinder the Tang family when they confronted them head-on. Unexpectedly, the Qin family's experts were already prepared. He immediately and confidently handed over the quadruplets to the 2 nannies. After the 2 childcare workers took in the quadruplets, they stood behind the expert. "Sir, let's go." Seeing that the handover was complete, Su Jinnan said somewhat impatiently, "I want to urge them, but I don't dare." Because he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, to leave the Tang family's territory. Because that inexplicable feeling that made his whole body tremble had returned. He sensed that Chen Fei, along with the Tang family, had probably already caught up with them. He didn't believe that Chen Fei had made such a big fuss this morning simply to surround his house and keep Su Tong there. Chen Fei must have let him go on purpose, and then sent someone to follow him so he could find the quadruplets. At first, he was terrified. However, after encountering the Qin family's unparalleled expert, he was no longer afraid. Nevertheless, he still hoped to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 99 Chen Fei. How could it be you? Go? Where to? The expert said calmly. Su Jinan was taken aback. Going back to the Qin family? He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the expert laughed heartily, then raised his hand, pulled off his black cloak, and revealed his entire face to the air. Upon seeing this, Su Jinnan's eyes widened in shock, his pupils reflecting utter disbelief. He took 3 steps back. He cried out in terror, "No! Impossible! How could it be you? Chen Fei! How could it be you?" He never expected that the peerless expert sent by the Qin family would be Chen Fei. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! He refused to believe what he was seeing. Why can't it be me? Are you still waiting for the Qin family's unparalleled expert? What a pity! He couldn't even withstand one of my punches before I knocked him unconscious. Chen Fei said, "What a pity," but his face showed a look of disdain, as if he thought the other person was too weak. Then, Chen Fei raised his hand, and in an instant, 3,000 soldiers from the Tang family rushed in, completely surrounding Su Jinan. The plot twist was so dramatic that Su Jinan almost fainted on the spot, refusing to accept such an ending. However, he didn't faint at all, on the contrary, his energy became even stronger. He roared hoarsely, "Impossible! Chen Fei, how could you possibly defeat a master from the Qin family? You're bragging." Since Qin Yan made a promise to him and said those words, it was obvious that the peerless expert Qin Yan sent was no ordinary person. He was definitely someone who had come from that place. A true powerhouse. One person can crush all enemies across the land. How could he be knocked unconscious without even catching a single punch from Chen Fei? Chen Fei ignored Su Jinnan's roar, leaving behind a "believe it or not" message, and led 2 childcare workers and the quadruplets out of the abandoned factory under the escort of his soldiers. I got into the Rolls-Royce nanny van. As soon as they got in the car, Tang Qingyan, who had been waiting inside, immediately took the babies. The babies didn't cry or fuss because of the change in caregivers. They're quite bold. Their big, black pearl-like eyes look around everywhere, glancing here and then turning to look there. Finally, his gaze fell on Chen Fei, and then, a second later, he grinned. Bao stretched out his 2 chubby arms toward Chen Fei. "It means I want a hug." Chen Fei hugged him tightly and couldn't help but smile. When he held this little guy at the horse farm last time, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Now that he knows the quadruplets are his own flesh and blood, he finally understands what that inexplicable closeness is. It's the love between father and son. Iya. As soon as the little guy got into Chen Fei's arms, his chubby little hands reached out to grab Chen Fei's face, trying to grab the wig on Chen Fei's head. To make his portrayal of the Qin family's expert more convincing, Chen Fei even specially acquired a long fake hairpiece, the kind used by people in ancient times. Now the little guy saw it and found it very novel, so he reached out to grab it. This made Chen Fei laugh heartily. Tang Qingyan quickly came over to help Chen Fei take off his wig. The little guy grabbed a tiny bit of the wig with his little hands and then wouldn't let go, making iya sounds. It's as if it's saying, "I want to play, I want to play, I want to wear it and play too."
Chen Fei seemed to understand what he meant and immediately put the wig on the little guy's head.
Really? The little guy immediately grinned and laughed even more happily, giggling away.
The little hands grabbed the wig that had fallen on him, took a handful, and tried to stuff it into his mouth. Chen Fei quickly stopped him, saying, "You can't eat this.
Be good, let go." What a baby!
It turns out that babies at this age not only like to suck their fingers and toes, but also like to eat their favorite foods.
For example, if you suddenly like this wig, you might want to eat it and put it in your mouth to see what it tastes like. They're both adorable and a real headache.
We have to keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't eat the wrong thing. The little guy was quite stubborn, he just kept pulling on his hair and wouldn't let go. The chubby little hands were surprisingly strong, clenched into a small fist. Helpless, Chen Fei had no choice but to let him hold the wig, but he wasn't allowed to eat it. While Chen Fei wasn't paying attention, the little guy grabbed his hair and tried to put it in his mouth again, as if Chen Fei was stopping him. He felt that the more delicious the food was, the more he wanted to eat it. Chen Fei was quite helpless, and in the end he had no choice but to hand the little guy over to Tang Qingyan to take care of.
Tang Qingyan was experienced.
While coaxing the little guy, she gently pried open his little fingers and took the wig out of his chubby little hands.
But you can't just hide the wig yet, because the little guy's eyes are glued to his new toy.
If you dare to hide, he'll start wailing at the top of his lungs the next second. Tang Qingyan had experience taking care of children, so she put the wig in front of the little guy's eyes.
The little guy grinned and reached out to grab it, but Tang Qingyan moved the wig back so he couldn't grab it. The little guy got even more excited when he couldn't catch it, and kept reaching out to grab it. The little guy wasn't upset when he missed 2 or 3 times. Instead, he became more and more excited. Her whole little body bounced with excitement, and she patted the cushion with both hands, making giggles of a baby. Chen Fei smiled again. These adorable babies are so incredibly heartwarming.
These are both sons, but these are much cuter than those 2.5-year-old bear cubs.
Sure enough, babies are cuter. Daddy, daddy. The neglected Sibao finally started humming in displeasure.
Actually, she wasn't ignored, she was being taken care of diligently by a female childcare worker.
However, Chen Fei ignored her. She felt ignored.
And so, they started shouting. Chen Fei looked over at the sound and saw the little rascal who had been clinging tightly to his clothes in the garage of the horse farm. She was now whimpering and calling for him with her delicate, pretty face full of pain. Thinking back to when they were in the bookstore, it was this little one who first called him daddy, and Chen Fei became particularly interested in her. He reached out and hugged her. As soon as he was in Chen Fei's arms, the little guy's face, which had been contorted in pain, immediately broke into a wide smile. She's so simple-minded, you can see right through her.
She only wants a hug from Chen Fei to be happy. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Chen Fei couldn't help but gently pinch her cute little nose and laughed. Little one, you have a good eye.
You recognized me as your daddy right away.
Not bad, not bad. Daddy will reward you with a kiss.
Immediately, Chen Fei kissed the little guy's fair face. The little guy was amused and kept giggling. Her calves were also dangling in the air out of excitement. After playing with the children for a while, Chen Fei handed them over to the 3 female childcare workers, and then got into the driver's seat and the passenger seat with Tang Qingyan.
Drive home. Chapter 100, Finding the Quadruplets, Chen Fei begins to keep you in suspense. On the way home,
Tang Qingyan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Honey, I still can't figure out how you handled this.
It's so amazing."
Although they have not yet officially obtained custody of the quadruplets.
However, now that the quadruplets have been found, my heart is at ease. If the lawsuit is won tomorrow afternoon, then the quadruplets will truly be Chen Fei's legitimate children.
She couldn't sleep all night because of this. Although Chen Fei told her not to worry, how could she not worry after learning that Su Jinan had hidden the quadruplets?
If the quadruplets cannot be found, then the lawsuit tomorrow afternoon will be pointless. Whether you win or lose, it doesn't really matter. But things are different now. They found the quadruplets right away, and in such a shocking way. It's simply unbelievable that Su Jinan took the initiative to bring Chen Fei back with the quadruplets. She never expected that finding the quadruplets, a task that was extremely mentally and physically exhausting for her, her parents, and others, and for whom they couldn't come up with a foolproof plan, would be handled so easily by Chen Fei. And there were no problems at all, the quadruplets all returned safely and soundly. Chen Fei smiled indulgently and said, "I told you yesterday, your husband, I have a way to handle this, you don't need to worry about it." Honey, how did you come up with all this? How come you can make every step so well?
Even Tang Qingyan, who is decisive and ruthless in the business world and often uses her brain to fight business battles, has to admire Chen Fei's intelligence.
This is very simple. Just reason it out and follow the steps, and you'll be pretty much there.
Chen Fei began to explain. Last night, Grandpa and Dad both analyzed that Su Jinan had climbed up to the Qin family, which is why he dared to go against us like this. In addition, according to the information we received, the quadruplets have been moved. It can be inferred that Su Jinan definitely wants to leave the Tang family with the quadruplets as soon as possible, so he will inevitably contact the Qin family. I also got hold of Su Jinan's WeChat chat history with Qin Yan of the Qin family. Naturally, I saw the address where Su Jinan went to meet the Qin family's expert, and I also saw the Qin family's expert's photo. I had someone prepare the attire of Qin family experts in advance, and then I deliberately let Su Jinan leave from the Su family first, so that Su Jinan would definitely think that I was chasing after him. He would never have imagined that shortly after he left, I would drive a supercar and arrive at the location of that expert from the Qin family before him. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyan was amazed by Chen Fei, but she also had some questions.
The WeChat chat history, honey, how did you get your hands on that?
I had previously spoken with the chairman of WeChat to request this information, but they firmly refused to provide it, saying that it was their users' privacy.
Tang Qingyan said.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fei patted his wife's shoulder reassuringly, then chuckled softly and explained, because they need something from me, they will naturally offer me what I want.
They need something from you? Honey, is their chairman seeking medical treatment from you? Tang Qingyan asked in utter surprise. Because the chairman of WeChat is particularly stubborn and pretentious.
She would not compromise and give Su Jinnan's chat history to her simply because she was a noblewoman of the Tang family and the chairman of Shengtang Group. That's why she was so shocked at how Chen Fei got hold of the chat log. Now that she hears Chen Fei say that someone from WeChat needs his help, the only possibility she can think of is that the chairman of WeChat is asking Chen Fei for medical treatment. After all, Chen Fei is now a divine doctor recognized by the official Kyushu government with a protection letter.
It's possible that the chairman of WeChat knew about Chen Fei's impressive medical skills.
It's probably only under these circumstances that the chairman of WeChat would be willing to put aside all his rigid thinking and proactively provide Chen Fei with the information he wanted. After all, when it comes to illness, even the most powerful and unruly people will eventually compromise. This is why the legendary doctor has such a high status. Because birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural course of life, everyone gets sick sometimes and seeks help from divine healers, so naturally people will have great respect for divine healers. Especially those doctors like Chen Fei, who can cure intractable diseases that current medical technology cannot cure in a short time and with the least painful methods, are highly praised and valued by the top leadership.
Chen Fei laughed heartily and joked, "Wife, do you think that I, your husband, am good at his medicine? Is it that in other aspects I'm not so amazing that people would want to come to me for help?" Tang Qingyan was shocked once again. What? The WeChat chairman didn't give Su Jinan the chat history because he was begging Chen Fei for medical treatment? What could be the reason? Fishing techniques? No. Rock climbing technique? No. Horse riding? No. Cartoon?
Chen Fei only found out last night when the children excitedly told her that she could make animated films while she was putting them to bed. However, she didn't think too much about it. Because it's an animated film, she watched it when she was little. Even after more than 20 years, the quality of Kyushu animation has not changed. The animated films for children, in terms of picture quality, plot, special effects, character modeling, etc., are still at the level of 20 years ago.
So she didn't ask any more questions.
But now, with Chen Fei mentioning it, an idea flashed through her mind instantly.
Could it be that the chairman of WeChat needed Chen Fei's help because of the animated film Chen Fei made?
She shook her head quickly again.
Impossible. What is this all about? Unable to figure it out, she continued to ask Chen Fei, even sounding a little anxious, wishing he could tell her everything in one go. Tell her not to be in such a hurry. Just like watching an exciting plot, she couldn't wait to skip to the end and see how it all ended. Honey, stop keeping me in suspense. Quickly tell them why the chairman of WeChat needs your help. They're really curious.
As she spoke, Tang Qingyan hugged Chen Fei's right arm and started to act coquettishly.
Her voice was soft and sweet, like a chocolate.
Chen Fei couldn't resist his wife's coquettishness, and he said with a smile, "He asked me to help him make an animated film, it's that simple."
Tang Qingyan was stunned and asked incredulously, "You're asking him to make an animated film? It's that simple?" Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. So, honey, you haven't seen the animated film I made yet? Not yet. Chapter 101, with such a bizarre title, does anyone actually watch this cartoon? Last night. After learning that the quadruplets were Chen Fei's children, she was extremely busy and anxious, searching everywhere for connections and solutions. And you also have to coax the dechaplets to sleep. She really didn't have time to watch the animated films Chen Fei made. Forget watching cartoons, she hasn't had time to check the trending news on her phone since last night. Therefore, she was unaware of today's huge news, the shock that 2 groundbreaking animated films had brought to Kyushu. Let me see, can I watch it on my phone? Tang Qingyan thought of Chen Fei's exceptional talent, so she immediately took out her phone and asked. Of course, you can watch it on Bilibili. Chen Fei looked at his belatedly aware wife and chuckled softly. Then, as if remembering something, she added, your husband is driving right now, so if you get shocked later, please don't scream or lunge at me. Safety first when driving. Don't worry, honey, I'm very calm. By the way, what's the name of the cartoon? Tang Qingyan opened the Bilibili app, which had been downloaded at lightning speed, and then asked Chen Fei. Should we watch the girl version first, or the muscular guy version? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Tang Qingyan raised her head blankly and looked at Chen Fei, her face full of confusion. What girl version? A macho version? Did Chen Fei also produce several animated films? In her mind, doesn't making an animated film take an extremely long time? This is why animated series, after cutting out the opening and ending themes, are only about 10 minutes long per episode, and sometimes as short as 3 or 4 minutes. And unlike TV dramas, it wasn't broadcast every day, it was released at a snail's pace, 1 episode a week, at most 2 episodes. At this rate, an animated film could go from being in kindergarten to having its grandson born and still not be finished. There's even a meme circulating online, Grandpa, your favorite cartoon has been updated. This shows that it really takes a very long time to make an animated film. And Chen Fei, he's only been in that position for less than a day, right? You only made 2 animated films? Is it a tentacle monster? Suppressing her shock, Tang Qingyan said, then let's watch the teenage version first. After all, she's a woman, and if she had to choose between the girl version and the muscular version, she would still choose the girl version. Good. Then search for Magical Princess Girl Guagua Supreme Night Coco Crazy Cool Fairy Tang Tang Cute Loli Sweet Descends to Earth Fairy Beauty. What? Tang Qingyan looked completely bewildered. What a bizarre cartoon title. Wrong. Why does such a long, awkward, and completely disjointed name sound so familiar to her? Guagua? Coco? Candy? Sweet? Mimi? The names of her 5 daughters. She then repeated the extremely long name, and immediately raised her hand to her forehead. Honey, aren't you spoiling our daughters too much? Will anyone actually watch an animated film with such a bizarre name? Is it really going to be so good that even WeChat's artsy, rigid, and inflexible chairman would have to beg Chen Fei to make an animated film for him? She felt like she was in a fantasy world. This is too fantastical. I think the title is quite nice and meaningful. Chen Fei laughed heartily. You think the names you chose for your daughter sound nice, right? Tang Qingyan asked, a little jealous. Right. Chen Fei readily admitted it. There's no way around it, he's a handsome dad who dotes on his daughter. Tang Qingyan started watching the animated film. She had originally thought that this animated film made by Chen Fei should surpass the standards of its peers. However, after clicking in, she was shocked. This is shocking. How is this exceeding industry standards? It completely blows the standards out of the water. If other animated films are a ping pong ball, then Chen Fei's animated film is a universe. The difference is just too huge. Even Tang Qingyan, a grown woman, was moved to tears while watching. This is the right way to watch cartoons. Her girlish heart is overflowing. A sweet and cute animated film. Especially the magic inside, damn, that magic is absolutely amazing. A super explosion. You won't find a stunt company anywhere in the world that can create such amazing special effects. And this is just a shoujo anime. She was so excited that her girlish heart was bursting and she wanted to scream. She even wanted to hug Chen Fei and peck him repeatedly. However, considering that Chen Fei was driving, she managed to suppress these crazy thoughts. No wonder Chen Fei specifically reminded her before she watched cartoons that he was driving and told her to take it easy. This definitely needs to be pointed out.
Suppressing the urge to continue watching, she exited the app and asked Chen Fei the name of another animated film. Because she also wanted to see the muscular male version.
You can just search for Dragon Soul. Chen Fei said. Okay. Tang Qingyan's fingers trembled with excitement as she typed Dragon Soul into the search bar and clicked on it. Take a look. Just the opening sequence alone was enough to set her on fire, absolutely electrifying. This stunt is absolutely amazing. No wonder Chen Fei called it the manly version. It is very different from the teenage version. The girl versions of magic are mostly cute, but this one features earth-shattering, awe-inspiring magical battles. 100-foot giant. He can cover up the whole world with one hand. Huge and incredibly realistic monsters. It's as if you've entered a real fantasy world. It's so realistic. Immersive experience. The various martial arts techniques clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. The plot and opening theme song are absolutely amazing. She couldn't help but hum along, night and day, never stopping. Traveling through time and space will cause setbacks and heartache. Keep fighting, keep battling. That's what makes a hero. The hammer in the left hand protects the vine in the right. You are brave and resolute in protecting me. Even if the future is like a torrent. And we did not retreat. After singing, Tang Qingyan felt her toes curling up in excitement. Looking at Chen Fei, who was driving the Rolls-Royce with one hand, with adoration on her face, she couldn't help but suppress her excited screams and shout like a little fangirl, "Honey, you're so handsome." Ah! Honey, you're amazing. This isn't just an animated film, it's a blockbuster international production. Now I finally understand why a literary youth like the chairman of WeChat asked you to make an animated film for him. Does he want to turn one of his novels into an animated film?
Seeing his wife beside him, so excited she was like a little fangirl, Chen Fei felt a sense of accomplishment that was truly indescribable.
One word, awesome.
This is a little wife worth trillions, decisive in the business world, and unfazed even when Mount Tai collapses before her. She adored me with such starry eyes.
That was fucking awesome. Chapter 102 serves as a reminder, never go against the miracle doctor. Chen Fei laughed heartily and said, "You're right. He wrote a novel and asked me to help him turn it into an animated film. It was his dream. However, because the quality of Kyushu's animation has never met his expectations, he has always been very worried. After seeing my animation, he contacted me and begged to meet me. I didn't have time to meet him, so I talked to him about Su Jinnan on the phone. He readily agreed and even sent me Su Jinnan's chat history on the spot. He also kept forwarding Su Jinnan's chat history with Xiaoyan." Tang Qingyan nodded her little head, then asked curiously, "How did you defeat the expert that the Qin family sent to pick up Su Jinnan?"
As far as I know, the Qin family dared to send only one person to our Tang family's territory to pick up the quadruplets even though they knew that our Tang family wanted to keep them.
The expert they sent was no ordinary person. Didn't she know Chen Fei was a good fighter?
Although Chen Fei did demonstrate his immense arm strength when taking care of the child in rock climbing. However, no matter how strong he is, he probably wouldn't be a match for the expert sent by the Qin family. She even speculated that the expert was likely someone who came from that place. Those who emerge from that place possess extraordinary abilities. One of them is enough to rival the 3,000 strongest warriors of the Tang family. This is why all the top families in Kyushu are trying their best to establish connections with people who came from that place and knock on that magical door. But that is incredibly difficult. Even a powerful family like the Tang family, which has dominated a region for hundreds of years, has yet to find a way to unlock that mysterious door.
How did Chen Fei defeat that expert from the Qin family? It really piqued her curiosity.
He's certainly not an ordinary person, but compared to your husband, he's still far inferior.
He couldn't even withstand one punch from your husband before being knocked unconscious by me, ha. Chen Fei laughed. He wasn't lying or bragging. It couldn't be more real.
Because he used the system's data eye on the Qin family's experts.
After spotting the opponent's weakness, I attacked it directly and knocked him unconscious with a single punch.
After knocking the man unconscious, for safety's sake, he concocted a bone-softening powder that could soften a person's bones and a top-grade sedative that could make someone unconscious for a long time. He forced these into the man's mouth like a duck, and then handcuffed him with sturdy handcuffs.
Finally, he was tied up and handed over to the Tang family army for safekeeping.
I reckon this person will go crazy when they wake up and realize their situation.
Ah, honey, you know martial arts? Tang Qingyan asked in shock.
Chen Fei looked at her adorable, shocked expression, then affectionately tapped her forehead and said, "Silly girl, haven't you heard that the difference between a divine doctor and a poison doctor lies in a single thought? Also, has anyone ever told you that you can go against anyone, but never against the miracle doctor? Because they know all sorts of bizarre poisons, even if you are a peerless master, they can defeat you without you even realizing it."
Wow, it seems real. Tang Qingyan was once again stunned and speechless.
Good heavens, she had completely forgotten that
Chen Fei is a miracle doctor.
The Chinese medicine she prepared completely cured her parents' and grandfather's chronic illnesses within just 3 days.
Then, wouldn't the poison Chen Fei concoct be incredibly potent? Currently, it's estimated that no one in the entire Kyushu region can solve this problem? Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan became excited.
Because they found the quadruplets today, and her husband had someone kidnap a master from the Qin family will definitely not let this go. Most importantly, she was worried that after the expert from the Qin family woke up, he would seek revenge on Chen Fei, and might even kill him.
Now, after hearing what Chen Fei said, my worries have lessened considerably.
Since Chen Fei was able to knock out the expert from the Qin family, he must have already thought about how to deal with the expert after he woke up. She immediately asked Chen Fei, and Chen Fei told her the truth. After hearing this, Tang Qingyan's mouth gaped open in shock, forming an O shape.
You can do that? Softening powder. Drugging. Tying them up hand and foot. Oh my god, honey, you're so amazing. That's amazing. I bet that person will be completely bewildered when they wake up. I bet the Qin family will be shocked when they find out about this. That felt so good. I got my revenge. Take a picture then and send it to the Qin family. Let them have a good look at it.
During the years my grandfather was recuperating, the Qin family relentlessly suppressed our Tang family, and we could only endure it. This time, we finally got to hold our heads high.
It feels so good.
Immediately, Tang Qingyan called her father, Tangwen, to tell him the good news.
Excited, Tangwen rubbed his hands together and asked, "Where is the person now?" He couldn't wait to go and see it.
Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Fei, because Chen Fei was the one who commanded the Tang family army that she brought out today.
She had no command authority over the Tang family's strongest wolf-fawn iron army.
Therefore, she didn't know where the expert from the Qin family had been taken. Chen Fei chuckled softly and replied, "In the dungeon."
Tang Qingyan was overjoyed and relayed the message to Tangwen. The dungeon belongs to the Tang family. Tangwen naturally knew where it was. Qingyan, turn the speaker on. Daddy has a lot to say to Xiaofei. Good. Xiaofei, you're absolutely amazing. So brave. So fierce. You actually managed to capture that guy from the Qin family. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and boundless, and also like.
After showering Chen Fei with compliments for a full 10 minutes, Tangwen finally hung up the phone.
Then Tangwen excitedly drove to the Tang family dungeon.
Over the years, because their father had moved to the deep mountains to recuperate from his injuries and no longer managed the affairs of the Tang family, the Qin family had been constantly bullying the Tang family. Qin Yan, the son of the head of the Qin family, who was of the same generation, would also occasionally make sarcastic or mocking remarks to him, whether openly or secretly, when the various aristocratic families gathered.
He was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. So, he's going to get revenge.
Therefore, half an hour later, the Qin family in the north.
Qin Yan was greatly shocked as he listened to Su Jinnan's tearful plea on the phone. That being was defeated? He was knocked unconscious by Chen Fei with just one punch? You didn't see it with your own eyes? You only heard Chen Fei say it? Okay, I understand. Although Chen Fei took the quadruplets away, it doesn't matter. Aren't you going to court tomorrow to fight for custody of the quadruplets? You should have a serious talk with your wife and daughter. You absolutely cannot give up custody to Chen Fei. As long as you retain custody, even if Chen Fei takes the quadruplets away, he will return them to you in full. Otherwise, they are child thieves. Yes.
Don't worry, the top lawyer in Kyushu who is most proficient in custody cases will arrive in Jianqing this afternoon.
You can go and pick him up. Remember, you absolutely cannot lose custody of the quadruplets. Yes, don't worry. We won the custody battle tomorrow afternoon.
If the Tang family still refuses to hand over the quadruplets, our Qin family will step in and make them hand them over.
Chapter 103, you have to give me a reward before I can read it. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yan's face instantly turned grim. Damn it! That being actually lost? No! How could this be?
Although Chen Fei looks no different from an ordinary person, it is impossible for him to defeat that being with one hand. Otherwise, how could Chen Fei have been so low-key all this time, only becoming high-profile recently after marrying Tang Qingyan? Moreover, even in that place, that being is a peerless genius, and it's impossible for Chen Fei to defeat him so easily. Something must have gone wrong in the middle. Thinking about it, Qin Yan prepared to make a phone call to that being. Suddenly, his phone beeped, and a WeChat message arrived.
And it was sent by Tang Wen. He opened the message and went in.
Then he saw that Tang Wen had sent him a photo.
He frowned. I still patiently clicked into the photo. The photo was enlarged and immediately took up the entire screen of his phone. And then the next second,
his pupils suddenly contracted sharply.
He roared in utter shock, "This! How is this possible?"
That being was actually tied hand and foot to a wooden pillar, and when the photo was taken, that being's eyes were closed.
Yura's head drooped limply. He has clearly lost consciousness. This is simply unbelievable. He couldn't believe it was true. It's definitely photoshopped.
However, Tang Wen immediately sent him a video call invitation.
He accepted the request without hesitation.
As soon as the video call connected, he saw Tang Wen's enlarged face, which was full of smug smiles.
His face darkened. What are you doing? Don't be so fierce. My dear son-in-law caught a mouse, and I'm going to let you see it. Do you want to see? Tang Wen said with a smile. Mouse. They actually compared that being to a rat. Look.
Xin Yan gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that Chen Fei had actually captured that being.
Tang Wen smiled. 1 second later, the video did not switch.
2 seconds later, the video still hadn't switched. 1 minute later, the camera still focused on Tang Wen's enlarged face.
Xin Yan was furious. What the hell? Are we not allowed to watch it or not? Hey, how can you be so clueless?
Watching mice, especially mice caught by my dear son-in-law, you definitely need to give a tip to watch them.
Don't you know that tipping is popular with streamers these days? If you want to see something special, you have to give a tip before you can watch it.
At this point, Tang Wen pouted again. You're so uncooperative.
I've been waiting for you for a minute. If you don't want to watch, then forget it.
As Tang Wen was about to hang up the video call, Xin Yan was furious. But he couldn't resist his curiosity and wanted to see if that being had really been captured by Chen Fei. Immediately, so angry that his hands were trembling, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Tang Wen. Tang Wen said with a look of disgust, "Too little.
How stingy.
For the head of the family, 100,000 yuan isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. My son-in-law has 10 babies to raise. No, it should be 14 babies to raise now."
Xin Yan was so angry that he hung up the phone.
He, a powerful figure in the main branch of the Qin family, second only to the emperor, had to shamelessly give virtual gifts to the streamer.
And this streamer is none other than Tang Wen, that old-timer. He has a sense of shame too. Moreover, he still didn't believe that the being had actually been captured by Chen Fei. Otherwise, why would Tang Wen have pulled such a stunt on him? He was just playing a trick on him.
Feeling that he had been tricked, Xin Yan angrily smashed the blue and white porcelain next to him on the ground.
Hateful.
After venting his anger, he immediately called that person.
The phone rang twice before being answered. He breathed a sigh of relief.
He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't actually given Tang Wen a 1 million reward earlier. Otherwise, he didn't know how long Tang Wen would have used this to make fun of him for being an idiot.
But, the next second, his expression changed drastically.
Because the voice on the other end of the phone wasn't that person at all, but rather
Tang Wen's. Grass.
Oh dear, Brother Qin, you're stingy, fine, but you don't even believe what I say.
I, Tang Wen, the legitimate son of the prestigious Tang family, would I possibly be someone you think I am? You're so petty. You'll never amount to anything. I'm ashamed to be associated with you.
After saying that, Tang Wen hung up the phone.
Xin Yan was completely stunned. That person's phone is actually with Tang Wen.
This means that the being in question has indeed been captured by Chen Fei. As for whether he was knocked unconscious by Chen Fei's punch, he thought Chen Fei was exaggerating and bragging.
However, one thing is true, that being really fell into Chen Fei's hands. In an instant, Xin Yan panicked.
He immediately made a video call to Tangwon to confirm whether that person was really like the one in the photo Tangwon had sent him, being humiliated and tied up to a wooden frame. The other party is busy and declined to answer. Hit again. The other party is busy and declined to answer. Hit again. The other party is busy and declined to answer. Qin Yan gritted his teeth. Transfer 1 million. Hit again. The other party is busy and declined to answer. Qin Yan gritted his teeth again. Transferred 10 million. Hit again. The other party is busy and declined to answer. Upon seeing this, Qin Yan flew into a rage. Grass. Tangwon, you're amazing. You're incredible. I've already transferred over 10 million yuan, and they still won't show it to him. Tangwon, you fucking messed with me on purpose. Tangwon seemed to have overheard Qin Yan's words back at the Qin family home, and he immediately added, "Yes, I was just teasing you. Now that I've received an extra 11.1 million in tips from those suckers, I should start thinking about what gifts to buy for my grandchildren." On Su Jinnan's side, he returned to the Su family home, his face deathly pale. When Su's mother saw him return, she was somewhat surprised. After asking him what had happened, she learned that the quadruplets had already been taken away by Chen Fei. Su's mother was once again deeply moved by Chen Fei. She never expected that Chen Fei would actually do what he said he would do, bringing the quadruplets to court the next day. Upon hearing this news, she finally felt relieved. Otherwise, she couldn't eat or sleep properly, worrying that the quadruplets would be taken to the Qin family by Su Jinnan and used as tools. After Su Jinnan told her about these things, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he said indignantly that Chen Fei is too despicable. He actually took away our Su family's child. What right does he have? Yuaqing, the custody battle for the children is going to court tomorrow. You must remember what we said before, never admit that Chen Fei's sperm was stolen at Tongtong's behest. Mrs. Su's expression changed slightly. Su Jinnan narrowed his eyes, suddenly thought of something, and then his expression changed. He suppressed all his previous hostility and became gentle again. He hugged Su's mother's arm and coaxed her with kind words, saying, "Yuaqing, I was too hasty today and made you and Tongtong suffer. Actually, I did this for the quadruplets and for our family. Moreover, I was planning to take the quadruplets to the Qin family's territory first, and then send someone to pick you up. I just never expected that Chen Fei would forcibly take the quadruplets away. It's all my fault for being so incompetent. I failed to protect the quadruplets, I failed to protect you all." As he spoke, Su Jinnan started to cry and wiped away his tears. Mrs. Su felt a pang of pain in her heart and said, "I'll know what to do tomorrow." Okay, we're family. A perfectly good family." Su Jinnan hugged his mother and said, his voice choked with emotion. Su's mother didn't speak, but her eyes dimmed considerably. Chapter 104's method of winning people's hearts is simply ingenious. What about Tongtong? I'll go talk to Tongtong, after all, the child is hers. She's also the main person in tomorrow's lawsuit. We can only help from the sidelines. With that, Su Jinnan released his mother and prepared to go find Su Tong. Su's mother said to Su Jinnan, "Tongtong has already gone to sleep. She cried for a long time today, and I tried to persuade her for a long time. She has promised me that as long as you come back and take us away, she will listen to you from now on and will never disobey you again." Su Jinnan was moved to tears upon hearing this. Okay, that's good. I'll apologize to Tongtong when she wakes up. We're all family, and we should always stand together as one so that we won't be bullied. Mrs. Su nodded. The next day, at 2:30 p.m., at the courthouse, the custody battle over Su Tong's quadruplets has officially begun. Chen Fei was the plaintiff, and Su Tong was the defendant. This is because this is Chen Fei's lawsuit against Su Tong for stealing his sperm, and he wants to regain custody of the quadruplets. As Chen Fei headed to the plaintiff's seat, Tang Qingyan tugged at his arm and asked with a hint of worry, "Will they really side with us?" Because she saw Su Jinnan's face full of confidence. She was worried that things might be a bit risky. After all, no matter what, Su Jinnan is Su Tong's biological father and her aunt's husband of several decades. Chen Fei patted his wife's shoulder and said softly, "Of course, you can rest assured. We will win this lawsuit without a doubt." Tang Qingyan was still a little worried, but she eventually nodded her head. On Su Tong's side, Su Jinnan once again gave Su Tong and her mother a pep talk. Seeing that the mother and daughter both smiled and nodded, he felt relieved and sat back down in the audience.
The judge struck the gavel, announcing the official commencement of the trial. Next, the lawyer representing the plaintiff, Chen Fei, spoke. Evidence was provided to prove that Su Tong's quadruplets were indeed his biological children.
In addition, bills showing that Su Tong transferred money to Dr. Luo of Rumin Hospital through multiple channels were provided, as well as screenshots of chat records between Su Tong and Dr. Luo regarding the plan to steal Chen Fei's small medical information. Furthermore, evidence was presented showing that Su Tong had taken the tadpoles obtained from Chen Fei and placed them at Kongchang Hospital abroad, registering them under the names of other people's donated tadpoles as a form of bribery. Su Zhinan, sitting in the audience, was completely stunned as he looked at the evidence presented by Chen Fei's lawyer.
No. How could this be? Impossible. All that evidence has been destroyed. How could Chen Fei have gotten his hands on it? It must be fake. It's a forgery. He immediately texted his top lawyer. The bills, chat screenshots, and evidence of bribery are all fake. Su Zhinan's top lawyer was parachuted in from the Qin family. His name was Qin Haichang, and he was a leading figure in the industry for custody cases. They are also descendants of a branch of the Qin family.
After reading the text message, he raised his hand and began to refute the problems with the bills, chat screenshots, and bribery evidence submitted by Chen Fei's lawyer. The judge slammed his gavel, then picked up the documents in his hand and began to examine them closely with the jury. While reviewing the documents, Su Zhinan glanced at Chen Fei several times and found that Chen Fei remained calm and composed, showing no sign of nervousness.
It seems that the evidence is genuine and not fabricated. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Su Zhinan's heart. He requested a halftime break. Then he went with his lawyer, Su's mother, and Su Tong. He had specifically requested a private restroom for them to relax. Attorney Qin, could you please take a look at the evidence materials that Chen Fei provided beforehand? Although I think it's fake, I'm still a little worried. Because Chen Fei is such an unpredictable person. Su Zhinan said cautiously. Qin Haichang nodded. Okay, I'll go now. There are members of the Qin family on the jury here.
Qin Haichang came to Jiangchang with the heavy responsibility of winning, so he could not allow any problems to arise in this lawsuit. If problems are bound to arise, they should be nipped in the bud.
Okay, then I'll leave it to Attorney Qin. Su Zhinan nodded. After Qin Haichang left,
Su Zhinan reassured his mother and Su Tong, saying, "You are Qin, Tong, don't worry. I will definitely not let Chen Fei take away the child's custody, nor will I let Tong be accused of stealing tadpoles, and I don't want her to be sent to jail."
Mrs. Su nodded.
Su Tong lowered her head, twisting her hands together, and did not reply.
On the other side, inside the lounge, Tang Qingyan asked Chen Fei with some concern, "Honey, are those documents fake?" "Of course not." Chen Fei smiled helplessly. "How could you possibly find the real one?"
"I've sent people to look for you countless times, and Rumin Hospital has also sent people to look for you, but we haven't found a single piece of evidence to prove that selling your tadpoles is related to Su Tong."
"How did you get all this information?"
Tang Qingyan asked, her face full of shock. "Of course, it was given to me by your aunt and Su Tong,"
Chen Fei said.
Moreover, after obtaining this evidence, he immediately took it to an appraisal institute to verify its authenticity, and it was confirmed to be genuine.
He never takes on a case he's not confident about.
Although this was his first time in court.
However, he only allows winning, not losing. Tang Qingyan was shocked. "Huh? Your aunt and Tong gave you evidence? How could they?" Seeing his little wife's shocked expression, Chen Fei affectionately ruffled her hair and asked with a low chuckle, "What? Don't you think your husband's charm is incredible? Aren't you allowed to be so captivated by my handsome appearance that you're willing to hand over these pieces of evidence?" "Ah." Tang Qingyan was dumbfounded.
Seeing her adorable expression, Chen Fei couldn't help but gently pinch her cute little nose and laugh as he talked about what happened at the Su family's house that morning, as well as the verbal agreement he reached with Su's mother.
Tang Qingyan was once again deeply shocked after hearing this.
Finally, she looked at Chen Fei with a gaze full of admiration and worship. "Honey, you're amazing.
Your way of winning people over is absolutely brilliant. I admire you so much."
She felt that bribing Su Tong wasn't too difficult. But it's completely impossible to bribe her aunt and get her to willingly give up custody of the quadruplets, or even give Chen Fei evidence of what Su Tong did. Unexpectedly, this impossible task was accomplished by Chen Fei with ease.
Chen Fei is truly amazing. Not only is he talented, but he is also very quick-witted and shrewd. He really is a treasure trove of a boy.
She was incredibly lucky to be able to marry him. She must have been a woman who saved the galaxy in her past life.
That's why I was so lucky in this life to marry Chen Fei. Chapter 105 Betrayal by Wife and Daughter. I want a divorce. 10 minutes later. Qin Haichang returned to Su Jinnan's restroom with a gloomy expression. Su Jinnan asked and learned that the juror representing the Qin family on the jury had not received the evidence provided by Chen Fei. It had been reviewed by several other jurors. This clearly shows that the Tang family doesn't want the Qin family to get involved and join the real jury. After all, this is Tang family territory, and the courts on Tang family's side will naturally be more inclined to side with Tang family. After hearing this, Su Jinan felt a little uncomfortable, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "Forget it, I won't watch it. I don't believe they can make a fake seem real. Moreover, when it comes to the courtroom, they will have to show it to us whether they want to or not." Qin Haichang had a bad feeling. After the intermission, everyone returned to the courtroom. The judge declared the materials submitted by the plaintiff have been deemed valid by the jury and expert panel. In accordance with the laws of Kyushu, it is true that the defendant stole the plaintiff's tadpoles. The stolen items should be returned and the plaintiff should be compensated for all losses. However, given that what was stolen were tadpoles, the court hereby rules that the defendant must return the quadruplets produced by these tadpoles to the plaintiff and compensate the plaintiff for a certain amount of losses. The plaintiff has not yet submitted an application for the amount of these losses, but may do so. If the application is reasonable, our court will issue a judgment. Defendant, do you have any further objections? Attorney Qin was about to stand up and defend Su Tong, but Su Tong spoke first, saying, "Your Honor, I have no objection to this verdict." The moment she said that, Qin Haichang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Su Jinan, sitting in the audience, immediately shouted, "Tong Tong. We can't agree. We can't agree. No noise." The judge slammed his gavel down. Su Jinnan's expression changed drastically, then he stood up, raised his hand, and said, "I request a break." "No, you've already applied once. In a lawsuit, during the first instance, one party can only apply for a break once. If you do not agree with our court's verdict, you can apply to file another lawsuit," the judge said expressionlessly. Su Jinnan wanted to speak again, but Su Tong had already spoken. "Your Honor, I have no objection to your verdict." Su Jinnan became anxious. "Didn't we already agree on this? Are you going to deny it even if it kills you? But now, why has my daughter suddenly changed her tune? You just suddenly admitted it?" At this moment, Ms. Su, who was sitting in the witness stand, also stood up and raised her hand. After receiving the judge's nod of permission, she did so. Mrs. Su stood up and said, "I can also testify that what Chen Fei said is true. It was indeed my daughter Su Tong who bribed people at Rumin Hospital to buy Chen Fei's sperm. The quadruplets are indeed Chen Fei's biological children, and we are willing to let Chen Fei, their father, raise them. We are willing to pay the compensation." Su Jinan was about to explode when he heard what his mother said. He roared, "Jianyue Qing." He finally figured it out. Jianyue Qing and his daughter Su Tong were just pretending all along. It's just for show. This will lower his guard. He even thought that Chen Fei was able to obtain those pieces of evidence most likely because they were given to him by his wife Jianyue Qing and his daughter Su Tong. Otherwise, he had already destroyed all that evidence, so how could Chen Fei have found it? Only Su Tong himself can provide that evidence. Now, Su Tong has confessed. Jianyue Qing stood in the defendant's witness stand, but was actually testifying for the plaintiff, Chen Fei. That's absolutely insane. She betrayed him. And at such a crucial moment, they stabbed him in the back. Such a complete betrayal. He's so angry. With Su Tong's confession and her mother's testimony, plus the already established evidence, the case has been solved. Without a doubt, Chen Fei won this lawsuit. Chen Fei also honored the conditions he had previously discussed with Su's mother, and he waived his right to sue Su Tong for stealing his tadpoles. And waived the compensation they were entitled to pay. Because it was truly not easy for Su Tong to carry quadruplets and raise them to 8 months old. Moreover, Su's mother and Su Tong cooperated with him, allowing him to easily win the case, so he didn't need to go too far. With the judge's gavel striking, the case was officially decided, and custody of the quadruplets was awarded to Chen Fei. At the entrance of the courthouse, Su Jinnan's eyes were bloodshot with anger as he glared hatefully at his mother and Su Tong, who had come out with him. He gritted his teeth and was about to rush over and beat someone up.
But before his hand could strike Su's mother's face, Chen Fei grabbed his wrist.
And with a single effort, Chen Fei shook Su Jinan off.
Su Jinan was thrown so hard that he fell to the ground.
Looking up, I saw Chen Fei looking down at me. Want to hit me? This is a courthouse, you can try again. Chen Fei coldly rebuked. Su Jinan glared hatefully at Chen Fei.
Su's mother came over, patted Chen Fei on the shoulder, gave him a grateful look, and then looked at Su Jinan. She said coldly, Su Jinan, you were the one who was heartless to my daughter and me and the quadruplets first, so don't blame us. Besides, I've already hired a lawyer and filed for divorce.
Su Jinan was utterly shocked. What did you say? You want a divorce?
He never imagined that Jian Yueqing would tell him she wanted a divorce.
Yes. You heard me right. I think you've changed. You're no longer the husband you used to be, so we should get a divorce.
Now that Tong Tong is an adult, we can get a divorce and there is no need to dispute her custody. As for property, I will not let go of a single penny that belongs to me, and I will not take a single penny more that does not belong to me.
Besides, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'll have my lawyer contact you.
You can tell my lawyer what you have to say then. After saying that, Su's mother took Su Tong's arm and walked down the courthouse steps one by one. In an instant, Su Jinan seemed to have aged several years. His face was filled with disbelief.
How did things get to this point? No.
There's definitely still a chance to salvage it.
The Qin family.
He quickly looked at Qin Haichang, but Qin Haichang glared at him fiercely, picked up his briefcase, and walked away coldly. Because of this lawsuit, he didn't lose to his opponent, but rather to one of his own. He will surely be severely punished when he returns to the Qin family this time. Moreover, he will never have the chance to study at the Qin family's main branch again in his lifetime.
That despicable Su Jinan. That's incredibly stupid.
He can't even manage his own family relationships, and he can't even comfort his wife and daughters.
That's absolutely stupid.
Su Jinan was incredulous and quickly took out his phone, calling Qin Yan as if grasping at a lifeline. But the result was,
the number you dialed is not being answered. Please try again later. Chapter 106. Are you human or beast? He didn't believe it, so he called again.
But the result was still the same.
Qin Yan has blacklisted him.
He lost the case because of this. It's all because Chen Fei was awarded custody of the quadruplets. He is of no use to the Qin family anymore.
Ah!
Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret, regretting that he had been so blinded by greed to have designs on the quadruplets. In pursuit of a promising future and to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Qin family, he imprisoned his daughter, held his wife captive, and used his quadruplets as tools.
He really went too far. No wonder Jian Yueqing divorced him. He hated it. However, what's done is done, and there's no going back now.
He looked bitterly at Chen Fei, but only saw his tall, proud, dashing, handsome, and confident figure leaving.
After the lawsuit was settled, Chen Fei went to the Tang family dungeon. It's time to take a good look at the expert sent by the Qin family.
According to Tang Qinyan, this expert is very likely someone who came from that place.
He asked Tang Qinyan what that place was.
Tang Qinyan also said she didn't know, only that it was a magical place different from the 9 provinces, and that people who came out of it could suppress everyone in the 9 provinces with a single finger.
Tang family dungeon.
As soon as Chen Fei stepped inside, he saw his father-in-law, Tang Wen, running out in a panic.
It runs incredibly fast.
I didn't see him when I ran past him. Then, a few seconds later, Tang Wen ran back, grabbed Chen Fei, and tried to run away, saying in terror, "Run, run."
It's terrifying. My God, I've never seen such a terrifying person.
I'm sure he really came from there. Chen Fei pulled Tang Wen back. "Dad, don't panic. No matter how scared he is, he's still just a prisoner."
Xiao Fei, he broke free of the ropes and even snapped the alloy handcuffs. He's regained his strength. If we don't run, he'll kill us, Tang Wen said anxiously. When he ran over just now, he seemed to see Chen Fei. Then she quickly ran back and saw that it was indeed Chen Fei, so she quickly grabbed Chen Fei and ran away. He didn't want anything to happen to Chen Fei here. Chen Fei was quite confident in his poison, because if his poison hadn't worked on the expert from the Qin family, he wouldn't have been able to capture him. "Dad, I'm going to see him."
He came here to see that person from the Qin family, so naturally he wouldn't just leave.
Moreover, he wasn't afraid of that person at all.
At his peak, he could knock him out with one punch. What's there to be afraid of?
Xiaofei, sigh, then Dad will go with you too. Tang Wen stamped his foot hurriedly, then quickly followed Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled at Tang Wen and said, Dad, I've already captured him, what are you afraid of him for? Even if he regains his strength, so what? There is only one outcome for him, to be captured by me again. After hearing what his son-in-law said, Tang Wen thought about it and agreed. This person was captured by Chen Fei. Even if he wakes up, breaks free from his bonds and the alloy handcuffs, so what? There is only one outcome, they will continue to be suppressed by Chen Fei. With that thought in mind, Tang Wen stopped being cowardly or flustered, otherwise he would embarrass his awesome son-in-law. Immediately, he straightened his back, regained his confidence, and followed Chen Fei beside him, encouraging himself, that's right. Xiaofei is right. So what if he breaks the handcuffs? He's still my Xiaofei's defeated opponent. Humph. Walk with your nose in the air. He felt that this made him look more imposing. He was so frightened that he ran away in a panic, which was so embarrassing. He felt he had to get back all the face he had lost. Open the alloy door. Chen Fei saw a man who looked to be around 24 years old standing inside, glaring at him fiercely with a pair of shameful and indignant eyes. Then, it fiercely pounced on Chen Fei. Unfortunately, Chen Fei pinned him to the ground with just one finger. Kneel down in front of Chen Fei. Damn it! What kind of poison did you give me? He was originally an invincible being in this world of Kyushu. Now, however, he was pinned to the ground by a man who didn't seem to have any special skills whatsoever. And he was pinned to the ground with just one finger. Kneel down in front of the other person. This was an utter disgrace to someone like him. All of this was because of a strange poison in his body. They were completely unable to unleash their true potential. They couldn't even unleash 1/10 of their full strength. Moreover, no matter how he tried to expel the poison, he couldn't get it out of his body. This is simply unheard of. How could there be such a powerful and amazing person in the 9 provinces? I've never heard anyone mention it before. Tang Wen, who was standing nearby, was also dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Good heavens, is this his son-in-law? That's awesome. With just one finger, he forced the man who had just fled in terror to his knees. So amazing. It was truly a visual shock to him. No wonder his son-in-law told him not to be afraid. With his son-in-law being so awesome, what's there for him to be afraid of? Good heavens, did the Tang family save the galaxy in their past life? What an amazing son-in-law like Chen Fei. I'm so happy. Chen Fei glanced calmly at the man kneeling before him and said, Your name? You still haven't told me what kind of poison you gave me. Lin Yun, kneeling on the ground, said with some dissatisfaction. Please understand your current status. You are a prisoner. I ask, you answer. Chen Fei casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. Tang Wen stood eagerly behind Chen Fei, like a bodyguard. Even as a bodyguard, he felt incredibly proud and radiant. Because the person who came out of that place is now kneeling in front of Chen Fei. And by standing behind Chen Fei, it was as if this person was kneeling in front of him. Cool. Secretly pleased. Super awesome. Lin Yun tried to stand up, but as soon as he did, Chen Fei pressed his leg down on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel on the ground once again. This is absolutely humiliating. This was even more humiliating than when he was subdued with his fingers. Gas. I'm so angry. The explosion is angry. Lin Yun. Lin Yun angrily stated his name. Are you a human or a beast? Chen Fei continued to ask. He asked this question because he wondered if the place Tang Qingyan and the others mentioned might be a fantasy world. He also read quite a few fantasy novels on penguin reading. He knew perfectly well that sometimes what he saw wasn't a human, but a demon beast in human form. Lin Yun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets with rage as he roared, You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. He's so angry. They actually called him a beast. So insulting. That's incredibly insulting. Chapter 107 Cultivators? The system rewards 3 sets of max-level cultivation techniques. Chen Fei snorted, calling you a beast is an understatement. Don't be ungrateful. He had barely finished speaking. Chen Fei exerted force again with the leg he had placed on Lin Yun's shoulder. Lin Yun instantly felt as if he had been crushed by a bull.
Normally, this amount of strength wouldn't be enough to overpower him, but right now, his body is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person like Qin Yan. There was simply no way to withstand the force of Chen Fei's kick. He immediately prostrated himself at Chen Fei's feet.
What exactly is your place? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Tell me everything you know, and I might consider whether or not to give you an antidote. Chen Fei said calmly.
At this moment, Tang Wen, standing behind Chen Fei, felt an overwhelming and unending admiration for him.
That's fucking awesome. Moreover, after hearing Chen Fei's question, he stared intently at Lin Yun, who was prostrate at Chen Fei's feet, with intense excitement. Cultivation techniques.
Something that all the top family heads in the entire Kyushu dream of.
Lin Yun bit his lip, knowing that he really couldn't be arrogant right now.
She's completely fallen for this man in front of her.
If he dares not to cooperate properly, this man will probably humiliate him to death. And he, of course, did not want to die.
Therefore, he told Chen Fei all the basic techniques.
Anyway, he told us about the cultivation method. If ordinary people like Chen Fei don't have the aptitude for it, they won't be able to cultivate it. When the poison is cured, what you do today, you will repay 100-fold in the future. If you're so powerful, why did you even come to Kyushu? Chen Fei asked.
According to Lin Yun's description, the world they lived in was much better than the world of Kyushu.
Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but everyone there was also a powerful cultivator.
However, in Kyushu, the spiritual energy is so thin that it is impossible to cultivate.
There hasn't been a cultivator for 10,000 years.
This is why Tang Qinyan said that people who come from that place can suppress all enemies in the 9 provinces with just one finger.
Because ordinary people are no match for cultivators.
With a single sweep, they can wipe out a vast city and kill tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people.
But why would someone so capable come to Kyushu? He instinctively felt that there must be a secret here. And it's quite a secret. We came here looking for something, like...
At this point, Lin Yun looked up and his gaze fell on Chen Fei.
He had a rough idea of what was going on.
The man in front of him must be the biological father of the quadruplets, the man whose fertility even made his heart flutter. Chen Fei. Although the people of our world live much longer than those here, and our cultivation levels are absolutely superior to yours, we are troubled by a very serious problem, the ability to reproduce. Our land is very, very low, and many Taoist couples are unable to have children, as if they are cursed. If this continues for another 1,000,000 years, our world may very well perish because we have no descendants.
This time, the Qin family asked me to take action, and the reason I did is because I'm interested in your reproductive ability.
I want to take the quadruplets back with me and raise them properly to see if we can break the curse of low fertility in our generation. In the study, Chen Fei looked at all the cultivation techniques Lin Yun had taught him, which he had just finished writing down.
She frowned slightly.
He could read the individual characters, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand them.
Knock, knock.
There was a soft knock on the door. Then came the soft, cute, and sweet calls of the daughters.
Daddy, Daddy.
Upon hearing his daughters' voices, Chen Fei's furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and he smiled as he got up and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, 5 adorable children rushed in, surrounding Chen Fei.
Daddy, Daddy, what are you doing in here? You haven't played with Guagua in so long. Guagua misses Daddy, Guagua wants to keep watching Daddy.
These past 2 days, Chen Fei has been dealing with the quadruplets, which has taken up a lot of his energy and left him with less time to spend with the Deceps. His 5 daughters got jealous and all came to pester Chen Fei to play with them. Chen Fei picked up the adorable Guagua, gently pinched her wrinkled nose from her pouting, and said with a doting smile, "Okay, Daddy will spend time with you today, come on, Daddy's reading a book, come and read with Daddy."
Okay, Coco wants to read with Daddy too.
Little Coco stretched out her 2 little arms towards Chen Fei, jumping up and down affectionately, wanting a hug.
Okay. Chen Fei smiled and picked up the adorable Coco as well. The other 2 little cuties also expressed their desire to come up, and Chen Fei said with a smile, "Okay, no problem." Chen Fei bent down and picked up his 5 daughters. All 5 daughters were picked up, and only then did they all grin happily. Chen Fei carried his daughters to the desk and sat down. Some of his daughters were standing with their arms around him, while others were sitting on his lap and short. They were all very affectionate with him. Because they haven't had a proper time to play with their dad for 2 days. Now that it's Daddy's turn, he doesn't want to leave. They all want to stick close to their dads. Hey Daddy, what's written on this paper?
Tang Tang, the little cutie, picked up the paper on which Chen Fei had just written the cultivation technique and asked Chen Fei a question.
Ding.
Detected that the host's daughter has an extremely strong desire to learn the cultivation techniques written on the paper by the host. Congratulations on maxing out the host's 3 sets of cultivation techniques and bringing them to the highest level.
Chen Fei was still in a state of shock.
A wealth of information about the 3 sets of exercises he had written entered his mind.
These 3 sets of exercises are:
Basic body refining technique, elephant armor technique. When this technique is cultivated to its highest level, the host's strength is comparable to that of a mountain. Basic version of vermilion bird technique, upgrade to the top level to possess the vermilion bird treasure technique. Basic version of Kunping technique, upgrade to the top level to possess the Kunping treasure technique.
10 seconds later, Chen Fei opened his eyes.
In his left eye, a ball of vermilion bird fire was burning and leaping, while in his right eye, it seemed as if a Kunping was gliding.
My whole being has undergone a qualitative transformation. It's as if they've been reborn.
His 5 daughters, who were clinging to him, immediately sensed the difference.
Then, little Coco wrinkled her nose and said, "Huh, Daddy, why do I smell a man's scent?"
The little cutie originally wanted to say that she smelled a sweaty odor. But how can you call the smell of your own dad's body sweating smell? That's called male slut smell. Little Guagui nodded her head vigorously. I can smell it too.
Is Chapter 108 blind or hallucinating? Ah. Daddy, what's that black mud on your neck?
She exclaimed in surprise as she held Chen Fei's sweet little darling. Then she opened her little hand and placed it in front of Chen Fei, and he saw a black, mud-like thing on her little hand. Chen Fei burst into laughter at the sight. He put down his 5 daughters and then looked at himself. Sure enough, his whole body was covered in this black mud, and he also had a strong smell of sweat. She's such a sweet little girl, even her dad's body odor smells like a man's. Chen Fei said to his 5 daughters who were looking at him curiously, "My dear daughter, this is not black mud. It is impurities from Daddy's body. Daddy was practicing his kung fu just now and expelled all the impurities from his body, which is why these things are here."
Wow, Daddy just practiced his kung fu. So, Daddy, did you master it? Tang Tang asked with a look of admiration.
The other 4 little cuties also looked at Chen Fei with curiosity and anticipation, all hoping that their daddy Chen Fei would succeed in his kung fu practice.
Anyway, my own dad is the best. It's invincible. It's super powerful. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Who do you think I am? There's nothing your dad can't do, so of course I've mastered it.
But now Daddy's going to take a shower to wash off the dirt, and then Daddy will come play with you guys later.
Daddy, we'll go take a bath with you.
The 5 daughters quickly followed, not wanting to be separated from their father, Chen Fei, for even a moment.
Chen Fei was quite helpless. Then let's go to the swimming pool. It's big there, and Daddy can teach you how to swim.
Most importantly, he had mastered the Kunping treasure technique. Kunping, on the other hand, is a mythical beast that soars through the ocean. I was just about to take a bath, and if my daughters wanted to come along, we could go to the huge swimming pool. While they were taking a bath, they could also try out the Kunping technique. Let's see just how amazing the martial arts techniques from that place really are.
Wow, swimming, that's great. Daddy's teaching us to swim. Wow, hurry up, let's go. I'm going to wear my pretty swimsuit. Me too. I want Daddy to carry me while swimming.
The 5 little cuties were so happy when they heard they were going swimming, and that Chen Fei's dad would be teaching them how to swim, they practically exploded with joy. She skipped and hopped to find her swimsuit. Because last time when we were in Chen Fei's rural hometown, his 5 sons took off their diapers and never wore them again, and his 5 daughters also took them off. Because they don't think they're any worse than their 5 sons.
Poof. They can stop wearing diapers now. When Chen Fei saw his 5 daughters, dressed in adorable swimsuits, being led over by their nanny by the pool, he instantly smiled.
While his daughter was putting on her swimsuit, Chen Fei had already gone to the shower room in the pool and taken a hot shower. At this moment, he was clean and refreshed. Furthermore, having mastered 3 precious techniques, his spirit became even more vibrant, and his explosive power became even stronger. Even now, just by standing there, he exudes a light that is impossible to look directly at. Of course, the 5 daughters were only slightly stunned when they saw their mighty and valiant father, and then they ran happily towards Chen Fei. As she ran, she excitedly shouted in a childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy, wow, Daddy's so handsome, Daddy's incredibly handsome.
Daddy, I think you're even more handsome than before. Daddy, Daddy, I feel like you're even more wise and powerful than before. Daddy, Daddy, I want a hug. Chen Fei smiled indulgently and hugged his daughters into his arms. Little Tang Tang said with a hint of hesitation, if Daddy holds us, we can't go swimming. Little Guogui nodded her head. It seems like that's really a mistake, but I just want Daddy to hold me. Sweetie and Coco nodded their little heads vigorously in unison. Because Daddy's embrace was so warm, they didn't want to leave, wah. But I also want to go swimming, sob sob. This is such a difficult choice. My choice paralysis is acting up again, ugh. Looking at the adorable little one's conflicted expressions, Chen Fei laughed heartily and said, what's so difficult about that? Daddy will carry you all while we swim. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, the 4 little cuties all looked at him with delight. I was so excited my little toes felt like they were going to explode. Wow, Daddy's awesome. Daddy is so powerful. Daddy, I love you. Daddy, you're awesome. The flattery made Chen Fei extremely happy. What is the purpose of cultivating precious techniques? Of course, it's to prevent my daughters from suffering from decision paralysis. For an ordinary person, let alone swimming with 5 daughters, even swimming with just 1 daughter would be impossible. Because if the daughter can't swim, she won't be able to breathe while being carried, which could easily lead to an accident. Even if my daughter can swim, she still needs to be out of my arms. I can't hold her while she swims. However, Chen Fei was different at this moment. He has mastered the Kunping technique and maxed out its skill level. Not to mention swimming with 5 daughters, he could swim with decuplets and quadruplets without any problem. We will never let the babies fall underwater and be unable to breathe. When Chen Fei heard that he was going to take his 5 daughters swimming, all 5 sons ran over. As soon as I arrived, I saw Chen Fei carrying his 5 daughters into the pool. The sight shocked the 5 sons so much that their eyes widened to the extreme, and their little hands involuntarily covered their mouths. So shocked that he couldn't even speak. After a long while, Lu Bao finally let out a shocking sound. Oh my god! Oh my god! What did I just see? Am I blind? Still dreaming? Why do I feel like I'm seeing scenes in the Dragon Soul animated series that only have special effects in them? Am I watching cartoons for too long and starting to hallucinate? I saw Daddy's 2 hands, and they turned into 2 huge, barely visible wings? Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. I saw it too. At that moment, Chen Fei's arms transformed into 2 enormous wings of a kunping, completely obscuring the vast swimming pool, which was approximately 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. The giant rock carried its 5 daughters under its wings, ensuring they wouldn't fall into the water. The daughters are very naive and absolutely trust their dad. So, even though they were all completely bewildered at that moment, I was wondering, is this how you swim? Why is this different from how they used to swim? However, they didn't think much of it because they were very naive. Therefore, they felt that all the swimming methods they had used before must have been wrong, and that only their fathers taking them swimming was the correct way to learn to swim. Gravity and the like don't exist for them. They seem to be floating on the water, their small bodies never sinking. Chapter 109, The Imparting of Cultivation Techniques fills the 10 treasures with excitement. The daring Coco released Chen Fei's arm with one hand. I started trying to paddle on the water with my other little hand and found it to be very stable. She then boldly tried to let go of her other little hand and used both hands to paddle on the water. I've discovered that it really won't fall. Immediately, little Coco happily started splashing and playing in the water under Chen Fei's wings. Seeing this, the other cuties all followed suit. The 5 little cuties had a blast. Daddy, Daddy! Wow, that's amazing! We didn't fall down. Actually, it's okay even if they fall in, because they learn to swim from infancy and aren't afraid of water. Daddy, we've never swum like this before. It's so novel and fun. Watching his 5 daughters having fun in the water, Chen Fei smiled and asked, have you gotten used to how it feels now? I'm used to it now. Daddy, is there anything more fun? Chen Fei laughed and said, of course this is just a warm-up. Now that you're all comfortable, Daddy will show you the right way to experience speed and passion in swimming. Wow, that's awesome. Okay. Daddy, I'm ready. Daddy, let's get started. Guogui is ready too. Daddy, I want to play Fast and Furious. It sounds so exciting. Chen Fei laughed heartily, then let's begin.
as Chen Fei uttered the word begin. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and the 5 sons on the shore stared in disbelief. Chen Fei, with his 5 daughters, glided across the swimming pool at a speed invisible to the naked eye, like a giant rock.
It's incredibly fast.
The 5 sons were jumping around like crazy.
Oh my god, it's too fast. Too fast. I can only see shadows now. This is fucking fast and furious. Ah, I'm so envious. I really want to play. Daddy, Bao Bao wants to play too. Bao's delicate, pink face flushed with excitement.
She put her hands to her mouth, making a megaphone shape, and shouted loudly, Daddy, I want to play too.
This is so much fun. So amazing. So awesome.
Bao was so excited he exploded and shouted along. Even the usually calm and collected second brother was shocked to see this scene, which only appeared in the fantasy world of the animated film Dragon Soul, actually happening in the real world. He was so excited that his whole little body trembled. His eyes were full of anticipation and envy for the 5 girls. Because he wanted to play too. Experience firsthand the incredible, technologically advanced scenes that can only be seen when watching the animated series Dragon Soul.
Here are my 5 daughters.
They weren't scared at all by the increased speed, instead, they were screaming excitedly.
Ah, so fast. Super fast. Daddy, you're amazing. This is the right way to swim. The way we used to swim is so lame. It's so much fun. I've never seen anyone have this much fun surfing at the beach. Daddy, you're amazing. You can actually lead us to play like this. My daddy is so awesome. After playing several rounds, Chen Fei then brought his 5 daughters ashore. After getting ashore, the 5 daughters were still chattering excitedly about this novel way of swimming. The 5 sons immediately ran over, Bao and Ba Bao each grabbing one of Chen Fei's legs, looking up with pitiful eyes and pleading, Daddy, we want to play too. Let us play too, flying on the water. Bao jumped and bounced excitedly in front of Chen Fei. Daddy, fly. I just saw Daddy has a pair of really big wings. What are those? They're so cool. Super cool. Little Coco replied with great pride, that's Daddy's kung fu technique. Daddy mastered it, he's super awesome. A cultivation technique? Could it be a cultivation technique from a fantasy world? Lu Bao asked, his face full of shock. Because the abilities that Chen Fei's dad just showed are completely not found in the real world. Could it really be a cultivation technique from a fantasy world? Oh my god. His gaze toward Chen Fei became even more eager. He even wanted to roll on the ground and act cute to get Chen Fei to teach him martial arts. Just do it. For the sake of the cultivation technique, a real man will do anything, even roll around and act cute. Daddy, I want to learn this cool skill. I want to learn it. Lu Bao is rolling around and acting cute. When the adorable little boy rolls around and acts cute, the way he rolls around like a little ball is really quite adorable. Chen Fei laughed heartily, want to learn martial arts? No problem. But whether you can learn them or not is up to you. Daddy will just teach you. In the path of cultivation, it all depends on oneself. He has cheat codes, there's no way to compare. Ordinary people still need to cultivate themselves step by step. Wow, Daddy said yes. I'm so happy. Daddy is so awesome. Daddy, I love you. Daddy, I want to kiss you. Lu Bao got up from the ground, extremely excited. Even the second brother's face was full of excitement, his dark eyes gazing eagerly at Chen Fei. They can actually learn this kind of technique. I'm so excited. The other boys were so excited when they heard that Chen Fei was willing to teach them martial arts that they hugged and kissed Chen Fei's legs. Because they were too young and too short to kiss Chen Fei's face, they simply kissed his legs instead. Anyway, they wanted to express their incredibly excited feelings at that moment. When the 5 daughters saw that their brothers were going to learn martial arts, they exchanged glances and saw determination, a refusal to admit defeat, and an indomitable spirit in each other's eyes. They all raised their hands, indicating that they wanted to learn too. Although they are girls, they are no weaker than boys. Yes, we need to learn too, and we need to learn even better than them. Coco clenched her little paws tightly and said firmly. Little Guagua chimed in, even better. Even better. Seeing how eager his sons and daughters were to learn the martial arts, Chen Fei readily agreed to help them all. Will you learn the techniques first? Shall we go swimming and play in the water first? Chen Fei gave the choice to the children. because for him, it's all the same. Anyway, it's all about spending time with the kids. Now that he has settled things with the quadruplets, he has plenty of time to spend with his children. The daughters said they wanted to swim and play in the water first, since daddy was right there and they could learn the kung fu anytime they wanted. The sons said they wanted to learn the martial arts techniques first. They figured they could swim and play in the water later once they mastered them. Without a doubt, Chen Fei favors his daughters. So, what followed was a thrilling water adventure. Chapter 110. I am his legitimate son, not some bastard. The daughters have already tried it once. So they were confident and not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were excitedly shouting. Chen Fei didn't give his sons time to adjust. He went straight to the point, taking them on a thrilling water skimming adventure as soon as they were in the water. It's really like walking on water. At first, 4 out of the 5 sons were so frightened that they cried and screamed, and immediately grabbed Chen Fei's arm tightly and refused to let go. Only Xianxian remained a little calm and didn't grab Chen Fei's arm. However, he was also frightened, and his face turned pale. Guoguo whispered, "The sons group is so weak." Little Coco nodded her head in agreement and said, "Yeah, they were a bit weak. They all cried, but we didn't." Tang Tang said, "It doesn't matter if they have weaknesses, their older sisters will protect them from now on." Sweetie nodded her little head vigorously, then shouted loudly to Shi Bao and Babeo, "Little brothers, don't be afraid, your big sisters will protect you from now on." When Tian Tian said that to Shi Bao and Babao, the crying stopped abruptly during the noodle making contest. And then they realized that their 5 daughters were all smiling at them, as if to say, "Little brothers, don't be afraid, your older sisters will protect you from now on." Oh my god, this is so embarrassing and upsetting for us men. Everyone stopped crying. Even if I'm scared, I dare not cry anymore. If you cry, you'll lose face. The girls didn't cry, but the boys did. Isn't that embarrassing for the boys? So, they mustered their courage and let go of Chen Fei's arm, tentatively beginning to explore this unknown and fast-paced swimming style. At first, they were quite cautious, and their little hands didn't stray too far from Chen Fei's arm. Because if they really sensed danger, they could quickly grab Chen Fei's arm. 1 second later, everything is fine, safe. 2 seconds later, safe. 5 seconds later, it's still safe. 10 seconds later, the 4 sons finally let go of each other's little hands and started paddling like little elves. Meanwhile, the second brother, Xianxian, had already started playing in the water, his eyes fixed on the giant wings of the kuanping that Chen Fei had conjured. They even reached out their little hands to touch it, to see if it was real. But they found that they had only touched empty air. These are truly magically created wings, not real wings. The second son, Xianxian, was deeply shaken. Especially imagining that one day I could conjure up such a pair of awesome wings, how cool that would be. Immediately, his eyes were filled with anticipation for learning martial arts from Chen Fei. After gliding back and forth in the pool twice, the 5 sons were completely relaxed and playing in the water, even splashing water with their daughters, having a great time. Each exquisitely sculpted face radiated excitement and vitality. Chen Fei looked happy and content. Being a stay-at-home dad is so wonderful, so relaxing, the whole world is full of adorable little ones. Meanwhile, at the front gate of Chen Fei's house, a little boy, about 4 years old, with delicate features and dressed in a little suit, arrived. The little boy was so handsome that you couldn't help but want to hug him. The little boy looked into the room, his delicate face showing curiosity and a hint of disappointment. This is where that person lives? There's no spiritual energy at all. He must be an ordinary person. To admit it or not to admit it? The little boy looked a bit conflicted. Just accept it. People will definitely laugh at me in the future, laughing at my dad for being an ordinary person without any spiritual power. If we don't admit it, we finally broke through the barrier, defied fate, and spent 2 whole months finding this place in him. To go back empty-handed like this would be too humiliating. I'm so conflicted, what should I do? A nanny came out of Chen Fei's house. When she saw the little boy standing hesitantly at the door, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Little boy, who are you looking for?" I'm looking for Chen Fei." The little boy finally bit his lip and uttered the name he had known since he could remember. "You're looking for my husband? Who are you?" The nanny asked. "Tell him I am his son." That's what the little boy said. The nanny was shocked, but then she noticed that the little boy didn't look much like Chen Fei, so she didn't take the little boy's words seriously. Then I thought about my husband's achievements in the field of animation.
She figured the little boy must have heard somewhere that his husband made those 2-hit animated films online, and since the little boy really loved watching animated films, he came to her door. He wants Chen Fei to be his godfather. Thinking about it this way, the nanny realized that she was right. That's it. Although the little boy in front of her was very handsome and cute, and clearly came from a wealthy family, she still wouldn't easily let him in. So she said to the little boy with a gentle smile, "Little friend, don't tell people you're someone else's son, that's not good.
Honey, your dad isn't here. You should go home now." After saying that, the nanny closed the door and left. The nanny couldn't help but smile helplessly. Kids these days, they just blurt things out, calling their idols daddy so casually. The little boy was a bit sullen. He finally made the decision to go in and see that man, only to be told by others that he was lying. There are plenty of people who want to be his dad. They could all form a reinforced company. Moreover, each and every one of them is an unparalleled powerhouse with extraordinary abilities. But none of them are his biological father. His biological father is right here. The gate is closed, fly in. The little boy, who was about to take off, frowned again and stood on the ground. No, that's too impolite. Besides, I am his legitimate son, not some bastard. Why don't you use the main gate? You absolutely have to fly in? Disgraceful. Degrading. So the little boy took 2 steps, grabbed the 2 brass rings on the bronze door, and knocked. The butler came to open the door very quickly. The housekeeper was surprised to see that the person knocking on the door was a little boy he had never seen before. And she was a very pretty child. Immediately, her serious and rigid facial features softened, and she bent down and asked softly, "Little friend, who are you looking for?" "Find Chen Fei." "Oh? What do you want with my husband?" "I am his son." The little boy stated this fact again. The housekeeper was taken aback at first, then she remembered that her husband already had 14 children, but the eldest was Decep's. "Moreover, my husband is only a senior in college this year and hasn't graduated yet. It's impossible to give birth to a little boy who looks 4 years old." Therefore, her thoughts were similar to those of the nanny who had just gone out to buy groceries. However, she was kinder than the nanny, and as the housekeeper, she had more power than the nanny. Moreover, it was the middle of the day, and it really made her feel a little sorry for such a cute and handsome little boy to stand at the door waiting. So, she smiled at the little boy and said, "Little one, come on in. But when you meet my husband later, you absolutely mustn't say you're his son. That kind of joke is no joke." The little boy pursed his lips, looking unhappy. However, they eventually got in. Chapter 111. Little friend, who are you looking for? However, once inside, his brows suddenly furrowed. Then, glancing at the villa to the west, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. He then turned his gaze away and continued following the butler toward the villa in the center. Upon entering the hall, the butler went to pour tea for the little boy. But when the housekeeper brought over the water glass, he discovered that the little boy was gone. At this moment, the little boy appeared on the roof of the villa in the west. The figure hidden in the shadows trembled suddenly, turned and ran, as fast as the wind. The little boy's exquisitely sculpted face turned cold, and then he opened his mouth. Instantly, a huge vortex of devouring energy roared out of his mouth and swept towards the departing figure. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing figure was pulled in front of the little boy and stomped on by him. "Who are you?" the little boy asked coldly. They actually dared to lie in ambush in the shadow of his dad's villa. Moreover, they are not even from the world of Kyushu. They are from his world. Because the technique this person used to escape was the most basic gale technique in their world. However, this person's gale technique was not yet fully mastered, and he was directly sucked in by the swallowing vortex formed by his open mouth. The man being trampled under the little boy's feet trembled violently. He never expected to encounter someone from another world here. And she's just a 4-year-old toddler, yet she's so amazing. He used his gale speed technique and pushed his speed to its maximum, yet he was still easily captured by his opponent. This little baby must have been born into one of those top-tier powers. He immediately trembled and confessed everything he needed to. He had only recently arrived and was planning to capture Chen Fei so that Chen Fei would take him to Lin Yun. He learned that Lin Yun had been captured by Chen Fei, and since Lin Yun was his friend, he naturally had to come to his rescue. Moreover, he was also very curious to see if a local from Kyushu could actually capture Lin Yun. It was simply unbelievable. So he also wanted to see just how powerful Chen Fei really was. Unexpectedly, before they even saw Chen Fei, the little baby discovered their whereabouts.
Before it could escape, it was caught by the little baby.
Chen Fei has captured your companion?
The little boy asked, somewhat surprised. I'm also very curious about how he did it, so I've been lying in wait here, waiting for him to come out so I can take a look.
You, go back.
Now that Lin Yun has been captured by Chen Fei, you can forget about rescuing him.
You, let me go?
The man asked, somewhat shocked.
Because in their world, it's a world where the strong prey on the weak.
Murder for treasure, and killing indiscriminately at the slightest disagreement, are common occurrences. Even though the little boy in front of him looked only 4 years old, he couldn't treat him as a real child. Because those gifted children who emerge from top-tier powerful organizations have already experienced the storms of killing. Even if someone isn't a ruthless killer, there wouldn't be a situation where killing someone would leave one so afraid that they couldn't sleep all night.
Get out of here while I'm in a good mood today.
The little boy withdrew his foot and said calmly. The man knelt and kowtowed to the little boy in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for sparing my life, sir.
I will absolutely not interfere in Lin Yun's affairs again."
After saying that, the man sped up as if a demon was chasing him and ran away as if he were escaping. They were afraid the little boy might suddenly change his mind and they would kill him to silence him. The little boy went back into the living room. The housekeeper, who had just come out of the kitchen and couldn't find the little boy, was stunned again when she saw the little boy standing in the spot where she had been.
What happened? Was she hallucinating just now? The boy was standing right there, how come she didn't see him? Fortunately, the little one was found, so she stopped thinking about it. She was afraid that something might happen to the little one here, which would then implicate her husband and wife. She smiled with relief and walked up to the little boy, saying, "Let me take you to see my husband." Go see them quickly, then leave quickly.
She felt a little regretful for letting the little boy in out of her soft heart.
The little boy nodded.
She felt a little bit of anticipation for Chen Fei, her father whom she had never met. He had previously thought Chen Fei was an ordinary person, but now that he knew Chen Fei had captured someone from their world, he became a little curious about Chen Fei.
The master is teaching the young masters and ladies to swim. They're in the pool now. I'll take you there. The butler led the little boy to the swimming pool.
Upon arriving at the pool, the little boy suddenly stopped, staring at the pool with wide, surprised eyes. There, a man is swimming with 10 babies. And then, the man's hands conjured a pair of enormous wings. It was this pair of giant rock wings carrying 10 little chicks as they glided rapidly.
The Kuanping treasure technique.
The little boy uttered those 4 words in utter shock.
The butler was completely dumbfounded. Is this someone swimming? What's with those big wings? Are these the new baby care tools that my husband just bought?
Chen Fei glided back to shore with the decepts.
I casually picked up the little ones and carried them ashore.
Chen Fei's sharp gaze fell upon the little boy who had uttered the Kuanping treasure technique. He could tell at a glance that the little boy was not from the 9 provinces world, but must have come from that place. Because the little boy possesses spiritual power. After he mastered the 3 great skills, according to the level and realm system of their world as Lin Yun described, he should currently be at the cave heaven realm. But he couldn't see where the little boy's level of understanding lay. Clearly, the little boy's level of understanding is even higher than his. However, although he couldn't discern the little boy's cultivation level, he had already mastered his 3 great treasure techniques. With the combined power of these 3 techniques, he was quite confident in killing the little boy before him.
That's the kind of confidence that comes from knowing you're better than your opponent. Little friend, who are you looking for?
Chen Fei handed the 10 babies to the housekeeper, then looked down at the little boy whose face still showed a look of shock.
My name is Qi Yun, and I am your son. Qi Yun said.
The 10 toddlers let the nanny and housekeeper dry their hair while huddling together and whispering to each other.
Sibao, how come that guy says he's daddy's son? He doesn't look like daddy at all.
Lu Bao, yes, and he looks much older than us, about the same age as my uncle's son, Xia.
He's probably 4 years old. Daddy is so young, how could he have a 4-year-old son?
But Bao said doubtfully, but when he said he was daddy's son, he was very serious, it didn't seem like he was joking.
Bao nodded his little head and said, yeah, it looks just like the real thing.
Lu Bao said, stop talking.
Daddy knows best about this.
We shouldn't speculate about whether he's his son or not.
I think that guy is very unusual. He gives me a feeling of fear. The second son frowned and said, agreed. The boys immediately shut their mouths and said no more. Chapter 112. I'm fairly satisfied with you, you're barely good enough to be my dad. The 5 daughters stared wide-eyed. She looked curiously at the young man standing in front of Chen Fei and whispered in his ear. Guogui, that handsome guy is so good-looking. I'm a little smitten. Do you think he's really daddy's son? If he is, then is he my older brother? Coco, stop being a fangirl. This guy looks really unusual. I'm worried he's here to cause trouble for daddy. What? He's going to bully daddy? That brood of fruit will be the first to object. Little Guogui immediately stopped being infatuated with the handsome young man and her dad. Even with her eyes closed, she knew she'd choose her dad. She's not the kind of woman who forgets her dad for a pretty face. Although the voices of the 10 babies were quite soft, an ordinary person standing in Qi Yun's position would not have been able to hear them. However, Qi Yun is no ordinary person. He is now a master of the spirit transformation realm. Therefore, he could hear the sound of the 10 little babies whispering to each other clearly. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These 10 little babies are all Chen Fei's offspring. Most importantly, you can tell at a glance that these are Decepts. No wonder he was chosen by his mother. His reproductive ability is truly incredible. Such a man, if he were in their world, would definitely be fought tooth and nail by all the top powers. Fierce. That's really powerful. Most importantly, Chen Feisheng, living in the 9 provinces world where spiritual energy is severely lacking, is already a cultivator at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. This was completely unexpected. Because Lin Yun's friend today was only at the mid-stage of the blood transformation realm. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that Lin Yun is also at the blood transformation realm. Therefore, when he came over, he also mentally estimated Chen Fei's level of cultivation. At most, he's just opened up his own grotto heaven, entering the initial stage of the grotto heaven realm. Or it could be the great perfection of the blood removal realm. I never imagined that Chen Fei was actually at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. He's only one level away from being like him. He, on the other hand, cultivated in a world rich in spiritual energy, and from birth, he was surrounded by all kinds of resources, plus his mother herself had a very powerful bloodline inheritance. Therefore, from the moment he was born with the supreme bone, which manifested the great divine power of devouring. They were highly valued by the clan. Most cultivators can only reach the cave heaven realm in their lifetime and cannot go any further. Unexpectedly, in the spiritually barren world of Kyushu, Chen Fei actually managed to cultivate to the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. That's absolutely incredible. If Chen Fei went to their world, wouldn't his cultivation speed be? I'm fairly satisfied with you, you're barely good enough to be my dad. Qi Yun spoke again. Chen Fei was speechless again. Where did this brat come from? As soon as they saw him, they said he was his son. Now that I've seen him, he says he's fairly satisfied with him, and that he's barely qualified to be his father. Little boy, you've got the wrong person. I don't have a son as big as you. Chen Fei said. You don't believe me? Qi Yun asked incredulously. So many powerful people wanted to be his father, but this real father in front of him didn't even believe he was his son. To be honest, Qi Yun was feeling a bit depressed at the moment. He didn't feel much when the nanny and housekeeper outside the door didn't believe he was Chen Fei's son. But now, being told by his own father, Chen Fei, that he doesn't have a son as old as him, he feels uncomfortable. His gaze instantly fell on the decaptors, whose hair had been dried by the housekeeper and nannies and who were now curiously looking in their direction. Then he said, Your children are all weak. You should be proud to have a son like me. Chen Fei smiled helplessly. What's your parents' phone number? I'll call them and have them come pick you up. He gained experience after the quadruplets incident. This time he was absolutely certain that apart from that one minor checkup at Rumin Hospital, he had not undergone any other checkup for this item. Moreover, he had only ever slept with Tang Qingyan in his entire life. Moreover, the little boy in front of me looks to be over 4 years old. 5 years ago, he was only 17 years old. How could she possibly give birth to such a big son? Qi Yun felt hurt again. After a moment of silence, he asked, What methods do you have to verify that I'm your son? We can do it, can't we? In their realm, there is a bloodline testing pool. Because their generation placed particular emphasis on the inheritance of bloodlines. The bloodline test pool can detect parentage. However, there certainly wasn't such a testing pool here, but he figured there must be similar methods for verifying parent-child relationships.
Seeing the little boy's stubborn insistence that he was his father, Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "Yes, there is a DNA test."
How is DNA testing performed? Shi Yun asked.
Chen Fei narrowed his eyes.
Good heavens, they really want to do a DNA test with him. Could this little guy really be his son?
Chen Fei shook his head helplessly.
Impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
However, he still replied to the little guy, DNA testing can be done through a person's blood, hair, saliva, oral cells, and bones.
You only need one of these, so it's quite convenient.
Then use blood.
Shi Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
Sure enough, there was a method for determining parentage here, similar to the bloodline testing pool. He doesn't use hair or saliva, he uses blood.
Because in his mind, this is the best proof of the parent-child relationship.
He wanted this man to acknowledge him as his son.
Aren't you afraid of getting your blood drawn? It hurts a lot. Chen Fei reminded him.
He felt that using hair for DNA testing was the most convenient method. Drawing blood involves inserting a needle into a blood vessel, which children are generally quite afraid of. Most importantly, he felt that doing a DNA test with such a tiny little guy was a bit too absurd.
It's okay, just draw blood, Shi Yun said firmly.
Although blood is extremely precious to them. However, in order to get Chen Fei to accept that he was his son, he didn't mind having some blood drawn for a test. Chen Fei laughed heartily at the boy's determined expression, patted the little guy's straight shoulders, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the appraisal center." To be honest, looking at the little guy's confident expression, if he weren't already 4 years old, he was starting to really believe that the little guy was his son. Shi Yun nodded, his gaze falling on Chen Fei's hand resting on his shoulder.
This feeling is not bad. Chapter 113 The blood drawing needle broke? Seeing their daddy about to leave with Shi Yun, the Decapolis cried out, "Daddy, we want to go too." "We want to go too." "Okay, take them all." Chen Fei smiled indulgently, "Daddy will go get the car.
You two have the nanny help you change your clothes. Since the little ones just finished swimming and are wearing swimsuits, which are now wet, they will definitely need to change clothes before going out." As for Chen Fei himself, he had no problem at all. He brought his own clothes with him when he came here. When he went swimming, he only wore a pair of large pants. He had already dried his pants with his spiritual energy when he got ashore, so he didn't need to change his clothes. As he spoke, Chen Fei grabbed his shirt from the beach chair and put it on. As Chen Fei walked out of the swimming pool, he saw the nanny who had brought the quadruplets with her. The quadruplets in the nanny's arms stretched out their chubby little arms towards Chen Fei as soon as they saw him, babbling and cooing. Once they learned to say Baba, they immediately started calling out for it.
"Daddy! Daddy!"
The nannies explained to Chen Fei that after the babies woke up, they kept calling for Daddy, which meant they wanted to see him, so they brought the babies over.
Chen Fei laughed and took the 4 treasures with the longest outstretched arms.
The moment Sibo was in Chen Fei's arms, he burst into laughter, repeatedly saying "Papa, Papa." The chubby little hands also grabbed Chen Fei's collar and played with it. He even reached out and grabbed Chen Fei's face. This made Chen Fei laugh. The little girl who didn't get a hug from Chen Fei's dad immediately pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Chen Fei laughed heartily as he handed the 4 babies over to the nanny, then gently hugged the eldest baby.
Only then did De Bao smile happily.
Although the 2 boys didn't cry, they kept stretching their chubby little arms towards Chen Fei, asking for a hug.
Chen Fei didn't neglect either of them, and hugged them both equally. This scene shocked Shi Yun, who was standing next to Chen Fei. These quadruplets are also his children. This is absolutely incredible. Just how prolific is his reproductive ability?
Thinking of her younger siblings, Shi Yun's small frame trembled slightly.
My own dad is amazing.
After affectionately hugging each of the quadruplets, Chen Fei said to them, "Little ones, Daddy has to go out for a bit now. I'll be back to play with you later, okay?"
"Mommy! Mommy!" Sanbao called out in his childish voice.
Chen Fei knew that the little ones hadn't seen their mom, Su Tong, for 2 days and probably missed her very much. He thought for a moment, pinched the 3 children's little cheeks, and said, "Tonight, Daddy will bring your mom back so you can sleep with her, okay?" Sanbao seemed to understand Chen Fei's words, giggling and clapping his 2 chubby little hands together like he was clapping his hands. So cute was Chen Fei that he couldn't resist bringing his face close to the little one's fair and tender face and playing with her for a while.
He then left with Shi Yun. DNA Testing Center, a subsidiary of Shengtang Group.
Therefore, when Chen Fei brought the children over, they didn't need to queue or make an appointment. They were directly received into a top-of-the-line luxury VIP suite, with the center's female director personally accompanying them. When the female director saw the legendary decepts, she was utterly shocked. Then, when he learned that Chen Fei wanted to have his own and Qi Yun's DNA tested, he was shocked again.
Is this child also the husband of the company's chairman? He is indeed quite handsome.
Without asking any further questions, she immediately sent over the most skilled and beautiful female nurse to draw blood.
Why is Pai the most attractive?
Because we're going to draw blood from the children later. Most children are afraid of blood draws, so in order to distract them during the blood draw, the female director specially arranged for the most beautiful nurse in the testing center to be in charge of the blood draw. Chen Fei was originally going to have his blood drawn first, but Qi Yun was already getting impatient and said, "First, draw my blood first. Where should I draw it?" The pretty nurse told Qi Yun where to draw blood from his wrist, and Qi Yun showed his wrist. The nurse gently disinfected and wiped Qi Yun's wrist with a cotton swab soaked in iodine, and said softly, "Little friend, how old are you this year?"
Qi Yun didn't reply, his eyes fixed on his wrist. The pretty nurse continued in a gentle voice, "Little friend, what kind of fruit do you usually like to eat? Mango, apple, or kiwi?" "Shut up." Qi Yun found it annoying. He just wanted to finish the blood draw as soon as possible and then get the DNA tested. "I don't want to ramble on." The pretty young nurse was stunned for a moment after being scolded. She had just sensed an aura of authority emanating from this 4-year-old boy in front of her that made her want to submit. "I dare not distract my child with words anymore. Get back to work."
Chen Fei was surprised that the little guy was so polite and patient when he spoke to him. In the blink of an eye, after the pretty nurse asked a couple more questions, he became impatient. Moreover, it was the kind of imposing aura that subtly emanated from someone in a superior position, as they reprimanded the pretty young woman who was giving him injections and drawing blood.
Well, this little guy must have a special status in that place. She was pampered from a young age. Ha!
This time, the pretty nurse really didn't make any random noises.
"Doctor, the needle won't go in, and the needle broke." "What?" The female director quickly went over.
"I saw that the needle used for drawing blood had really broken."
Qi Yun's wrist was completely unbroken. She was still wondering if the injection was of poor quality. "I was just thinking of getting a new one."
Qi Yun spoke indifferently, "This needle can't penetrate my skin."
"Get a better one. At the very least, it should be made of black iron." The female director looked completely bewildered. "Black iron? What is that? Isn't that something that only exists in fantasy novels? This is the real world. This thing doesn't exist there."
She thought the child must have misspoke, and that the needle was probably of poor quality, so she insisted that the pretty nurse replace it with a new one. But the result was still the same. The needle not only failed to pierce Qi Yun's skin, but it also broke off on its own. Chen Fei was actually seeing this scene for the first time, but after a moment's thought, he understood the reason.
He immediately said to the female director, "If we can't do it, we won't draw blood. Let's try another method."
Because cultivators not only improve their cultivation level, but their bodies also undergo tremendous changes.
Especially in the physical body.
Once you reach the blood-moving realm, you can mobilize the essence and blood of your entire body, making it surge like thunder, reaching a weight of 10,000 jin, with the maximum weight being 100,000 jin.
It's easy to imagine how tough her skin had become. How could it be pierced by a needle from the ordinary world? Chapter 114 Ding. The system has rewarded you with a celestial fruit tree. Qi Yun frowned.
He said, "No need for that trouble.
It's just some blood."
Because he didn't want to use any other method to identify DNA, he wanted to use the most authentic blood to prove that Chen Fei's blood flowed in his veins.
He really is Chen Fei's biological son.
After saying that, Qi Yun took out a dagger and made a cut on his wrist.
This really startled Chen Fei.
It also startled the pretty young nurse and the female director standing next to them.
Fortunately, Chen Fei acted quickly.
He grabbed a syringe, removed the stopper, and used it to catch the blood dripping from Qi Yun's wrist. He then pressed the syringe against Qi Yun's wound to stop the bleeding. After the bleeding stopped, Chen Fei said to Qi Yun with great seriousness, "You can't be so reckless next time. This is a wrist, how could you cut it with a dagger?" Qi Yun wanted to say that he would control the bleeding rate himself, and that he was not foolish enough to let the bleeding exceed the limits of his body. However, seeing the concern hidden beneath Chen Fei's stern gaze, he pursed his lips and swallowed the words he wanted to explain. because it feels nice to be cared for by him. Seeing that he seemed to have admitted his mistake, Chen Fei released his wrist. Then he handed the tube containing the blood to the female director, who was still in a daze, and took a new tube, removing the stopper. Then, with a thought, he circulated his internal energy and forced a drop of blood from his fingertip into the tube. Then he handed the tube containing his drop of blood to the female director.
The female director was dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? I'm totally confused.
Not to mention that just now, Chi-yun, a little boy of only 4 years old, cut his own wrist with a knife to draw blood.
Take Chen Fei, for example. He forced out a single drop of blood, which dripped into the tube without even leaving a wound. This is so mysterious.
However, the female director was a very astute person, so she naturally didn't say much or ask any more questions. They would never say that Chen Fei only had 1 drop of blood, or that it was too little. He immediately greeted Chen Fei and then personally took the 2 vials of blood for DNA testing.
In the suite,
the Decapools were utterly shocked. They never expected that Chi-yun would dare to cut his own wrist with a knife like that. Not only were the daughters frightened, but even the 5 sons were terrified. Then none of the 10 babies dared to sit next to Chi-yun. They all stayed close to Chen Fei's dad. However, they were still somewhat curious and secretly glanced at Chi-yun, who was sitting alone on a sofa in silence. Sibao whispered in her ear, "He looks so fierce."
Babao nodded, "Yeah, she's really harsh on herself too."
Little Guagua whispered, "I'm so scared." Little Sugar patted Little Fruit on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't be afraid. When we get back, we'll learn Kung Fu from Daddy and become as strong as him, then we won't be afraid of him anymore."
Lu Bao nodded and said, "That's right. Moreover, he's definitely not as powerful as Daddy.
Look, he has to cut his skin with a knife to make his blood flow, but Daddy just forced the blood out of thin air.
Daddy has the aura that a great cultivator should have."
As soon as Lu Bao finished speaking, Chi-yun, who was sitting on the small sofa, twitched at the corner of his mouth.
"I really want to say, aren't you afraid that I, your brother, will hear you talking badly about me like this? If you're going to say something, at least do it outside of my hearing range, okay?" Babao had been secretly observing Chi-yun. After seeing Chi-yun's lips twitch, he whispered, "Do you think he might hear us talking about him?" Little Coco said firmly, "How could he possibly hear us?
He doesn't have super hearing, and we spoke very softly, he couldn't hear us."
Sherbao said quietly, "I think he heard me." "Second brother, stop talking."
Then the 9 babies immediately covered their mouths with their little hands.
Because at that moment, Chi-yun looked over.
All 10 babies pretended to look away and turned their little heads away, pretending not to see Chi-yun. Chi-yun was amused by their adorable antics of being caught red-handed and then denying it.
These 10 siblings were so cute. He's much cuter than his siblings. It's so good to be simple. How wonderful it is to be innocent. I'm a little envious. He even got up and walked towards the Deceps.
The Decapools quickly stood up and surrounded Chen Fei, keeping a distance from Chi-yun. Their little faces showed a hint of fear and embarrassment at being overheard talking badly about someone.
"Hello, I am your older brother, Chi-yun. It's nice to meet you.
I didn't prepare any nice gifts, so I'll just give each of you a small fruit.
I hope you like it."
As he spoke, Chi-yun took out 5 bright yellow fruits, 1 in each hand.
Each of these little fruits was unlike anything the 10 had ever seen before.
Moreover, a small mist lingered around the fruit, making it look like the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West in a TV series.
Sherbao and Babao couldn't help but swallow on the spot.
The other 7 babies weren't much better off than the 2 of them, especially little Foodie Guagua, whose eyes were practically glowing with envy. Only the second son, Xian, remained rational, his expression unchanged. Even though she really wanted to eat the little fruit, she didn't immediately reach out her little hand to take it, but instead looked at Chen Fei. The other 9 babies also looked at Chen Fei,
waiting for Chen Fei's dad to give orders. Is this food safe to eat? Because their mother taught them never to eat anything given to them by strangers. They are good babies.
Since their mother wasn't around, they looked towards Chen Fei's father.
Bite.
The host's 10 fetuses have been detected, and they have a very strong craving for the blazing flame fruit.
As a special reward, the host receives a mature blazing fruit tree and a pot of all-purpose soil needed to cultivate it.
No matter where the host places this blazing fruit tree filled with all-purpose soil, it will not affect the tree's growth, and the blazing fruit tree's level will be maxed out as celestial grade tree. As soon as the system's voice ended, a flood of information about the blazing fruit tree, its cultivation methods, medicinal value, and so on, was inputted into Chen Fei's mind. It opened a door to a new world for Chen Fei. It turns out that the blazing fruit tree is an extremely precious fruit tree in the cultivation world. Basically, it's considered very powerful for a major faction to have even one of these. Because the soil required for cultivating this blazing fruit tree is extremely rare and precious, and it takes a long time for it to grow from a seedling to flowering and fruiting, approximately 3 million years. From the time the fruit forms until it is ripe and ready to be harvested, it takes 5 million years. It is not only time-consuming, but also extremely energy-intensive. It must be carefully cultivated to make it flower and bear fruit. If there is even the slightest problem, it will not flower and bear fruit. After the fruit has ripened, it needs even more careful nurturing. Otherwise, the fruit will fall before it is ripe, and its medicinal effect will be reduced by 98%. Therefore, this is the flaming fruit. Even in the world of cultivation, this is extremely rare. The flaming fruit is non-toxic. After consuming it, it not only greatly benefits the body but also tempers and enhances one's aptitude, allowing one to embark on a cultivation journey. Many people, if they don't have the aptitude for cultivation, will never be able to cultivate in their entire lives. Therefore, this is also what makes the flame blaze fruit so precious. Chen Fei never expected that Qi Yun, this little guy, would actually give such a good thing to his decaptors. Could it be? Is he really his son? Chapter 115. This fruit has a problem, unknown gene sequence. Daddy, can I eat this? Seeing this, Weiguo's mouth watered. There was no way around it, the attraction emanated from her very body, and she simply couldn't control her drooling. Chen Fei smiled and nodded, saying, "Since it's a gift from you, little brother, then eat it." He now owns a whole blazing fruit tree, so it's no longer a valuable thing to him. Eat whatever you like. If the test results come back later and the little guy isn't his son, he'll give the little guy double the flame fruit as emotional compensation. Who can blame him for being such a kind person who likes children? The decaplet's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Chen Fei's words. However, this was their first time meeting Qi Yun, and they had just whispered some bad things about him. So they were quite restrained from their urge to eat the small fruit. Line up, starting with the eldest, Tang Tang, and each person takes one. After all 10 babies had received their food, they put all 10 babies into their mouths and ate them together. So delicious. It's so delicious, better than any fruit I've ever eaten before. It's so delicious. I feel a little sleepy. Me too. My eyelids are too heavy to keep open. I need to sleep. Me too. One after another, the 10 babies fainted in Chen Fei's arms. Especially when the second child, Xian, was about to faint, he said to Chen Fei with difficulty, "This fruit has a problem." He fell asleep as soon as he finished speaking. Qi Yun was about to explain. Chen Fei said, "It's all right, I know. They're just honing their physical aptitude. It's fine." Qi Yun nodded. He was slightly amazed this dad actually knows quite a lot. Most people don't recognize the small fruit, only those who have seen it in person can identify it. Furthermore, Chen Fei, being in Kyushu, couldn't possibly have seen this little fruit. He just took out this small fruit for his younger siblings to eat. He genuinely felt that his younger siblings were too weak, so he wanted to give each of them a blazing fruit to temper and improve their physical aptitude, so that they could begin their cultivation journey. Secondly, he also wanted to tell his father, Chen Fei, about the medicinal value of the fruit when his younger siblings fainted, hoping to shock his father. But before he could even say it, Chen Fei's dad already knew. About half an hour later, the 10 little ones slowly began to wake up. The little guy woke up and immediately went to Chen Fei, crying, "Wah, Daddy, Qi Yun is a bad guy. He tried to drug us. Wah ah. And why do I smell so bad? I smell so bad. Wah ah. My nest smells awful. Wah, I knew it all along. I shouldn't have eaten things from strangers, wah. Why can't I control my mouth?" Chen Fei laughed and said, "Babies, the flaming fruit that your brother Qi Yun gave you is a very good fruit. It's not meant to knock you out. It's just that after you eat it, you will fall asleep, and then the fruit will quietly change your body posture, tempering and improving your physical fitness. The stinky black grime on your bodies is just impurities that come out of your bodies. A bath will do the trick. Moreover, after you eat this fruit, you will be able to cultivate your skills with Daddy more effectively." The decaplets immediately understood after hearing Chen Fei's explanation. Especially after seeing Chen Fei's 5 daughters emerge from black mud while practicing his martial arts, he immediately understood.
Guogua clapped her hands and said, "Wow, I know. This is good stuff. Brother Yun, is there more?" Guogua wants more. Little Coco says, "I want to eat more too. It's so delicious. How can one small fruit satisfy a craving?" They are true foodies. Shi Yun was slightly taken aback. He didn't bring many of these little fruits. He originally thought that his father might not be married yet, and even if he was, he probably only had 2 children at most. He definitely brought enough fruit. I never expected that my own dad would have 10 kids. No, 14. There are 4 babies left. Guogua, Kiki, your brother Yun has already been very generous by giving each of you a small fruit. Don't be greedy. Chen Fei smiled and affectionately rubbed his chin. It's like little foodie Guogua and Coco's daughters' little heads are talking. Yes, these little fruits are so delicious, they must be rare and precious. We were just being greedy. We won't eat them then. If you want to eat, Daddy has some here, as much as you want, huh? As Chen Fei spoke, he grabbed a handful of fruit from the blazing fruit tree that was temporarily stored in the system. There are more than 20 in one hand. Because these fruits are relatively small, about the size of a large red date. Little Guogua's eyes lit up, and she jumped into Chen Fei's arms, hugging his face and giving him a big, enthusiastic kiss. She shouted excitedly, "Daddy's so great! Daddy's awesome! Wow, 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 there's delicious fruit to eat!" The other 9 babies were not to be outdone, and even the second oldest, Xian, couldn't resist hugging Chen Fei. Because he knew that this little fruit had a very strong medicinal effect. Because he had already felt a different sensation, as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened up throughout his body. This is amazing. The 10 little babies were very satisfied, and each of them received 4 small fruits. I started eating it right away. Not a single bit wasted, it was all stuffed into my mouth. Little Guogua even licked her little hand that was holding the fruit. Seeing this, Sherbao and Babao all followed suit. Shi Yun was deeply shocked by the sight of Chen Fei taking out 40 crimson flame fruits in one go. Holy crap! Where did Chen Fei get these blazing fruits? And there are so many. A total of 40. The 10 blazing fruits in his hand were all accumulated over the years. Chen Fei has 40. And judging from Chen Fei's appearance, he still has a lot more. It seems like he can keep bringing it out as long as the Deceps like it. Shi Yun was stunned into silence. At this time, the female director also came over with the test results. She said to Chen Fei respectfully but with some hesitation, "Mr. Chen, the results are in." Shi Yun immediately strode over, his eager gaze fixed on the folder the female director was carrying. He really wanted to snatch it and take a look. However, he felt that would be too impolite. So Shi Yun resisted the urge to snatch the folder and stood next to Chen Fei. Chen Fei took the folder and opened it. His pupils widened slightly when his gaze fell upon the contents. Shi Yun tiptoed over to take a look. When he saw the contents, he was also surprised. How could this be? Because the document states both of their DNA sequences are entirely composed of asterisks. Chapter 116 Chen Fei, I have a favor to ask. The female director began, "Mr. Chen, when I first saw this report, I thought the machine was broken. I had someone else do another customer's test, and they found that the machine was working fine. Then I had them do DNA testing on you and this child, and the result was still the same, both were asterisks. Our testing center has the most advanced testing equipment in Kyushu, but it still can't detect it. We're really sorry, Mr. Chen." Chen Fei thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, I understand. It's none of your business. You can leave now." Good. The female director walked away with her head down. After closing the door, Chen Fei put down the folder and looked at Shi Yun. "I think it's because we are all cultivators, and divine energy has appeared in our blood. We have also been tempered by the creation of heaven and earth, which makes our blood extremely high grade. The DNA testing equipment here in Kyushu cannot detect it," Chen Fei explained. Shi Yun thought for a moment, nodded, and then said, "Then let's change it to something else, hair?" Chen Fei shook his head. "Our physical bodies, including our hair, have undergone a qualitative leap. This is something that ordinary machines cannot detect. However, can you tell me why you are so sure that I am your father?" Shi Yun wanted to speak, but then thought of something and shut his mouth.
Finally, he stubbornly pursed his lips and said, "I just know I'm your son."
Chen Fei smiled helplessly, then changed his question. "Let me make a hypothetical scenario. What if, just maybe, I really am your father? Why would you come all the way here to find me?" This question left Qi Yun completely bewildered. He really hadn't thought of that. All he wanted to do was come to find Chen Fei. "I haven't thought about what to do after finding Chen Fei." Chen Fei patted his little shoulder and said, "Was it difficult to come from your place?" Qi Yun nodded and said, "The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is for someone to come here. Because the laws of heaven provide natural protection for the 9 provinces realm. It's a little easier to bring over someone at the blood realm, but for someone at the spirit transformation realm, it's extremely difficult." When he was fighting against the will of heaven, he was almost blown to pieces by the enormous heavenly lightning that heaven unleashed. Fortunately, he was determined and persevered. "You must have been quite injured when you came here?" Chen Fei asked. "Thankfully, everything has recovered now," Qi Yun said. He had actually arrived in Kyushu more than a month ago, which is why he only appeared in front of Chen Fei now. It's because he's been recovering from his injuries for over a month. He wanted to appear in front of his father, Chen Fei, in his best condition and leave a good impression. Chen Fei sighed. This little guy had actually come all the way from that place, even injured, just to find him. He patted the little guy on the shoulder and said, "Although we can't do a paternity test right now to prove whether we are father and son, you can stay at my house. Just let me know when you want to leave." Because he instinctively felt that the little guy was not hostile towards him, on the contrary, he could feel the affection emanating from the little guy. However, he thought that either the little guy had mistaken the person for his dad, or perhaps the information the little one initially received from his dad was incorrect. In short, he felt he couldn't possibly be the little guy's biological father. "Okay. Actually, I really am your biological son." Qi Yun couldn't help but add the last sentence. Chen Fei smiled and rubbed his little head, then didn't reply. After sending Qi Yun and the Deceps back, Chen Fei went to the hotel where Su Tong was staying. Because Su's mother and Su Jinan went through divorce proceedings today, Su's mother didn't want the house or the car. She turned everything into cash. During the divorce proceedings, Su Jinan did not make things difficult for his mother, nor did he quarrel with her over property issues. On the contrary, Su Jinan kept telling his mother that he didn't want a divorce, that he was wrong before and shouldn't have treated her, his mother, and the quadruplets that way. However, Su's mother remained adamant. Because she didn't know whether Su Jinan had changed or not, she didn't want to experience being abandoned by Su Jinan again. Because life is short, at her age, she doesn't want to compromise herself. She just wants to live the rest of her life happily. In the latter half of her life, all she needs is her daughter Su Tong and her grandchildren. Su's mother wasn't in the room, only Su Tong was there. Su Tong said that her mother went to look at houses and plans to buy one soon and move in. Su Tong looked pale and listless, with dark circles under her eyes, indicating that she hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. Su Tong in this state is completely different from the lively and mischievous Su Tong that Chen Fei first met. It's like a bulging balloon that suddenly deflates and becomes a flat, lifeless balloon. "Where are you planning to buy a house?" Chen Fei took the water Su Tong poured for him and asked in a steady voice. "I'm planning to buy in the south of the city." Su Tong sat on the sofa opposite Chen Fei, her eyes unfocused and her voice listless and weak. Chen Fei and his group are currently living in Beicheng, which is also the city center of Jiangcheng. The south side of the city is the furthest point from the north side. Su Tong chose to buy a house there, probably to keep herself away from the quadruplets and avoid the pain of missing them. Chen Fei took a sip of water and then said, "The children miss you." Upon hearing this, Su Tong, who had just been looking sickly, instantly focused her gaze on Chen Fei's face, and even looked at him with a hint of eagerness. The little boy sat up straight, his 2 little hands tightly clasped together. She forcibly suppressed her frantic longing for the quadruplets and asked politely, "Are they all right now?" Su Tong hasn't slept since Chen Fei was given custody of the quadruplets yesterday. "I couldn't sleep at all last night and cried until dawn. If it weren't for her mother being there for her, she might have become so depressed that she wanted to commit suicide. Because after giving up custody, she could only visit the quadruplets once a week. However, as a mother, she really couldn't resist wanting to see her babies all day long. These past 2 days, she has been feeling very depressed because she hasn't seen her babies, and because she was imprisoned and abandoned by her father, and because of her parents' divorce." "Fine." Chen Fei nodded. Chen Fei, I want to ask you a favor."
Su Tong couldn't contain her excitement to see the babies, and with a mix of nervousness and trepidation, she said this to Chen Fei.
Chapter 117. Dare to touch a single hair on his head, and I'll kill you. You say.
Chen Fei took a sip of water and said calmly. Su Tong dared not look Chen Fei in the eye, because she was about to make a request. She lowered her head, placed her two small hands on her knees, clasped tightly together, and finally bit her bright red lips hard.
She then asked hesitantly, "Can I go see the babies today?" "Just take a look, I promise." "Really, one look is enough."
As she spoke, Su Tong's tears flowed silently. She really misses her babies, it breaks her heart.
"Okay, no problem." Chen Fei readily agreed.
He came to see Su Tong today because he wanted to take her back to see the quadruplets. Su Tong looked up in shock, her face streaked with tears, staring at Chen Fei with disbelief in her eyes. She didn't expect Chen Fei to agree so readily.
Chen Fei didn't expect Su Tong to cry.
Looking at her beautiful little face covered in tears, Chen Fei's heart softened in the end. He said softly, "If you want, you can sleep with them tonight." Su Tong pursed her lips, moved, then stood up, suddenly walked to Chen Fei's side, and threw herself into his arms. Holding Chen Fei, she shed even more tears of emotion, her voice choked with sobs. "Thank you, Chen Fei.
Thank you for letting me see the babies. I really want to sleep with the babies tonight, thank you, thank you."
The beautiful young woman was crying her heart out in his arms, thanking him profusely.
As a man, Chen Fei couldn't possibly remain unmoved. He gently patted Su Tong's back and said reassuringly, "It's all right, it's okay now.
I can give you a suggestion, you can have your mother buy a house next to ours.
In that case, if you want to see the babies in the future, just come and visit. You don't have to be bound by the rule of only being able to see your babies once a week." "Really?"
Su Tong raised her tear-streaked face and looked at Chen Fei, her eyes filled with surprise. Chen Fei raised his hand and used his warm fingertips to wipe away the tears on her beautiful face, saying in a low, hoarse voice, "Of course."
"That's great, Chen Fei, thank you. Really, thank you so much. I'll have my mom contact someone to buy it next door." After saying that, Su Tong couldn't help but peck Chen Fei on the cheek.
Then he picked up his phone and quickly called Su's mother. She excitedly told Su's mother what Chen Fei had just told her.
Then, Su's mother was asked to buy the villa next to Chen Fei's family's house.
Su's mother was also deeply moved. She actually looked at quite a few houses today, but she didn't like any of them. Because she instinctively didn't want to buy in the south of the city, she wanted to buy in the north, preferably as close as possible to the quadruplets. But considering that Chen Fei now has custody of the quadruplets, she figured it was better to end it sooner rather than later, so she forced herself to continue looking at houses in Nanchang.
Hearing Su Tong's good news, she was overjoyed and thanked Chen Fei profusely over the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Tong threw away her phone and happily jumped into Chen Fei's arms. He thanked him again, saying, "Thank you, Chen Fei." After saying that, she kissed him again. Night. Chen Fei returned with Su Tong. Su's mother is staying at a hotel again tonight. The house has been booked.
It just so happens that the villa next to Chen Fei's house is listed for sale on the market, but the price is 20 million more expensive than other villas of the same type in the same building. As a result, it has never been sold. When Su's mother saw it, she was overjoyed and immediately bought it in full. However, since it was already afternoon when I bought the property, I have to go through the handover procedures tomorrow.
Tang Qingyan returned around 8 p.m.
Chen Fei told her about Su Tong staying over tonight to take care of the quadruplets. He had already told Tang Qingyan about this on the phone before. Now that he has brought Su Tong back, he told his little wife about it again. This shows his respect for his young wife.
Tang Qingyan nodded. "It's good that Tong Tong is here to take care of the quadruplets.
Children are actually better off having their own mother around to take care of them. Especially the quadruplets who are still babies." Chen Fei nodded and mentioned that Su Tong and the others had bought a house next to theirs. Tang Qingyan also said that this was a good idea. In that case, Tong Tong can come to see the quadruplets anytime she wants, and so can her aunt. "I heard that my aunt and Su Jinan have divorced. Right now, the only thing that can fill the void in their lives, which is the quadruplets, is the temporary loss caused by the breakup of their family.
It's good that they moved in next door to us."
Because Su Tong and her mother sided with Chen Fei at the most crucial moment in court. Therefore, Tang Qingyan no longer harbored any prejudice against the two of them. They were treated the same as always. Chen Fei nodded, and then told Tang Qingyan about Qi Yun.
"He said he's your son?" And you're still so adamant about it? Tang Qingyan was surprised.
Well, but, honey, 5 years ago I was only 17.
How could I possibly have a child with someone? That's not true, Chen Fei said.
Yes, I believe you.
However, it wasn't easy for him either.
He was only 4 years old when he broke through the barrier to come and find you from that place. His heart was full of love.
I guess he found the wrong person.
It's fine to let him stay at home for now. I estimate that after a while, he'll realize he's had the wrong daddy, and he'll leave on his own,
Tang Qingyan said. Okay, honey, the Deceps aren't staying here tonight, let's go to bed early. Chen Fei stroked Tang Qingyan's face and said gently. You.
Tang Qingyan blushed and nodded her head shyly.
Then she nestled into Chen Fei's arms. Late at night.
The room where Qi Yun lived. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw a small figure standing by the window in the moonlight. He frowned, a hint of annoyance in his eyes, and asked, "Why are you here?"
How? So you're allowed to come see him? You won't let me come?
A 4-year-old girl who looked very much like Qi Yun walked from the window to the bedside, her face full of arrogance.
Qi Yun said coldly, "I'm warning you, if you dare to lay a hand on him, I'll fight you." The little girl laughed and said, "Can you beat me, my dear brother? Why don't we kill him together, then go back together and tell mommy that he's dead?
That way, mommy can marry Uncle Jin."
Qi Kor, shut up. I was letting you win before, did you really think I couldn't beat you?
If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll kill you,
Qi Yun said coldly. Chapter 118 His existence is a disgrace to mommy.
Qi Kor's beautiful eyes darted around, and her unrestrained tone softened slightly. She smiled, softened her voice, and said, "My dear brother, please don't be so angry.
I'm here to discuss this with you, aren't I? Otherwise, I would have taken action on my own long ago. I'm really curious, isn't he just an ordinary person? Even if he has a little bit of skill, he's only considered outstanding in their own realm of Kyushu.
In our realm, he's completely insignificant, even less than a passerby.
Do you want our mother to remain unmarried for the rest of her life for such an ordinary person?
From a young age, Uncle Jin has been very good to us. He has found all sorts of spiritual herbs and gems to give to us.
Moreover, Uncle Jin is not only handsome, but also incredibly powerful.
Such a great figure deserves to be our young Supreme's father, not an ordinary man in the 9 provinces world.
He doesn't deserve to be our father. His existence is a disgrace to mommy. And a disgrace to us. You're talking nonsense.
Qi Yun angrily retorted, "He is not an ordinary person."
Oh? Not an ordinary person? Could it be that he has embarked on the path of cultivation? That's right, I've got it now. It must be you who gave him the blazing fruit, opening the door to cultivation for him, right? But so what?
He's already 22 years old and only just started cultivating. His future achievements will be limited to what he can achieve at best. He might reach the peak of the blood transformation realm under the bombardment of various resources, and that'll be it for his entire life. He missed the golden period for foundation building long ago.
A cultivator at the blood transformation realm? Ha ha ha, I could crush him with a single finger. Don't even mention mommy and Uncle Jin.
Qi Yun frowned, then, as if remembering something, said, "Since you're so capable, let's make a bet."
What kind of bet? Qi Kor became interested. It seems my persuasion of this older brother has been effective. Finally, he started to compromise. You fight daddy at the same level. If you win, I'll talk to you about the rest, Qi Yun said.
Because he knew that this younger sister had always wanted to find Chen Fei and then kill him. After learning about it, he wanted to find Chen Fei first. As for what to do after finding Chen Fei, he hadn't figured it out yet.
However, he did not expect that Qi Kor would secretly follow him. He hasn't noticed yet.
It seems his younger sister's skills have improved again. He could hardly discern her true strength anymore. It's even possible that if he were to fight Qi Kor to the death, he would have an 80% chance of losing.
However, Qi Kor has a flaw, she is suspicious and paranoid. So, his bluff just now did intimidate Qi Kor, preventing her from directly attacking Chen Fei. However, bluffing won't last long.
The only solution is to have daddy fight with Qi Kor to wear down her spirit. This will make her afraid to lay a hand on her dad again. The reason he suggested that Qi Kor fight Chen Fei at the same level was because he knew that Chen Fei had already reached the great perfection of the cave heaven realm and also possessed the Kunping treasure technique.
In their realm, Kuanpin was one of the 10 fiends. His special skill, once mastered to its maximum level, is unmatched. If Chi Kur were to fight Chen Fei at the same level, Chen Fei might not be without a chance of winning. Sure. Blood transformation realm, right? Brother, your sister's blood transformation realm has reached the point where my physical body weighs 100,000 jin, without a single flaw. Chi Kur said with great confidence. She is invincible in her realm. Shi Yin said with some pride, no, it's the cave heaven realm. Chi Kur was slightly taken aback, a little disbelieving. Are you bragging? Cave heaven realm? In such a place where spiritual energy is severely lacking, he still managed to cultivate to the cave heaven realm at the age of 22? Brother! At this point, Chi Kur smiled and said, are you trying to make him lose to me on purpose? So that you can save face and kill him with me? Ha, don't underestimate him. He's already at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. Shi Yun said coldly. What? Chi Kur was truly shocked. She knew that Shi Yun was probably not lying to her, after all, this was the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. She is currently only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Once you reach the great perfection of the cave heaven realm, you directly enter the spirit transformation realm. Are you afraid to compete? Then you'd better get back here right now and cultivate properly. Shi Yun said coldly. Chi Kur snapped out of her daze and immediately laughed wildly. What a joke! I dare not compare? I've opened 10 cave heavens. My cave heaven realm is flawless. Why would I be afraid of someone who's only at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm? She was simply surprised that Chen Fei could cultivate to the great perfection of the cave heaven realm at the age of 22 in such a place where spiritual energy was almost non-existent. She also had to admit that Chen Fei was indeed a genius. She has the potential to be her father. However, that's just potential. If Chen Fei had been born in their generation, his achievements at age 22 might not have been inferior to his mother's or Uncle Jin's. But now, Chen Fei has long passed the golden age of cultivation. Even if he goes to their realm now to cultivate diligently, he can forget about surpassing her in this life, let alone surpassing her mother and Uncle Jin. Once it's missed, it's missed. Regret is just regret. Let's fight now. Go and bring him here. Chi Kur said. It's already 12 o'clock, Daddy is already asleep, tomorrow. Shi Yun said. Then I'll go call him now. We cultivators don't need to sleep every day. And I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Chi Kur immediately turned and left. Shi Yun was helpless. Chen Fei sensed a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy at the doorway. He paused. Tang Qingyan slightly opened her watery eyes and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, I'm just going out for a bit. After saying that, Chen Fei got up, took a bathrobe, tied it slightly, and went to open the door. Tang Qingyan immediately covered her cheeks, rolling around on the bed in embarrassment. When the door opened, Chen Fei saw Qi Yun standing there, with a little girl behind him who looked very much like Qi Yun. The girl had her hair tied in pigtails, her hair was very long, reaching her ankles. She's quite petite. If you ignore the defiant expression on her face, she actually looks quite cute. Daddy, I'm sorry to bother you so late. My sister here needs to talk to you about something. Qi Yun spoke very politely. Because he knew that if he didn't bring Chi Kur to find Chen Fei, Chi Kur would come directly to him, and she wouldn't knock on the door as politely as he does. That would be extremely impolite to fly in through the window and try to fight Chen Fei. So, he brought Chi Kur with him. Chapter 119 The Fierce Little Girl, Ignorance Breeds Daring. What's up? Chen Fei was naturally somewhat dissatisfied. He was sleeping with his young wife when he was woken up in the middle of the night by someone knocking on the door. Anyone would be furious in that situation. As for Qi Yun calling him daddy, he couldn't be bothered to correct him. Since yesterday, whether before or after the paternity test, Qi Yun has been calling him daddy. He was extremely stubborn, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind, so he just gave up. You're Chen Fei? Indeed, you are at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. Very good. I will fight you at the same realm. Chi Kur said arrogantly. Chen Fei was speechless. What's going on with this brother and sister? Someone saw him and said he was his son, calling him daddy. One of them, upon seeing him, wanted to fight him at the same level, displaying extreme arrogance. These two are twins. I don't have time to play with you guys,
go have fun by yourselves. As Chen Fei spoke, he was about to close the door.
Chi-Core blocked the doorway with her foot, looked up at Chen Fei arrogantly, and said, "It seems you've admitted defeat without a fight. You know I'm invincible in my realm."
Chen Fei was amused by this cute but fierce little girl.
Where did this little rascal come from?
He was shouting in the middle of the night, wanting to fight him at the same level. Judging from this, you won't let me sleep peacefully unless I have a good fight with you tonight.
Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish to suffer. Come on.
Use all your strength. Chen Fei released his grip on the door and said helplessly.
Chi-Core frowned deeply.
He was even more arrogant than her, saying that if she fought him, she was asking for trouble. They even told her to use all her strength. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she said to Qi Yin beside her, "You heard what he said.
He doesn't intend to fight me at the same level. He wants me to use my late-stage spirit transformation realm strength."
It seems this man has been stuck in this small well of Kyushu for too long and thinks he's invincible. How dare he be so arrogant as to say that he would make her use her late-stage spirit transformation realm strength to fight against someone who was only at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. Doesn't he know that with a difference of one realm, especially for a young supreme being like her who has cultivated to the ultimate perfection in every realm, she could crush him with a single finger?
They really have a limited perspective. How tragic. How lamentable. Daddy, she's currently in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm.
You should fight each other at the cave heaven realm level. Qi Yun said with some concern. If they were to fight at the same level, Qi Yun believed that Chen Fei had a much greater chance of winning, because Chen Fei had mastered the Kunping treasure technique and had also cultivated its supreme profound meaning. However, if Chen Fei were to fight Chi-Core at her peak, in the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, he would be guaranteed to lose. He didn't want Chen Fei to lose.
To fight a child, and then make her compress her cultivation level to fight? Isn't that just bullying a child? Little girl, go ahead and fight me with all your might.
Chen Fei looked like he just wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible so he could go back to his room and continue sleeping with his little wife.
This infuriated Chi-Core. This isn't a good place to perform. Let's go, let's find another spot. Change locations? No need, stay right here, I'm too lazy to move. Chen Fei said, looking like he didn't want to delay any longer.
This time, not only Qi Yun was shocked, but even Chi-Core didn't know what to say about Chen Fei. She felt that describing Chen Fei's arrogance as a frog in a well was not enough. The word idiot was more appropriate. After all, the ignorant are the most daring.
Fine.
Since you're not afraid of damaging your house, and you're not afraid that our fight will hurt your wife and children, then let's fight right here.
Chi-Core gave a cold snort. A cultivator at the spirit transformation realm could easily destroy all the houses within a radius of hundreds of miles with a single move.
When cultivators fight, the scene is earth-shattering.
Make your move, my wife is waiting for me. Chen Fei said calmly. Chi-Core almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
She wasn't worried at all, but Chen Fei was even more anxious than her.
Very good.
Then she'll use her strongest attack to defeat him directly. If Qi Yin hadn't been there, she would have killed him with a single blow. Because she felt that Chen Fei had not only married and had children in Kyushu, but was also so arrogant and ignorant, which was an insult to her mother.
He's an absolutely wicked person. He's completely unfit to be her dad.
Qi Yin quickly activated his protective field, enveloping everyone around him within it to prevent them from being killed in their sleep by Chi-Core and Chen Fei's fight. The decombians sleeping in the next room, the second oldest, Xian, suddenly opened his eyes. The other 9 babies also opened their eyes one after another.
Something's wrong. Something's happened. Lu Bao spoke up.
The second child, Xian, had already gotten out of bed, opened the door, and gone out. The 9 little babies hurriedly followed, forgetting to put on their shoes.
Daddy! Lu Bao shouted loudly.
Because they have now begun cultivating their physical constitution, their sensitivity is much higher than that of ordinary people.
In addition, they practiced the Kunping treasure technique with Chen Fei at night.
Although they had only practiced the Kunping treasure technique to a preliminary level, their speed was already beyond that of ordinary people. The 10 babies immediately came to Chen Fei's side.
Chen Fei affectionately ruffled their little heads, then patted their shoulders and asked softly, "Why are you awake?" "Daddy, what is that girl doing?" "Wow, so fierce. Even fiercer than when brother Qi Yun gets fierce." Sweetie muttered softly.
Little Guogui nodded vigorously, her small body close to Chen Fei's, blinking her big, curious eyes as she looked at the girl who looked a lot like brother Qi Yun. She said, "She's quite cute, but too fierce."
Daddy definitely won't like a daughter like that. Who are you calling his daughter? I'm not.
Qi Kor seemed to have been touched on a sore spot, and jumped up and whimpered. Little Guogui was so frightened that she shrank closer to Chen Fei, her voice even softer, but she still managed to say, "He's really fierce." Seeing that Qi Kor had frightened her younger siblings, Qi Yun quickly scolded her, "Keep your voice down. They are our younger siblings.
Don't scare them." Qi Kor was speechless.
When did he become such a protective older brother of his younger siblings?
Not wanting to wake anyone else, Chen Fei said, "Let's begin." "Aren't you afraid our fight will hurt your children?" Although Qi Kor looked fierce and wicked, she couldn't help but ask when she saw the group of adorable little girls around Chen Fei. "It's not that bad," Chen Fei said calmly. Chapter 120, Deliberately Hiding His Strength? Perfected Spirit Transformation Realm. Qi Kor immediately suppressed her overwhelming sympathy. He snorted coldly. She immediately unleashed her full power at Chen Fei, delivering her strongest attack. "I unleash my Ice Phoenix technique. Seal the heavens." Before the word down could even be uttered, Qi Kor was dumbfounded. Qi Yun was dumbfounded.
The Decapletos jumped up and down in delight, clapping and cheering.
"Wow, Daddy's the best. Wow, I knew Daddy was the best. Daddy is so strong. Wow."
He melted that ice bird that fierce sister conjured up with just one finger.
"Ha ha ha. Daddy is awesome." It exploded. This is what a true master should be like.
Defeat the opponent in one move, without even giving them a chance to retaliate.
Ha ha ha.
Qi Kor looked at her Ice Phoenix, which should have been enormous and transformed, but now it was being burned by the flames Chen Fei spewed from his fingers, causing it to shrink continuously, with water droplets rolling down from it.
It's like it's raining.
Moreover, the skill of freezing the world was completely suppressed and could not be activated at all.
Because the skill Frozen World requires Ice Phoenix to cast, and Ice Phoenix is currently being burned to the point of melting, how can it cast the skill?
Her Ice Phoenix cannot be suppressed by any kind of fire, only the most sacred fire, the vermilion bird fire that burns all things, can. Moreover, one must have mastered the highest secrets of the vermilion bird treasure technique to suppress his Ice Phoenix so completely and melt it into this state.
Vermilion bird fire.
Qi Kor gritted her teeth and spat out those three words. The supreme secret of the vermilion bird treasure technique.
Burn everything.
Qi Yun uttered those words in a daze, then his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in utter astonishment, his cultivation level.
He's reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm. This made Qi Yun even more incredulous.
Just a minute ago, he clearly saw Chen Fei's strength. He was clearly only at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. In just a few seconds of fighting, Chen Fei's father's strength instantly increased to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm.
This is absolutely incredible. Your strength.
Qi Kor also noticed and was completely dumbfounded. You're actually at the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm.
You were hiding your strength before?
Only those with a higher cultivation level than her, who conceal their strength, are undetectable to her.
So, was Chen Fei's display of the great perfection of the cave heaven realm a deliberate concealment of his strength? Grass. Qi Kor wanted to curse.
Most importantly, Chen Fei also cultivated the vermilion bird treasure technique. He also mastered the vermilion bird treasure technique to its ultimate level, comprehending its supreme mysteries, and was able to incinerate everything that could be burned.
This was truly a complete and utter defeat.
She's really asking for trouble. Because the Ice Phoenix above her head had been completely melted by the vermilion bird's fire, all the water from the melted ice fell onto her.
She was soaked to the bone. Soaked to the bone.
Little Guogui said in a low voice.
Qi Kor's small body trembled violently. Chen Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, we've done what we needed to do. Go back to sleep now."
After saying that, Chen Fei bent down again and picked up his 5 daughters who were not wearing shoes. Then, with a mix of affection and reproach, she said, "Next time, you're not allowed to go out without shoes. What if your little feet get cold? You'll catch a cold. If you catch a cold, you'll sneeze and feel sick all over. Then you won't be able to go out and play with Daddy or learn martial arts from him."
Ah, Daddy, Guogui knows. Guogui will definitely remember to wear shoes next time. Or, Daddy, why don't we just wear shoes to bed? That way, we'll always wear shoes, even when we go out. Wow, I'm so smart. My idea is amazing. I really am Daddy's favorite little smarty. As Guagua, the little cutie, got more and more narcissistic towards the end. This earned him a scornful look from his other 4 daughters. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep in shoes? Coco, the little cutie, poked Guagua, the little cutie. Little Guagua tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "It seems so. I like to roll around when I sleep." Chen Fei was amused by the children's innocent and cute words. He smiled and said, "All right, it's late now. Daddy will take you back to your rooms to sleep." Mum. Daddy, can I sleep with you tonight? Since I had a wonderful sleep with my dad at my great-grandfather's house last time, I haven't had a chance to sleep with him since I came home. Because Mom said that now that they're all grown up, they need to learn to sleep in separate beds from Dad and Mom. But she's still such a sweet little girl, she really doesn't want to sleep separately from her dad. Sleeping with Daddy makes my dreams so sweet. I slept so well. After Guagua asked, the other little babies also hugged Chen Fei and asked him the same question. Especially the sons, all 10 and 8 of them had eyes full of admiration for their dad, Chen Fei, and really wanted to sleep with him. Because my dad was just so awesome, so powerful. They didn't want to be separated from Chen Fei's father at all, they just wanted to stay by his side. Chen Fei couldn't resist the expectant look in his daughter's eyes. He could ignore the looks from his sons, but he couldn't ignore the looks from his daughters. His daughter is his precious darling. So he immediately said to his daughters, "Okay, Daddy will sleep with you tonight. If I'm going to sleep with my daughters tonight, then I'll have to leave my wife alone for now." Wow, that's great. Daddy agreed to sleep with us. I'm so happy, I'm practically flying with joy. Daddy, give me a kiss. Daddy, you're so cute. Daddy, Sherbao loves you too. Chen Fei laughed heartily at the children's antics, then carried the Deceps back to their room and told them he would go back and tell his mother before coming over. The Decaplitos all nodded their little heads obediently, making aha sounds. Chi Yun looked at Chen Fei's doting on the Deceps and felt a deep envy. Unfortunately, the identification technology here is too poor, they couldn't even identify him as Chen Fei's father's son. Bad review. Chi Kur was still in a daze and hadn't come to her senses. Chi Kur didn't come to her senses until Chen Fei came out of the Deceps' room and stood in front of them again. Because in her mind, the image of Chen Fei doting on the Deceps kept replaying. The scene was so warm and sweet that she felt a little envious. Chi Yun, it's late. I'll have the housekeeper prepare a room for your sister. Go to sleep. Chen Fei spoke up. Although this little girl was about to fight him and was quite fierce. However, in his eyes, this little girl was just a 4-year-old child. He won't hold it against her. I don't need it. Chi Kur roared and then turned and ran away. Chi Yun didn't chase after them. He said to Chen Fei, "Dad, I'm sorry to have bothered you tonight. Then I won't disturb Daddy's sleep. I'm going back to my room." Chen Fei didn't ask Chi Kur any further questions. As for his cultivation level, it suddenly surged to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm when he was fighting with Chi Kur. That was because the system detected that his decaptors had a very strong desire for him to suppress Chi Kur. Therefore, the system directly upgraded him to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm. In fact, even if he wasn't at the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm, he was 100% confident of defeating Chi Kur. Because he used his data-driven perspective, he had already seen Chi Kur's strengths and weaknesses. Its advantage is that it has mastered the Ice Phoenix technique, but its disadvantage is that it is most afraid of the vermilion bird fire. However, after raising his cultivation to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm, he no longer needed to suppress Chi Kur with one hand, he could suppress her with just one finger. So the system boosted his cultivation level, making him quite dashing in battle. Chapter 121. Should we continue what we were doing? Chen Fei turned around and went back to his room. He told his wife that he was going to sleep next door with the Deceps later. Tang Qingyan looked somewhat bewildered. Oh, okay, that's good. Looking at her adorable expression, Chen Fei chuckled softly and asked, "Is it really that good? Don't you feel a little disappointed?" Tang Qingyan blinked, not daring to look Chen Fei in the eye. "No, why are you disappointed?" "No, absolutely not." Chen Fei really wanted to say, "Wife, you can't even lie properly."
The disappointment on your face is so obvious, yet you still say you're not disappointed.
Ha, you're such a cutie. Since you're not disappointed, then I'll go next door to put the kids to bed.
As Chen Fei spoke, he stood up and prepared to leave. For some reason, Tang Qingyan instinctively reached out and grabbed Chen Fei's hand.
Chen Fei turned around, smiled at Tang Qingyan, and asked, pretending not to know, "Wife, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" "No, it's nothing." "Then why are you holding my hand? Are you reluctant to let me go over there to sleep with the children? If you are reluctant, just say so. It's okay. We're husband and wife now. What's there to be embarrassed to say?" Chen Fei asked with a low laugh.
Tang Qingyan wanted to let go of Chen Fei's hand, but her small hand was like it was coated with superglue, holding onto Chen Fei's hand tightly, and she couldn't let go no matter what she did.
In an instant, her little face turned bright red with embarrassment.
Seeing his wife's stubborn refusal to tell the truth, Chen Fei smiled helplessly inside. He then pulled her into his arms and said softly, "I'll sleep with you first, and after you fall asleep, I'll go sleep with the children, okay?"
Tang Qingyan nodded her head almost imperceptibly. Chen Fei smiled. "How about we continue what we were doing earlier?" "Don't want."
Tang Qingyan bit her gums and said softly. That's what she said, but she had already closed her eyes.
Chen Fei laughed again. What an adorable little wife who says one thing but means another. Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Chen Fei was helpless.
Because coming from outside the door was Coco's adorable, childlike voice urging, "Daddy, Daddy, we're still waiting for you."
"Are you done yet?"
Tang Qingyan immediately opened her eyes, gently pushed Chen Fei away, and said as if she had made a major decision, "Go and be with the children." The voice that spoke carried a hint of resentment, as if it were that of an abandoned little baby.
So pitiful. Chen Fei took Tang Qingyan's hand and said softly, "Okay, wife, don't be angry. Come on, let's go and put the kids to bed together." Tang Qingyan nodded. The door opened. Little Coco is so cute she gets happy as soon as she sees her dad and mom. "Daddy, mommy, come to bed with us. Come on, let's go to sleep together." Chen Fei laughed heartily.
After finally getting the children to sleep, Chen Fei stretched out his right arm, and Tang Qingyan immediately raised her little head slightly and rested it on Chen Fei's arm.
Chen Fei pulled her into his arms, his voice low so as not to wake the children. "Wife, do you think Chi Yun will really be my son?"
He would never have thought about this question before, because the answer was obvious. Chi Yun is not his son.
Chi Yun must have mistaken someone for someone else.
He mistakenly thought he was his father. But now, Chi Yun's younger sister, Chi Kur, has also arrived. Moreover, when Guogua said that her dad didn't like such fierce older girls, Chi Kur looked like she had been hit where it hurt. It seemed that Chi Kur also knew that he was her father.
Chi Kur just didn't want to admit it.
So he had some doubts.
"I don't know." Tang Qingyan didn't know either, because even DNA testing couldn't be done, so she didn't know either.
"Forget it, honey, let's go back to sleep," Chen Fei said with a smile.
On Chi Yun's side. Instead of going back to his room to sleep, he followed Chi Kur out. Chi Kur stopped when she arrived at a desolate mountain in the suburbs. "What are you doing following me here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Chi Kur said coldly without turning her head.
She originally thought she could defeat Chen Fei, but she didn't expect that before she could even unleash her strongest attack, she was suppressed by Chen Fei with just one finger. It was a real disgrace to her. Even if Chen Fei's realm suddenly rises to a higher level than hers, it's only by one small realm. She is now fully capable of defeating enemies even if they are at a higher level. However, despite her outstanding abilities, she was completely overwhelmed by Chen Fei.
This is so frustrating.
Just thinking about it makes her feel like she's dreaming. If it weren't for the fact that she was soaking wet and her cold clothes were telling her that she had just failed, she would still be fantasizing that it was just a dream. With a wave of her hand, her clothes were instantly dried by spiritual energy.
"Daddy is definitely better than us. It's normal that he can easily suppress you, isn't it? Why would I come here to laugh at you?"
Chi Yun appeared beside Chi Kur, speaking calmly, without any intention of mocking her. On the contrary, when he said the word daddy, his face naturally showed a sense of pride and honor.
"I'm so proud of my dad."
Chi Kur glanced at him, then snorted coldly and stopped looking at him.
Chi Yun wasn't annoyed. He said, "Come on, let me interview you. What do you think of daddy now? Do you deserve to be your daddy?" So what if he beat me? He's miles behind mommy and Uncle Jean. He's not worthy of being my dad. I'm only 4 years old now.
If I'm 22, I'll crush him without even looking at him.
Chi-Kor hummed and whined.
If she knew that Chen Fei had only been on the path of cultivation for a day, she would probably be so shocked that she would kneel down in awe. Chapter 122. The two elders were shocked their son had cheated on them. You are indeed only 4 years old, and daddy is indeed 22 years old.
But don't forget.
You cultivate in our world where spiritual energy is abundant, while daddy cultivates in this place where spiritual energy is almost non-existent.
How can they be the same?
Shi Yun directly retorted. Moreover, I saw that daddy was only at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm before, but when he fought with you, he suddenly rose to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm.
Didn't you ever think that the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm isn't actually daddy's true level?
Shi Yun dropped another bombshell.
Chi-Kor pursed her bright red lips and remained silent. I feel like I've been hurt. And I was deeply hurt.
She immediately snapped angrily, "Get out of here. I don't need you to come here and show off for him."
Then I'll get out of here, Shi Yun said.
After saying that, Shi Yun turned to leave, but Chi-Kor stomped her foot and shouted, "You get back here." Shi Yun didn't even pause for a moment, only leaving two hee-hee sounds in the air before disappearing without a trace. Chi-Kor was so angry that she stomped her feet. The shock caused the surrounding animals to flee in all directions. A killing machine has appeared in the forest.
Run! The god of slaughter is angry. Be careful she doesn't use it against you. The next day,
Chen Fei was with Tang Qingyan, as well as the Decepts and quadruplets. Together with Su Tong, who was being pestered by the quadruplets and couldn't get away, they went to the hotel where his parents were staying.
Because today at noon is the official day for his parents to meet with Tang's parents.
It was originally scheduled for the day before yesterday, but it was postponed because of the quadruplets. After his parents looked at the auspicious date, the two families discussed it and decided to meet at the hotel at 12:08 p.m. today for lunch. Just as he was leaving, Shi Yun somehow learned that Chen Fei was going to see his parents, and he immediately expressed his eagerness to see his grandparents instead.
This amused Chen Fei.
This little guy really treats him like his dad, even calling his parents grandpa and grandma.
Take it with you. Seeing Chi Yun's eager expression, Tang Qingyan spoke to Chen Fei. Because she didn't know whether Chi Yun was Chen Fei's child or not. What if that's the case?
It would be great to bring him along to meet his grandparents.
If not, it's fine, it's just a matter of having more kids eat together. Seeing that Tang Qingyan didn't mind, Chen Fei nodded. However, he still said to Chi Yun, "Little guy, I can take you, but you have to promise me one thing, you can't call them grandpa and grandma." Because he can ignore Chi Yun calling him daddy, but his parents are old-fashioned and might actually believe Chi Yun is their son, and that he's the one who doesn't acknowledge Chi Yun. In that case, he might get a beating from his parents. All right. Chi Yun nodded. Since they couldn't call them grandpa and grandma, they could call them grandma and grandpa.
He originally wanted to follow local customs and call them grandpa and grandma.
Now it's even better, he feels that using the terms grandparents is more respectful to the elderly. Haojiang 7-star Hotel. VIP Zhejiang Pavilion Private Room.
Sitting here, you can enjoy the best view of the Huangpu River that flows through the city and the beautiful scenery on both banks.
The view is absolutely fantastic.
If someone wants to dine at Zhejiang Pavilion, they not only need to make a reservation in advance, but also need proof that they have hundreds of millions of yuan in liquid funds in their bank account.
It has an extremely high level of sophistication.
This hotel belongs to the Shang Tang Group. Therefore, Chen Fei and Tang Qingyan, as the owners, naturally didn't need to make a reservation when they came here to eat.
The two families entered and sat down.
When Mr. and Mrs. Tang saw Mr. and Mrs. Chen, they excitedly and warmly went up to shake hands, praising Chen Fei profusely.
"Father-in-law and mother-in-law, your son Fei is so outstanding. You've raised him so well.
I must toast you all with this glass of wine. I'll drink it first as a sign of respect." At the dinner table, Mr. Chen boldly picked up his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. He used to have to be very restrained when drinking, but now that Chen Fei has completely cured his ailment, he no longer has to control his drinking habit. He drank 3 glasses on the spot. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Chen were all smiles, their mouths stretching to their ears.
After all, what parent wouldn't want to hear their in-laws praising their son? The more effusive the praise from their in-laws, the happier they are.
Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Chen weren't the type to wait for compliments, so they also showered Tang Qingyan with praise. They were increasingly pleased with Tang Qingyan, their daughter-in-law. They have been staying here for the past few days, and Tang Qingyan has made very thoughtful arrangements for them. They also bought them a lot of clothes. Clothes make the man, and after changing their outfits, they look 10 years younger and much more elegant. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Fei began to introduce the quadruplets to his parents. Actually, when Mr. and Mrs. Chen saw the quadruplets in the private room, they wanted to ask about them, but when they saw another girl taking care of the quadruplets, they were too embarrassed to ask. You can't exactly ask your own son whose quadruplets they are, can you? Dad, Mom, these quadruplets are my children. They can't call me Grandpa or Grandma yet, but Tongtong will teach them to. Chen Fei began by introducing the situation. Then he introduced Su Tong, saying, Tongtong is the biological mother of the quadruplets. When Mr. and Mrs. Chen heard this, they didn't know what expression to make. They felt like their ability to control their expressions had gone on strike. The two old people looked at each other. Then they all turned to look at their in-laws, seeing that the two of them seemed to have known all along, and that they didn't show any dissatisfaction at Chen Fei's sudden introduction. The two old people were suspicious. My son's affair is so obvious, and the other woman even had quadruplets. Neither of them had time to shock the quadruplets, because there were more important things to do right now. Today was a meal for the Chen and Tang families, but their son suddenly brought the quadruplets and that girl named Tongtong. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face to the Tang family? But why don't the two elders of the Tang family seem to mind at all? Moreover, they had smiles on their faces and even took the initiative to introduce them to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, saying, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, Tongtong is the daughter of my sister and also Qingyan's cousin. Mr. and Mrs. Chen didn't know how to respond. You can't exactly say that your son is a scumbag, can you? So, the two of them looked at Chen Fei with serious expressions. Chen Fei understood what his parents meant, and he explained it to them. However, he didn't say that Su Tong stole his tadpoles to have the children. After all, the quadruplets incident was over, and he wanted to give Su Tong some face. So he just said that Su Tong saw Tang Qingyan's decepts and thought they were cute, and she also wanted to have a baby. So she found him, and he cooperated with her to perform artificial insemination. Chapter 123, the engagement was called off, and then a child was born? Dad, Mom, actually I agree. Tang Qingyan also spoke up for Chen Fei, saying, Tongtong doesn't plan to get married in this life. She's focused on her career. I think Xiao Fei is very strong in that area. If they're both willing, I'd agree. Moreover, the custody of the quadruplets belongs to Chen Fei. The children have the surname Chen, but their formal names have not yet been chosen, and they have not been registered in the household registration system. Sir, you can think about giving the children an auspicious name these days. The formal names she had chosen for the decaptors were all surnamed Tang. However, after deciding to marry Chen Fei, she changed all her surnames to Chen. After marrying Chen Fei, she registered the 10 children's household registration under Chen Fei's name. She had just obtained custody of the quadruplets, and hadn't yet taken care of these matters because she was thinking about names for the decuplets. She had already chosen names, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Chen no chance to make their own decisions. The quadruplets haven't been registered yet, so their names can be chosen by their parents. The two elders will be very happy. After choosing their formal names, we'll register the quadruplets under Chen Fei's household registration. She had discussed these matters with Chen Fei and Su Tong beforehand, and they both agreed. Mr. and Mrs. Chen felt their brains were not up to the task. They couldn't possibly imagine the complexity involved. However, seeing that neither the father-in-law nor the mother-in-law nor the daughter-in-law objected, but instead seemed to be persuading them to accept it, they were surprised. They didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, that's their son's business. If their son handles it well, they, as parents, should mind their own business. To avoid causing trouble for my son later. So the two elders relaxed and laughed heartily, saying, I see. Okay, then we'll leave the naming of the quadruplets to us. Then, the two elders were finally shocked to learn that Su Tong was also pregnant with quadruplets. The previous incident involving the decepts had already shocked them enough. Unexpectedly, quadruplets of grandchildren arrived, which truly shocked the two elderly people. I've lived my whole life and never seen such a joyous occasion. How festive. They talked about this for a while longer, and finally Chen's parents' gaze fell on Qi Yun, who was sitting to the side. They had actually seen Qi Yun a long time ago. I just haven't asked yet. At first glance, they were also shocked when they saw Qi Yun. However, when they saw their son, their shock lessened a little. Because they discovered that their son had actually reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm.
He embarked on that path to immortality.
Chi Yun, who looks only 4 years old, is already at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm.
This truly shocked the two old folks. However, since their son didn't introduce Chi Yun, they didn't ask.
I plan to have a proper talk with my son after the meal, about his rapid progress in cultivation and about Chi Yun.
Grandpa, Grandma, hello, my name is Chi Yun.
When Chi Yun saw that Mr. and Mrs. Chun were looking at him, he stood up gracefully and introduced himself to them very politely. I am Daddy and Chi Zixuan from the Taihang Chi family.
Chen Fei raised his hand to his forehead. This little guy is really persistent. He said he couldn't call them Grandpa and Grandma, and he agreed, but he changed the way he addressed them, Grandpa and Grandma. How come this kid is so quick-witted? She looks just like him.
When Chen's parents heard about the Taihang Chi family and Chi Zixuan, their expressions changed drastically, and they stared at Chi Yun in shock.
The Chi family of Taihang. Chi Zixuan. Is Chi Yun the child of Chi Zixuan and their son Chen Fei? Then, didn't they annul the engagement? What, you even had a child?
Mr. and Mrs. Chen both looked at Chen Fei, then got up, led him into the mahjong room, closed the door, and asked carefully, "Son, what exactly happened?
How did you and Chi Zixuan have such a big child?" Really?
This child is at least 4 years old, right?
That means you two were together 5 years ago.
Mr. Chen gasped and covered his mouth.
Chen Fei asked in confusion, "Do you know Chi Yun's mother, Chi Zixuan?"
Mr. and Mrs. Chen exchanged glances before looking at Chen Fei and nodding. Originally, they planned to bury this matter with them, but now the Chi family has shown up. Moreover, his own son had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and in just 1 day since he last saw him, he had directly become a cultivator at the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm. So, it's time to talk to my son about what happened in the past.
Who knows, they might actually go back in their lifetime.
This time, it was Chen Fei's turn to be shocked. He knew exactly where Chi Yun came from, and now that his parents knew Chi Yun's mother, it meant that his parents.
Could they have come from there too?
Mr. and Mrs. Chen explained to him, "Son, your father and I did come from that place.
That place is called Lingzi Continent. It is full of spiritual energy and cultivators.
There are several large families there, and our Chen family is one of the super families.
Back then, your father and I were highly regarded in our family.
Shortly after you were born, the Chi family, which was also a super powerful family, sent people to us to arrange a marriage between us, wanting to betroth you to Chi Zixuan as children. We are friends with Chi Zixuan's parents, so we agreed."
Later,
Mrs. Chen couldn't continue speaking, her voice choked with sobs. Mr. Chen hugged Mrs. Chen, and he took the lead in recounting that painful past. "Later, your mother and I found the true dragon treasure technique in a secret realm.
Unexpectedly, as soon as we came out, we were surrounded and killed.
Even our own family members were envious and came to kill us. Fortunately, Chi Zixuan's parents came to rescue me and your mother halfway through.
However, there were too many enemies.
The true dragon is one of the 10 fiends of the Lingzi continent. The true dragon treasure technique is a valuable item that even a powerful being who has ignited divine fire would want. We were hunted together for 3 months.
Chi Zixuan's mother almost died.
Your mother and I couldn't bear to see our friend die here for us, so we persuaded them for 3 days and 3 nights before we finally got them to leave. And to avoid implicating Chi Zixuan's parents, we hereby announce that your marriage with Chi Zixuan is off. Originally, we wanted to go back to our family to pick you up before escaping, but there were bad people in our family who wanted to steal you and then threatened my husband and me to hand over the true dragon treasure technique. Fortunately, Chi Zixuan's parents arrived in time to save you and then went through a lot of trouble to hand you over to us. We were being hunted down by high-level cultivators across the entire Lingzi continent, including many old monsters who had ignited divine fire. In the end, when all else failed, Chi Zixuan's parents suggested that we come to the 9 provinces to escape this calamity and then return later."
Chapter 124 Parents' Secret. You've never had that kind of dream?
Your mother and I have thought it over and over, and we feel that only by leaving the Lingzi continent and going to the 9 provinces world, which has been abandoned by the gods, can we escape this life or death calamity. However, with our cultivation level at the venerable realm at that time, it was too difficult for us to cross the spirit marsh continent and enter the 9 provinces. This is the protection of the 9 provinces by the will of heaven and earth, and a punishment for those who force their way in. On the contrary, it is relatively easier for cultivators with lower cultivation levels to enter the 9 provinces. However, there was no turning back then, because Qi Zixuan's parents told us that 3 powerful beings who had ignited their divine fire had joined forces to kill us and seize the true dragon treasure technique. Your mother and I were only at the venerable realm, and we couldn't possibly be a match for those 3 powerful beings. So, we had no choice but to hold you and take the risk. When we were fighting against the will of heaven, your mother and I protected you with all our might to prevent you from being struck by lightning. However, the punishment from heaven was far more severe than we had imagined.
It almost wiped out your mother, you, and me.
In the end, with the thought that even if we died, we would send you into the 9 provinces, we burned all our cultivation to fight against the will of heaven. Fortunately, the 3 of us were lucky and survived in the end. However, your mother and I became ordinary people, and we lost all our cultivation. Fortunately, everyone in the 9 provinces world is an ordinary person, so we survived with you. Then we made some friends here, sworn brothers and sisters, and raised you peacefully.
We don't think about the past anymore. We just want to watch you get married and have children, and then our grandchildren get married and have children.
That will make us feel at peace and content. I just never expected that, son, you would embark on the path of cultivation without our guidance.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Actually, your mother and I think that nothing is better than living peacefully and safely, whether it's practicing cultivation or anything like that.
Moreover, the Lingzha continent is teeming with killing intent.
There, killing is a trivial matter, and the whole world is filled with impatience and ruthlessness. They're willing to abandon anything for cultivation resources, and in the 9 provinces, for example, there's deep affection between neighbors. You help me, I help you, love and kindness are everywhere. But now that you have a child with Qi Zixuan, your father and I will not stop you from cultivating. Now that you've started cultivating, your parents will give you some top-tier cultivation techniques, including the true dragon treasure technique. As for precious medicines and spirit stones, my parents didn't have any, because when Zhang Tianyi entered the 9 provinces, they were all bombed by heavenly lightning and nothing was left. The reason you were able to inherit the techniques is because they were all recorded in your parents' minds. As they spoke, Mr. and Mrs. Chen picked up the paper and pen from the mahjong table.
Begin writing the exercise instructions.
They originally thought that these techniques would never be used again, so the 2 of them never wrote them down. Now that their son has started cultivating, they wrote down all their techniques and gave them to him, hoping to give him more self-defense capabilities.
Chen Fei was completely dumbfounded at this moment.
He never imagined that his parents were actually venerable realm cultivators back in the spirit swamp continent.
Grass. That's incredibly awesome. Moreover, his hometown is actually a super powerful family in the Lingzha continent.
Most importantly, his parents had actually fled to Kyushu while being hunted down. Son, although your mother and I have told you about the past, our main wish is for you and your children to be safe and sound.
If possible, your parents would not like to return to the Lingzha continent. Chen's enemies on Yuanzha continent are too powerful for you.
Chen's mother nodded. Your parents don't object to your cultivation, but you have to promise your parents that you are not allowed to enter the spirit continent before you ignite the divine flame. You must always remember that you still have your parents, your 14 twins and Shi Yun, and Cheng Yan and Tong Tong.
That's what Mrs. Su said.
Hey, Xiaofei, how did you cultivate?
How come you cultivate so fast?
When you came to have breakfast with your parents yesterday morning, they saw you as an ordinary person.
How come you've become a cultivator at the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm today?
Mr. Su suddenly remembered this and asked. Because this world of Kyushu has virtually no spiritual energy, meaning that cultivation is impossible.
But how did my son manage to cultivate to the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm? Chen Fei couldn't possibly tell his parents that he had a system, could he?
So he said, it was a coincidence. Then she changed the subject and asked, Dad, Mom, Shi Yun isn't my son.
I don't know why, but the moment he saw me, he said he was my son. Sure enough, Mr. and Mrs. Chen's attention was diverted. What? Isn't Shi Yun your son? But he's Qi Zixuan's son.
Besides, he also said he is Qi Zixuan and your son.
He has no reason to lie, does he? Chen Fei said helplessly, I've never even met Qi Zixuan, how can I have a son with her?
Besides, Mom and Dad, you've seen it yourself, this child is already 4 years old. That means I had the baby with Qi Zixuan when I was 17, but I didn't do that at all when I was 17.
He was absolutely certain of this. Are you sure you haven't seen Qi Zixuan?
I don't think Zixuan would lie to her child about this.
Did you do it yourself and then forget about it? I asked Mr. Chan with a mischievous grin. Because on the continent of Lingza, the issue of offspring is a very serious matter. Because they had such a difficult time conceiving, he and Chen's mother only became pregnant with Chen Fei 10 years after they got married. Therefore, if Qi Zixuan told Qi Yun that Chen Fei was his father, then it must be true. Chen Fei was stunned by his father's question. What does it mean to do something and then forget about it? 3 years ago, he had a one-night stand with Tang Qingyan while he was drunk, and he remembered it all clearly. After all, how could he possibly forget something like that? You've never had that kind of dream? I asked Mr. Chan with a mischievous grin. Chen Fei's face turned bright red from the question. Then, with a dark expression, he growled, "Dad, watch your step. Mom's right there. Also, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm going out." After saying that, Chen Fei, with a dark face, opened the door and left. Mr. Chen grinned mischievously and said to Mrs. Chen, "I think the child has definitely forgotten." "I think so too." That's what Mrs. Chen said with absolute certainty. Chapter 125. Your mother gave birth to 9 babies? This lunch. Naturally, both sets of parents ate so well that they were beaming with joy. Chen's parents held Qi Yun's little hand and asked him about his mother and his maternal grandparents. Qi Yun answered obediently. He also told Chen's parents that he had 8 younger brothers and sisters. This shocked Mr. and Mrs. Chen once again. Even Chen Fei, who was sitting next to them listening to their nonsense, was shocked. Your mother gave birth to 9 babies? Chen Fei asked in shock. If Qi Zixuan's mother had given birth to 9 children, he would have some doubts about whether what his father said was true. He actually had a one-night stand with Qi Zixuan, but he forgot? Because he felt that the only person in the world with such incredible reproductive ability who could give birth to 9 babies at once was himself. After all, Tang Qingyan's 10 babies were his children. Su Tong's 4th child was also his child. Could it be? Qi Zixuan's 9 babies were also his? Qi Yun nodded his little head. Yesterday's sister was the 4th sister, Qi Kur. I am the eldest. There are also the 2nd brother, the 3rd brother, the 5th sister, the 6th sister, the 7th brother, the 8th sister, and the 9th sister. There are 4 boys and 5 girls. Mr. and Mrs. Chen laughed heartily and said, "Good, good, good." The two exchanged another glance. It seemed they would have to buy a special notebook to record the names of their grandchildren, and it would even have to include photos. Otherwise, it's too easy to misremember. Now, they have 23 grandchildren, including deuterons, quadruplets, and quintuplets. They truly have a large family. I bet everyone in the Lingza continent is incredibly envious of them. I'm so envious. Because it's extremely difficult for them to even have a grandchild, but this couple has a whopping 24 grandchildren. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Chen Fei remembered what his father had mentioned before, so he asked Qi Yun, "Do you have a picture of your mother?" He wanted to see what Qi Zixuan actually looked like. Did he really meet her by chance when he was 17 years old, and then have a chance encounter? He himself doesn't remember? Qi Yun shook his head. No, we don't have cell phones where we're from. We do have special photo album stones for storing images, but they were destroyed by lightning when we came to Kyushu to fight Tianyi. Then draw it out, let me see. Chen Fei said. Qi Yun thought for a moment and nodded. 10 minutes later. Chen Fei looked at the drawing of Qi Zixuan by Qi Yun, then put it down and said, I think it's better to see it when we meet in person. Because Qi Yun's painting skills are really not that great. He could only tell that Qi Zixuan was a woman from the drawing, but he couldn't tell what she actually looked like. The drawing was too realistic. Qi Yun suddenly thought of something. I can go to Chikur, she's always been very good at painting. Perhaps the little guy knew he didn't have a talent for drawing, so he thought of Chikur. Furthermore, it is also possible that Chikur's photo album stone was not destroyed by lightning during the battle with Tianyi. 2 hours later. Qi Yun found Chikur deep in the mountains. Qi Yun was slightly surprised when he saw what Chikur was doing. Because she was quietly and enjoyably watching cartoons on her tablet while cracking sunflower seeds. Moreover, it's the kind of animated film that's absolutely adorable for girls. His lips twitched violently. When Chikur saw him arrive, she only glanced up at him before looking away and returning her gaze to the tablet screen. Qi Yun glanced at it again, wanting to see what the name of the cartoon was that made his 4th sister, Chikur, who was focused on cultivation and never wanted to waste any time on other leisure activities, watch. Magical Princess Girl Guagui Supreme Night Coco Arrogant Fairy Tang Tang Cute Loli Sweetie? What kind of bizarre cartoon name is this? Shi-yun was shocked. However, he had to admit that the animation quality was indeed excellent.
Moreover, the magical effects inside are extremely realistic, almost on par with the grand scenes of battles between cultivators on the Lingza continent.
However, one thing that is different from their Lingza continent is that the characters in this animation are all portrayed so well.
There are no dark characters, they are all cute, kind people.
However, he knew very well. There simply wouldn't be such a person on the Lingza continent.
For example, he is only 4 years old, but he has already killed many monsters and many people. He would never impulsively rush over to help solve a problem and get involved in any karma just because a beautiful girl suddenly cries help.
He would simply pretend he didn't hear anything and float away.
Because nobody knows whether the help the pretty girl was shouting was a honey trap set up specifically for murder and robbery.
You actually like watching cartoons that are so ethereal and unrealistic? Shi-yun spoke up.
Chikora looked up at Shi-yun, then shifted her little bottom, turning to face him sideways, and snorted, "Mind your own business."
She loves watching this cartoon.
Because she was inherently kind, it was only by living in such a dog-eat-dog world that she became cold and ruthless.
I have something to tell you. Do you have any images of your mother here?
Shi-yun ignored her and asked why she came.
So what if I have it? So what if I don't? Chikora replied without even looking up.
Then, she exclaimed with great relish, the princess is about to unleash her magic to save those cursed by the old witch.
She's going to judge the old witch in the name of the moon. So exciting.
Shi-yun's lips twitched violently. Ignoring Chikora's words, which sounded as childish as a little kid's, he said, if you have any, I'll trade with you.
Haven't you always wanted my lioness mount? I'll give it to you when we get back to the spirit continent.
I don't want a mount now, I want a scepter, I want the magic scepter in the princess's hand.
Chikora hummed in response.
Shi-yun was speechless.
Sis, that's a cartoon, okay? I don't care.
I just want the magic wand that the princess in this cartoon is holding.
Don't come looking for me to trade if I don't have it.
Chikora completely turned her little bottom towards Shi-yun, indicating that since she hadn't obtained the magic wand, he shouldn't talk to her and wasting her time watching cartoons. His face was full of disgust. Shi-yun raised his hand to his forehead. Okay, he'll go back and ask his dad if he can get his hands on the magic wand from the cartoon and make a high-quality replica.
Have you been sitting here watching cartoons the whole time? Shi-yun asked.
She's still my sister after all, so there are some things I should care about.
Chapter 126 Why should I return what I got by my own skill? If we don't stay here, where can we go? Aren't you going to stay at a hotel? Shi-yun asked.
There are so many mosquitoes and insects in these mountains, and there's no bed.
Wouldn't it be too harsh to stay here and watch cartoons? I have no money. Then where did you get that tablet computer? Of course it was stolen.
She happened to see a little guy watching cartoons on this device, and she was instantly captivated by the cartoons. Whatever she sets her sights on, she naturally snatches it away.
That makes perfect sense. Go back. Shi-yun said, I'll buy you a new one. No, why should I return what I earned through my own abilities? Shi-yun, have you been in Kyushu for too long? Has your head gotten all muddled? Once something is in my hands, it's mine. Unless she tries to take it back. Chikora hummed in response.
Shi-yun couldn't think of a rebuttal.
Because this is the reality on their spirit continent.
However, this is Kyushu, a society governed by the rule of law, so of course you can't steal things here. He felt he couldn't leave Chikora here, so he said, come back to Daddy's place with me.
That way he can keep his eyes on her.
To prevent her from doing anything illegal.
Don't want. Chikora refused very decisively.
Shi-yun said, but the magic wand you want can only be found at Daddy's place. Besides, you won't have to spend any money on food and lodging if you stay at Daddy's place.
Not interested. Chikora said disdainfully.
She lives here very comfortably whenever she feels like eating, she simply catches a wild boar and roasts it. In the evenings, I meditate and cultivate myself. I don't need to lie in bed to sleep at all.
Daddy will teach us the Kuanping treasure technique tonight, the real and complete Kuanping treasure technique.
Shi-yun unleashed another powerful attack. This time, Chikora hesitated for a moment, then said, no interest.
Humph, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find the princess's magic wand from the cartoon before I'll trade with you.
Helpless, Shi-yun finally said, your tablet needs to be charged.
If it's not charged, the screen will go black and you won't be able to watch cartoons. Huh, the battery is only at 20%. Just then, the tablet displayed a low battery warning. Chi-Core was surprised. Can I charge it with spirit stones? Why don't you try it and you'll see? Chi-Core actually tried it, taking out a spirit stone and placing it on the tablet, but there was no response. The battery level is still at 20% and it continues to decrease. Shi-Yun said, if you want to charge your phone outside, you'll need money, but you don't have any right now. Daddy charges his phone for free, and you can watch cartoons for as long as you want. Du-Yun said, alright, for the sake of charging, I'll go stay with you at his place. But let me make this clear, I won't call him Dad. And I haven't accepted him yet. Unless what? Shi-Yun pressed for an answer. Chi-Core snorted and said disdainfully, unless he can defeat Uncle Jin. But I don't think he can ever defeat Uncle Jin in this lifetime. Uncle Jin is already at the great perfection of the venerable realm and is about to ignite his divine fire. You said it yourself, and I recorded it on my phone. When Daddy beats Jin Ziyu, remember what you said today. Shi-Yun waved his phone in his hand and said, TCH, do you think I, Chi-Core, am the kind of person who doesn't keep her word? At Chen Fei's home. Wa'ada. Guagui is crying very loudly. The nanny couldn't soothe the little guy no matter what she tried, so in the end she had to take him to Chen Fei, who was in the study studying the martial arts techniques that his parents had given him. Sir, Miss Guagua has been crying. We ask her, but she won't say anything. We don't know what to do. Madam isn't home, so we had no choice but to come to you. The nanny said apologetically. Chen Fei stood up, nodded, and the nanny left. Chen Fei squatted down in front of the adorable Guagua, who was rubbing her eyes with her little hands. A text message appeared in front of her. Guagua was crying because her tablet computer was taken away by her fierce older sister Chi-Core. The fierce older sister also threatened her not to tell the adults, otherwise she would be a coward who couldn't even protect her own things and would only be taken away. After understanding why his daughter was crying, Chen Fei was speechless at Chi-Core's unruly behavior. Even tablets for 2-year-olds are being fought over. But after thinking about it, he probably figured it out. It's probably because after his confrontation with Chi-Core last night, Guagua called Chi-Core a drenched chicken, and Chi-Core held a grudge against him. So he deliberately stole Guagua's tablet computer and made her cry. The thought that Chi-Core might be his daughter gave Chen Fei a headache. He sincerely hoped that Qi Zishuan's 9 babies were not his children. Otherwise, this is only the first girl among the 9 twins. Normally, the girls are all of one heart. From Chi-Core's perspective, one can observe the situation of the other 5 girls. They're probably all little devils who will give you a headache. Guagua, do you like practicing with Daddy? Chen Fei picked up the little one and carried her to the sofa. I took a tissue and wiped the little guy's tears. Little Guagua nodded her head vigorously. Guagua wants to become very, very powerful. Then I snatched my tablet back, sob. Guagua is actually amazing. At only 2.5 years old, she has already cultivated to the first level of the blood transporting scripture and can lift a 100-pound weight. This is something that many people can't do. If my Guagua cultivates until she's 4 years old, she'll definitely be amazing. Surpassing the spirit transformation realm and entering the inscription realm won't be a problem. Guagua's eyes lit up, and her crying immediately subsided, with tears flowing less rapidly. She looked at Chen Fei curiously and asked uncertainly, Daddy, will I really surpass the spirit transformation realm when I turn 4? Because that fierce older sister is now at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If she surpasses the spirit transformation realm and enters the inscription realm at the age of 4, then she is more powerful than the fierce older sister. She's just younger than the fierce older sister, which is why the fierce older sister took her tablet. Of course. With Daddy by your side, you can definitely do it. Chen Fei laughed heartily, then gently stroked the little cutie's red, tear-stained nose with his hand, feeling sorry for her. Guagua immediately smiled, hugged Chen Fei's neck, and said excitedly, Daddy, I'm better than the fierce sister. I'm just younger than her. When I'm 4 years old, I'll definitely be able to beat the fierce sister. Then snatched the things back from the fierce older sister. Humph. Seeing his daughter finally stop crying and start smiling, Chen Fei happily patted her fluffy little head and affirmed, yes, you can definitely do it. How about Daddy buys you a new tablet? Okay. The little guy has no idea why his dad would buy him a new tablet when he found out his old one was gone. All she knows is that she's happy right now.
I felt so down because I didn't realize I was inferior to the fierce older sister and could only be bullied by her.
Chapter 127 Mommy is Too Beautiful, The Truth from 5 years ago. Chi-yun returned with Chi-kor. Chi-yun went to find Chen Fei and told him about the bizarrely named animated film. And he asked him, "Daddy, can you get the princess's magic wand from this cartoon? I need it, as long as it looks the same, it doesn't need to be enchanted with magic."
"Sure, no problem." He made this animated film. The original image of the magic wand is on his computer, so it wouldn't be a problem to have someone make a high-quality replica.
Daddy, I brought Kor back.
I was worried that she would be too bored living alone in the deep mountains and forests, so I brought her back.
Actually, he was worried that Chi-kor would do something robbed again. Chen Fei nodded. It's really too cruel to let a 4-year-old girl live in the deep mountains and forests.
Let's bring it back then, even though this little devil just snatched my precious daughter Guodwa's tablet computer this afternoon. However, she was only a 4-year-old girl, and she was Qi Zixuan's daughter. Although he didn't know if this was his daughter, judging from the experience his parents had told him before, Qi Zixuan's parents had saved his life when he was an infant, and were also his parents' best friends.
Therefore, he absolutely could not allow someone's daughter to live in the deep mountains and forests on his territory.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, the magic wand was finished and personally delivered to Chen Fei's house.
Chen Fei handed the scepter to Chi-yun. Chi-yun gave the magic wand to Chi-kor. Chi-kor was overjoyed to receive the magic wand.
Although she knew the wand had no magic, she was still extremely satisfied.
She can be her toy. Here you go, I keep my word.
You brought me the magic wand, so here you are, this photo album ball. It contains footage of Mommy from the past 2 years. After handing the photo album ball to Chi-yun, Chi-kor took her magic wand and went off to play around with it.
Recreate the iconic pose from animated films where the princess holds her magic wand, declaring, "I will judge you in the name of the moon." Wow, this is so much fun. So domineering. That's the feeling. Oh my, I also want a Princess Lolita dress. I want to cosplay as a princess.
However, when she turned to look for Chi-yun had already run towards Chen Fei's study with the photo album ball in his hand. Chi-yun was thinking that if his father saw his mother's image, he would definitely recognize her and know that he really was his son.
Daddy, this is a photo album. There are pictures of my mommy in it. Please take a look.
Chi-yun placed a photo album ball that looked very much like a crystal ball in front of Chen Fei. I also explained to him how to use the photo album ball. Simply inject spiritual energy into the photo album sphere, and images will be refracted from the sphere and projected into the void.
It's similar to watching a movie with a laser projector. Good.
Chen Fei infused spiritual power into the crystal ball, and immediately, a folder was projected from the crystal ball into the void.
Similar to the USB drive scene when casting your computer screen.
It contains folders categorized by time.
The earliest we can trace back is 2 years ago.
Chen Fei naturally watched the footage from 2 years ago, because it was the closest footage to Qi Zixuan from 5 years ago.
Click on it.
Then I saw a woman dressed in flowing white, whose figure and looks were like those of a fairy. She wore a thin veil, was barefoot, and with each step she took, a 6-pointed snowflake floated beneath her jade-like feet. Her robes fluttered as she walked through the air. She was like a real-life fairy. If Tang Qingyan's looks are rated 10.1, then this fairy-like beauty is definitely rated 11. The extra 0.9 points come from her ethereal temperament, the faint divine aura surrounding her, the beautiful and graceful way she walks barefoot through the snowflakes, and the veil covering her mouth and nose, which adds a touch of mystery to her beauty. It makes one want to remove that veil and see just how beautiful the woman beneath is.
Chen Fei admired it openly for a while, then frowned and said, "Huh, why is your mommy wearing a veil?"
Yes, my mom always wears a veil because she is too beautiful and has given birth to 9 of us children. She is considered a married woman, so she doesn't show her face in public.
Chi-yun explained. Oh? Chen Fei was quite surprised by Chi-yun's explanation. Was there really such a setting? Do women in your area wear veils after giving birth?
He remembered that there was another country here where women, whether married or unmarried, had to wear black from head to toe when they went out, with only their eyes showing.
No, only a few people do this. It's entirely voluntary, there's no coercion involved. My mommy is just too beautiful, and her cultivation level is too high, so.
Chi-yun glanced cautiously at Chen Fei after saying this, then shut his mouth and stopped talking. He thought that if he continued, his father would definitely not be happy to hear such words.
So what? Chen Fei exited the folder and switched to another one. He thought, it's impossible that Qi Zixuan is wearing a veil in all the videos, right? Because Qi Zixuan was wearing a veil, he couldn't see her true face and couldn't imagine whether he had seen her by chance 5 years ago. Forehead. Shi Yun was wondering how to say it without hurting her father's strong masculine pride. My mom only has you in her heart, but many people don't know you exist. They all think you're just an excuse for my mom to reject their advances. So, to prevent more people from pursuing her, she puts on a veil. If we say it this way, praising first and then criticizing, it shouldn't hurt daddy's pride, right? Chen Fei was amused by the little guy's words and couldn't help but rub his head, laughing. You make your mommy sound so devoted to me, aren't you afraid that when she finds out, she'll spank you? She was always very infatuated with you. I'm telling the truth more real than gold. Shi Yin enjoyed the feeling of being rubbed against Chen Fei's large hand, and squinted his eyes comfortably, just like a kitten with a particularly comfortable expression after being stroked. Shi Yun, who was standing next to Chen Fei, was a little envious when she saw how much Chen Fei doted on the decepts. He really enjoys being patted on the head by Chen Fei's dad. Chen Fei didn't refute Qi Yun's words, because it would be the same as refuting Qi Yun's insistence that he was his son. Once the little guy has made up his mind about something, no amount of rebuttal will work. Chapter 128 100 million to buy a villa? After looking through several folders, there are no images of Qi Zixuan without a veil. Even after reviewing all the video files, not a single photo of Qi Zixuan without a veil could be found. He closed the photo album. Never mind, let's talk about it when we meet again someday. Don't you remember anything after seeing these photos? Qi Yun asked with some confusion. Because of his mother's stunning beauty, even a single meeting would leave a deep impression. What's more, it was Chen Fei who had his mother give birth to their 9 babies. Moreover, although his mother wore a veil in these images, her face was still partially visible under the veil, and most importantly, her figure and eyes were still clearly visible. Suddenly, he thought of something. He immediately said to Chen Fei, Dad, wait for me a little longer, I'll be right back. After saying that, Shi Yun took the photo album stone and ran away. Shi Kor was still playing with her newly acquired toy magic wand when she saw Qi Yun rush over like a gust of wind. Little Kor, I know you've always been a great artist. Could you draw a picture for me? Shi Yun asked with a smile. Shi Kor looked wary. Why are you calling me Kor, sister? You don't usually call me that. Every time you call me that, it's never anything good. I'm not helping you. How about I help you get the magical princess dress you want? When the time comes, you'll wear a Lolita dress like a magical princess, style your hair like a princess, put on princess makeup, and hold this magic wand. Won't you be the spitting image of a magical princess? Aren't you tempted? Shi Yun spoke earnestly and persuasively. He heard Qi Kor say when she turned around and said she wanted to cosplay as a magical princess when she received the album stone from Qi Kor. Qi Kor snorted, then, holding her magic wand, sat on her crown throne like a princess, and said mercifully, All right, seeing how sincere you are in trying to get this princess's magic princess dress, this princess will reluctantly help you out. Shi Yun's heart skipped a beat. My little sister is really addicted to playing princess role-playing games. Even the way she speaks is just like the princess in that animated film. But now, in order to get a portrait of his mother, he, as the older brother, has to spoil his younger sister to the fullest. Immediately, he played the prince and acted opposite Qi Kor, who was playing the princess, saying, Your Highness, could you please paint a portrait of my mother for me? Her clothes should be changed to the clothes worn by women in the 9 provinces world, would that be alright? In their Lingzhi continent, girls wear flowing, ethereal dresses with elaborate designs, so they don't have to worry about their dresses getting dirty. Because they are cultivators, they can directly use their spiritual energy to wash and dry clothes, all of which happens in the blink of an eye, very quickly. Therefore, girls who love beauty wear pretty dresses. Fashion designers also strive to make their clothing designs more ethereal and otherworldly. Unlike the world of Kyushu, where girls dress lightly in summer and bulky in winter. In their land, cultivators are not afraid of the cold, and girls can wear beautiful dresses regardless of the season. Granted. Come back in 2 hours to collect your items, handing over the dress in one hand and the portrait of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager in the other. Qi Kor readily agreed. Okay. Shi Yun ran away again. He went to see Chen Fei again and asked Chen Fei's dad if he could help him get the original Lolita dress from the animated film Princess Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha. Chen Fei looked at Qi Yun in shock. You're wearing that?
No, it's just that my little sister Kor has recently become obsessed with this anime and insists on cosplaying the magical princess from it. Shi Yun explained helplessly.
Chen Fei laughed heartily. Got it. I made this animation.
Guagua, Tiantian, Kiki, and Tang Tang also want the costumes of the magical princess in the animation.
I've already had them custom made.
Tell me your little witch's height and weight, and I'll have them make them.
Shi Yun was stunned. Daddy, did you make that magical princess cartoon?
Right after asking the question, he thought back to the name of the animated film and suddenly it dawned on him.
He also wondered why the animated film had such a bizarre name.
Turns out, it was because it included the names of the 4 adorable little ones from the Daddy Decuppies.
Daddy is spoiling his 5 daughters way too much.
He said that the animation was so well made that even Chikor, who never indulged in leisure time, was captivated by it, which shows that the animation was indeed very well made.
The only minor flaw is that the name is too difficult to pronounce and too bizarre.
Now that Chen Fei's dad said it, he immediately understood. When Chen Fei's father made this animated film, he didn't care at all what it was called. He just put all his daughters' names on it because they liked it, and each one had its own unique characteristics.
Magical Princess Guagua, Supreme Knight Coco, Arrogant Fairy Tang Tang, Cute Loli Tian Tian. Awesome! Mr. and Mrs. Chen took over the house.
They chose the villa complex where Chen Fei and his friends lived. Because this residential complex belongs to Shangtang Group, and the property management company is also under Shangtang Group, Mr. and Mrs. Chen bought the house at cost price.
It only cost 100 million. The original price has skyrocketed to 2 billion.
Initially, Mr. and Mrs. Chen did not plan to choose this place because they had checked online and found that the houses here were too expensive, so they set their sights on cheaper villa developments in the suburbs. Because the two of them enjoy growing flowers and raising chickens, after much discussion, they decided to buy a villa with a yard.
They're not used to living in high-rise buildings.
However, to their surprise, Tang Qingyan's secretary, after learning about their needs, brought them directly to this property development. They were also told that they had the best internal price for this property, and that they could just look around and the price would be discussed later. The couple had no choice but to watch. After returning to the hotel that evening, Chen Fei received a call from Tang Qingyan. After learning about the series of events, he immediately called his parents and asked them to buy the villa they had their eye on.
Son, I want 100 million. Mother Chen exclaimed in amazement. Mom, your son has money. It's just 100 million. It's no big deal.
Chen Fei said with a smile, besides, think about it, you live in the same community as us, which makes it much more convenient for you to visit each other. In the future, if you want to see the kids, you can come and see them anytime without having to drive around.
Isn't that convenient? Chapter 129 Upgrading Driver's License and Naming Quadruplets.
This was something Tang Qingyan had considered from the beginning. Therefore, Tang Qingyan specifically instructed the secretary who was taking Mr. and Mrs. Chen to view the house.
Actually, Tang Qingyan could directly give the house to Chen's parents, since these assets were originally under Chen Fei's name.
However, she was also worried that Mr. and Mrs. Chen would feel uncomfortable. That's why they gave us a cost price of 100 million. In this way, having paid for the property without causing Shangtang Group to lose money, Mr. and Mrs. Chen would feel much more at ease moving in.
However, 100 million is an extremely expensive sum for Mr. and Mrs. Chen. So neither of them planned to buy it. He didn't tell Chen Fei about it either. Although the two were once genius-level venerables in the Lingzha continent, they only wanted to live a low-key life in the 9 provinces world. They do not deliberately pursue money and fame. The two elderly people never expected that their son would find out about it. It must have been Qingyan who told her son. Son, 100 million, did you use Qingyan's money to buy it for us? Mother Chen asked. No, it's definitely money earned by your son, so you can use it without worry. It's settled then. I'll transfer the money now, and you can go and get the property certificate. Then, our family will have dinner together tonight to celebrate. Chen Fei said with a smile. Okay. Now that it was her son's own money, Mrs. Chen felt much more at ease. Moreover, as her son said, living in this community would make her closer to her grandchildren. She can even spend the evening with her grandchildren before walking home with Mr. Chen to sleep. If something can be done on foot, Chen's mother still doesn't like taking a car. Mr. Chen really liked cars, and under Chen Fei's insistence, he bought a top-of-the-line Alfred minivan worth 2.5 million yuan.
Initially, Chen Fei suggested that he buy a Porsche, but after discussing it for several nights, Chen's parents decided that it would be more cost-effective to buy an Alfred minivan.
Because they have so many grandchildren, a 5-seater Porsche is simply not enough to take them out for fun.
Although Tang Qingyan has a Rolls-Royce nanny car, Chen's father can definitely drive it if he wants. However, Mr. and Mrs. Chen felt it was more comfortable to drive their own car and take their grandchildren out to play.
Therefore, we ordered the modified Alfred minivan.
After the modification, the Alfred minivan has one adult driver's seat, one adult front passenger seat, plus 10 child seats in the back. When they ordered this car, they didn't know about the quadruplets and Shi Zixuan's 9 babies. Now that they know, Mr. and Mrs. Chen are wondering if they should just order a custom-made school bus in the future. After all, with 23 kids, no matter how much the van is modified, the space is only so big, and it definitely can't fit all 23 kids.
To accommodate 23 grandchildren, we'd need to switch to a motorhome-style school bus.
Chen's mother also said that the driver's license for driving a school bus is different, and that it would be very difficult for Chen's father, who is so old, to take the A1 driver's license test for a school bus. Chen's mother said she would go to learn to drive, and after she got her C2 driver's license, she would buy an automatic Alfred so that she could take all 18 kids out to play.
Because the other 7 children are still in the Lingzhe continent and haven't come over yet.
After thinking about it, Mr. Chen felt that it was okay for Mrs. Chen to take the C2 driving test, but he also needed to take the A1 driving test for school buses.
I feel that 2 Alfreds won't be enough in the future. It's better to get the A1 driver's license for school buses, it'll give me peace of mind.
And so, the 2 elderly people began their journey to get their driver's licenses. I stopped going out for fun and stayed in the hotel to study for my driver's license test after completing the property certificate procedures. As for the newly purchased house, Mr. and Mrs. Chen plan to choose an auspicious time tomorrow morning to move in and have their new home opened. So when Chen Fei drove over to pick up his parents, he saw that one of them was sitting in a chair, wearing reading glasses and reading a book attentively, while the other was lying in bed, also wearing reading glasses and reading a book.
Chen Fei walked over with a smile and joked, "Hey comrades, what are you reading? You seem so engrossed."
After Chen's parents closed the books, Chen Fei finally saw the titles of the 2 books. Safe Driving Starts Here.
Chen Fei was surprised. "Dad, didn't you already get your C1 driver's license?" "Yes, I'm preparing to take the A1 driving test this time." "An A1 driver's license?"
"This is a driver's license for driving a large vehicle that seats at least 19 people.
"Why are you taking this test?" Chen Fei was puzzled.
Mr. Chen glared at him and said irritably, "You've had 23 kids, so why do you think your dad should get an A1 driver's license?
Does a C1 driver's license mean I, as a grandfather, can drive a car and take 23 kids out for a drive?
You could have hired a driver to bring several cars. Why did you insist on driving a big truck to take all 23 kids with you?"
Chen Fei asked with a smile. "Shaw, I'm not hiring a driver. Your dad is going to drive a big truck with 23 grandchildren on the side.
When we run into acquaintances, I'll tell them that all the people in this truck are my grandchildren, and they'll be speechless with envy."
"Are you asking the driver to bring a few cars? Is it more impressive for your old man to drive one car with 23 grandchildren?"
Mr. Chen got more and more excited as he talked, as if he had already obtained his A1 driver's license and was driving a modified school bus, taking his 23 grandchildren out for a drive.
"That's incredibly prestigious." Chen Fei laughed, "That's certainly impressive. And what about Mom?" Chen's mother said with a smile, "I'm learning to drive a C2 license because the 7 kids from Zixuan's place haven't come over yet, have they?
And after your dad gets his A1 driver's license, he still needs to drive large vehicles for 3 years before he can apply to drive a school bus. During these 3 years, if we want to go out for fun, we plan for your dad and me to each drive an Alfred minivan."
"Great idea, great idea. Your son supports you.
He'll buy you a car once you get your driver's licenses."
Chen Fei smiled and encouraged his parents. He had actually asked Chen's parents if their cultivation levels could be restored. Both of them shook their heads and said no.
When they burned their cultivation, they destroyed the foundation of their bodies, making it impossible for them to cultivate again in this lifetime.
We had dinner together that evening.
Tang Qingyan suggested that Mr. and Mrs. Chen stay at home for the night, so that it would be convenient for them to start the fire in the new house early the next morning around 5 a.m.
Chen Fei also tried to persuade them from the side.
Unable to resist everyone's enthusiasm, Mr. and Mrs. Chen stayed with smiles on their faces.
"Dad, Mom, have you thought of names for the quadruplets?" Chapter 130, the animated film that makes girls' hearts flutter was made by Chen Fei. Chen Fei held the fourth of the quadruplets and came to play with his parents.
Chen's mother happily took the 4 babies from Chen Fei's arms and took them aside to play with them, while Chen's father smiled and took out a newly bought Xinhua dictionary from his suitcase. While flipping through the dictionary, he excitedly smiled and said to Chen Fei, "I've chosen one, let me show it to you. The eldest child is named Chen Duanmin, and will be as intelligent and wise as an orchid in the future.
The fourth child is named Chen Duana. The second and third children are boys.
The second child is named Chen He, and the third child is named Chen Yi." Then, Mr. Chen began to tell Chen Fei that he had selected these names from the Chu Ci songs of Chu and then looked up their meanings in the Xinhua dictionary.
He and his mother liked all of these names.
After reading them, Chen Fei wrote them down and said with a smile, "Okay, Dad, thank you for your hard work.
These are good names, so let's use these 4 names then."
As he spoke, Chen Fei went over to his mother and gently touched the little nose of Sibao, who was learning to walk with his mother's help.
He said affectionately, "Sibao, your name is Chen Duana, and your nickname is Nana. Do you like this new name? Your grandpa and grandma gave it to you." Sibao seemed to understand what Chen Fei's dad said.
She stopped walking and put her 2 little paws together.
Then she giggled and tried to imitate Chen Fei's speech, "Hey, hey, hey, hey."
The little one's adorable appearance made Chen Fei laugh out loud.
"Dad, Mom, the little one really likes the name you gave her."
When Mr. and Mrs. Chen saw their granddaughter calling out Nana after hearing the name they had given her, they smiled happily.
"Nana is so smart. She knew to call her own name after only hearing it once. That's great." Giggle. The little guy kept laughing.
Just before going to bed, the 3 Lolita dresses for the princess in the animated film Princess Magic were finally finished and delivered to Chen Fei's residence. 5 daughters, 3 sets each, plus 3 sets for Chi Kur. When the 5 daughters heard that the little skirt had arrived, they all happily rushed to find Chen Fei. While Chen Fei was still unpacking the package, the little ones were happily jumping around beside him.
"Daddy, I want to wear a little dress."
As Chen Fei unpacked the package, he took out the dress inside, unfolded it, and carefully examined the dress. He found that it was indeed a dress meticulously made by the factory that specially made clothes for Tang Xingyan. The quality is much better than the Lolita clothes sold in stores.
Moreover, all 3 Lolita dresses were original designs by Chen Fei, and they are exquisite, unlike ordinary Lolita dresses.
He only took out 1 little dress, and his 5 daughters were already stomping their feet and squealing with delight.
"Wow, it's so beautiful. It's exactly the same as the one worn by princesses in cartoons." "Great, Daddy, can we wear these now?"
Chen Fei cast a simple spell on the little skirt, instantly washing it clean, purifying all harmful substances, and then drying it. Because new clothes go through many sewing workers' hands during the production process, and then they are ironed and have loose threads trimmed. After they are finished, they are also tried on to see if they fit. Therefore, a piece of clothing can be covered with a lot of bacteria. Therefore, under normal circumstances, new clothes should be washed before wearing.
However, Chen Fei had a purification spell with 1 cast, the clothes were cleaned.
No more hand washing and machine drying, saving time.
"Of course you can wear it. Come on, put it on and let Daddy see."
Chen Fei smiled and purified 4 little dresses in one go, then handed them to his 5 daughters. All 5 daughters received their little dresses and were overjoyed. They then went to their nanny to help them change into their dresses. While her 5 daughters were changing into their little dresses, Chi Yun also came over.
Chen Fei gave the little dress he had made for Chi Kur to Chi Yun.
Chi Yun opened it and looked at it, saying incredulously, "Daddy, you are really amazing. The dress you made is even prettier than the ones in cartoons. If this little dress were sold in our Lingza continent, it would definitely drive all the little girls crazy.
This design is absolutely brilliant."
Even if he were a boy, after seeing this Lolita dress, he knew that if it appeared on the Lingza continent, it would definitely start a new trend. Because there have never been children's dresses of this style over there before. I bet even older girls would find this dress irresistible.
No wonder Chi Kur specifically asked for this little dress. Chi Yun brought a Lolita dress to Chi Kur.
Upon seeing the dress, Chi Kur excitedly hugged it and rolled around on the bed. "I love it so much, it's exactly the taste. I really don't know which designer drew the original sketch of the magical princess's dress, it's so excellent, awesome, I love it.
I love the magic wand too. I love the little dress too. I want more and more glass slippers. Oh dear, I completely forgot about the glass slippers. Chi Yun, I want the glass slippers again. How can a princess be without her glass slippers?"
Shi-yun ignored her request, stretched out his hand, and said, "I've finished making the little dress for you, now it's time to give me the portrait of mommy, right?"
Fine, take it or leave it. But could you tell me who you had these things made? Wow, that was done way too fast. And it's a 100% accurate recreation of the scepter and skirt from the animated film. Most production factories couldn't do that, could they? Moreover, I feel that the designer himself needs to provide detailed sketches to achieve such a high level of refinement. Otherwise, if it were just based on some photos from the animation, the details would definitely be so exquisite, and the proportions would be perfectly balanced. Although Chi-Kor is only 4 years old, she is a girl who loves beauty. Back in the Lingza continent, she often bought new clothes. Her fashion sense is naturally very high. Therefore, she could tell that these 3 Lolita dresses were exquisitely made, with perfect attention to detail and overall design, without a single loose thread. You made the right choice.
Shi-yun smiled proudly and said, "This is a hand-drawn sketch by Daddy, which was then commissioned to be made by Daddy's factory."
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, the anime you absolutely, super, and crazy about, Princess Magica, was made by Daddy. What? Chi-Kor was greatly shocked. She looked at Shi-yun in disbelief. This adorable animated film, bursting with girlish charm, was made by Chen Fei? She doesn't believe it. How could a grown man possibly create an animated film that girls love so much? Because the art style of the entire animation is unique, it perfectly matches the girl's inner pursuit and longing for animation. The storyline, character models, and even the songs are all designed that way. Although the opening theme song is sung by a man. Wait a minute, it's the theme song sung by a man. That voice sounds familiar. Shi-yun had already taken her tablet and started an animated film. The opening theme song immediately filled the room.